Chapter 1. The Duel of Elementary School Students in the Ninja World. Eishu, the nurse is going to treat you now. Just bear with it, okay? In a sunlit consultation room, the nurse smiled at the young boy before her. All right, nurse. The boy named Eishu obediently replied, extending his right hand, which was wrapped in bandages. The nurse carefully unwrapped the bandages, revealing a small hand marred with scars. A flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes as she swiftly disinfected the wounds. Chakra surged forth in a vibrant green glow, enveloping the tiny hand completely. This process lasted approximately 5 minutes, and the wounds had healed considerably. Under normal circumstances, such injuries would heal instantaneously with a healing technique. However, considering Eishu's tender age, excessive stimulation of his chakra could lead to side effects, necessitating 3 separate treatments. This was already the second session. I'm going to apply the medication now. It might sting a bit, so hang in there, little Eishu. Okay, nurse. His response was consistent, and the boy's obedient demeanor was quite endearing. In truth, Eishu wished to express that he had grown accustomed to the pain. He also wanted to say, creation and destruction coexist in a delicate balance, much like light and darkness opposing yet interdependent. To obtain anything, one must invariably bear cost. Of course, these thoughts remained buried deep within him. Voicing them would disrupt his low-profile persona. All done. Little Eishu, you are so brave. Please return in 3 days for a dressing change. And if it itches, be sure not to remove the bandage. The nurse gently ruffled Eishu's hair. Obedient and sensible children are always a delight. Thank you, nurse. A few minutes later, Eishu's right hand was now wrapped in pristine bandages, adorned with a bow tied by the same nurse. Perfectly snug yet comfortable. As he strolled down the street towards home, surrounded by bustling pedestrians and familiar buildings, Eishu felt a sense of disorientation. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Despite having recently traversed into this world, he felt as though he had lived here for countless years. Indeed, he was a traveler, having crossed over exactly 100 days ago. In his previous life, he was a humanities student at a university in a bustling metropolis, suddenly finding himself in the body of a 5-year-old boy, which was quite an adjustment. Conversely, the perilous nature of this world, coupled with the ambiguous timeline of the original narrative, instilled within him a profound sense of urgency. It was February in the 40th year of Konoha, and the Ninja Academy had just commenced. The Third Great Ninja War had only just begun, with a full 20 years remaining until the onset of a Shippuden saga. His understanding of the events occurring during this period was vague at best, with only a few significant occurrences etched in memory. Eishu sighed, a humanities student from a humble background. Even with his precognitive insights, survival was no easy feat. My right hand should be able to bear chakra now. I hope this works. With his hands tucked in his pockets, the bow on his right hand's bandage concealed, he quickened his pace and slipped into a shadowy alley behind the bustling streets of Konoha. He did not pause to savor the tempting aroma of takoyaki wafting from a nearby stall, nor did he linger outside the bookstore that had recently gained popularity for its romantic novels. Eishu's humble abode lay nestled in a secluded grove on the outskirts of Konoha. The location was remote but peaceful, providing an ideal setting for fishing by the stream to supplement his protein intake. Upon reaching his front door, he found a boy with a hedgehog-style haircut waiting impatiently. Are you ready? What did the doctor say? The hedgehog-haired boy inquired earnestly. He said, I need to change the dressing again, but I feel it should be fine. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal, Eishu replied swiftly. Well, all right then. The hedgehog-haired boy hesitated for a moment, but ultimately conceded to Eishu's reassurances. Tomorrow, when we encounter those bullies, we'll rely on this plan. As he spoke, the hedgehog-haired boy rolled up his sleeves and adjusted his goggles, looking as though he was preparing for an important mission. The 2 boys immediately took off running, their purpose clear and their steps resolute. Before long, they arrived at the bank of a small river. Surrounded by lush greenery, the crystal-clear water flowed gently, with the shallows occasionally revealing plump fish leaping about. Yet, the 2 boys were entirely focused on one another. The hedgehog-haired boy quietly produced a lighter and a bundle of oil-soaked cotton swabs. After our last failure, I pondered for a long time and concluded that the issue lay with the cooking oil. This time, I've secretly used my grandmother's kerosene. We shouldn't fail again. You're quite clever, Daitu, but it would be even better if you could master the great fireball technique quickly. Hey, it's just a matter of time. Daitu replied with a carefree attitude. Indeed, standing before Eishu was none other than the future third greatest villain of the ninja world, Uchiha Daitu. How did these two boys end up together? It all began on the very day Eishu traversed into this world. The original owner of this body was a timid child, and upon Eishu's arrival, he found himself being bullied by a group of ruffians. The assailants were unrelenting, to the point where Eishu's head struck a brick wall without them even realizing it. Even as he was battered, they continued their assault. At that moment, Daitu, witnessing the injustice, intervened with fervor and rushed to the scene. Thus, these two misfits, bonded by circumstance, forged a profound friendship that day. Now, their mission was clear: to redeem their honor in the upcoming duel. Do not question why a sophisticated individual in his 20s would engage in such antics. Men remain boys at heart, even unto death. All right, I'm starting now, Daitu, Eishu declared, taking a deep breath and adopting a serious demeanor. Daitu nodded in agreement. Eishu closed his eyes, carefully sensing the flow of chakra within his body, and referencing the ninjutsu scrolls left behind by parents he had never met. He began to form the necessary hand signs. His speed in forming the signs was commendable. Thanks to years of diligence honing his dexterity in pin spinning, his fingers moved with remarkable agility. Not even the bandages could hinder his movements. At long last, the signs were complete, and his chakra surged forth in the prescribed manner, ready to be unleashed. Water style, water ball technique. Eishu took a deep breath and shouted, then thrust his hand into the river's surface. As he raised it, a clear water sphere materialized in his palm. Drank ninjutsu, water-style water ball technique. This technique purifies impurities from river water, refining it into relatively pure water molecules. It is not recommended for drinking, but can be used for bathing and laundry. A very basic water technique, lacking lethality, but immensely practical for daily life. The water ball was the size of a fist, and as Eishu maneuvered it to his palm, it remained intact, almost as if it adhered to his hand. After 2 months of diligent practice, he had mastered this technique and could effortlessly control the size and position of the water ball. Now comes the main event. Eishu inhaled deeply, and even Daitu appeared tense beside him. Last time, they had been on the cusp of success, only to falter due to poor coordination, nearly resulting in Eishu's right hand being burned. Daitu nervously ignited a cotton swab with his lighter, the small flame flickering to life. Meanwhile, Eishu was hardly idle. His left hand remained mostly still, while his fingers deftly formed the hand signs, slow yet delicate, while his right hand moved with a bit more vigor. It was clear that managing both the water ball and the hand signs simultaneously posed a challenge. Fortunately, the process unfolded smoothly. Eishu had been refining this technique for over a month. Finally, lightning style, lightning flash. With another loud shout, a dazzling blue light erupted from Eishu's right hand. That was lightning style. A glimmer of envy crossed Data's eyes. Though they were both the most rudimentary of ninjutsu, it was still better than his 3 months of training in the great fireball technique, which had yielded no results. Indeed, Eishu was a prodigy. Chapter 2. Ninjutsu fused with 4 types of chakra. At this moment, Eishu wielded lightning in his left hand and water in his right. Though both were the most basic of techniques, word of his ability would undoubtedly mark him as a budding genius. Yet, Eishu's rhythm did not falter. What he aimed for was far beyond merely unleashing 2 low-level ninjutsu simultaneously for nearly a minute. The education he received did not condone such superficial displays. The small water ball in his left hand slipped from his hands back to his palm. Eishu's lips turned slightly pale. Despite being the most basic of techniques, his age posed a significant challenge. Managing to execute them was already a feat, but his chakra was still insufficient. If only I could master the 8 gates and creation rebirth, life would be so much easier without a bloodline. An idea suddenly sprang to Eishu's mind. The 8 gates would exhaust the body, providing a surge of chakra far beyond the norm. Creation rebirth, on the other hand, would perpetually heal the body. Thus, chakra would flow ceaselessly, akin to a perpetual motion machine. Yet, he ultimately abandoned this notion, realizing it was somewhat impractical. Moreover, he needed to focus intently. He slowly brought his hands closer together, and the lightning from his right hand pierced into the water ball in his left. The lightning did not dissipate. Instead, bubbles began to form within the water ball. Eishu held his breath, carefully protecting the bubbles, and gradually, the water ball began to exhibit a clearer distinction between its components. Gas floated above, while liquid settled below. In more scholarly terms, the aforementioned represents water molecules ravaged by alternating current, yielding the decomposition of hydrogen and oxygen molecules, colloquially known as the hydrogen-oxygen mixture, which is explosive in nature. Below lies a sample of water, still containing certain impurities. 2H2O electrolysis, 2H2O2. At this moment, Eishu suddenly recalled the gleaming Mediterranean hairstyle of his third-year chemistry teacher. Abito, are you ready? As the lightning in his right hand finally faltered and dimmed, the small water sphere in his left hand was meticulously refined under Eishu's precise control, eliminating the insufficient chakra that hindered a complete reaction along with its impurities, leaving behind a solitary bubble. Eishu crouched slightly, one side of his body poised for a hasty escape, his arms stretched out, reminiscent of a cannon ready to fire. Yet, it was not he who would ignite it, but Abito. Eishu, let's begin. 3, 2, 1. Run. As Abito concluded the countdown, he abruptly hurled the flaming cotton swab. This time his throw was impeccably accurate, landing precisely at the moment Eishu began his retreat, striking the very center of that bubble. In the next heartbeat, boom! The explosion resonated far louder than any firecracker, and though Eishu had anticipated the blast and shielded his head, he was still left with a ringing in his ears. Yet, a grin could not be suppressed at the corners of his mouth. It worked. It actually worked, Abito. Holy crap. It really worked. Eishu, you're incredible. The two youths shouted joyfully to one another. They were certain they would not falter in tomorrow's duel. That night, Eishu returned home and took a moment to rest. Once his chakra had sufficiently replenished, he enjoyed a meal to regain his strength. By the break of dawn, Eishu rose early to begin refining his chakra. As noon approached, drawing nearer to the time of their duel, he commenced the process once more, replicating yesterday's method. However, beside him sat a small bottle of beverage. Hydrogen-oxygen explosions require an open flame and a confined space. 400 milliliters should suffice, he contemplated. Though he was a humanities student, he had managed to pass his chemistry courses in middle school. He was determined to prevail in today's duel. This, however, is a rather sorrowful tale. The inhabitants of the ninja world possessed physical capabilities far superior to those of his previous life. Eishu felt that even clad in armor, he might struggle against those few rascally children. Yet, he harbored no concerns regarding the consequences. After all, his previous incarnation had been beaten to the point of transmigration. There was no need for restraint. Moreover, this amount likely wouldn't even rival a low-level fire technique. Were it not for Abito's lack of diligence, unable to master the great fireball technique after so long, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. But if anyone believed his endeavors were merely for the sake of the duel, they were gravely mistaken. By using lightning release to electrolyze water, producing hydrogen, and igniting it with fire release, he was, in a sense, creating a new ninjutsu. Furthermore, it was a highly intricate composite ninjutsu. Water release combined with lightning release, along with fire release, while the hydrogen could be controlled by wind release. 2 chakra natures are deemed a bloodline limit, while 3 chakra types are referred to as bloodline elimination. The question arises, what would 4 chakra types be called? Eishu was certainly not the type to engage in childish antics with firecrackers. This, indeed, was hydrogen release. He was undertaking something of great significance. Speaking of which, Eishu always felt that his innate talent was rather commendable. His parents had left him a quaint wooden cottage, along with 2 introductory ninjutsu techniques. His lightning and water chakra natures were likely inherited. Yet, today's endeavor was solely his own doing. Every aspect had been painstakingly explored and studied by him alone. Perhaps this was attributed to his formidable spirit, allowing for particularly meticulous chakra manipulation. The only shortcoming was the limited amount of chakra he possessed. Had he been born into the Senju clan, the hydrogen prepared for those rascally children would not have been confined to a mere small plastic bottle. Alas, this will have to suffice. Carefully sealing the hydrogen he had painstakingly gathered into the small plastic bottle, Eishu quickly capped it. While creating it was simple, preserving it proved challenging. He also had to be cautious to prevent any accidental leaks or friction that could jeopardize his plans. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Obito's voice. Eishu, are you ready? Those guys have already set off. I'm coming. Eishu promptly tucked the small bottle away, concealing it in his garments, then slipped on his shoes and dashed out. Did you bring the items? Of course. Obito produced a bottle cap from his pocket. Its specifications and dimensions mirrored that of the cap in Eishu's possession, save for a small hole in the center. Do not underestimate this hole. It was crucial a testament to the diligence of a humanities student, a symbol of defiance for two boys preparing to face their adversaries. Obito then retrieved a firecracker about the size of his thumb, perfectly fitting into that hole. Should we insert it now or wait? But wait a bit, we don't want any leaks, Eishu advised. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Together, they made their way to the duel location. The duel site was a modest park. During lunchtime, there is seldom anyone present. The peak hours are in the evening. Occasionally, in the corners of the park at night, one can hear the muffled sounds of suppressed anguish. In Eishu's impression, the 7th class, spanning 3 generations, seems to have always gathered in such parks to vie for bells. It is uncertain if it is the same place. The two of them did not arrive early. A multitude of rascally children, emboldened by their sheer numbers and confidence, had already gathered here. Their attire was strikingly similar, not due to professionalism, but because they hailed from the same lineage, the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The leader among them appeared to be around 10 years old, tall, with a hairstyle reminiscent of Obito's spiky hair, albeit longer. Upon noticing the arrival of the two, one of the Uchiha rascals, with one hand sneakily tucked into his clothing, immediately began to mock them. Oh, you really dare to come? Obito, I thought you worthless enough to call your grandmother for help. What audacity. Speaking of which, Obito's childhood was rather tragic. With only a grandmother at home, he was at the bottom of his class and not favored within his clan. It would have been bearable. But a few months prior, while defending Eishu, he had garnered the additional title of Uchiha Shame among the children, bestowed upon him by the very boy standing before him, Uchiha Huoying. At that moment, their eyes met with palpable animosity. Yet, Obito remained remarkably composed. Silently, he passed a firecracker from his pocket to Eishu. Moments later, Eishu returned a small bottle, capped with the firecracker, back to Obito. Let us end this, Obito. Chapter 3. Oh no. Take cover. What should I say when I see Kushina? The gentle sunlight bathed the earth in a warm glow. A perfect spring afternoon, caressed by a light breeze. Minato strolled down the street, feeling a twinge of melancholy. He had promised Kushina that he would accompany her for shopping after the mission. However, upon returning to Konoha, a new task had arisen, and the situation was urgent. He now had only 3 hours to replenish his supplies. Disappearing without notice was out of the question, as that could lead to dire consequences. But explaining to Kushina that 3 hours might not suffice was equally challenging. What to do? Just as Minato pondered his dilemma, he caught sight of an intriguing scene. 2 groups of children were poised for confrontation, seemingly on the brink of a fight. The larger group enjoyed an overwhelming advantage in both size and number. In stark contrast, the smaller group consisted of just 2 individuals, clearly younger and notably smaller. Yet they exuded an air of confidence. Fighting is ill-advised. Minato recalled Kushina's childhood. She could easily take down any child with a single punch. However, he found himself unwilling to witness the larger group bully the smaller one, nor could he bear to see the latter suffer in silence. Konoha's little son would not simply smile in the face of injustice. At that moment, the spiky-haired boy among the 2 suddenly produced a lighter. Minato felt perplexed. However, when he observed the boy retrieving a small bottle and igniting a mysterious object attached to its cap, Minato couldn't comprehend the spiky-haired boy's actions. He was aware, however, that playing with fire was perilous. In an instant, he transformed into a blur. utilizing his instantaneous movement technique to appear beside the boy. In Konoha, one could always trust in Minato's speed. Even without the flying thunder god technique, his shunshin was unparalleled. Past humiliations would be accounted for today. Wait. Just as Obito prepared to launch his secret weapon, he suddenly froze, feeling an unknown resistance against his hand. You shouldn't play with fire, young one. He looked up to find an exceptionally handsome face beaming down at him, illuminated by the sun's rays, as if adorned with a divine halo. Yet, in the next moment, he heard his companion's voice. Oh no. Take cover. Was it oh no, or take cover? Obito's mind momentarily faltered, but soon, Eishu pressed his head down, and both of them dropped to the ground. The very next instant, boom. Approximately 10 seconds later, as Eishu's senses gradually returned from the deafening roar, he lifted his gaze to behold a sight that left him wide-eyed. First, he noticed the Uchiha rascals in the distance, frozen in place, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they had stumbled upon adults engaging in inappropriate acts while playing hide-and-seek in the woods. Following their gaze, Eishu struggled to swallow before slowly looking up. He beheld a rather disheveled figure. The once cool, flowing golden hair had been singed considerably, with much of it now curled. One side of his face was charred, though thankfully not severely damaged. Otherwise, he would have been disfigured. What moved Eishu was that this man stood in a protective stance, bent forward as if instinctively trying to shield them both. This was the reason they had escaped without direct harm. Eishu was taken aback. Could this be considered an accident? Thud. The man collapsed to the ground, and this scene was witnessed clearly by several young Uchiha children. Run! Run! Quickly! One of the Uchiha boys shouted in a panic, his voice tinged with tears, clearly frightened. If Obito had aimed at them, they would have been the ones to perish. These young Uchiha had never encountered such a situation before, and they scurried away in a fluster, crying and stumbling. Obito's disgrace was momentarily erased. Yet, Obito's circumstances were hardly better than those of the frightened Uchiha children. He stammered, gazing at the man lying motionless and looking desperately at Eishu, pointing at himself and then at the man. I didn't mean to, Eishu. You saw it, right? He suddenly. Calm down. The voice of reason prevailed as Eishu shouted, successfully stabilizing Obito's frayed nerves. He quickly turned the man over, checked for breath and heartbeat, and breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming he was alive. The man wasn't dead, but they needed to get him to a hospital quickly, Eishu said solemnly. He had learned how to handle emergencies in college, but he had never been taught how to revive someone knocked unconscious by a hydrogen bomb. Nevertheless, he was resolute. He would not flee. It was the principle instilled in him through his education that forbade such an act. Right, to the hospital, hurry. Obito finally snapped back to reality. Obito was inherently kind-hearted. Or rather, before his descent into darkness, he had been a good youth. He would not flee from his responsibilities, nor would he abandon the injured. This alone set him apart from those Uchiha children. The two boys exerted considerable effort to lift the man. The distance to Konoha Hospital was great, and they were unsure if their strength would suffice. Fortunately, they had not gone far when a kind-hearted passerby witnessed the scene. Children, let me help. A burly bald man intervened, his face marred by a fierce scar, yet in this moment, he appeared remarkably benevolent. The strong man hoisted the man onto his shoulder, his step steady and swift as he dashed toward the direction of Konoha Hospital. Eishu and Daitu finally breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, a mysterious chill creeping down their spines. He should be all right, shouldn't he? Daitu swallowed hard, inquiring. It seems to be a combination of burns and a mild concussion, perhaps. Eishu replied, uncertain. Then shall we follow and check on him? Yes. The two young boys exhibited admirable virtues and swiftly dashed after him. By the time they arrived, the man had already been carried inside. The burly bald man was speaking to a nurse, and upon noticing the two boys, his eyes lit up. It is those two children. They were the first to spot the man, carrying him one after the other, while I merely lent a hand. With the bald man's exclamation, the entire hall turned their attention to Eishu, and Daitu's faintly, praises of bravery and excellence reached their ears. Who could have imagined that these two were the very instigators of the incident? Their faces immediately flushed crimson. It's all right, young lad. He merely has minor burns. Nothing serious. Huh? Is that you, Eishu? At that moment, a nurse approached, the very same who had dressed Eishu's wounds the day before. The nurse instantly recognized the well-behaved child and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Truly, Eishu, what a good child you are. Come, let your sister examine your hand. Your injury hasn't healed completely, So you must take care. With the nurse's words, the surrounding praises seemed to swell even louder. The old face of Eishu grew increasingly flushed. Chapter 4. Future Plans. It is merely a slight burn and contusion. Your constitution is commendable, and a day of rest will suffice. Thank you, but do not worry. Your face is unharmed. It is unfortunate about your hairstyle. Yet it will soon grow back, not hindering your pursuits of romance. The doctor, having evidently misinterpreted the situation, chuckled as he exited the ward, not forgetting to remind Huoying before leaving. By the way, make sure to express your gratitude to those two young lads. Had they not discovered the incident in a timely manner, your visage might have been left scarred. As his words echoed, the two youths standing at the doorway tensed up. Just as they found themselves at a loss, a figure rushed in with great urgency, her striking red hair catching the eye. The woman appeared quite anxious and, upon passing the doorway, caught a glimpse of Huoying inside. However, the transformation of Huoying from flowing locks to a crew-cut masculine appearance rendered him unrecognizable to her. She continued her frantic search but, clearly, was unable to locate her target. Before long, she vanished down the corridor. Alas, such haste. One wonders what torment the family must be enduring. The doctor sighed and shook his head as he departed. Obito shared in the sentiment, releasing a sigh of his own. Alas! Yet Eishu felt a tremor within, as if a thought had sparked in his mind. Red hair? Blonde hair? Could it be mere coincidence? As this notion took form, the woman turned back. This time, rather than relying on instinct, she methodically searched by following the room numbers. Upon confirming Shuomen's room number, she peered inside. Kushina, it is I. Shuomen's voice emerged, tinged with uncertainty. A sudden jolt coursed through Eishu's heart. Indeed, it was Kushina, the person within. Well, no wonder she was able to intercept Obito in that fleeting moment. Her remarkable speed was certainly not in vain. Obito felt a tightening in his heart as well. This was it. The family member of the main subject had arrived. Just moments ago, he had appeared so tense. Surely, they would scold him mercilessly. However, a soft chuckle escaped as Kushina approached the bedside, her eyes filled with both tenderness and amusement. Where's your hair? Where is it? Cough, cough. It was an accident. Minato chuckled ruefully. Is everyone all right? Kushina laughed heartily for a while before recalling the seriousness of the situation, quickly inquiring. The smile on Minato's face grew increasingly strained. It's fine. Thanks to those two little rascals. If it weren't for them. As he spoke, he glanced towards the doorway, where two little heads peeked in nervously. The two youths stiffened again. Is that so? Kushina followed his gaze and beckoned them. Come in and let your sister take a look at you. I heard about you two downstairs. We must properly thank you. It's decided. Once Minato is discharged, I'll treat you both to a grand feast. How does that sound? Eishu and Obito exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Goodness, one could be hospitalized and still be treated to a grand feast? What an impolite request it would be to ask if I might explode once more. What do you call yourselves? Minato, standing nearby, spoke up. His gaze initially complex, but soon shifting to a bemused expression directed at the pair. I am Obito Uchiha. I am Eishu, possessing only a name. A name without a surname is not uncommon in Konoha. In fact, some prominent clans may choose to conceal their family names, such as Tsunade. However, Eishu bears no surname. It is simply absent, unworthy of existence. He is undoubtedly from a humble background, reminiscent of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Obito, Eishu. Minato murmured, silently committing their names to memory. Then, under the increasing tension reflected in Obito's expression and the growing complexity in Eishu's gaze, he suddenly smiled. This time, I thank you both. The little son radiated a warm smile, and even his short hairstyle could not diminish his charm. Obito initially trembled, his eyes welling with tears. At the outset, Eishu felt rather indifferent. After all, once he confirmed it was Minato, he relaxed. However, glancing at Obito beside him, he feigned a pout. All right, it's settled. Kushina clapped her hands, attempting to lighten the peculiar atmosphere. Since this fellow can't be discharged for the time being, let me take you two out for a splendid meal. How about some Ichiraka ramen? Minato hesitated. Hokage-sama, I'm sorry. As Kushina led the two boys to enjoy ramen, the short-haired Minato hurriedly processed his discharge papers and made his way to the Hokage building. However, time was against him. He had already lost 4 or 5 hours in a state of unconsciousness. No worries, I've already sent Umbu in your stead. Are you all right, Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with genuine concern, waving his hand dismissively. Minato's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, I'm fine, just a bit careless. I didn't expect. Observing his downcast disciple, Saratobi chuckled heartily. He was already somewhat aware of the situation. Minato was injured and hospitalized due to an attack in Konoha, which was no trivial matter. The investigation results were equally absurd. 2 groups of children had inadvertently injured Minato, a seasoned jonin. Are today's children really that formidable? Saratobi mused. His interest peaked as he turned his gaze back to Minato. Minato, do you know what the Umbu discovered at the scene? Minato momentarily froze, but soon his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Without waiting for a response, Saratobi revealed, the traces left at the scene resemble explosive tags. Yet they are not of the same nature. Do you understand what I'm implying? Minato nodded thoughtfully, a spark of realization illuminating his eyes. Indeed. That was not an explosive tag. If it were, I wouldn't have sustained such minor injuries. It could potentially be a technique. As he spoke, Minato's expression grew peculiar. The question arises, what technique is contained within a bottle that can be ignited like a firecracker? I'm not certain, Saratobi replied. There were indeed slight traces of chakra at the scene, though not overly apparent. Since your duties have been attended to, you might as well take this time to investigate. It may prove beneficial for your recent studies in unmarked ninjutsu. With a serious demeanor, Minato affirmed, yes. Nightfall descended. After savoring a hearty bowl of ramen, Eishu returned home, bidding a heavy-hearted farewell to Obito. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from refining his chakra, adhering to his principle of being a diligent early bird. This was largely due to Kushina's warm hospitality, leaving both him and Obito feeling a bit overindulged. Lying on the rooftop, he gazed at the scattered stars and the solitary moon hanging in the night sky. Eishu does not succumb to the burdensome nostalgia for his homeland, nor does he harbor any enthusiasm for inviting the trio of shadows. Instead, his thoughts are consumed by visions of his future. The potency of hydrogen release. Could it be formidable? The events of today at the Watergate serve as a testament to that. Should the quantity increase even slightly, the explosive tags would stand little chance. Moreover, the critical issues of release time and timing will inevitably be resolved in due course. It is merely a matter of proficiency and the level of his ninjutsu. In time, he shall attain mastery. Yet, what troubles him are 2 quantities, one that determines the upper limit of the scale of hydrogen release, and another that dictates its maximum power. One pertains to quantity, the other to quality. The quantity is simply the amount of his chakra, which cannot be measured by talent, but rather by lineage. There are solutions, albeit not without their challenges. The 8 gates of Duinjia, creation rebirth, and sealing techniques might theoretically yield a chakra perpetual motion machine. However, such methods are somewhat impractical. Moreover, the water required for hydrogen release cannot solely rely on chakra-generated water release. He has experimented with this, only to discover that it merely represents a form of energy, incapable of undergoing electrolysis. He cannot perpetually depend on the natural waters to electrolyze into a hydrogen-oxygen compound. Such reliance would render him vulnerable to the constraints of terrain. Akin to any ordinary water release ninja, a solution has crossed his mind. Yang release. Yang release can bestow a certain creativity upon chakra, for instance. The great pillars of wood release retain their form even after the ninjutsu is dispelled, a testament to the influence of yang release. Logically, water release infused with yang release should also be preserved. Learning yang release is not an insurmountable challenge. The 8 gates of Duinjia, or even medical ninjutsu, such as sage techniques, serve as expressions of yang release. Thus, it seems I must seek the guidance of Might Guy next. Eishu murmured. Chapter 5, Kakashi's uncharacteristic behavior. Have you heard? Eishu and Obito got into a fight. Truly, they are a pair of troublemakers. Teacher Guangtai detests such individuals the most. Eishu. Surely he wouldn't engage in a brawl, would he? Moreover, it was not merely a trivial altercation. It seems they actually hospitalized someone. What? That's utterly terrifying. It was those few Uchiha who spoke of it themselves. The Umbu uncles have already gone to their home to investigate. Ah, how fleeting are the moments of joy. As the weekend came to a close, Eishu arrived at class, his small backpack slung over his shoulder. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that his classmates were regarding him with peculiar glances. The female students were relatively unaffected, after all. Eishu bore the visage of an anime protagonist. His looks were a form of justice that would never go out of style. However, the boys were entirely different. Their gazes were evasive, hesitant to meet his eyes, particularly those few Uchiha, who, upon catching his glance, trembled noticeably, unable to utter a word. Eishu suddenly sensed that his carefully crafted persona might be on the verge of collapse. He had once been the epitome of a low-profile academic prodigy. Eishu. What we have done has been exposed. As he approached his seat, it was rare for Obito to arrive before him. The Uchiha clan's territory was inherently remote, vastly different from the concept of Eishu's own home. Moreover, this fellow resided in an even more secluded area of the Uchiha domain, where commuting to school felt akin to embarking on a quarter marathon. Arriving late was, in fact, a common occurrence. However, today, Obito seemed unusually exuberant and somewhat anxious. This was understandable. It was likely that those rascals from Beiying had notified their parents. Yet, there was no need for concern, as the principal had already forgiven us. The situation was not dire. Eishu remained remarkably composed, stating, "Should any matters arise, please contact my lawyer." Upon hearing this, Obito experienced a moment of clarity, however. After some contemplation, he still felt a tinge of unease. Resolutely, he declared, "Rest assured, Eishu, if anything were to happen, I shall bear all responsibilities. In that case, could you kindly spare me half of your lunchbox? I overslept and did not prepare any food." "No problem." At that moment, Eishu inadvertently discovered that a gaze from the front row of the classroom was surreptitiously directed towards him. It belonged to a white-haired student, seated in the foremost position, able to clearly hear the teacher's lecture and the first to leave upon the conclusion of classes. He was none other than the top student of the first year at Rin School, the son of the White Fang, Kikimu Wuwukai. Eishu raised an eyebrow and, out of courtesy, offered the other person a smile. However, they seemed unappreciative, furrowing their brow and their gaze turning somewhat disdainful before turning away, ending the moment of eye contact. You turn away, embodying a sense of superiority. Eishu has also lost his temper. However, to be fair, given his close relationship with Obito, if they were to be separated in the future, there would unlikely be a third party involved, right? Between Wuwukai and Lin. Who would willingly concede? Eishu cast a glance at the drowsy Obito beside him as the teacher embarked on a lesson about the virtues of ninjas. Starting from the 3 prohibitions. To be a commendable ninja was deemed the second most hypnotic class, with the first being the history of the ninja world. Truth be told, Eishu found himself unwilling to witness Obito's descent into darkness. The journey was too heart-wrenching. One ends up with nothing after giving everything, only to have been ensnared in an 18-year-long scheme. If circumstances allowed, Eishu yearned to extend a helping hand to Obito. He had already devised a plan in his mind. He would commence with Yang release. On one hand, he intended to pursue Might Guy, hoping to gain access to the 8 gates. However, that would merely enable him to touch and possess Yang release chakra, to wield it effectively. He would need to tread a different path. Mastering sage techniques was the route Eishu contemplated. By engaging with Might Guy, enhancing his Yang release, and learning sage techniques, he could master Yang release and subsequently achieve a chakra perpetual motion machine, coupled with dehydration operations. The most crucial aspect was that he could substitute for Rin, becoming the medical ninja within their team. The plan was theoretically flawless and successfully closed the loop. Eishu intended to enroll in the ninja hospital immediately after school, confident that his rapport with the nurse would facilitate the process. The school bell finally rang, jolting Daitu from his reverie as he instinctively turned to his side to glance at Eishu. "Is it time for lunch?" he inquired. "Not yet. We still have a combat class," Eishu replied, surveying the nearly empty classroom with a calm demeanor. "Oh, then call me when it's time for lunch. I didn't sleep well last night, and Daitu began, only to be interrupted by the mention of combat class. Suddenly invigorated, he sat upright, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Combat class. What a splendid opportunity to showcase my skills. I cannot let this slip by," he exclaimed. "Let us go, Eishu. It's time to unleash our prowess." With sleeves rolled up and protective goggles adjusted, Daitu strode confidently towards the exit. Eishu also let out a sigh. After all, he is still a child, and he becomes exhilarated at the mere mention of physical education classes. Indeed, the practical training at Rin School is nothing short of an intense physical regimen, focusing on skills such as shuriken throwing, body techniques, and even combat among classmates, rather than basketball, singing, and rap. Why does it feel like something peculiar has intruded? Eishu did not ponder much. He gathered his belongings and promptly made his way to the training ground. However, upon reaching the threshold of the classroom, a chilling and rather unfriendly voice resonated. Utilizing explosive tags in a brawl, even if victorious, is hardly a matter of pride. You have violated the rules, Eishu. Historically, only the Uchiha would dare to speak to the esteemed duo of top scholars and underachievers in such a manner. Yet today, the Uchiha had shown a rare timidity. For the speaker was none other than the aloof Kakashi. Eishu's expression suddenly twisted into something peculiar. An explosive tag? Can an explosive tag achieve zero pollution? Such a narrow perspective. However, upon further reflection, Eishu realized that being misunderstood might not be entirely detrimental. He had no intention of relinquishing his hydrogen release. The technological advancements within the ninja world are skewed. What a primary school student can accomplish, other ninjas can too, even if it seems exaggerated. His meticulous chakra control is a rare gift, scarcely seen among ninjas. Surely, a combination jutsu could be executed with a water-style ninja and a lightning-style ninja, right? As this thought crossed his mind, Eishu suddenly raised an eyebrow. Speaking of lightning-style ninjas, the Kakashi before him seemed to fit the bill. If they were to form a team in the future, with him providing water release, Kakashi handling lightning release, and Obito in charge of ignition, forget about the Kimui Bridge. Even the Rock Village would have to consider whether their landslide plan to eliminate Obito would pass if hydrogen release had a say. With this in mind, Eishu turned to Kakashi, who was propped up with his lifeless fish-like eyes, yet, just like during their earlier eye contact in class, he showed no concealment of his disdain. The moment their eyes met, Eishu abandoned the thoughts swirling in his mind. Too infuriating, I shall rely on myself instead. Once he masters the variations of chakra attributes, he could manage the ignition process on his own. He could even manipulate hydrogen using wind release. Whether it be compression or long-range strikes, he could accomplish it all by himself. Who needs you, Kakashi? Obito, holding a match, lamented, what about me? In any case, I hope that during the upcoming practical class, you will not be so excessive. Kakashi seemed to be under some strange delusion. As the ordeal was far from over, Eishu even began to question whether he had overlooked the significant events occurring in Konoha recently. Yes, indeed. You are correct. The impatient Eishu waved his hand dismissively and departed with an air of nonchalance. This left Kakashi alone in the classroom, brow furrowed and gaze menacing. This fellow. Chapter 6. Exchange the Rasengan for that technique, Victor. Hatake Kakashi. Both parties formed the reconciliation seal, as Obito, covered in dirt and ash, was inevitably subdued by Kakashi. It seemed as if fate had predetermined this outcome. Eishu could only lament the unpredictability of life, akin to the intricacies of a sausage encasing another. Thank you for your efforts, Tuzzy. Kakashi must have taken the wrong medicine. I am powerless to change that. How infuriating. We were so close. After the match, Obito still wore a face of defiance, unaware that it was merely a shadow clone. Kakashi truly lacks both virtue and propriety. Eishu curled his lips, his gaze laced with disdain. The disparity between you two, is it merely a technique of duplication? While you toil and strive as if your very life depended on it, the other party hardly breaks a sweat. However, one must concede that Kakashi is indeed formidable. He commenced his education at the tender age of 5 and graduated the same year, achieving the rank of Chunin the following year. By the time Obito finally graduated and became a Chunin, Kakashi had already ascended to the rank of Jonin. A quintessential protagonist narrative, without a doubt. Eishu had no intention of engaging in a confrontation with Kakashi. He adhered to a path of high-end elitism, embodying the essence of an intellectual. His weapon of choice was the pen, not a shuriken. Practical combat classes were merely a cursory exploration for him. Thus, the morning session concluded. Eishu and Dato arrived at a quaint little park adjacent to their school, each settling onto a swing. Dato produced 4 rice balls lovingly crafted by his grandmother, and they shared them, savoring every bite. When will I become a ninja? Dato mused, tossing the remnants of their meal into a nearby trash bin before brushing his hands together and sighing heavily. What is on your mind? Eishu inquired, finishing the last morsel. Nothing much. I just find myself envious of those ninjas, Dato replied. Take that fool from yesterday, for instance. I must admit, he is truly impressive. He can endure a great deal without faltering, and I didn't even see when he dashed behind me. And then there's that sister, Kushina. What about Kushina? Eishu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did you not notice, Eishu? Dato suddenly turned to him, his expression earnest. When she paid yesterday, she was so composed. That was 3 enormous bowls of ramen, complete with char siu and Naruto rolls, costing over 100 each. 3 bowls TSK. Ninjas truly are affluent. Eishu's expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment. Truly, it is you, Obito. After your descent into darkness, you have become an enigma. Even your thoughts prior to that transformation were equally astonishing. It seems that Kushina had quite the engaging time with you 2 youngsters yesterday. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice suddenly resonated behind them. Both individuals paused momentarily and turned in unison, only to find a handsome young man with a buzz cut and golden hair smiling at them. Eishu was taken aback. Goodness, is that not Minato? For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had encountered the grown-up Naruto. Senpai, is there something you need? Obito inquired nervously. Just call me Minato. There's no need to be anxious. I merely wish to understand the events of yesterday afternoon, Minato replied with a warm smile, affectionately ruffling Obito's hair. However, his subsequent words left both of them in shock. I have recently been developing a ninjutsu, and I am nearing its completion. The technique you both used yesterday was quite formidable. Could you enlighten me on how you executed it? Though Minato spoke with a smile that was both genuine and radiant. In the minds of the two, the interpretation took a different turn. As expected of Minato, is this an investigation? In Eishu's mind, he contemplated that the technique mentioned by Minato must certainly be the Rasengan. However, he couldn't fathom why Minato would require the assistance of two mere children. Their presence here likely stemmed from reminiscing, entirely unrelated to the explosion caused by the explosive tag. Is he here to settle the score? Obito thought. A surge of anxiety coursing through him. The inevitable had finally arrived. The two youths exchanged glances. Obito discerned contemplation in Eishu's eyes, while Eishu perceived a flicker of enlightenment within Obito's gaze. Moments later, Obito suddenly shoved Eishu aside and dashed towards Minato. Eishu, you must flee. I shall hold him off. Obito shouted, embodying the valor of a self-sacrificing hero, reminiscent of the chilling winds of the Eishu River. Yet, Minato instinctively evaded Obito's brave charge with a swift sidestep, causing Obito to lose his balance and tumble straight into a trash bin. Silence enveloped the air for 2 seconds. The two observed Obito's bewildering misadventure, momentarily at a loss for words. Has he always been like this? Minato's smile stiffened as he scratched his head in confusion. He usually isn't like this. Perhaps he overindulged today. Eishu covered his face, feeling an overwhelming desire to dig a hole and disappear. How he wished to declare that he did not know this fool. Nevertheless, Eishu helped Obito extricate himself from the refuse. Now free, Obito lowered his head, his cheeks flushed to the roots of his ears. Observing Obito's demeanor, a glimmer of understanding crossed Minato's eyes. His reluctance to expose their actions yesterday stemmed from a fear that they would feel excessively guilty. Yet, it seemed he had overthought the matter. The hearts of children are invariably simple and pure. Perhaps he had been too considerate. By the way, I owe you both my gratitude. Had it not been for your explosive interruption yesterday, this technique of mine would not have taken shape so swiftly. Minato chuckled lightly as he opened his palm, visibly gathering chakra that danced and swirled energetically. Moments later, an unruly sphere of chakra materialized, radiating a light blue hue. With the chakra within spinning wildly. Though it appeared chaotic, it remained remarkably stable. Both Obito and Eishu stared in astonishment. Eishu is well aware of the potency of this technique, which has been utilized from its inception to the grand finale, earning its place as a hallmark of the Hokage. Although Obito lacks a comprehensive understanding, it is evident that the technique is quite impressive. This is a newly developed ninjutsu that I have named the Rasengan. As you can see, it is a ninjutsu without hand seals, Minato explained with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the two young men, his eyes radiating clarity and sincerity. I propose a trade. I can impart this technique to you, provided you share with me what transpired yesterday afternoon. Would that be agreeable? Eishu was taken aback. To be honest, he felt a stir in his heart. Huoying was undoubtedly lying, but the deceit lay not in the so-called transaction, but rather in his true intentions. Eishu would not believe that the creation of the Rasengan was the result of an explosion caused by himself and Obito. Yet, he firmly trusts in the ninjutsu of exchange that Minato spoke of. Such as this man, truly a beacon of hope in Konoha. Before mastering the 8 gates, must I first learn the Rasengan? Eishu murmured to himself, pondering the nature of this transaction. It could hardly be described as a guaranteed profit, but rather it appeared to be an opportunity for immense gain. Exchanging a rudimentary form of hydrogen release for a technique capable of being passed down through 3 generations, the equivalent of trading a novice's wooden stick for a legendary golden artifact. Furthermore, his so-called hydrogen release was, after all, not a bloodline limit. Eventually, it would be exposed. Thus, rather than concealing it, it would be wiser to embrace it openly. Moreover, who knows? If Minato were to take an interest in this technique, he might even assist him in its research. After all, he was a prodigious talent, capable of comprehending the Flying Thunder God technique. Eishu's heart raced. He glanced at Obito, only to find Obito gazing back at him. It was evident that Obito was quite taken with the moment. However, he was not one to disregard loyalty for personal gain. Without Eishu's consent, he would never divulge anything. With this thought in mind, Eishu resolved to act without hesitation. In truth, it was not a matter of great consequence, dear Minato. Eishu let out a sigh and slowly spoke. It is merely an imitation of nature's phenomena, infused with a touch of my personal sentiment. Ninjutsu originates from life, yet transcends it. The principles of my ninjutsu are as follows. Dato listened attentively as Eishu spoke eloquently. In that moment, he felt as if Eishu had transformed into a beacon of light. Chapter 7. Mastery of Dual Control. Indeed, it is a technique, Lord Hokage, and moreover, an unprecedented composite ninjutsu. Oh? Saratobi Hiruzen inquired with keen interest, urging him to elaborate. Minato hesitated for a moment, then exhaled deeply. His expression intricate as he spoke. It is a combination of lightning release and water release. According to that child, he stumbled upon it while fishing by the river. This is an inspiring tale. An orphan, living on the meager support of Konoha, struggled to make ends meet, wishing to stretch every coin to its limit. Occasionally, when he went hungry and had no money, he would fish by the river, hoping for luck. Yet this orphan harbored dreams of becoming a ninja. He diligently studied the two fundamental ninjutsu left to him by his parents, dedicating himself day and night. Until one day, while attempting to electrocute fish, he discovered a remarkable phenomenon. His lightning release was rudimentary and weak, far from capable of stunning fish. However, it caused numerous bubbles to rise in the crystal-clear river water. In essence, the future of this technique is entirely a serendipitous discovery by that child. It is not a bloodline limit. Upon finishing, Minato sighed, surprised that these seemingly mischievous youngsters lived such arduous lives. Yet he clearly had not addressed the crux of the matter. After a moment of silence, Saratobi Hiruzen sighed and then inquired, Minato, do you have any understanding of the power and potential of this technique? This is the crux. It is difficult to assess. Minato's expression grew complex, his gaze wavering. The process is too intricate, requiring precise control over both lightning and water, which must be sourced from the environment, not from water release. Once prepared, a second person must either trigger the explosion or store it for a delayed detonation. The entire process demands the practitioner possess an exceptionally delicate mastery of chakra. If any link falters, the technique will not only fail but could also pose a danger. Minato spoke somewhat sheepishly. Saratobi Hiruzen's expression gradually became animated. What sort of technique could be so convoluted? Must a second person be responsible for detonation? Wouldn't it be simpler to just throw a few explosive tags? After all the groundwork laid by Minato, detailing the hardships and dreams of a ninja, Saratobi Hiruzen was prepared for a revelation. Perhaps Konoha was about to welcome yet another prodigious youth, akin to Minato himself? However, after Minato's exposition, Saratobi Hiruzen realized he had underestimated the complexity. Minato. As the words lingered on his lips, Saratobi Hiruzen paused, ultimately donning a benevolent smile. Regardless, the child's efforts deserve recognition. I will arrange for assistance to improve his circumstances. If you have time, perhaps you could also mentor him. By the way, how far along are you with your unmarked ninjutsu? The conversation eventually circled back to Minato's Rasengan. Minato smiled confidently, declaring that he had succeeded. Lord Hokage. Is that so? Congratulations, Minato. I always knew you were superior to that scoundrel Jiraiya. Just then, the door to the Hokage's office swung open. In Konoha, very few could enter the Hokage's office unannounced. Yet the tall, aloof man who entered was undoubtedly one of them. With long hair and violet eyeshadow accentuating his serpentine gaze, he exuded a chilling yet captivating aura. It was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Teacher, you summoned me, Orochimaru said in his raspy yet alluring voice. Having noticed Minato's golden crew cut, recognizing him immediately, Orochimaru nodded slightly in greeting. Nice new hairstyle, Minato. Minato offered a wry smile, acknowledging the unexpected encounter. I was just discussing this matter with Minato, Saratobi Hiruzen interjected. A gifted child has emerged in the village, so young yet already delving into the creation of ninjutsu. Much like you in your youth, Orochimaru. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, his seemingly impassive gaze momentarily flickering with an unusual light. Is that so? That very evening, Eishu sat upon the bed, holding a plump little balloon filled with water. Eishu endeavored to infuse chakra into a balloon, causing it to move erratically. According to Naruto, should the balloon burst, he would be on the brink of mastering this technique. Indeed, this marked the second step in the training of the Rasengan. The initial step involved concentrating chakra in the palm, a skill Eishu had already perfected, even managing to gather it on the back of his hand. As the chakra was infused into the water balloon, the once docile sphere became restless, exhibiting subtle movements that seemed almost bashful. Eishu struggled for a considerable time, Yet he was unable to burst the water balloon. Sigh, it's quite challenging, he lamented. After school today, he abandoned the idea of attending the Konoha hospital to learn the art of the sage. He didn't even greet Mike Guy, instead hastening directly home. His sole purpose was to practice the Rasengan. In retrospect, Eishu felt a twinge of regret. After all, being a traveler from another world, it was rather embarrassing to be so captivated by a mere Rasengan. This feeling was particularly pronounced when Minato was elucidating the principles of the Rasengan to the two students. Memories from the past surged vividly in his mind, reminiscent of Jiraiya teaching Naruto and Sasuke instructing Boruto, all of which he had observed from the screen. It felt like a legitimate certificate for possessing the Rasengan. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Eishu once again focused his attention on the palm of his hand. He was determined to master the Rasengan in the shortest possible time, for once the Yang release plan commenced. He anticipated he would lack the energy to delve into this skill. The mastery of sage art in the 8 gates would undoubtedly deplete both his physical strength and vitality. The following morning, Eishu stepped out with dark circles under his eyes. In his backpack, alongside his textbooks, were 2 water balloons. Upon arriving at the classroom, he noticed that Obito had not arrived as early today. After a day's absence, the chatter among classmates had diminished significantly. Good morning, Eishu. Did you not sleep well last night? Good morning. Eishu greeted her classmates and then quietly returned to her seat, retrieving 2 water balloons. Indeed, Eishu is skillfully manipulating the ball with his hands. In the second phase of mastering the Rasengan, the challenge lies in controlling chakra. This is Eishu's forte, and he wishes to continue his training in hydrogen release while mastering the Rasengan. Suddenly, the school bell rings, and the teacher strides to the podium. In the final moment, Obito rushes into the classroom, sheepishly apologizing to the teacher, before taking a seat beside Eishu under the teacher's icy gaze. Phew, that was close, Obito murmurs, recalling that his grandmother was unwell today, making it quite challenging for him to prepare a meal. He then turns to boastfully glance at Eishu. You're in for a treat today, Eishu, as Obito himself. But then, Obito's eyes widen in shock as he notices Eishu's subtle movements beneath the desk. Why you've already reached this level? Obito is clearly astonished by Eishu's adept ball control. At that moment, however, 2 water balloons burst with a loud pop, splattering water on Eishu's pants and knocking Obito's jaw askew. Has it been achieved? Eishu ponders, remaining composed. To burst a single water balloon is merely a natural consequence for Eishu, who has spent 3 months studying hydrogen release. The subsequent soccer ball is where the real drama lies. Obito, at a loss for words, stares in disbelief. Yet the teacher remains composed. The commotion has drawn the attention of the entire class. At this moment, the advantages of good academic performance become evident. Although Eishu's practical lessons are consistently mediocre, his academic performance has always been exceptional, a fact that even Kakashi must acknowledge with respect. And as for Obito, Uchiha Obito, what on earth are you doing there? Get out and stand over here. Right now. Chapter 8. Obito, grounded in humiliation. Time flies. Unbeknownst to him, a month has slipped by. A month is neither too long nor too short. It is ample time to cultivate a habit or achieve minor goals. At the Konoha hospital, the nurse reassures Eishu, do not be anxious. Just release your chakra as your sister taught you. Believe in yourself. You can do this. It is still the same nurse, whom Eishu learned was named Takehisa Kumi, tending to his wounds. A middle-aged man, nursing a minor scratch on his shoulder, sits nearby, claiming he sustained it while clumsily attempting to climb through a window. The reason for his hasty escape remains a mystery. Presently, the man's expression reflects a mix of helplessness and amusement. Young man, why not give it a bold try? No, Eishu responds earnestly. A medical ninja must be accountable for every patient. Reckless bravery will only hinder the healing process. But if you don't begin soon, I fear my wound may heal before you even start. The man chuckles ruefully, concerned more about whether his secret affair with Kazuki has been discovered by her husband than about his insignificant injury. His visit to the hospital serves as a temporary refuge, allowing this aspiring medical ninja to practice his skills. I am about to start. With a deep breath, Eishu begins forming hand seals. The healing technique, known as healing arts, activates his chakra through specific seals, enabling rapid recovery for wounds. However, not everyone possesses chakra capable of such effects. The rarity of medical ninjas and the limited number of those who can master the healing technique is not without reason. To become a medical ninja, the most fundamental and crucial requirement is the ability to activate this specialized healing chakra, the Yang release chakra. Yang release can be innate, as seen in the Akimichi clan's expansion technique, a family secret passed down through generations. Of course, one can also learn to manipulate chakra nature through diligent practice. Fortunately for Eishu, his luck, or perhaps his talent, shines brightly. Apart from lightning and water, he finds himself remarkably compatible with yang release, sparing him considerable effort. He need not perform 100 push-ups daily or walk miles upside down to stimulate his body's yang release. Green chakra flows into his palms, infusing the small wound with a surge of life energy. After approximately 5 seconds, Eishu concludes the treatment, gazing hopefully at the middle-aged man. How do you feel? Is it better? The man pauses, contemplating his response before finally saying, "It should be healed, I suppose." Then it is healed. Eishu stands up promptly, bowing politely. "Thank you for your cooperation. Wishing you good health." It seems inappropriate to say welcome in a hospital setting, and Eishu quickly corrects himself to avoid awkwardness. Just then, he feels a small hand pressed gently against his forehead. "No doubt about it, little Eishu. In such a short time, you've become a medical ninja. Congratulations." Kumi, the nurse, playfully tousles Eishu's hair, her soft touch irresistible. In no time, his hair resembles a bird's nest. All thanks to the teachings of Senior Yano and Sister Kumi. Eishu answered obediently and then turned to look at a slightly older woman. She wore large glasses and exuded a gentle yet intellectual aura. The woman's influence was indispensable in Eishu's mastery of the sage art. "Your diligence and talent are paramount. I hope you will become a competent medical ninja. You have a bright future ahead," she said tenderly. As a former elite of the root, the notion of a bright future held perhaps deeper connotations in the words of Yanoyu. However, Eishu paid it no mind. He had already grasped the fundamental technique of the Rasengan, thus earning him the label of being a half-disciple of Minato. Indeed, he had mastered the Rasengan. Just half a month ago, he struggled with ball control using both hands, having burst 2 soccer balls in the process. The Rasengan was indeed a remarkable technique. When Naruto learned it, he had the assistance of 2 shadow clones to help form the sphere. Boruto, on the other hand, achieved it directly with a mini version. One could only surmise that the chakra manipulation of this father-son duo was equally rudimentary, whereas Eishu did not share such a shortcoming. His Rasengan was initiated with true dual-hand technique, the genuine dual-hand sphere. However, he was not yet capable of unleashing 2 Rasengans simultaneously, for the simple reason that his chakra was insufficient. While he managed to burst 2 soccer balls, it was not comparable to the simultaneous explosion of water balloons. The latter took a half hour to detonate one after the other. Yet now, following the Rasengan, he had also learned the sage art. The progress Eishu made over the past month was nothing short of remarkable, allowing for the implementation of certain plans. Speaking of which, this cohort of children truly is exceptional. Just as Eishu was preparing to take his leave and return home to attend to important matters, a conversation amongst several nurses caught his attention. "That little girl can handle wounds now. She's truly a genius. You must be referring to Rinchan, right? I was astonished when I saw her yesterday. But little Eishu is impressive too. It's quite rare for a boy to possess such delicate chakra." This dialogue struck Eishu as rather superficial. Why must it be that a boy cannot possess such refined chakra? Eishu, with a cold smile within, mused that the more formidable the technique, the more intricate the chakra manipulation required. The remarks of those nurses were merely the narrow-minded views of women. Nevertheless, he acknowledged Lin's extraordinary talent. Despite her understated demeanor, she was indeed a medical ninja capable of performing an eye transplant at the tender age of 11. Indicating that talent was certainly not her weakness, he resolved to exert more effort, secretly determining that disbanding Team 7 would be the wisest choice to prevent a tragedy akin to Obito's from occurring again. As he walked home, a sense of fatigue washed over him. Ultimately, he recognized that his foundation was still too fragile, compounded by his youth and the meager amount of chakra at his disposal. The 8 gates technique needed to be accelerated. After all, a skilled craftsman cannot work without materials, and continuing in this manner was untenable. In a murmur, Eishu spoke. Just as he was about to return home through a dimly lit alley, his peripheral vision caught sight of several figures. One of them was a hedgehog-headed individual being pressed against the ground, prompting an instinctive reaction from Eishu. "I bought a watch last year. Let go of Obito." With a powerful sprint and a flying kick, Eishu forcefully kicked away one of the assailants and rushed to Obito's side, who was lying on the ground. "Are you all right?" "Obito? I'm fine. You're here, Eishu." Obito struggled to rise. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his left eye was swollen, presenting a pitiful sight. "What happened?" Eishu urgently inquired. It was only then that he recognized most of the assailants as familiar faces. The same group from the Uchiha clan. But in addition to Uchiha Beiying, There seemed to be an older Uchiha as well. The alley was too dark for Eishu to discern the man's features, but he was notably taller than Uchiha Being. Most crucially, this individual wore a forehead protector. He was a ninja. I intended to visit you at the Konoha hospital, but encountered them on the way. Without a word, they dragged me over and started beating me up. Obito gritted his teeth and warned, "Be careful, Eishu. There's a ninja among them." The gaze of Eishu darkened. "Is it this fellow who last time unleashed explosive symbols upon you, only to be thwarted?" From the shadows, the Uchiha with a forehead protector spoke, his tone replete with disdain. "Indeed, cousin. It is they. Had we not been interrupted by a ninja that day, we would have all been obliterated by his explosives." Uchiha Being stoked the flames. Chapter 9. The Scene of Obito's Demise. Obito fixed his unwavering stare upon Uchiha Being. Eishu initially intended to encourage Deidara, reminding him that in the face of such formidable adversaries, fleeing should not even be contemplated, for escape was futile. However, upon witnessing Deidara's formidable presence, Eishu opted for silence. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Although Deidara ranked at the bottom of their class, consistently underperforming in both theoretical and practical assessments, a significant portion of this was attributable to Kakashi. Deidara's relentless pursuit of Kakashi in practical training, undeterred by any obstacles, had led to a record of 0 victories against 9 defeats. "Please, buy me some time." This plea did not originate from Eishu, who himself was taken aback. A fleeting glance at Deidara revealed something unusual about him today. Could it be that the Uchiha bloodline has awakened? That shouldn't be the case. Eishu contemplated inwardly, yet his body was already in motion. Words were futile. Relying on his own fists was far more dependable than mere verbal sparring. Eishu propelled himself forward with determination, charging ahead. However, as he approached a few individuals, he unexpectedly retrieved an object from his pocket. It was light and compact, easily grasped in his hand, which he then hurled toward them. "Last time I failed to annihilate you. This time, I shall ensure that both you and your cousin meet the same fate." Eishu shouted, "It's an explosive tag." Uchiha Being immediately cried out, the darkness obscuring his view of what Eishu had thrown, yet he instinctively perceived it as an explosive tag. "Come down." The Uchiha with the forehead protector barked, swiftly darting forward to seize the object in his hand. Indeed, it bore the familiar texture of an explosive tag. However, something felt amiss. It was a tad small and rather thin. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find inscribed upon it, "Ichiraka Ramen 20 off coupon." His initial panic swiftly morphed into disdain, tinged with a hint of lingering fear. It must be said, if an explosive tag were to detonate in such a confined space, there would be no escape for anyone. Moreover, he had been perplexed about how someone of such tender years could possess an explosive tag, which led him to boldly attempt to grasp it with one hand. "Cousin." Uchiha Being had already covered his ears, the reason for which in the face of an explosive tag remained a mystery. Yet, at that moment, his gaze towards his cousin was filled with admiration. "Next time, don't overreact. Remember your surname. As Uchiha, you should not be so timid." His cousin's words resonated deeply, and he nodded vigorously, casting a challenging glance at Eishu. Having a strong ally felt marvelous. But it was at that very moment that Obito, who had been overlooked by everyone, spoke up. "Eishu, get out of the way." Eishu promptly lay down, as he had begun to comprehend the intentions of Obito. Approximately 3 weeks prior, the two had diverged in their training concerning the Rasengan. Do not misunderstand. It was not a profound disagreement regarding training methodologies, for Obito was hardly worthy of such distinction. After expending a full 10 days, he could barely manage to gather chakra in the palm of his hand. The notion of creating a water balloon was far beyond his capabilities, as merely maintaining the chakra proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, Obito resolved to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the Rasengan. Perhaps that buzzcut ninja was merely deceiving him. What significance could a chakra sphere possess, after all? It would be far more prudent to focus on perfecting his fire release, great fireball technique. At that time, Eishu offered his counsel. Yet Obito had already made up his mind, leaving him at a loss for words. Moreover, practicing the great fireball technique was beneficial, as it would at least provide an understanding of what chakra truly was. Since that day, aside from attending classes, the two had little interaction. After mastering the spiral sphere, Eishu ventured to the Konoha hospital in search of fortune. Meanwhile, Obito diligently immersed himself in the study of the great fireball technique. At this moment, Obito held his breath and focused intently, his hands forming seals with remarkable precision. Each seal was executed flawlessly. His chakra was gradually mobilized, lacking the frantic intensity typical of fire-release ninjutsu, as he sought a methodical and steady approach. That seal was impossible. The cousin of Uchiha Being was astonished, for he had only mastered that technique in his third year. Could it be that this young boy was a prodigy? Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito took a deep breath, finally ready to proceed. Eishu protected the back of his head, as he did not wish to become the second Watergate. At this moment, Eishu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Has Obito finally matured? Yet, in the next instant, the atmosphere became overwhelmingly heated as Obito unleashed his chakra with fervor. After a month of relentless effort, today was finally the day of reckoning. You're not human, are you? Aren't you looking for your cousin? Doesn't your cousin possess a forehead protector? Come on, let us inflict mutual harm. Obito's eyes sparkled with madness as the searing fireball vanished. Alas, the chakra was insufficient, compounded by an overabundance of mental fluctuations, resulting in a half-second delay in the release of chakra. The ninjutsu activation failed. Obito's great fireball sputtered to a halt. Eishu waited for an extended period. Yet he was unable to witness the so-called indestructible Uchiha fire release materialize. Even the Uchiha clan members before him, who had been rendered speechless and paralyzed by Obito's overwhelming aura, stood frozen in place. Ha 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 ha. The derisive laughter echoed repeatedly, devoid of any need for further taunts, laden with profound insult. Eishu silently rose to his feet, casting a glance at the bewildered Obito, and sighed. Truly, you are remarkable. Obito, embrace the darkness, bring forth destruction, I stand in support of you. Eishu inhaled deeply, then silently gazed at the group of Uchiha before him, who were laughing so hard they could scarcely breathe. Obito, buy me some time. It's my turn now. Chakra surged in the palm of his hand, coalescing into a sphere while spinning rapidly. Obito recognized it instantly, momentarily forgetting his own embarrassment as his eyes widened in astonishment. Though smaller, it was undeniably identical to the Rasengan used by Lord Minato that day. Rasengan, a trivial performance. Uchiha Being's cousin noticed Eishu's unusual movement and displayed a look of disdain. He refrained from making any harsh remarks or mockery, despite the evident disparity in strength. The pride of the Uchiha clan compelled this headband-wearing Uchiha to hasten the conclusion of this farce. Whoosh! In a flash, he delivered a straight punch aimed directly at Eishu's abdomen. Eishu's gaze turned frigid. In the next instant, Obito's figure materialized, crossing his arms to block the incoming punch, yet he was forced to retreat repeatedly until he stood before Eishu. Hiss! Obito inhaled sharply, pain coursing through him. Nevertheless, he placed his faith in Eishu. His fireball jutsu had faltered, but Eishu's Rasengan would surely succeed. Do not presume that donning a forehead protector grants you the freedom to act as you please. Obito declared, I shall deliver justice. With a roar to bolster his resolve, he boldly launched himself into the fray. Seeking death, the Uchiha ninja, merely 11 or 12 years of age, was already seething with rage after being toyed with by two youngsters. As Obito charged, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. The force of the kick struck Obito squarely in the face, amplified by his own momentum, sending him reeling, blood gushing from his nose. Cousin, you are magnificent. Teach this Uchiha disgrace a lesson, cheered Uchiha Being from behind. And there was Eishu watching as Obito lay on the ground, disheveled yet still striving to rise. Eishu wished to assist, yet the chakra had already coalesced in his hand. Relinquishing it now would amount to a complete waste of his prior efforts. Curse it. I have overused my mastery of celestial arts today. Eishu silently cursed under his breath. Having practiced numerous times at the Konoha hospital, his chakra was now severely depleted. The energy required to form a stable Rasengan was simply insufficient. At this moment, Eishu was desperately trying to mobilize his chakra. However, chakra is an energy produced by all the cells in the human body, and overuse inevitably triggers the body's self-protective mechanisms. While adults might be able to squeeze out more through sheer willpower, Eishu's soul, having lived 2 lives, was undoubtedly resilient. Yet the crux of the matter lay in his youth. No matter how hard he strained, he could hardly produce much. Damn it! Eishu gritted his teeth. Just then, the swaying figure of Obito suddenly turned to him, flashed a grin, and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, Eishu, I'm fine. It was evident that Obito had reached his limit. Even standing was a struggle, and he could scarcely maintain his balance. The Uchiha ninja continued to advance, seemingly imitating adults, exuding an increasingly potent aura with each slow step. Obito. Eishu was momentarily taken aback. Yet, after a brief pause, his gaze gradually turned icy, and a flicker of madness surged forth unexpectedly. It was time to take a gamble. Chapter 10. What to do if there is no place to borrow a flame? Eishu has always been a steadfast individual. He once vowed to never coexist with gambling and drugs throughout eternity. However, it seems he is on the verge of breaking that vow today. Ibido can only endure for so long, and he himself is unable to produce any chakra. The path before him has dwindled to a single option. He must first channel his yang release chakra. With a flick of his palm, the small sphere of chakra condensed in Eishu's hand instantly dissipated. However, the chakra did not vanish. Instead, it flowed directly to the back of his hand. Eishu clasped his hands, initiating a series of intricate seals. First came the water sphere technique. In this desolate place, devoid of any natural water source, save for a foul drainage ditch, Eishu remained resolute, unwilling to rely on external forces. After diligently honing his mastery of the water style for over half a month, was this not the moment he had been preparing for? Water release. Eishu let out a resounding shout, matching the volume and intensity of Ibido's presence. Yet, his call went unnoticed. Ibido was enduring blows, while Uchiha Beiying cheered on, and Beiying's cousin regarded the scene with disdain. Meanwhile, Eishu's actions continued unabated. The chakra on the back of his hand transformed into a small sphere of water, spinning vigorously, reminiscent of a Rasengan. However, the Rasengan lacks the inherent chakra properties. Naruto's Rasengan is infused with the transformative essence of wind chakra. The water sphere of Eishu merely resembles a spiral ball at first glance. In essence, it is simply a rotating water orb. Yet, what he desires is indeed the water sphere. There is potential. Eishu's eyes brightened as he witnessed the fusion of yang release and water release, resulting in a technique that was truly unlike any he had encountered before. Once again, he formed hand seals, this time for lightning release. Although his chakra reserves were indeed dwindling, a month of diligent training had significantly enhanced his overall chakra capacity. While he was unable to produce a stable Rasen shuriken, he was more than capable of unleashing a formidable hydrogen release technique from that very day. Eishu was uncertain how long his yang release, small water sphere would last. However, theoretically, once infused with yang release, it should persist similarly to wood release. Bang! Ibido was struck once more, sent flying through the air, and tumbled twice before landing at Eishu's feet. He could no longer rise. His face swollen and bruised like that of a pig, yet his vision narrowed to a mere slit. He steadfastly gazed at Eishu. "Fear not, Ibido." Eishu nodded, and the lightning in his left hand had merged with the water sphere in his right. Bubbles continuously formed within the water sphere, and upon witnessing this, Eishu was overwhelmed with joy. The combination of yang release and water release truly yielded water molecules that could be decomposed. However, a dilemma arose. He had successfully created a water release capable of electrolysis, and his lightning release was sufficiently powerful. At this moment, the water sphere had expanded slightly, resembling a balloon. Yet, what about fire? Eishu gazed at the Uchiha ninja before him. The figure was not particularly tall, resembling a young adolescent, still several months away from adulthood. Such an individual surely would not possess the flames of power, would they? Eishu felt a sudden jolt of alarm. The experiment had succeeded, but what was he to do without a source of fire? He was anxiously waiting for a solution. At that moment, he was taken aback by the unexpected display of ninjutsu. However, he quickly realized that such techniques held little value before the might of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha boy began to form hand seals, and the pattern was familiar to Eishu. It was the same seal used by Ibido for the Great Fireball technique just moments ago. Could it be? Allow me to demonstrate what that useless individual could not manifest. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. In that fleeting moment of 0.000735454 seconds, Eishu stood in stunned silence. However, he swiftly regained his composure, thrusting his hands forward to unleash his yang hydrogen release. Although it was merely a gas, and Eishu lacked knowledge of wind release, it was of no consequence, as the mass remained unchanged. The distance between them was quite minimal. With that forceful push, the hydrogen balloon immediately lost its spherical form. The Uchiha boy merely felt a gust of wind and smirked disdainfully, thinking that even a mere fart would surpass this feeble display. The next instant, chakra transformed into flames, erupting forth. Boom! The fireball materialized as expected, but it morphed the instant it appeared, reacting explosively with the hydrogen in the air. A powerful shockwave and scorching heat wave sent the Uchiha boy hurtling through the air, crashing into his cousin and a throng of subordinates, all of whom were subsequently sent sprawling away. At a critical juncture, Eishu threw himself onto Abito, disregarding his disheveled appearance. As Abito had already been rendered a pitiful sight, he could not remain a mere spectator. The heat wave surged forth as anticipated. Yet it remained within the bounds of what Eishu could endure. He sensed a slight burning sensation on his head, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Eishu was taken aback, instinctively rising to extinguish the flames with his hands. Just when he managed to save his own head, the scene before him was equally shocking. The enemy had fallen. The explosion had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. However, its origin lay within the great fireball unleashed by that young Uchiha ninja. He had borne the brunt of the impact, his upper body charred beyond recognition, while the group of young Uchiha behind him was left in disarray, none standing upright. This was a disaster. A tremor coursed through Eishu's heart. Could it be that it had caused an immediate and fatal explosion? The fireball, indeed, could not claim lives, but with the addition of hydrogen escape, the outcome was uncertain. See, cousin? Uchiha being struggled to rise, gazing at his unconscious cousin. The idol he revered lay motionless, prompting an involuntary cry of despair to escape his lips. This wailing seemed to possess a contagious quality. The surrounding little spirits, already unsettled by the recent explosion, soon joined in, each bursting into tears in succession. Eishu observed the scene before him, yet his gaze gradually grew colder. In his original world, regardless of the enmity between parties, if one side suffered death or severe injury, the conflict would invariably cease. However, this realm was different. This was the ninja world. Had he failed to summon the hydrogen release in that moment, it would have been Abito who would now be weeping bitterly. Yet, perhaps even Abito would be unable to weep, for that was fire release. The fire release of a mere genin. Eishu, have we won? Abito's voice emerged weakly. Eishu raised his eyebrows, his gaze returning to the pig-headed figure of Abito. He exhaled softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course. He helped Abito to his feet, and the two brothers leaned against each other, casting a final glance at the weeping Uchiha youth. Their actions were inexplicably synchronized. They turned and departed, devoid of any trace of compassion. Uchiha Being, his cousin, might be dead, or perhaps not. Given Eishu's recent experiences in Konoha, it was highly probable he had sustained severe burns and a concussion, possibly even internal bleeding. But who truly cared? No matter how many words were spoken, he would not be harmed by the fireball. He was safe. The two brothers limped out of the alley. As the sun dipped low in the west, their shadows stretched long behind them. Unbeknownst to them, atop a nearby utility pole, a figure observed their retreating forms. How intriguing. Orochimaru's cold serpent-like eyes sparkled with keen interest. Is this the combination ninjutsu you have devised? He glanced at the shadowy alley filled with lamentations, a smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Old man, it seems you have misjudged this time. Ouch, that hurts. Can you be a little gentler? Sister, if you know it hurts, then perhaps you should refrain from fighting in the future, understood? Konoha Hospital. Nurse Kumi reprimanded Abito sternly while applying medication. Treatment at Konoha Hospital was complimentary for ninjas, even for first-year students of the Ninja Academy. Moreover, with Eishu, an insider present, there was no excuse. But they started it. Abito mumbled. However, Kumi was not swayed by his explanations. That does not matter. Fighting is simply wrong. Do you understand? Abito bowed his head in silence, then discreetly glanced to the side. Eishu sat quietly in the chair, while a young girl carefully applied medicine to his hand. You should be just fine, Eishu-kun. Thank you, Lin. Eishu deliberately leaned his head against the wall, wishing to conceal the small curls at the back of his head from prying eyes. There's no need for formality, Eishu-kun. The young girl said with a faint smile, while Eishu appeared somewhat uneasy. Observing this scene, Dato let out a sigh. Eishu seems to be quite favored by the ladies, doesn't he? Chapter 11. A late-night conversation between two titans. As Eishu and Abito departed from the Konoha Hospital, they encountered several ninjas, stirring an unsettling feeling within them. However, it was not the presence of the ninjas that troubled them, but rather the sight of these warriors bearing a wounded child. Among them, the one in the most dire condition had a scorched torso and a faint breath, as if he had fallen victim to a vicious assault. It was none other than Uchiha Kitakage, his cousin. In that moment, Abito was paralyzed by fear. Eishu, are we going to be all right? He stammered. What could possibly go wrong? If your fireball jutsu were to manifest, they would only find themselves in a worse predicament. We are merely acting in self-defense, a truth that even the Hokage cannot alter, Eishu replied nonchalantly. Abito, still a child at heart, retained a certain innocence. And his inherent kindness starkly contrasted with the malevolent figure he would later become, the masked man who would wreak havoc across the ninja world. As for Eishu, though he was somewhat influenced by his past life's personality, he had come to terms with the harsh realities when he witnessed Obito being beaten to a pulp. This was Konoha. This was the ninja world. While it was acceptable to engage in combat that led to hospitalizations, weakness could indeed prove fatal. Such a statement may seem exaggerated, yet it was the stark reality. His previous incarnation had endured a brutal beating, which ultimately facilitated his traversal into this world. Moreover, in the pursuit of becoming a ninja, facing adversaries from other villages was inevitable. In truth, the weak did not deserve to survive. Nevertheless, Eishu felt a surge of elation. The utilization of hydrogen release had transcended a new threshold, ushering in a fresh chapter. The combination of fire release, water release, and lightning release was not only feasible, but also yielded commendable results. The power remained undiminished, and the response speed had significantly improved. Eishu estimates that if he could attain greater proficiency, his ability to release hydrogen would accelerate even further in the future. This improvement is attributed to his training in the spiral sphere technique. Eishu was even contemplating the possibility of executing both techniques simultaneously to further minimize the time required. Alas, at that moment, Daitu suddenly let out a sigh, interrupting Eishu's train of thought. Earlier today, I actually succeeded, but when I prepared to strike, I faltered. Daitu lamented, his face etched with melancholy. Where did the issue arise? He pondered. It must be a lack of chakra. Eishu shrugged. I too faced a deficiency in chakra today. Otherwise, I could have unleashed the Rasengan. Yet you still managed to employ that technique, Eishu. By the way, what is the name of that technique? That is not the crux of the matter. Tuesday, Eishu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, leaving Daitu momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gravity. We are currently far too weak, both in ninjutsu and taijutsu. The enemies we will face in the future will only grow stronger, and if we continue down this path, we will find ourselves in peril. Today's event served as a wake-up call for Eishu. In the past, he had believed in the doctrine of wielding a pin to secure peace in the world. But it has become evident that matters are far more complex than they appear. While hydrogen release is indeed formidable if one lacks the chakra to utilize it, even the mightiest ninjutsu becomes futile. He resolved to embark on a regimen to strengthen both body and mind. It was indeed time to embrace the 8 gates of death. Daitu, unusually earnest, reflected deeply on the day's occurrences. As far as I am aware, Uchiha Being boasts more than just one cousin. His grandfather is a revered elder of the Uchiha clan, and their influence is quite substantial. I estimate that he has at least 10 cousins. Upon hearing this, Eishu's expression darkened. Very well, it seems Obito's mind may not extend that far. However, once Obito becomes serious, his objectives will be achieved. Thus, we must intensify our training. Obito. Eishu paused, his expression becoming enigmatic, as he proclaimed, I have a plan. The current generation of juniors truly astonishes me, were it not for first-hand observation. I would have assumed it to be the mischief of rogue ninjas from enemy villages. Who can argue otherwise? It was late at night within the sole residence of the Hitaki clan. 2 prominent figures from Konoha conversed in the living room, while a small white-haired figure eavesdropped at the side door, blissfully unaware that he had already been discovered, thoroughly engrossed in the discussion. After all, it was merely a dispute among children, both parties being descendants of the Uchiha clan. However, it seems they took their play a tad too far. Orochimaru remarked with a smile, as Shumo, his senior and friend, one of the few ninjas he genuinely admired, listened. A tad too far indeed. The Hokage's half-sleeve and captain of Konoha's Umbu, Shumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha, wore a bitter smile. Do you realize that half of those Uchiha children are still hospitalized, with injuries ranging from abrasions and fractures to second-degree burns, and some are still in critical care? Shumo opened his mouth to respond, but caught sight of Orochimaru's inscrutable smile and fell silent. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, well, you are the one who sent them to the hospital. You were the first to notice their plight. Worry not too much, Shumo-kun. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. For Tsunade, those injuries are of little concern. The White Fang frowned. You make it sound so simple. Uchiha Ryuka is the most promising junior of the Uchiha clan's elder. Being sent to the hospital is no trivial matter. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, what exactly transpired at the scene? If I recall correctly, Uchiha Ryuka has already become a Genin, has he not? Not merely a Genin, but he was also the top student of the previous year's ninja academy. His aptitude is commendable, though his temperament leaves much to be desired. Orochimaru replied slowly. Shumo gasped in astonishment. Those two little rascals, barely past their first year, managed to send a Jin into the hospital? And they utilized the Uchiha's signature fire techniques? This is utterly inconceivable. Just as Shumo pondered this, an unusual sound from the side door of the living room caught their attention. The two prominent figures exchanged knowing smiles. Kakashi, you ought to be asleep at this hour, Shumo said, his gaze softening with a hint of affection. Indeed, the next moment, Kakashi appeared, clad in pajamas and not forgetting to don his mask. Bowing to the two in the living room. Good evening, father, and good evening, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Kakashi hastily ascended the stairs, his expression filled with curiosity. Could it be that what father and Lord Orochimaru discussed pertains to those two rascals? The following morning, on the path leading to the Ninja Academy, two youths halted midway. Obito's expression bore signs of anxiety. Eishu, do you think we will truly be all right? It's of little concern. It's merely the shadow clone technique, one I have mastered quite well, Eishu reassured him. But the teacher has covered that lesson yet. We Haven even learned the basic transformation technique. When did you master the shadow clone? I learned it a few days ago from Nurse Kumi at Konoha Hospital. Now, be quiet, Obito, I need to concentrate. Eishu wore a serious expression as he made his way to the Konoha Hospital. Not merely to learn the art of mastering sage techniques. Miss Kumi, with her beauty and kind heart, was eager to impart all her knowledge to Eishu after receiving the consent of Yano. The price he paid for this was the transformation of his youthful, standardized hairstyle into a disheveled mess. As for the shadow clone technique, Kumi explained that the hospital sometimes encountered overwhelming circumstances, and to avoid missing critical treatment times, each nurse would operate at full capacity using shadow clones. With a deep breath and focused concentration, Eishu performed a simple series of hand seals, and with a sudden puff, two shadowy figures appeared beside him, resulting in 3 Yingshus in total. Had this been during the peaceful era of Naruto, such a feat would have assuredly secured his graduation. Yet Eishu's endeavors did not cease there. One of the shadow clones executed another series of hand seals, and with another puff, the scene transformed into 2 Obitos and 2 Yingshus. Each clone approached the original with identical voices, requesting, "Please hand me your backpack." To his astonishment, Obito complied, passing the backpack to himself before turning to Eishu, exclaiming, "When on earth did you learn this? You must teach me." Eishu replied, "I just mastered it a few days ago. First, you must grasp the great fireball technique, and then I shall teach you." Eishu rolled his eyes. He had not devoted much attention to mastering the 3 bodies technique, so it remained imperfect. He could not replicate Obito's voice, yet fortunately, his persistence seemed to last long enough. Releasing sufficient chakra was all that was required. Last night, he had even conducted a specific experiment, sustaining 2/10 of his chakra throughout the entire night without any issue. Chapter 12. Trouble again. Kakashi was somewhat out of sorts today. He didn't even hear when the teacher called his name. Sitting in the front row of the class, such occurrences were rare. What on earth did those two do? He pondered. What could possibly earn them the praise of both my father and Lord Orochimaru? Kakashi found it hard to fathom that those two troublemakers, who dared to use explosive tags during their brawls, had somehow garnered the approval of such formidable figures. Indeed, in Kakashi's eyes, Obito and Eishu were nothing more than the underachievers of the class. One was a dual-subject underachiever who had never lasted more than 10 exchanges in a fight, while the other was a single-subject underachiever with perfect theoretical scores yet unable to throw a shuriken accurately. How could such individuals command the respect of his father? What Kakashi was unaware of was that some things he had overheard were merely because he could hear them. Those remarks contained a hint of his father's peculiar sense of humor, perhaps intended to motivate his proud son. What he had not heard, however, would only serve to astonish him further. Kakashi discreetly glanced at the seats behind him. Something was amiss today. Usually, Obito would be the one dozing off, while that fellow Eishu would pay rapt attention. Yet today, both of them were intensely focused on the lecture. Has Obito taken some strange medication? Kakashi's mind immediately conjured this thought. Today's lesson was about the history of the ninja world. Even Obito would struggle to stay awake, let alone take notes. But Obito was sitting upright, and it appeared he was indeed taking notes. Kakashi suddenly noticed something. His eyes narrowed. These two were acting strangely. With Kakashi's keen observational skills, he could discern some clues. Their expressions and movements bore a striking resemblance today. To describe them as similar would be an understatement. Everything about them was practically synchronized. They flipped through their textbooks simultaneously, raised their pens to take notes in unison. Kakashi scrutinized closely, suspecting that their writings might be identical. No way. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed to grasp what mischief the two were up to. In Konoha, training ground number 3. Though there were not few practitioners arriving in the morning, Eishu and Obito still found a secluded spot. Next to them was a ninja clad in a green vest, appearing to be in his early 20s, engaged in training for Earth Release. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The ninja shouted, pressing his hands to the ground as a sizable earthen wall arose. Watching this, Obito felt a surge of excitement. Earth Release. It was undeniably impressive. With the character Earth in his name, he had often fantasized about wielding powerful Earth Release techniques throughout the Ninja Academy. Of course, he preferred to change his name to Fire, as he believed the Great Fireball technique was equally magnificent. Eishu wanted to voice his skepticism, but didn't he know where to begin? The Earth Flow Wall was merely the most common and fundamental Earth Release technique, serving a defensive purpose. Once Obito mastered the Great Fireball technique and faced Kakashi, he would likely not find it so impressive upon encountering the canine heads. You should focus on mastering your Great Fireball, Eishu advised. I'll refine my chakra for a while. Let us practice together later. Eishu articulated his intentions. The utilization of 2 shadow clones, coupled with a transformation technique, had already depleted half of his chakra. At his tender age, he would experience fatigue after expending approximately 70% of his chakra, rendering him unfit for further training. Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he cast a somewhat mischievous glance towards Eishu. There were certain matters that could be deemed inappropriate to discuss, although we are brothers. Some aspects cannot be compensated for by mere intellect. Why does something feel amiss? Obito promptly became invigorated, channeling his chakra with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Eishu sat cross-legged on the ground, recuperating. Speaking of which, Eishu gradually sensed his own distinctiveness. If he were to be compared to Obito, he would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy. Even though Obito's reputation as the underachiever was earned through his perpetual failures against Kakashi, his total chakra capacity, while not absurd, was still notably superior, approximately 1.5 times that of Obito. Obito was not devoid of chakra, although the Uchiha lineage is not directly correlated with total chakra capacity. It does provide a certain enhancement. One need only observe how other children falter against Kakashi, unable to withstand even a single strike. Before Obito graduated, he occasionally showcased remarkable prowess. Additionally, there was the matter of chakra manipulation. Eishu felt that perhaps he had been excessively pessimistic in the past. The absence of lineage may not necessarily be a disadvantage. The control he exhibited with both hands, as well as the back of his hands, was something he had never encountered in anime. To put it more concretely, he mastered the spiral sphere in less than 2 weeks. Although Jiraiya claimed to have learned it in 3 days, he was, after all, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, having endured the battlefield, wielded weapons, and shed blood in combat, which contributed significantly to his experience. By calculation, the finesse with which Eishu currently harnessed chakra was already a quarter of Jiraiya's proficiency. Thus, Eishu felt quite confident in himself. The prodigy of Konoha, wasn't that a description of him? However, at that moment, fire style, fireball technique. The searing wave of flames abruptly interrupted Eishu's self-indulgence. He was momentarily taken aback and turned to see Obito wearing a smug expression. I mentioned it yesterday. I was merely not in peak condition. Otherwise, those Uchiha would not have been regarded with such disdain by Lord Obito, Obito remarked, with a bandage still affixed to the corner of his eye. Eishu curled his lips, thinking that Kumi should indeed administer treatment to Obito in 3 doses, which is a classic case of forgetting past pains after healing. I still have a considerable amount of chakra left, and yours should be nearly restored as well. Now, shall we engage in a fair battle? Obito raised an eyebrow, boasting. Eishu remained silent for a moment, but eventually stood up. Very well then. Obito immediately assumed a fighting stance, while Eishu skillfully formed a Rasengan with one hand. Come on. Caught off guard while contemplating how to pin Eishu to the ground, Obito exclaimed, Wait, you're cheating, Eishu. Can you really use Rasengan in a fight? Do you think those Uchiha will reason with you? Eishu replied coolly. He actually wanted to impart a lesson to Obito. The ninja world is vast, encompassing far more than just Konoha and the Uchiha clan. The outside world is far more fascinating and perilous, especially with another Uchiha recluse likely keeping a close watch on him. But if that Rasengan lands a hit, it could be. Obito hesitated, considering that it was merely training and didn't require such intensity. You make a valid point. Let me first test its power. Eishu felt somewhat uneasy. He wished for Obito to grow stronger rather than become diminished. The two immediately arrived beside a grand tree, its trunk as thick as an adult's arm, its foliage lush and abundant. With summer upon them, it indeed served as an excellent refuge from the heat. Eishu hesitated for a moment before forcefully pressing the spiral pill upwards. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the massive tree was punctured, its frail branches unable to withstand the strain, causing half of it to crash down. Quick! Run! The two fled in haste, narrowly evading the falling half of the colossal tree. Obito surveyed the chaos strewn about and swallowed hard. Eishu, is this the technique that ninja taught us? Eishu nodded hesitantly. It was his first time using it. After completing his final training session, he headed straight to the Konoha hospital. Hey, you brats over there. What are you up to? At that moment, an elderly man rushed over with remarkable speed. Evidently the training grounds administrator. Judging by his agility and the robust shout, he must have had many tales to tell from his youth. Yet, the two boys, lacking curiosity, exchanged a glance and, without a word, took off running once more. Their unspoken understanding in this matter was astonishingly high. However, an elder is still an elder. In a mere instant, the two youths were caught up with. The old man seized one of them, and the once boisterous boys fell silent. Darn it. I must master this body flicker technique. I cannot allow my enemies to dangle my head. Eishu roared internally. Why aren't you two in school? What mischief are you up to? The old man glanced at the felled tree nearby, his expression a mix of astonishment and familiarity. Astonishment at how these youngsters could have possibly brought down such a large tree, and familiarity that stirred a pang of regret. Oh dear, my beloved partner. I am so sorry. The elderly man abruptly dropped the two boys to the ground, gazing sorrowfully at the cherished tree, and wept heartily. Chapter 13. Accused of fraud? The old man pounded his chest in anguish, weeping uncontrollably, instilling a profound sense of guilt in both Itachi and Obito. The ancient tree has begun to evoke a myriad of imagined narratives, concealing a poignant love story that could render the old man so sorrowful. That year, he was 18. That year, she too was 18. Eishu felt a twinge of anxiety. To be honest, he had not felt this flustered even after knocking his cousin, Uchiha baying unconscious yesterday. What should Eishu do now? Uchiha's multitude of dilemmas, Obito has made his entrance. Eishu, too, finds himself in a predicament. What can be done? One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand upright when facing consequences. Just wait and see, after all. After listening to this, Obito sighed with a forlorn expression, rummaging through his pocket before producing a 100-tael banknote, which he handed to Eishu. This is my living expenses for the month. I wonder if it will suffice for compensation. Alas. Eishu took the money, momentarily taken aback, and then his expression grew increasingly intricate. This was undoubtedly not merely a matter of money. Otherwise, the old man would not be weeping so profoundly. This tree might very well be one that the old man had planted with his beloved partner during their youth, and now, with his partner gone, it served as a solitary memento. Observing the old man still engulfed in sorrow, Eishu let out a sigh. There is no other way, it must be done. Although he felt a pang of guilt within, he was, after all, still a child, or at least perceived as one by others. Children possess their own unique methods and a certain charm when navigating life's challenges. Eishu immediately retrieved several banknotes from his pocket. It seems that the ninja who had delivered his living expenses recently had inadvertently overgenerously provided him with nearly double the amount. This month, his allowance surpassed that of Obito, who was backed by a complete family lineage entrenched in the ninja industry. A total of 150 taels, combined with Obito's contribution, amounted to a precise 250. Dear old man, we did not intend for this to happen. This is the money we have saved for quite some time to compensate you. Please do not be saddened. Eishu endeavored to infuse his voice with a sense of childlike innocence, striving to evoke a feeling of untainted purity. Remarkably, it proved effective. The elderly gentleman ceased his tears, wiped his eyes, and, filled with sorrow, accepted the money. My dear companion. Amidst Eishu's bewildered expression, the old man swiftly counted the money and tucked it into his bosom. The fluidity of his movements and the naturalness of his demeanor led Eishu to ponder whether he had fallen victim to a scam. However, by chance, Eishu caught a glimpse of the fishing net shirt beneath the old man's coat, as well as the wooden headband hanging from his waist. This served as evidence of the man's identity as a ninja. He should not be a deceiver. Eishu let out a sigh, reflecting that in Konoha, breaking a tree was a rather commonplace occurrence. As the foremost ninja village in the shinobi world, Konoha was abundant in resources, particularly trees. Although he had managed to sever a tree with his Rasengan, an accomplishment that should have been a source of pride, he realized that if Shimura Danzo or Saratobi Hiruzen were to witness it, they would undoubtedly consider him a genius worthy of cultivation. The old man, Observing that the elderly gentleman had finally regained his composure, Eishu tentatively called out to him. However, he was met with the old man's distinctly wary gaze. What is this? Do you think a mere 250 ryo can dismiss me? Do you have any idea of the origins of this tree? You insufferable brat. Eishu appeared at a loss for words. Could it be that his youthful voice had faltered? Surely not, for he was yet to reach the tender age of 6. And the onset of voice change should not be upon him. In any case, summon the parents of the two of you. This matter is far from resolved. The elder cast a glance at Eishu, then shifted his gaze towards Ditu, pausing momentarily on the Uchiha fan emblem adorning Daido's collar, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. Just another Uchiha brat. How fitting. The Uchiha clan is not lacking in resources. Go back and inform your clan leader that I shall await them right here. The elder was evidently invigorated by the prospect. Eishu's brows gradually furrowed, as he felt as though he had truly fallen victim to a scam. Meanwhile, Obito, upon hearing that they were to summon the clan leader, immediately grew displeased. Surely, a mere tree could not be the cause of such a commotion. This was clearly an attempt to stir trouble. Obito's temper flared as he raised his voice, his expression exaggerated in protest. Eishu felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, while he had anticipated a confrontation, the formidable strength of the old man loomed large. He wished to intervene and halt Obito's actions. But it was already too late. I have come to address the matters concerning your Uchiha clan. Your presence has turned Konoha into a disarray. And even a mere child dares to speak so boldly to me. Do you believe I won't deliver a beating so severe that your grandmother won't recognize you? What the hell? Do you think I'm afraid of you, old man? Ugh. Eishu, what are you doing? Eishu successfully restrained Obito, while subtly signaling to calm this stubborn individual. Then, he gently pressed Obito's head down as they both bowed deeply to the elder. We sincerely apologize, dear elder. This is indeed our fault. Please, name your price, and we shall return to gather the necessary funds. Eishu maintained a dignified demeanor. And with a serious gaze directed at Dai-Tu, he admonished, Uchiha Being, you must remain composed. Have you forgotten the lessons imparted by our teacher? When one errs, it is imperative to boldly acknowledge it. Do you understand? Taken aback by Eishu's words, Dai-Tu instinctively nodded, driven by trust. Humph. You, young one, possess a modicum of perception. Alas, it is unfortunate that you associate with the Uchiha clan. The elder snorted and gestured dismissively at the two. Quickly summon your guardians. Uchiha Being, I shall remember your name. You have 1 hour. Should I fail to see your parents, I will not hesitate to storm the Konoha Guard headquarters. Indeed, I am curious to ascertain the caliber of the current Uchiha clan leader. Eishu was taken aback. Who on earth was this old man? From his tone, he seemed rather formidable. However, there was no time to ponder over it. Escape was of the utmost importance. The two immediately took off running, fearing that any delay would result in being dragged back. Eishu felt a tinge of anxiety. This old gentleman seemed to possess considerable stature. He rummaged through his memories but could not recall any significant figures from this era who matched his age. A ninja, appearing to be even older than Sarutobi Hiruzen, holds a profound animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Could it be? A sense of foreboding gripped Eishu's heart. He harbored an ominous premonition. You never cease to amaze me, Eishu. At that moment, Obito could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, I bet that kid from the Uchiha family, Being, won't even realize how he met his demise. Haha. However, it wasn't long before Obito's expression turned rigid, and Eishu mirrored his sentiment. They both felt a sudden gust of wind, and in the next instant, the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as they were once again hoisted by the collar. Without a doubt, it was that old man again. Did you two think I could be so easily deceived? Bang. The two were unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The impact was neither overly forceful nor trivial. While they emerged unscathed, they winced in pain, gritting their teeth. In Eishu's mind, a sudden wave of other information surged forth, and his doppelganger had been obliterated by the old man. It was over. A shock coursed through Eishu's heart. Yet beside him, Obito could no longer contain himself. Eishu, you must leave. I will confront this detestable old man. Eishu felt an uncanny familiarity with these lines, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Obito, who exhibited a similar reaction. It must be said, Obito is indeed someone worth befriending when it comes to matters at hand. He is genuinely committed. Eishu, momentarily disregarding the consequences, exclaimed, You cannot possibly defeat him alone. Allow me to assist you. The identity of this venerable elder seemed to pale in significance at that moment. Indeed, it was of no consequence. At this juncture, Eishu felt a surge of embarrassment, having been effortlessly lifted like a mere chick on 2 occasions. Consequently, 2 minutes later, on the expansive verdant field, teeming with vitality. Two small heads were thrust into the earth. These were not rare botanical specimens, but rather two defiant youths. Old man, if you possess any bravery, release me. I assure you, Obito's fireball will teach you a lesson in mere moments. Obito's face flushed crimson as he bellowed in fury. The elder, wearing a mocking expression, chose silence, instead indulging himself with a small flask, sipping contentedly. This scene further ignited Obito's rage. He strained to thrust his head forward, yearning to leap from the ground itself. Meanwhile, Eishu's gaze reflected astonishment. After a brief moment of exhilaration, he regained his composure, recognizing the elder's identity with startling clarity. At this moment, the time and age, coupled with a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan, revealed an unusual affinity for the Senju lineage, imbued with profound emotional significance. All signs pointed toward a singular direction, an ancestral name gradually fading from the memories of Konoha. Senju. Chapter 14. Has the Golden Finger arrived? Let us speak of the Senju clan. The only thing that Eishu could conceive was the release of the Great Pillar and the formidable prowess of Tsunade. The Senju clan once basked in great glory, having co-founded Konoha alongside the Uchiha, a model that the entire ninja world aspired to emulate. The wood release of the Great Pillar and the water release of Tobirama dominated the ninja world for countless years, rendering many unable to raise their heads in defiance. While Tobirama may not have wielded overwhelming dominance, he nevertheless ensured that Konoha thrived steadily for over a decade, solidifying its position as the preeminent ninja village today. Yet, following the Second Great Ninja War, the Senju clan gradually faded from the public consciousness. The enigmatic past of the Eishu has been the subject of much speculation. Some assert that he chose to conceal his identity and retreat into the mountains, while others claim he perished in battle alongside his comrades. There are those who suggest that issues with his descendants led to a gradual fading from the annals of Konoha, ultimately vanishing from the world of shinobi. Regardless of the narrative, the prowess of the Senju clan members remains indisputable. The elderly gentleman before me appears significantly older than Saratobi Hiruzen. Indeed, the Hiruzen of the early days of Shippuden bears a striking resemblance to this venerable figure. Goodness, if this old man is truly a descendant of the Senju clan, he must hail from the same era as Senju Tobirama. Eishu was internally astonished. Although there was no concrete evidence to prove that this old man was indeed a member of the Senju clan, lacking both a clan emblem and any witnesses, Eishu remained firmly convinced. The old man's formidable strength and his palpable animosity towards the Uchiha clan were more than enough to substantiate his suspicions. Ah, you possess quite the audacity, don't you? Speaking such fabrications to an elder with your eyes wide open. I presume this is not an uncommon occurrence for you? The old man disregarded Obito's nearly ferocious expression and roar, turning his curious gaze towards Eishu. Eishu remained silent. The glow of youth held no sway over the elder. He was unable to think of a way to extricate himself unscathed from this predicament. Oh, quite the spirited one, aren't you? Just moments ago, you were rather courteous, offering apologies and reparations. Huh, I nearly fell for it, the elder remarked. His interest piqued as he noted Eishu's lack of response. What is your name? Where are your parents? Eishu, as in handsome for the first character entry for the second. I have no surname. My parents are deceased, Eishu replied succinctly. Eishu, indeed a cunning little rascal, well suited to the life of a ninja. The elder pondered for a moment before retracting his flask and approaching Eishu, squatting down to meet him. Do you wish to leave? The elder inquired, the strong scent of alcohol wafting towards Eishu. Eishu furrowed his brow, hesitating to respond, when suddenly, Obito erupted beside him. You old fool. Hurry up and release your esteemed Obito. If you've got something to say, come at me directly. His words trailed off as the soil, laden with grass, was shoved into Obito's mouth, leaving only his nose free for breath. Obito's furious bellow transformed into a muffled grunt, a portrait of impotent rage. The old man merely lifted a finger, revealing the presence of his chakra still woven into the ground. This display stirred a sense of envy within Eishu. His own hydrogen release was demanding in terms of chakra quantity and manipulation, while the elder before him showcased a mastery of chakra control that left Eishu feeling inadequate. I ask you again, young brat, do you wish to leave? The old man inquired once more. Eishu gazed into the old man's eyes, where he discerned a sense of playful malice and evident wickedness, suggesting he harbored no benevolent intentions. Nevertheless, Eishu nodded, contemplating that this arrangement might be manageable. The old man immediately gestured towards a nearby fallen tree, the very tree of love that Eishu had destroyed with his spiral technique. You have severed my tree, he declared, and I shall not demand monetary compensation. Instead, you will come daily to tend to its branches, water it, and provide nourishment as a form of recompense. Furthermore, I shall not permit you to skip your studies. After school, you shall return here until sunset to fulfill the tasks I assign. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Eishu was momentarily taken aback. This narrative, he found it quite familiar. A reclusive master, under the guise of employment, secretly guides and imparts extraordinary skills. This is undoubtedly a fortuitous encounter. Could it be that my golden finger has manifested? Old man. In his mind, Eishu was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. While beside him, Abido had already entered a mode of fervent exclamation. Whoa. All right. I promise you, dear old man. Eishu promptly responded to the elderly man, causing Dato, who stood nearby, to cease his furious rant. His eyes, ablaze with disbelief, fixated on Eishu, as if imploring him to reconsider. Just as Eishu acquiesced, the old man snapped his fingers, and the grass beneath them parted, creating a pathway for the two. Eishu and Abido exchanged a glance and promptly leaped out. However, when they turned their gaze back to the old man, he had already turned his back on them. You bear the chakra mark I left on you. Even if you flee from Konoha, I can retrieve you in an instant. Therefore, do not entertain any misguided thoughts. Come at the appointed time tomorrow, or I shall bury you alongside my tree for a full 7 days and nights. The old man departed with a boastful threat. Had this been a previous time, Abido would have charged forward with clenched fists. The last individual who dared to threaten the two brothers now lay in the Konoha hospital. Yet, after enduring the old man's relentless torment, especially upon witnessing Eishu's willingness to compromise for their chance to escape, Abido could think of nothing else. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with determination as he gazed at Eishu. Rest assured, Eishu, I will certainly assist you in this endeavor. Eishu cast a disdainful glance at Abido. He even suspected that if Abido were not adorned with the Uchiha fan, the old man would hardly have made things so difficult for the two of them. A mere tree, coupled with that abysmal performance. Eishu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly experiencing a sensation akin to walking into a trap. The issue had circled back to its original starting point. It couldn't merely be a solitary tree. Setting aside the abundance of trees here, the greenery of Konoha was indeed commendable within the ninja world. He had a nagging suspicion that this elderly man had been targeting him from the very beginning. Could it be that he had recognized his formidable ninja talent? Never mind. Eishu sighed, shaking his head. In light of this peculiar old man, a more pressing dilemma awaited resolution. His shadow clone had vanished. Abido, how did you get punished by the teacher for skipping class before? Eishu suddenly inquired. Abido was momentarily startled, recalling for a moment, then replied, to be precise. I overslept that time. By the time I woke up, it was already noon. It wasn't technically skipping class, yet I was still made to stand for a week. What is the matter? Nothing. Eishu sighed once more. I was merely contemplating how long we would be made to stand if we told the teacher that our clones knocked us out and went a class on their own. Eishu and Daitu hurriedly made their way to school just before noon dismissal. The two stealthily peered through the classroom window. Teacher Guangtai was delivering a lesson, while the students appeared drowsy. Seemingly everything was normal. However, Daitu's heart sank. What now, Eishu? Oh no. Could it be that they will call our parents? If my grandmother finds out, she would surely be furious. Daitu, fearless in the face of adversity, was, like every other elementary student, particularly vulnerable when it came to parental intervention. This is all my fault, Daitu thought. Eishu sighed as well. Who would have thought that sneaking out to train could lead to an encounter with a mysterious old man resembling Senju? Now, being punished to stand was of little concern to him. However, if they were to be detained after school, it would surely spell disaster. That old man would undoubtedly be displeased. Just then, Daitu noticed something peculiar and nudged Eishu, exclaiming, Look over there, those two. Don't they resemble us? What? Eishu turned to look, his eyes widening in astonishment. Sitting in their places were none other than their own doppelgangers. What on earth? Bewildered, Eishu realized that his clone had vanished, and all the experiences of the clone flooded back into his mind. He comprehended everything the teacher had said. At that moment, Eishu felt a piercing gaze from the front of the classroom, discreet yet unwavering, fixed upon them. It was none other than Kakashi. Eishu seemed to grasp something, yet his heart was filled with greater perplexity. Those two doppelgangers were likely conjured by Kakashi. However, a conundrum arose. He and Kakashi were not on amicable terms, and the last encounter had seen Kakashi issue him a warning. As for Abido, there was no need to elaborate. Their clash had culminated in a grand finale. Could it be that Kakashi would actually lend a hand in concealing this? Eishu felt somewhat bewildered. Today was indeed an odd day. Chapter 15. The True Explosion of Your Canine Head. The school bell rang, signaling the end of classes and the beginning of lunchtime. Eishu and Abido ascended to the rooftop of the teaching building, where Kakashi had long been awaiting their arrival. "Thank you," Eishu expressed, embodying a traditional virtue. Obito, on the other hand, tilted his head to one side, exhibiting a rather haughty demeanor. "No need," Kakashi replied coolly. Yet his gaze, often resembling that of dead fish, sparkled with an unusual intensity today, a serious glimmer. "I have heard that the two of you defeated a ninja and even sent him to the hospital." Eishu was taken aback. And Daitu also turned to look over. Clearly, neither of them had anticipated that Kakashi would bring up this matter. Eishu truly wished to nonchalantly proclaim, well, it was merely a lesson for him. However, at that very moment, the image of the peculiar old man pressing them into the ground resurfaced in his mind, casting a shadow over his countenance. He merely nodded, neither too forcefully nor too lightly. "Indeed. What of it?" The chief student. This response bore a hint of personal sentiment. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression darkened instantly. "Indeed, this fellow has concealed his true strength. Is he mocking my position as the chief student? It seems that the old man and that esteemed individual truly value those with potential." At that moment, a flurry of thoughts surged through Kakashi's mind. Yet they ultimately coalesced into a singular declaration. In that case, Kakashi's gaze turned icy. "Let us engage in battle. I am eager to discover the extent of your hidden prowess." Kakashi's spirit ignited with fervent resolve. Eishu observed silently, yet made no move, while the ever-determined Obito had already entered a combative stance. "Come on. Are you afraid of me?" Obito never shied away from a fight. He was never absent from the fray, setting aside the anger that had been simmering within him, fueled by that peculiar old man. Obito had skillfully unleashed the great fireball earlier that very morning. At present, his chakra brimmed with vitality, and his fighting spirit surged, particularly as he faced Kakashi, which filled him with unwavering confidence. "I shall not engage in futile skirmishes with a defeated foe." However, to his surprise, Kakashi furrowed his brow and declined Obito's challenge. His gaze was fixed on Eishu, still devoid of emotion, yet as sharp as a compass, appearing rigid yet possessing a keen edge. "What do you mean by that?" Obito felt a surge of discontent, but Eishu intervened, assuring him, "It's all right, Obito." Eishu cast a subtle glance at Kakashi, remarking, "Well, I have long desired to engage with this so-called top student. However, are you certain you wish to battle here?" Kakashi, unfazed, replied, "It's of no concern. I will conclude the fight in the shortest time possible." "How carefree you are," Eishu retorted, smirking as he gave a thumbs up. "You may be indifferent and self-assured, but if our instructor catches us, we will face consequences. You are the class's top student and the son of White Fang, yet I am not like Obito. Neither of us holds the title of top student, nor do we possess the extraordinary backing of a legendary father like White Fang. If we are penalized, it would be a significant loss for us." Eishu spoke animatedly, leaving Dato beside him momentarily bewildered. He had an inkling that Eishu was hurling insults, yet he lacked the evidence to substantiate his suspicion. Kakashi's gaze grew increasingly menacing. "What do you propose we do?" Kakashi inquired coldly. "Should we seek a more appropriate battlefield, or perhaps choose a more opportune moment? I suppose we shall follow your lead." Kakashi was genuinely anxious, his urgency unmistakable. Though he appeared indifferent, he harbored a profound sense of pride. He donned a mask that obscured his handsome features, a disguise he maintained until the events of Boruto, prompted merely by his father's remark about the charm of the beauty mark at the corner of his mouth. Since the passing of White Fang, Kakashi's once vibrant eyes had dulled, yet the boundaries of his inner convictions had become increasingly pronounced. "There is no need for such complications," Eishu shrugged, though his eyes narrowed slightly. "I possess a more effective and direct method to determine the victor." Engaging in a confrontation with Kakashi was indeed within Eishu's thoughts. Yet such an impulse was not rooted in rationality. Their paths diverged significantly. Kakashi's current focus remained on the swordsmanship and physical prowess reminiscent of White Fang, embodying a blend of warrior and assassin, a route that sharply contrasted with Eishu's own weaknesses. While Eishu had indeed gained experience in combat against the Uchiha children, that experience was evidently insufficient, otherwise Dato would not find himself trailing behind. Presently, despite mastering close-range weapons like the Rasengan, Eishu was, to put it more accurately, merely a sorcerer, a half-hearted one at that. After all, the Rasengan was a technique developed by Minato to enhance the lethality of the Flying Thunder God technique. In such circumstances, it would be unwise to confront Kakashi, who was essentially a prototype of a hero from his childhood. Yet, the distinction between rationality and courage was a matter of its own. Eishu possesses no other notable qualities except for his remarkable temperament, which combines calmness with an indomitable fighting spirit. Cowardice? Absolutely non-existent. As a ninja, one must surely master some ninjutsu, right? Kakashi, with a nonchalant tone, remarked. Though it proved futile during your battle with Obito, I have long discerned your capabilities. How could he possibly know? I had concealed it so well. Kakashi's mind stirred momentarily, yet his expression remained unfazed, a benefit, perhaps, of wearing a mask. Indeed, what of it? This simplifies matters. Eishu raised an eyebrow and gestured with open palms. Unleash your most adept ninjutsu. Should you withstand a single strike from me, consider it a victory. If the teacher inquires, we shall merely state we were engaged in friendly sparring, devoid of any lethal intent, and Obito can serve as a witness, correct? To be candid, Kakashi hesitated initially. Something felt amiss. It was he who challenged Eishu, yet here he was, prepared to endure a strike from him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Though his repertoire of ninjutsu was not extensive, each technique was executed with precision. Kakashi felt confident in his ability to withstand Eishu's assault. It must be a fire release technique. First the Uchiha's Northern Shadow. Then that ninja. Eishu must excel in fire release. Kakashi pondered swiftly. In that case, I shall employ this technique. Are you ready? Eishu inquired coolly. Kakashi nodded. Let us begin the hand seals. Kakashi understood the intricacies of ninjutsu confrontation, the speed of hand seals, the quality of the technique, and the artistic essence of the jutsu. The latter was purely a matter of personal preference. Yet, Eishu asserted, hand seals? Not in my repertoire. He not only refrained from forming hand seals, but even had the energy to jest. You may proceed with your seals. I fear that once I strike, you shall have no opportunity for resistance. Such audacity. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. How had he not noticed this insolent attitude before? Never mind, never mind. Kakashi inhaled deeply. Calming his thoughts, his hands moved fluidly and decisively through the hand seals, a sight far more pleasing than Obito's great fireball technique. Subsequently, Kakashi pressed his palms against the ground, invoking earth release, earth flow wall. The earthen wall, adorned with a comical canine visage, rose from the earth. Obito exclaimed in disbelief. In that instant, his disdain for earth release reached its zenith. Eishu raised an eyebrow, for it was his first time witnessing Kakashi's canine-themed earth flow wall. It must be said, it possessed an artistic flair, breathing life into the technique. Your turn, Kakashi commanded icily. Eishu, unhurried, approached the earthen barrier without forming any seals or superfluous motions. He reached the wall and gently tapped the endearing canine head. Oh, quite sturdy, Eishu mused to himself. Then, from the palm of his hand, chakra surged forth. Prepare to be astounded. In a mere 3 seconds, Eishu conjured a spiraling sphere and hurled it directly at Kakashi's canine visage upon the earthen wall. Boom. The endearing dog head was instantly reduced to a mere pulp, and the wall itself bore a substantial crater. Truly, a decisive blow to your canine countenance. Kakashi, situated behind the wall, stood frozen in place, the tumultuous chakra hovering mere inches away from him. Even with the barrier, its potency was unmistakably palpable. Had this technique struck him directly, he feared the consequences would be dire. Minato could hardly fathom that Eishu could master the spiraling sphere with such alacrity. Otherwise, he would never have dared to impart such knowledge to the two youths. Deep down, Minato understood that while this technique appeared deceptively simple, mastering it required considerable effort, particularly for ordinary ninjas with a foundational understanding of chakra. However, what he remained oblivious to was that some individuals, though not ninjas, possessed extraordinary capabilities. In a sense, Eishu was on the path to harnessing the essence of a bloodline limit. Whether or not bloodlines were involved mattered little. The elimination was an absolute certainty. Chapter 16. Soul Dullness. This is, after all, ninjutsu. After being outmaneuvered by Eishu, Kakashi indeed became subdued. When school concluded, the two rushed out of the classroom. Passing by Kakashi without uttering a word, they made a beeline for training ground number 3. Despite Obito's persistent pleas throughout the afternoon for Eishu to refrain from going, suggesting they could even solicit Minato's assistance, Eishu resolutely declined. His reasoning was clear. One must bear the consequences for their misdeeds. Unable to sway him, Obito had no choice but to follow along. The duo swiftly arrived at the site where they had demolished the tree earlier that morning. The severed trunk remained undisturbed in its location. This only reinforced Eishu's conviction. The old man was indeed coming for him. Damn it. Eishu, it seems we have been deceived. Even Obito sensed the anomaly. If they truly cared for that tree, could a corpse simply be left in such a manner? They had arrived quite early, which suggested that this impish boy was well aware of the situation. At that moment, not far off, the old man staggered onto the scene. his inebriated gait apparent. The pungent scent of alcohol wafted from him, indicating he had indulged rather liberally. Eishu narrowed his eyes, noticing that the old man had changed into another set of clothing, which was quite similar in style yet appeared equally tattered, exuding an air of dishevelment. However, it bore a certain vintage charm, starkly contrasting with the attire worn by contemporary individuals. What are we to do? Despite the old man's evident disdain for Uchiha, Eishu still brought Obito along. Firstly, he wished to guide Obito towards progress. Secondly, should he be mistaken, Obito could assist with the tasks at hand. Although this fellow did not possess an abundance of chakra, his physical stamina was remarkable, as if he were perpetually invigorated. The old man began to gulp down his drink, one hand gesturing towards a large tree stump on the ground. Let us commence with this tree. It is unacceptable for it to lie here. Remove it before sunset. And the farther, the better. If you are uncertain of where to take it, simply deliver it to the Konoha Guard Department. It matters not, as long as I do not have to see it. This shall be your task for today. Eishu was momentarily taken aback. Were they truly expecting him to handle this tree? Goodness, it was a solid trunk nearly the thickness of a fully grown adult, and combined with dado, they scarcely weighed a fraction of it. How absurd. It was evident that they were playing tricks on them. Dado, in a fit of exasperation, wondered how they could possibly transport this tree to the Leaf Guard before sunset. Furthermore, why the Leaf Guard? Not only was that place exceedingly far from here, but crucially, what would the clan members think when they inquired about it? Just say a few less words, Dado. Eishu halted Dado, squinting at the elderly man before him. Are there any other requests, esteemed elder? Anywhere is fine. This time, it was the old man who was taken aback, momentarily abandoning his drink, and gazing intently at the young lad, attempting to discern what secrets lay hidden within those eyes. However, he quickly feigned disdain, waving his hand dismissively. Just remove this bothersome tree for me. I have no other demands. Hurry. If I still see this tree here before sunset, you two won't be returning home. You'll remain here as trees. Huh. Eishu harbored a cold, mocking laughter within, recalling the tears shed just hours earlier. As he remembered that fateful year when he was 18, and so was she. How could she become a source of irritation in less than half a day? Surely, this old man was up to no good. Yet, if that were the case, the solution became all too clear. Obito. Eishu suddenly felt an invigorating surge of energy. What is the matter? Obito, too, began to feel a swell of enthusiasm. Utilize your fireball technique, and together let us obliterate this tree. Is it not merely a matter of removal? Is it not a question of it being an eyesore? Whether we deliver it to the Konoha Security Department or send it to the heavens, it matters not. With resolve, Eishu took action. His left hand summoned the Yang Release, small water sphere, while his right hand harnessed the Lightning Release, small battery, both primed and ready. Before the old man could react, the three forms of chakra began to coalesce. The small water sphere bubbled vigorously, as the hydrogen release was on the brink of completion. At this juncture, Eishu's hydrogen release had reached a remarkable level of maturity. Hydrogen was being generated rapidly, with efficiency soaring to unprecedented heights, its speed surpassing that of previous attempts by countless multiples. In the next phase, Eishu intends to further streamline this process, initiating reactions from the very essence of chakra, transforming the amalgamation of ninjutsu into a synthetic bloodline akin to dust release. Only then can his hydrogen release be regarded as a true form of ninjutsu. Seamlessly integrating lightning release, yang release, and water release reactions, alongside wind release manipulation and fire release ignition, all executed in one fluid motion. The ignition step is paramount. The previous incident involving the borrowed flames has left a lasting impression on Eishu, and he is determined not to repeat that mistake. Are you prepared, Obito? Let us proceed. Eishu completed his preparations in less than 10 seconds, while Obito skillfully formed his hand seals with unwavering confidence. The two seemed to be transported back to the riverside from a month prior. However, Eishu had now matured to the point of manipulating hydrogen release with his bare hands, and Obito no longer needed to resort to his grandmother's kerosene. He had finally mastered the great fireball technique. Eishu abruptly propelled the hydrogen balloon towards the severed tree trunk, then bellowed, "Now's the moment. Remember to spray and retreat." Fire release, great fireball technique. As he distanced himself, Obito unleashed a searing fireball from his mouth, causing the temperature of the air to surge dramatically. In the next instant, a resounding explosion erupted, scattering flames in all directions, and the entire training ground seemed to tremble in response. Several ninjas practicing nearby turned their astonished gazes, bewildered, convinced that numerous explosive tags had detonated in that very spot. The elder, with a sake flask still pressed to his lips, widened his eyes in shock, oblivious to the liquid nearly spilling from his mouth. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the elder's eyes as he observed the diminutive figure, his gaze gradually softening with warmth. He set aside the flask, nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth, smiled gently, and shook his head. It truly reminds me of someone. Eishu and Daitu both exhaled deeply, gazing at the remnants of the love tree, reduced to mere blackened debris by their efforts, and exchanged a knowing smile. I believe we can bestow a name upon this technique, Daitu suggested. It is still premature, Daitu, Eishu replied coolly, waving his hand dismissively. I have indeed conceived a name, but the current potency does not warrant it. He mused that only when he could wield the power of the ocean release alongside a compatible solar release and master the electrolysis of the lightning release would he have the audacity to proclaim that name aloud, hydrogen release, world annihilation. Yet that was a matter for another time. Presently, Eishu was merely eager to witness the expression of that peculiar old man. However, upon turning, he discovered that the eccentric elder had vanished without a trace. Eishu glanced around, yet he could not discern the presence of the old man. Instead, several irate ninjas were glaring in his direction. Whose children are you? Do not recklessly play with explosive tags. It is perilous, you little rascals. Indeed, what they perceived as explosive tags was, in truth, a formidable combination of ninjutsu. However, upon recognizing the faces of the practitioners, merely two young scamps, they instinctively assumed it to be a mere explosive tag. Fools, Obito retorted. That is ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, I say, you dimwits. If you cannot comprehend it, do not babble. Meanwhile, Eishu remained fixated on a particular direction. Although he could not locate the old man, he did spot another individual. Oh, though the fellow was well hidden, he had evidently been momentarily disoriented by the explosion, revealing his white hair. Wasn't he that Kakashi? The one who had been thoroughly defeated earlier that morning? What was this fellow doing trailing behind? Was he seeking retribution? Observing Kakashi, who was huddled in the grass and had not shown himself for quite some time, a glimmer of wickedness flickered in Eishu's eyes. Obito, how has your shuriken practice been progressing lately? Huh. Obito, still caught up in his fervor, paused. I can hit 3 out of 10, occasionally 4. Why do you ask? Then it is time to practice diligently. Eishu pointed towards the thicket where Kakashi was concealed and bent down to gather a handful of small stones. Throw these at me. Chapter 17. I shall ensure he atones for his shame. At this moment, Kakashi found himself enveloped in a complex array of emotions, akin to the disillusionment of waiting in line at a bookstore for an eternity only to discover one has purchased counterfeit literature. It was not merely the barrage of pebbles raining down upon him, but rather the scene he had just witnessed that troubled him. What secrets are these two concealing? Kakashi pondered, feeling a deep sense of unease. Was that thunderous explosion truly orchestrated by them? And as for Obito, when did he acquire the skill to perform the great fireball technique? Had he been, like Eishu, concealing his true prowess all along? With these peculiar sentiments swirling in his mind, Kakashi emerged from the underbrush. According to the unwritten rules of the ninja world, they exchanged glances without resorting to violence, prompting Eishu and Obito to cease their assault. Ah, isn't that the esteemed chief? They exclaimed, curiosity piqued by his unexpected presence. Well, it really is Kakashi, Obito remarked, recognizing the distinctive white hair, his usual sour expression returning. Must I simply pass by? Kakashi mused, feeling a wave of frustration. These two were truly insufferable, each in their own unique way. One appeared to lack common sense, while the other, seemingly refined, harbored a more sinister disposition. Kakashi glanced at the charred pits before them. Given their destructive power, it was no wonder they had been mistaken for explosive tags. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed such a thing was possible. What technique is this? Kakashi could not suppress his curiosity. None of your business. Obito began to retort but was interrupted by Eishu, who casually remarked, it's merely a standard combination ninjutsu, infused with my personal insights on life, nothing noteworthy, truly. Ninjutsu? A combination technique? How peculiar. This is anything but ordinary. Kakashi's brow furrowed, his inquisitive nature propelling him to seek further understanding. Yet his innate pride left him uncertain of how to broach the subject. After a moment of deliberation, all he could muster was, it appears quite impressive. Just average. Hardly worth mentioning, Eishu waved his hand dismissively, adorned with a disingenuous smile. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, a hint of awkwardness settling in. Obito, who had been preparing to retort, opted for silence instead, crossing his arms and turning his head away in defiance. Thus, Kakashi, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, inquired. So, did you two defeat Uchiha Being and his cousin Uchiha Ruohuo, who has just been discharged from the hospital, using this technique? Hardly worth mentioning. Wait, what? Discharged already? Eishu's demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression turning sour. Based on his experience and the Uchiha clan's notorious reputation, despite the tranquility of recent days. As Obito had noted, Uchiha Being had more than one cousin, and the Uchiha clan was not to be underestimated. This matter, he surmised, was far from over. Eishu and Obito exchanged a serious glance, both recognizing the gravity of the moment. They nodded in unison, an understanding passing between them, which left Kakashi utterly speechless. The intensity of their demeanor suggested they were perhaps plotting something sinister. How had he never noticed their audacity before? Despite his confusion, Kakashi felt a twinge of envy towards the duo. In youth, curiosity flourishes, and Kakashi, despite his aloofness, longed for camaraderie with good friends. Though the two before him were somewhat eccentric, brash, and hypocritical, their peculiar bond struck a chord within him, revealing a connection he lacked as the son of White Fang and the top student in his class. It seems we must expedite our plans, Obito, Eishu remarked solemnly. Indeed, Obito replied with a nod of seriousness, let us commence without delay. There are too many trees here. We should relocate to avoid attracting that old man's ire. Let us go to that place, where there are fewer people, and we can fish and enjoy a meal. The two immediately set off, while Kakashi, eavesdropping nearby. Since they were up to something significant. Observing their retreating figures, he hesitated. I merely wish to discern what that technique is, he reassured himself, feigning departure before stealthily following them. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's domain, Uchiha Being knelt on the ground, bandages wrapped around his head, facing his cousin, Uchiha Ruohuo, who lay motionless, entirely swathed in bandages. Behind him stood an elderly man, his narrowed eyes exuding an air of authority. Outside, a crowd of men and women of varying ages simmered with anger, yet silence prevailed, each breath meticulously controlled, either out of respect for the unconscious Uchiha Ruohuo or fear of the imposing elder. Clan leader, Lord Fugaku. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, dressed in a green vest with the distinctive insignia of the Konoha Guard on his arm. He was none other than Fugaku Uchiha, the current clan leader and head of the Konoha Guard. Yes, Fugaku acknowledged with nods as he greeted his clansmen, striding into the room to stand behind the elder. Elder, I have arrived. He glanced at the injured Ruohuo and the trembling Being, letting out a sigh. This is a failure on my part as clan leader. It is not your fault, Fugaku, the elder replied dismissively. I am aware of the situation. These two fools, despite holding a clear advantage, have ended up in this disgraceful state. As clan leader and head of the Konoha Guard, you have enough on your plate without these troublesome individuals bringing shame to our clan. Fugaku furrowed his brow at the elder's words but was interrupted once more as the elder continued. However, the Uchiha clan has survived from the era of turmoil to become the foremost clan in the ninja world. Not solely due to our strength but also because of the fear we instill in others. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, Fugaku. The elder turned to face him, his icy gaze piercing. Since this concerns the younger generation, let them handle it. As a newly appointed leader, you cannot allow outsiders to belittle our clan. From that moment on, Fugaku had no opportunity to interject. The elder held a position of great authority within the Uchiha clan, and even Fugaku had received guidance from him in his youth. I understand, elder. I must attend to matters within the Konoha Guard, so I shall take my leave, Fugaku said, bowing slightly in respect. At that moment, it seemed as though the true leader was the elder before him, while Fugaku appeared merely as a clan member assigned to the Konoha Guard. Once Fugaku departed, the elder called out, Lai, come in. A young man entered immediately. Should Eishu and Obito have been present, they might have recognized this Uchiha Lai, who bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Ruohuo, albeit slightly older and taller. Do you know who was responsible for your brother's condition? The elder inquired. Yes, a young clan member and another without a surname, Uchiha Lai responded. Are you aware of what must be done? The elder pressed further. Yes, Uchiha Lai affirmed. I will issue a warning, and once Ruohuo has recovered, he will personally seek retribution. The elder nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for him to proceed. Uchiha Lai vanished in an instant, having utilized a body flicker technique to exit. Chapter 18. Let us progress together. Why have you followed me again? Obito exclaimed, exasperated. What is with you today, Kakashi? I merely passed by, Kakashi replied coolly, weaving a deceptive tale. Eishu smiled without uttering a word. How could Kakashi's subtle thoughts escape his perception? It is akin to the camaraderie found in university dormitories, where even the most dedicated student who secretly studies late into the night cannot resist the allure of gaming with his roommates. Kakashi, in this instance, is merely exhibiting an early emergence of his repressed desires. Do you not foresee a future Kakashi who, too, will spend countless nights furtively perusing risque literature until dawn breaks? Yet, gazing upon Kakashi's demeanor, Eishu suddenly recalled his previous notion. The reaction of hydrogen release is exceedingly intricate, necessitating the support of water release augmented by yang release, the lightning release derived from electrolysis, and the ignition of an open flame. Although, given his exquisite control over chakra, he could single-handedly accomplish the majority of it. Ultimately, this does not pertain to any so-called bloodline limit, nor is it a matter of bloodline elimination. There exists no such thing as hydrogen release chakra. At its core, it is merely a composite ninjutsu, with the emphasis lying on the concept of combination. In his heart, Eishu felt a twinge of excitement. The might of the hydrogen release, objectively, hinges on the quantity of chakra. He could initiate it alone, but at the very least, he would need to expend 3 portions of chakra. However, if they sought collaboration, he would solely handle the fusion of yang release and water release, while Kakashi would manage the lightning release and allow Obito to ignite the spark. Not to mention, the power would multiply severfold. Stop deceiving us, you scoundrel. As they passed through the training ground of this place, did you think Obito was a fool? Obito declared this and attempted to send Kakashi away. How could their secret base, just for the two of them, allow for a third party's intrusion? Kakashi was left speechless. He had no idea how to explain himself. Fortunately, at that moment, he caught sight of Eishu's exceedingly friendly smile. How should one put it? Kakashi always felt as though a price tag was affixed to his forehead, while Eishu seemed to be contemplating how to sell him off. Obito, this is where you have erred. Eishu gently reassured Obito, who wore a perplexed expression, and then turned his gaze towards Kakashi. A friend? Well, Kakashi is still our classmate. He helped us today by providing cover. How can you treat him this way? It is true that we must strive diligently and seek improvement. However, strength lies in unity. Kakashi's presence will undoubtedly enhance our small group. A single chopstick may be easily broken, but a bundle of chopsticks stands strong together. Our ability to send Uchiha Being and his cousin to the hospital is reliant on our cooperation and solidarity, is it not? Trust me, Obito. With his left hand holding Obito's and his right hand grasping Kakashi's, Eishu radiated an aura of benevolence. Kakashi will undoubtedly become a valuable partner for us, won't he? Obito, utterly baffled, couldn't help but wonder if Eishu had taken some sort of medication or was under some bizarre influence. How else could he be spouting such nonsense? Kakashi, equally perplexed, interjected, Wait, when did I agree to join you? Can I just pass by? Is it not permissible for me to leave? What is this bizarre cult-like vibe I'm getting? The two youths, forcibly linked by Eishu, began to question the very essence of their existence. After several moments of stunned silence, Kakashi finally reacted and withdrew his hand from Eishu's grasp. Obito swiftly pulled Eishu aside and whispered, What on earth is happening? Eishu, what kind of nonsense is this? Are you out of your mind? You won't find such a good training partner anywhere else. Besides, how can you predict what tasks that old man will assign us tomorrow? Isn't it beneficial to have an extra pair of hands? Obito paused, but quickly began to grasp the situation at hand. Why didn't you say so earlier? The two immediately turned back, only to find Kakashi regarding them with a look of disdain. You do realize that at this distance, I can hear everything, right? Eishu's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, revealing his unease. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Do not concern yourself with such trivialities, Kakashi. Do you not wish to grow stronger? Do you not desire to understand how we achieved such formidable prowess? Eishu spoke, his expression suddenly shrouded in mystery. It is a combined ninjutsu. According to my theory, ideally, 3 individuals are required to fully unleash its power. We might usher in a new era, following the white fangs of Konoha and the legendary 3 ninjas. A new age awaits. Are you certain you do not wish to give it a try? Truth be told, Eishu's words nearly moved him. Admittedly, there might be an element of persuasion aimed at Kakashi, yet the future of hydrogen release is undeniably promising. If only he had a bit more chakra, mastered additional techniques, and discovered quicker reflex methods. With a flick of his hand, he could wield hydrogen release, and the prospect of obliterating the ninja world with a mere snap of his fingers would no longer remain a mere slogan. Kakashi's gaze shifted from disdain to skepticism, gradually morphing into inner turmoil. He certainly did not believe Eishu's fanciful claims. A new era? The poorly constructed ghost stories his father recounted were more convincing. Yet, on the other hand, the idea of training together and growing stronger seemed rather enticing, did it not? The notion of together held a magnetic allure for Kakashi, even surpassing that of the combined ninjutsu. Once more, he hesitated. Surely, someone esteemed by my father, and that esteemed individual would not be a hindrance to me? Kakashi mused internally. Ultimately, under Eishu's sincere and clear gaze, and amidst Obito's feigned indifference while plotting to entice Kakashi into brotherhood, he relented. Fine. But do not expect me to do your bidding. I seek strength, not foolishness. Kakashi shrugged, feigning nonchalance. However, in truth, his heart raced with excitement. How thrilling. Would I also have companions? Fighting together? Skipping class together? Within every introverted soul resides a little monster, and even a child is no exception. Excellent. Let us commence. Eishu declared with enthusiasm, and Obito rolled up his sleeves. This scene left Kakashi in a state of bewilderment, prompting him to question. How do we start? Of course, through practice. Only through battle can we achieve the swiftest improvement. Or do you think we are strong for no reason? Eishu replied with conviction. Is that so? Kakashi expressed skepticism, tinged with a hint of derision. To frame combat in such an idyllic light, truly, it is quintessentially you. Yet, as two fists barreled toward him, Kakashi found himself devoid of any opportunity for contemplation. What the? Kakashi hastily executed a series of backflips to evade, ultimately landing atop a large stone, his face a mask of astonishment. What are you two doing? Did we not agree on practice? Indeed, this is practice, Obito exclaimed, forming hand seals. Moments later, he was ready, fire-style, fireball jutsu. With a resounding roar, a massive fireball coalesced, hurtling directly toward Kakashi. This is excessive, Kakashi thought, intending to retort about stumbling into a den of thieves while simultaneously forming hand seals to erect an earth-style wall to shield himself from the fireball. Yet, cunningly, Eishu had stealthily maneuvered to his side. Unbeknownst to him, a Rasengan had already formed in Eishu's hand. Let us progress together, Kakashi, Eishu shouted, maintaining his original intent. 10 minutes later, breathless, Kakashi lay on the ground, his clothes tattered, and his face bruised, a sight of utter disarray. Normally, defeating Obito would be a trivial task for Kakashi. His years of training far surpassed the brawling skills possessed by someone like Obito. But let us not forget Eishu, a strategic ninja adept at utilizing Rasengan to avoid close combat. With a reckless brawler in front and a cunning strategist behind, Kakashi found it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself unscathed. That said, Kakashi felt a certain exhilaration within. After being bested by the duo, they not only refrained from delivering a final blow but instead engaged in a playful tussle. While it appeared they were targeting him, in reality, ouch! Kakashi touched the corner of his eye, wincing in pain. This was indeed aimed at him, those rascals. Yet, this sensation did not seem so bad after all. Chapter 19. Dare to challenge Obito? Do you not know he is under my protection? The following morning, Eishu awoke to the call of his internal clock. Rising as usual to prepare breakfast, washing up before the meal was ready. After finishing breakfast, with over an hour until class began, Eishu refined his chakra for a while. As a diligent and eager young man, his mornings were busy yet fulfilling. Once everything was ready, Eishu donned his small backpack and set off. Today was Friday, with only morning classes, so there was no need to skip any lessons. However, the three of them had agreed that whoever succumbed first would be responsible for the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. This motivated Obito to unleash his full force against Kakashi, further intensifying Kakashi's feeling of being targeted. Eishu ambled leisurely to the school and subsequently to the classroom, only to discover that Kakashi and Obito had already arrived. Kakashi, as always, was engrossed in extracurricular literature, which would, in due course, evolve into a best-selling tome by a certain sage after his adulthood. Meanwhile, Obito sat at his desk, lost in thought. Good morning, Kakashi, Eishu greeted. Morning, Kakashi replied, his demeanor slightly less aloof, now that he was a member of the formidable team. Good morning, Obito. However, the distracted Obito did not respond. His gaze fixated on the window, seemingly in a trance. Obito? Still, there was no reply. Eishu exchanged a concerned glance with Kakashi, sensing something amiss. Obito's expression was vacant, yet his eyes bore a weight of seriousness, as if something significant had transpired. Eishu recognized the situation. The last occurrence was merely a day before their duel with the Uchiha clan. He approached Obito, gently nudging him back to the present. Obito, snapping out of his reverie, glanced at Eishu and greeted him with a casual, morning. Morning, Eishu replied, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding against probing further. Obito was inherently the type to wear his heart on his sleeve, eager for all of Konoha to know his thoughts. Yet, when he chose silence, Even a delightful bowl of ramen would fail to coax him into conversation. The classroom bell rang, heralding the arrival of their teacher, who brought along a rather aged textbook. Meanwhile, the students eagerly opened their pristine new books, grappling with the lessons while simultaneously battling the encroaching drowsiness, a true test of endurance. At long last, the monotonous lesson concluded. However, the moment the teacher announced dismissal, the previously lethargic students transformed into elite shinobi, rushing out in a fervor. The ruckus surpassed that of even the most intense practical lessons, outstripping their usual post-class chaos by several magnitudes. Yet, Obito remained seated, unperturbed by the bell or the jubilant cheers of his classmates, embodying a sage-like demeanor typical of the Uchiha. "Come on, Obito, let us grab a bite. We've got work to do this afternoon," Eishu urged, suppressing his curiosity. "I'll pass, Eishu. Grandma wants me home early for a cleanup," Obito replied, seemingly prepared with his excuse, scratching his head and offering a sheepish smile. This response only heightened Eishu's unease. If it were merely daydreaming, it could be overlooked. Fatigue from yesterday's training was understandable. However, if he was invoking his grandmother, the situation appeared more serious. Nevertheless, Eishu stifled his worries and smiled. "All right then. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Obito echoed, shouldering his small bag and exiting the classroom alone. What is going on with him? After Obito left, Kakashi approached Eishu. Both observing Obito's retreating figure through the window, his expression one of perplexity. It's not like him at all, let it be. When he figures it out, he'll share. It's probably nothing of great consequence. Eishu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "This is not a decisive battle at the Bridge of Godless Eyes. It's not a significant issue." Meanwhile, Obito trotted along, reaching a street corner where he cautiously glanced around, feeling a lingering unease. He slyly circled a few times, pondering if he had been followed. Exhaling a sigh, worry filled his eyes, but it soon transformed into determination. At last, Obito arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Yet he did not return home. Instead, he made his way directly to a training ground belonging to the Uchihas. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the second Hokage and Shimura Danzo, the Uchiha clan finally possessed a domain that was unequivocally theirs, free from disturbances. The territory boasted an array of amenities, snack streets, taverns, casinos, and training grounds, even a lively entertainment district, resembling a miniature Konoha, although it was somewhat remote. Situated a considerable distance from the heart of Konoha, its tranquility was a welcome respite. Upon reaching the training ground, Obito found it less bustling than the Konoha training grounds. Only one individual awaited him, having stood by for some time. This person appeared to be on the cusp of adulthood, donned in Uchiha clan attire. A sword at his waist, towering over Obito by 3 heads. With long black hair, he exuded a certain charm, albeit his gaze was somewhat frosty. "Senior Lai." Obito nervously approached the young man, lowering his head. "I'm sorry, I cannot bring Eishu with me." The young man before Obito was none other than Uchiha Lai, the elder brother of Uchiha Being. Within the Uchiha clan, conflicts among kin bore little consequence, especially among children. However, should outsiders intervene, even with mere ridicule, they would be regarded as foes by the Uchihas. This sentiment mirrored that of the Hyuga clan, another prominent family in Konoha, both striving to uphold their clan's dignity and protect their bloodline limits from external covetousness. Yet, the two clans fundamentally diverged in their approaches. The Hyuga clan employed the concept of caged birds to ensure that the Byakugan would not be lost in the event of an accident. The caged bird would destroy the Byakugan. Conversely, the Uchiha's methods were decidedly more stringent, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Any foe that dared to provoke the honor of the Uchiha would face relentless pursuit and eradication, regardless of the cost. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, the actions of Eishu and Obito were perceived in a particular light. Naturally, as a member of the Uchiha, Obito would not face severe repercussions, at least on the surface. However, Eishu, as an outsider, had grievously injured a member of the Uchiha clan, an affront that could not be overlooked by the Uchiha. That would not be in line with the Uchiha's principles. "I offered you a chance, Obito," Uchiha Lai said coldly. "Although the techniques of Hokage and Being may fall short, the honor of the Uchiha clan is not to be tarnished. My intention was merely to deliver a slight warning to that boy. But your actions today have left me profoundly disappointed. If that is the case, I shall confront him myself." Uchiha Lai strode away from the training ground, casting a disdainful glance at Obito, his eyes filled with loathing. At this time, Obito should still be on his way home. "You can't possibly believe that I need you to locate him, can you? Regret it. I detest deceit above all else." Initially, He merely needed to wait for Ruohuo to awaken and seek vengeance personally, but now he would have to face my wrath. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly turned around. Senior. Yet, his call went unanswered as Uchiha Lai continued on, completely disregarding him. Obito clenched his fists, his breath becoming increasingly labored. If you have the guts, come at me. Where were you when they were beating me? You scoundrels. Obito shouted in a fit of hysteria, voicing years of grievance. As he charged towards Uchiha Lai, seeking death, Uchiha Lai's gaze turned icy, and with a swift turn, he faced the oncoming boy, not even unsheathing his weapon, and delivered a powerful kick. The force of the kick, imbued with chakra and combined with Obito's own momentum, could have easily extinguished half of his life had it connected. Yet, Uchiha Lai showed no sign of restraint. Some individuals, although born into the Uchiha clan, raised within it, dressed in its garments, and bearing its crest, were merely ordinary people with the Uchiha surname in this clan where strength reigned supreme. They were unworthy of the noble bloodline and honor of the Uchiha. Furthermore, since Obito had initiated the attack on Uchiha Lai, even if Uchiha Lai were to beat him senseless, it would not matter. Just as Obito was about to succumb to despair, a voice suddenly erupted. Get him. Uchiha Lai paused momentarily. In the next instant, a figure flashed between him and Obito, just before they were about to collide. Earth style, earth flow wall. Cleverly, Obito recognized that Uchiha Lai was a Nin, someone beyond the capabilities of himself and Eishu. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he would not face excessive hardship, thus he chose to shoulder everything alone. Boldly, while aware of Uchiha Lai's rank, Obito's instinct upon hearing of his intention to confront Eishu was to fight back. But despite his cleverness and audacity, Obito was not foolish. Challenging Uchiha Lai was one thing, but running headlong into a wall, especially one topped with Kakashi's dog head, was another matter entirely. Bang! Obito hastily crossed his arms in front of him, yet still took a solid hit, leaving his head buzzing. Meanwhile, Eishu, with both hands slowly molding two Rasengan, charged towards Uchiha Lai. Dare to strike Obito? Do you not know he is under my protection, you scoundrel? Chapter 20. Confrontation with a Nin in the blink of an eye. The outcome of a ninja battle can be determined. Kakashi intervened, separating Obito and Uchiha Lai as Eishu advanced with his Rasengan aimed at Uchiha Lai. However, the disparity in their strengths was evident. Uchiha Lai remained remarkably composed in the face of Eishu's assault. He positioned himself, sidestepping Eishu's attack, then delivered a powerful knee strike. The blow landed forcefully, striking Eishu squarely in the face and sending him flying. Yet, Uchiha Lai frowned. A shadow clone, indeed. As expected, the next moment, accompanied by a puff, Eishu's form transformed into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. Kakashi's earth flow wall fell away, revealing three boys standing shoulder to shoulder. The trio from the small grove, the first-year truant squad of Konoha Ninja Academy, reporting in. Eishu, Obito, still a bit dazed, gazed at the two figures beside him, murmuring in disbelief. Kakashi's expression darkened, questioning why, even at such a moment, this fellow remained so insufferable. Your grand sweep is rather abstract, Obito. Eishu maintained a calm smile, retorting, Does your grandmother know? Eishu, I. Obito's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice thick with emotion, but Eishu's expression hardened. We'll settle this later. For now, let us focus on dealing with this scoundrel. Although only a shadow clone had been defeated, the pain still registered, and with the unexpected speed of the opponent, the individual before him was certainly not to be underestimated. In the depths of his heart, Eishu felt somewhat stifled. First, it was Uchiha Being and his cousin Uchiha Ruohuo, and now this individual. Such a character, unworthy even of a name, seemed to emerge in a succession of layers, as if one were to encounter a cousin only to find a brother next. This relentless cycle had left him with a persistent headache. It was indeed painful. His name was Uchiha Lai, the elder brother of Uchiha Ruohuo. At the very least a Nin, and potentially a Nin. Obito had finally regained his composure. The earlier choking sensation had vanished. When it came to fighting, particularly in brawls, he always found his spirits lifted. He likely was not a Nin, otherwise there would be no chance for your shadow clone to engage in close combat. Kakashi analyzed, This is Uchiha we are dealing with. Do not forget the Sharingan and Genjutsu. The three defining traits of the Uchiha, fire release, Sharingan Genjutsu, and of course, their distinctive hairstyles. Uchiha's swordsmanship. Eishu nodded in agreement, however. Even if he is not a Jonin, This individual may very well have awakened the Sharingan. It is wise to remain cautious, for not everyone possesses the extraordinary abilities akin to Obito. Despite his promotion to Chunin, he was unable to awaken the Sharingan, and at the brink of death. He could only manifest two Tomo. Yet astonishingly, he leaped from two Tomo to the kaleidoscope Sharingan in one swift motion. A feat that can only be described as a medical marvel. Eishu was uncertain whether the Uchiha before him had activated his Sharingan. Yet he could not engage in battle with his eyes closed. Thus, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Uchiha Lai regarded the three individuals before him with an expression devoid of mockery or fury, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor, embodying the principles of the Uchiha clan. His gaze swept over Obito and Eishu, revealing his disdain without reservation, yet when he turned his attention to Kakashi, a hint of caution emerged. Yes, caution. Albeit subtle, he was merely mindful of Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, yet did not regard it with particular seriousness. After all, this was Uchiha territory. Teaching a few youngsters a lesson was hardly a matter to approach with trepidation. Nevertheless, Uchiha Lai's arrogance did not compel him to treat the situation with utmost gravity. Was it you three who injured Beiying and Ruahua? With the son of the White Fang present, one could hardly blame him. Uchiha Lai folded his arms, presenting an image of someone who would not strike first. Kakashi's expression took on an odd quality. What to do? He felt a twinge of regret for having come along. They were the ones fighting, not him. If his father were to find out, well, given his father's penchant for mischief, he would likely inquire if Kakashi was fighting for a girl. Kakashi sighed, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Kakashi, Eishu called out, his tone laced with complexity, causing Kakashi to pause momentarily. Was he suggesting that Kakashi should leave? Did he wish to spare him from entanglement? It was natural for Kakashi to think this way. The situation was quite clear. Although Obito was somewhat erratic, he was still loyal. He had come alone to protect Eishu, after all. Kakashi naturally assumed that Eishu was of a similar disposition, seemingly cunning, yet fundamentally loyal. However, Eishu was destined to disappoint him. This fellow was not easy to deal with. They might only have one opportunity to strike. Obito, and he possessed a remarkable technique. Their strongest move. Yet this technique required some time to execute, so, I beg of you, Kakashi. Eishu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. In truth, he was already contemplating how to quickly collaborate with Kakashi on the art of hydrogen release. Strength lies in numbers. Only through such cooperation could they truly harness the formidable power of this technique. Yet, Kakashi remained oblivious, stuck at a stage that lacked any explosive symbols, rendering him unable to join in. Thus, the only option was to have Kakashi buy them some time. Kakashi, wearing an expression of exasperation, gazed at Eishu with disdain, only to be met by a gaze brimming with earnestness, not just from Eishu, but also from Obito. Had the two conspired together? How infuriating. Kakashi nearly erupted in a fit of curses, questioning why he had to associate himself with these two instead of enjoying his status as the esteemed chief student. Nevertheless, he restrained the impulse to turn and walk away, gritting his teeth and stating, "Then you two better hurry up." With that, he bent slightly, resembling a young cheetah, casting a glance filled with resignation towards Uchiha Lai. "Come now, let me witness the disparity between the heirs of the Uchiha and the White Fang." Uchiha Lai still did not draw his sword, as if it were merely an ornament. Kakashi sighed, and amidst the admiring gazes of Eishu and Obito, charged forward. "Forgive me, senior." Kakashi maintained his politeness, remembering to greet before taking action. Uchiha Lai responded with the customary etiquette of the Uchiha clan, raising his hand to block Kakashi's punch, then delivering a swift kick to Kakashi's chest. "You are not yet at the level where you can offend me." Once again at a loss for words, Kakashi nimbly pivoted to evade, transforming his hand into a blade as he unleashed the sword techniques he had diligently honed since childhood. Yet, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Why were all members of the Uchiha clan so insufferably arrogant? Compared to this individual before him, Obito even seemed endearing. How infuriating. Obito was the one truly deserving of a beating. Kakashi found himself caught in a tumultuous battle of frustration. Meanwhile, Eishu and Obito had completed their preparations. "Kakashi, step aside." With a resounding shout, Eishu activated the hydrogen balloon, expending nearly all of his chakra. Obito also inflated his cheeks and formed the necessary hand signs, preparing the great fireball technique. Kakashi, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly retreated, rubbing his arms upon landing. This individual truly exemplified the might of the Uchiha clan. His strength was formidable, his taijutsu exceptionally fierce, and each strike was remarkably precise, all without the activation of the Sharingan. Yet, at the same time, Kakashi felt a flicker of anticipation. Was this technique the culmination of their combined ninjutsu? According to Eishu, this technique ideally required the collaboration of three. Before Kakashi could ponder further, their combined ninjutsu was already aimed at Uchiha Rei. First came Eishu's hydrogen balloon, now larger than ever yet advancing at an accelerated pace. Following closely was Obito's great fireball, both under their meticulous control, deftly avoiding premature detonation. Obito was particularly earnest about this, recalling his previous blunder when a mismanaged ignition with a cotton swab nearly costing Shu his right hand. In Shu's eyes, there lingered a hint of concern. Yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of confidence. He held nothing back. The explosive power he possessed was undeniable. With no less than 10 detonating talismans at his disposal, he could already envision the radiant glow of victory. However, Eishu had underestimated the complexities of a ninja's battle. The clashes between ninjas were ruthless and unrestrained. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and genjutsu were merely tools at their disposal. Yet, beyond sheer strength, the most crucial element in a ninja's combat was intelligence. Although Uchiha Rei might not be acquainted with the molecular formula of the hydrogen release technique, he was fully aware of the circumstances that led to his brother's hospitalization due to an explosion. You think too much, young one. There stood Uchiha Rei, unwavering, as he formed hand seals with astonishing speed, leaving behind mere afterimages. Wind release, gale palm. In an instant, a tempest arose, and in Eishu's astonished gaze, his hydrogen balloon was forcefully pushed back, colliding with Obito's fireball, culminating in a simultaneous explosion and wave of flames. Boom. The sound of the explosion resonated as anticipated, yet the impact fell short of expectations. Uchiha Rei raised one hand to shield his face. Mitigating the limited force of the explosion, his sleeve was singed and tattered, but that was the extent of the damage. The formidable combination of Eishu and Obito, who had always triumphed effortlessly, was unexpectedly dismantled by Uchiha Rei's seemingly ordinary wind technique. Such is the nature of a nin. Although not yet reaching the stature of a nin, in the ninja world and within Konoha, they are not particularly remarkable. However, their strength and perspective far surpass those of two mere academy graduates. Had the power of the hydrogen release struck Uchiha Rei in its entirety, perhaps a different narrative would have unfolded. Yet, such hypotheticals remain irrelevant. Uchiha Rei is a nin, equipped with both might and intellect. In truth, if Uchiha Rei sustained even minor injuries, Eishu and Obito could take pride in that accomplishment. However, before they could even bask in their own reflection, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. Uchiha Rei had, unbeknownst to them, executed a swift body flicker and appeared at their rear. With hands shaped like blades, he raised them high, ready to incapacitate them in an instant. Yet, at that very moment, a hoarse yet captivating voice quietly emerged. Ninjutsu, Great Serpent. Chapter 21. Anticipating our next encounter the moment that voice resounded, a massive serpent forcefully burst onto the scene. This serpent, as thick as a water barrel, was composed of indestructible phosphorus. Its sudden appearance not only obstructed Uchiha Rei's assault but also shielded Obito and Eishu beneath its formidable presence. Uchiha Rei retreated repeatedly until he found himself against the wall of the training ground, his chakra anchoring him to the surface as he remained parallel to the ground. His eyes fixated on the serpent and the cold, imposing figure standing with arms raised. Orochimaru, my lord. Uchiha Rei's brow furrowed, clearly displeased by the arrival of Orochimaru. It was rare to see Orochimaru visit the Uchiha clan's territory. He wondered what brought such an esteemed individual here. Uchiha Rei questioned, eyebrows knitted in confusion. The newcomer was indeed Orochimaru, the aloof figure of Konoha, who seldom involved himself with the Uchiha. His sudden appearance, coupled with his act of saving the two young ninjas, left Uchiha Rei in a perplexing predicament. He could not decipher Orochimaru's intentions nor ascertain the relationship between Obito, Eishu, and this enigmatic figure. I rarely come here, Orochimaru responded in his gravelly voice, simultaneously concluding his technique. The white serpent dissipated into smoke, leaving Eishu perplexed as to whether this was a ninjutsu or a summoning technique. Orochimaru, noticing Aishu's gaze, cast a glance at the young lad before turning back to Uchiha Rei against the training ground wall. However, with your rank and prowess, even if I frequented this place, you would lack the qualification to see me. Such a venomous tongue. While Obito remained oblivious to the implications, both Kakashi and Eishu widened their eyes in astonishment. The remark, though not overly harmful, brimmed with insult. Uchiha Rei's expression immediately turned frosty. Having been thwarted in teaching the two younglings and subsequently humiliated, he made no effort to conceal his disdain for the Cold Lord, Orochimaru. Once more, Uchiha Rei affirmed, this is the Uchiha clan. We fear no one. Yet, fearlessness is one matter, taking action is another. The Uchiha are undeniably ambitious and proud, but their intellect is equally sharp. Uchiha Ri cast a cold glance at Eishu and Obito before returning his focus to Orochimaru. One day, I shall compel you to meet my gaze, Orochimaru. With that, Uchiha Ri vanished from sight. However, his departure elicited little concern from those present. Orochimaru had never regarded Uchiha Ri with any significance. He did not even recognize him. At this moment, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes were filled with interest as they fixated on the young Eishu. Meanwhile, Eishu was utterly engrossed in observing Orochimaru, oblivious to Uchiha Ri's exit. Uchiha Ri had dispelled the hydrogen release with his wind technique, a turn of events that certainly caught Eishu off guard. Yet, compared to this revelation, it was Orochimaru's sudden intrusion that truly left Eishu bewildered. What on earth is going on with this person? Eishu felt a bit bewildered. For Orochimaru at this juncture posed a danger comparable to that of Uchiha Obito. One need not fear a thief's stealth, but rather their fixation. In this regard, Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito share a fundamental similarity. Both are inclined towards the abduction of children, starting with a time frame of 5 to 10 years. It appears you have become adept at manipulating chakra. Splendid. Orochimaru's voice was both hoarse and enchanting, leaving Obito in a haze, while Kakashi's curiosity ignited like a blazing fire in his eyes, causing a chill to run through Eishu's heart. This individual surely harbored ulterior motives towards him. By the tone of his voice, it seems he has been lying in wait for quite some time. In truth, the primary credit belongs to Obito, for his advancements have been the most significant. Eishu decisively chose to let Obito take the lead, hoping that Orochimaru would soon recognize Obito as potential and challenge Uchiha Madara. However, before Obito could feel moved, Orochimaru suddenly raised both fingers once again. This startled Eishu, who immediately gathered chakra in his palms and entered a defensive stance. In moments of urgency, a person's potential often surges forth. Eishu's record for forming a Rasengan was 3 seconds, but this time he managed to compress it to a mere 2 seconds. Yet, just as he was prepared to battle for his dignity, a small white snake appeared in Orochimaru's hand, clutching a scroll. Obito was once again bewildered. What was happening with Eishu? Even Kakashi found himself lost in the unfolding events. The atmosphere grew awkward, but Orochimaru seemed unfazed. With a bemused expression, he gazed at Eishu, his interest bordering on the unsettling. Your technique demands a high level of chakra transformation. Here are some ninjutsu that will suffice for your current abilities, Orochimaru stated, as his form gradually melted into the ground, creating an impression of submerging underground. The small snake then released a damp and sticky scroll before vanishing alongside Orochimaru. I look forward to our next meeting, his voice echoed in the air, causing Eishu's expression to shift dramatically. First, he thought of the peculiar old man, then of Orochimaru. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had recently attracted bad luck, despite not being in his zodiac year. Boldly, Obito picked up the scroll left by Orochimaru and opened it, instantly freezing in place. Fire release, fire dragon bullet, water release, water bullets, lightning release, lightning burst. Wind release, great breakthrough, earth release. Underworld, how does one read this? Swamp, earth release, swamp of the underworld, which is a B-rank earth ninjutsu. Kakashi, who had unknowingly approached, explained, his expression oddly contemplative. Obito exclaimed in astonishment, wow, we struck gold. Eishu. Orochimaru had left behind an impressive 5 ninjutsu, all of considerable rank, far surpassing the small water sphere and battery techniques that Eishu possessed. Orochimaru-sama is truly a kind and approachable senior. Kakashi marveled for a while, reflecting on the revelation. This statement jolted Eishu back to reality. Kind and approachable? Spare me, he thought. If he were to betray the village, a single glance from Orochimaru would leave him questioning his very existence. Then he would truly understand the meaning of kindness. At the same time, Eishu pondered. At this point, Orochimaru should not have transformed into a scientist yet, right? According to Eishu's recollection, Orochimaru had strayed down his path after failing to become Hokage. There was no reason for him to fixate on him now. In the future, I must find an opportunity to express my gratitude to Orochimaru properly. Obito sighed, gazing at the magnificent fire dragon within the scroll, marveling at their fortune. Upon hearing this, Eishu also nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, the appearance of Orochimaru today had indeed provided significant assistance to the three of them. Not only did he drive away Uchiha Itachi, but he also left behind a valuable ninjutsu scroll, which resolved their pressing needs. Eishu, having merely heard the names of those ninjutsu techniques, recognized their immense utility and perfect harmony with his mastery of hydrogen release. In this instance, Orochimaru truly embodies the essence of a benevolent individual. Regrettably, The position of Hokage follows a system of recommendation for succession. Otherwise, without a doubt, I would cast my vote for you in the future. Eishu murmured to himself, pondering what the future would hold for Orochimaru. In truth, it mattered little to him. After all, that was a concern for another time, given some space. He too could become amiable, and indeed, a true paragon of global harmony. All were intellectuals here. Who among them could truly instill fear? Chapter 22. A heavy burden and a long journey. After a brief tumult, the trio finally realized they had not dined at noon. Eishu promptly proposed a celebratory meal, and Daitu eagerly asserted he would treat them. The trio soon found themselves at a Chiraka ramen, fortunate enough to arrive just after the lunch rush, thus avoiding any queues. However, Daitu soon faltered. Eishu, do you have any money left in your pocket? Didn't we just pay that old man? He lamented. I have no funds at all. Eishu, who had subsisted on instant noodles for the past few days, lamented his inability to contribute. Allow me to handle this. Ultimately, it was Kakashi who raised his hand, willing to shoulder the entire expense. Daitu and Eishu felt a touch of embarrassment, opting for the most basic meal. Yet, when Kakashi unveiled his wallet, revealing a stack of cash thicker than a textbook, their composure shattered. Kakashi, how are you so wealthy? Daitu exclaimed in astonishment. Eishu felt a tinge of discontent. It was only natural that Kakashi, as the son of the White Fang, would possess advantages that surpassed his own. However, carrying around his living expenses for several years was rather excessive. This money does not belong to me, it is my father's. Kakashi swiftly tucked away his wallet and dismissed the two with a disdainful glance. This was the reward from his previous mission, but as he had embarked on another assignment, the Umbu had entrusted the funds to me. Upon hearing this, Obito was momentarily taken aback, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. Alas, I long to graduate swiftly and earn a living as a ninja. Nearby, Eishu blinked and cast a meaningful look at Kakashi. Graduation, early graduation. Then Nin and Nin. Kakashi indeed held such a record. The might of this record was so formidable that even the future Itachi Uchiha could not surpass it. Yet, the circumstances surrounding this achievement were somewhat tragic. Eishu contemplated the passage of time, realizing that matter seemed to draw ever closer. A formidable warrior should not meet their demise on the battlefield, but rather fall victim to the whispers of their own kin, succumbing to their own fragile heart. This notion, however, felt somewhat abstract. After lunch, the trio returned to the familiar grove. They had come for training, yet instead of engaging in a straightforward and brutal confrontation, they unrolled the scroll left by Orochimaru. The scroll contained 5 commonly known elemental ninjutsu of moderate difficulty, which ostensibly were beyond the reach of 3 novice ninjas. However, it was evident that none of them harbored such concerns. Kakashi even asserted that should he desire these techniques, he could simply obtain them from his father. This revelation sparked an idea in Eishu's mind. Perhaps he could seek out Kakashi's home to learn ninjutsu in the future? Of course, White Fang needed to be alive for that to happen, but such matters were beyond Eishu's current purview. Obito, do you think the Great Fireball technique might be too challenging for you? Eishu asked with an unusual expression. Should we perhaps ensure you fully mastered the Great Fireball before attempting the Great Fire Dragon? This was not merely a provocation. Eishu genuinely worried that Obito might take on more than he could handle. However, if Obito wished to learn, he would not obstruct him. He merely feared that if Obito were unable to master the Great Fire Dragon, he might also forget the Great Fireball, thus losing both the sesame and the watermelon rind. It seemed the issue was not insurmountable. Obito appeared to grasp Eishu's intent, yet he remained eager to try. I am quite familiar with the Great Fireball already. The hand seals for these 2 techniques are quite similar, so it should be manageable. Very well. Eishu, observing this determination, chose not to press further. He then turned his gaze to Kakashi, his expression growing more serious. Kakashi seemed to understand what Eishu was about to say, his demeanor shifting to reflect the gravity of the moment. I have previously mentioned my desire to change the world, to forge a new era, ideally. It requires the 3 of us, Kakashi. Indeed, Kakashi nodded solemnly, acknowledging the weight of the words shared between them. Eishu continued, this lightning technique, we shall learn together, which will facilitate my future chakra manipulation. Once Obito masters the Great Fire Dragon, we can attempt to execute it simultaneously. The intricacies of collaborative ninjutsu are undoubtedly complex. Eishu had long recognized this truth. Although he could skillfully control the ball with both hands in the back of his hand, such mastery was solely within his purview, affording him complete operational command. Introducing another individual brings forth an additional mind and perspective, necessitating a period of adjustment. I understand, Kakashi nodded in agreement. quietly committing the contents of the scroll to memory before retreating to a secluded spot to practice. Eishu has not been idle, compared to Obito and Kakashi. His workload is the most substantial. Currently, he can only utilize 3 types of ninjutsu: lightning release, water release, and the sage art signifying yang release, while he is temporarily unable to master the fire release that Obito is striving for. It is imperative for him to be proficient in both lightning and water releases to minimize discrepancies. Simultaneously, he must also dedicate himself to the training of sage art, ensuring he can infuse sufficient yang release into his water release techniques. It is akin to a single individual juggling 3 jobs. Yet Eishu aspires for more than merely this. He seeks to comprehend the transformation of chakra attributes. As the second stage of hydrogen release aims to transcend the theoretical barrier of the reaction process, it can be said that the journey ahead is both arduous and distant. The 3 young men trained throughout the afternoon, devoid of fervent battles, yet there lingered an unspoken sense of competition among them. Obito was fervently determined to prove himself, striving to master the great fire dragon before Kakashi could learn that lightning release. Initially, Eishu did not harbor such thoughts, but the prospect of mastering both skills while Kakashi and Obito had only grasped one ignited a fervor within him. Ultimately, it is said that a man remains a youth until death. Nonetheless, the relentless passage of time drew to a close before twilight arrived. This was due to Eishu having signed a temporary child labor agreement with that peculiar old man. Obito accompanied him, as a true brother should share both joy and hardship. Kakashi, at first reluctant to join, was ultimately swayed by Obito's teasing challenge. "Are you secretly training to surpass both of us?" "Absolutely not." Kakashi, feeling the weight of their shared endeavor, nearly lost his composure. In the end, he resigned himself to follow along. Thus, the trio arrived at Training Ground 3 in Konoha. However, after waiting for an extended period, as the sun began its descent and the shy moon made its appearance in the sky, the old man remained absent. Could it be that he had forgotten? Eishu, perplexed, wondered if he had overthought the situation. Thus, the 3 of them returned to their respective homes, each seeking their own resolutions, only returning to their homes, unbeknownst to Eishu, at this very moment. In the area between the Uchiha clan's territory and Konoha, a disheveled figure fled with great haste, glancing back in a state of acute anxiety. His face a canvas of panic. This individual, battered and bruised, his visage obscured by dirt and grime, bore the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothing, affirming his identity as an Uchiha. It was none other than Uchiha Lai. At this moment, Uchiha Lai was far from the imposing figure he had been earlier that afternoon, when he had boldly stood up to Orochimaru. Now, fear consumed his gaze. Within the Uchiha territory, no matter how brazen Orochimaru might be, he would not dare to lay a finger on him. Yet just moments prior, Uchiha Lai had faced a true brush with death. He had not even caught a glimpse of his assailant or their method of attack. All he knew was that it was a powerful earth-release ninja, and he had no means to resist. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have been buried alive beneath the earth. Who could fathom what transpired? This was Konoha, after all. It's almost there, almost there. Uchiha Lai murmured incessantly to himself. Once he reached the Uchiha territory, his life would be assured. However, just behind him, a figure had ceased the pursuit, clad in tattered garments and wearing a subpar mask purchased from a roadside vendor. This individual observed Uchiha Lai's frantic escape with a disdainful smirk. The laughter, laced with scorn, bore an undertone of age, clearly indicating that the individual was no youth. Is this all? The Uchiha of today appear to have fallen far. Chapter 23. To grow taller, or to grow stronger? As night descended, Eishu has concluded his training in ninjutsu, yet his mind is undeniably in turmoil. The primary source of this disarray remains Orochimaru. Although Eishu feels gratitude for Orochimaru's actions, he still yearns to establish a clear boundary between them. Just as Eishu finds himself at a loss, a sudden commotion arises at the entrance. Who could it be? Eishu immediately glanced over and approached the door. Upon opening it, he found nothing but emptiness before him, while a brisk breeze offered a hint of coolness to the summer air, just as he was about to close the door and retreat indoors for an early rest. To conserve his energy for the impending challenges of tomorrow, a sudden figure appeared within his room, causing Eishu's expression to change dramatically. What on earth? With a resounding shout, Eishu instinctively prepared to unleash the spiral sphere. Prior to the second phase of hydrogen release, the spiral sphere would serve as Eishu's go-to technique for unexpected situations, such as encountering the formidable Uchiha. Additionally, it would solidify his leadership position within the trio, much to Kakashi's chagrin, who remained helpless against this technique, inciting his frustration. Had Minato, who was still on a mission and unaware of the situation back in Konoha, known, he he would undoubtedly have regretted imparting this skill to Eishu. However, upon discerning the figure before him, the chakra in Aishu's palm dissipated instantly. Inshu's expression transformed into one of utter bewilderment. What are you doing here? Huh? I have previously mentioned that the mark of my chakra resides within you. Even if you manage to escape from Konoha, I would effortlessly retrieve you. So, what is this? Nearly the second day, and you already aspire to become a tree? Indeed, it is that peculiar old man, older than even Kokage. In the afternoon, Eishu did not see the old man and assumed that he had simply forgotten due to his advancing age. Little did he expect that the old man would arrive that very night. As I waited for you alongside Obito until sunset, your absence left me with no recourse. Eishu remarked with a furrowed brow. His day had not been particularly smooth. First, he had encountered Uchiha Rifing's high-ton techniques. And then he was handed a peculiar lollipop by the enigmatic Orochimaru. Although he had escaped unscathed, the day had left Eishu both physically and mentally exhausted. And thus he was in a rather irritable mood. Naturally, he did not extend a warm welcome to the strange old man who had intruded upon his home. However, the old man's demeanor was in stark contrast to Eishu's. He appeared to be in high spirits, his complexion rosy. And even his drinking posture seemed more carefree than usual. Let's let today slide. We shall make up for it later. The old man waved his hand dismissively, taking another swig of his drink. Just as Eishu was left in confusion, the old man suddenly turned his gaze toward him. Kid. The feeling of being unable to defeat others. It's rather unpleasant, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Eishu was momentarily taken aback. Given the multitude of events that transpired today, his subconscious instinctively associated them with Uchiha Lai. Following that, still driven by instinct, he excluded the absent elder and related the matter to his own predicament of being compelled to work. This cognitive shift occurred in an instant, yet within that fleeting moment, a new question arose in Eishu's mind. Who exactly is the elder referred to? Eishu is a student of the humanities, traversing a path steeped in philosophical musings. Lacking knowledge of finance and warfare, he has struggled to sustain himself since his arrival, unable even to provide for his basic needs, and nearly found himself bested in a confrontation, almost receiving a private lesson from an elder. However, this does not diminish Eishu's quick wit nor his indomitable spirit. The identity of the elder is inconsequential. What truly matters is Eishu's emotional state. He feels profoundly unsettled. Gazing intently into the elder's eyes, Eishu resolutely declares, "This sensation is peculiar. It is as if there exists an incessant sting that suffocates me, yet I cannot help but reminisce. I even begin to envision myself acquiring immense power to vanquish my foes, pressing them to the ground and mercilessly grinding them until they bleed. Yet, I am acutely aware that, in my current state, I am incapable of such feats. The brother of Uchiha Being is undeniably formidable. It is not an exaggeration to state that the two parties do not even operate on the same level. It is akin to the distinction between a professional boxer and a social media influencer showcasing bicep curls. Techniques such as the spiral sphere and hydrogen release are indeed powerful, with promising futures that could alter the very fabric of the world. Nevertheless, Eishu recognizes the fragility of his own foundation, his physical prowess, experience, and chakra are all woefully inadequate compared to what is expected of a chunin like Uchiha Lai. In terms of combat experience, he even finds himself lacking compared to Kakashi. Ultimately, the tussles of children and the conflicts of ninjas belong to entirely different realms. Eishu's words, though seemingly a response, were in fact a moment of introspection. He still had a long way to go. The old man, momentarily taken aback by Eishu's reply, found himself at a loss for words. Is it true that today's youth are so mature? He pondered, realizing that the multitude of thoughts he had prepared suddenly seemed futile. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "What do you plan to do?" "What to do?" Eishu rolled his eyes, exasperated as he shrugged his shoulders. "Of course, I must become stronger. I cannot simply wait for others to lend a hand, can I? I too have wished for a Hokage for a father, but that is not the reality." For reasons unknown, the old man's gaze shifted nervously upon hearing Eishu's words. However, he quickly suppressed this unusual reaction, crossed his legs, and took a hearty sip of his drink, the flush on his face deepening. "That is indeed true." Eishu rolled his eyes once more. "So, your late visit to my home was merely to ascertain whether I had gone out this afternoon? Now that you know, you can take your leave. I am at an age where growth is paramount. I must not compromise on nutrition or sleep." Eishu spoke with an irritable tone. The old man paused in his drinking, realizing he had been dismissed, and immediately reverted to his irascible demeanor. "What nonsense! When I was your age, I could battle the Uchiha for 3 days and nights without respite, and yet," as he spoke, the old man became aware that he had inadvertently let something slip. His expression shifted, and just as he was about to remedy the situation, he caught sight of Eishu's contemplative look and sighed. Well, sooner or later, you'll find out, he mused, taking another swig of his drink. In any case, at your age, aside from growing taller, it is of utmost importance to develop your physique. None of those formidable ninjas achieved greatness by simply going to bed early and miraculously growing overnight. As he spoke, the old man rose to his feet and strode towards the door. You've got good fortune on your side, lad. I see potential in your chakra manipulation, and your cunning nature suits you well for the path of a ninja. If you wish to grow stronger, come find me before dawn tomorrow. Of course, if you're afraid you won't get enough sleep to grow, then don't bother. With that, the old man shook his head and chuckled. As his laughter echoed, his figure vanished as mysteriously as he had arrived, leaving Eishu bewildered, having failed to discern how he accomplished such a feat yet. The specifics of his departure mattered little now. At this moment, Eishu's emotions are somewhat stirred. Senju, indeed, is of the Senju clan. This old man is truly a member of the Senju. He is even older than the founding of Konoha, surpassing the ages of both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kohara Udatane, and has even clashed with the Uchiha. If he is not of the Senju, then which clan could he possibly belong to? However, a question arises. What is it about himself that this old man has found appealing? Eishu's expression suddenly took on a peculiar demeanor. First, he had exchanged a Watergate spiral for a semi-finished product of hydrogen release. Then, Orochimaru generously bestowed upon him a lollipop. And now, there was an old man who was almost certainly a member of the Senju clan. Reflecting on his interpersonal relationships, he felt somewhat misplaced. In Chapter 24, The Constraints of Morality, the Sealing of Conscience, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was immersed in his duties late at night at the residence of the Sarutobi clan. As he reviewed documents, he noticed the grave expression on Kakashi's face, who had just returned from a reconnaissance mission. As you anticipated, Lord Third, Kakashi stated, producing a scroll stained with dried blood and handing it to Hiruzen. After a Wagakure, Suna, and Kumogakure had torn up the peace treaty, Hiruzen opened the scroll, and his gaze turned icy. The scroll, obtained at the cost of countless lives of Konoha ninjas, contained a stark message. Iwagakure had mobilized a large number of ninjas to the borders of the Land of Earth, with the vanguard already having crossed the Kaminari Bridge and lying in wait in the Land of Grass. This is a direct strike towards Konoha, Hiruzen said. Carefully securing the scroll, his voice now tinged with a sense of impending doom. Though he was no longer in his prime, the mighty lion in the sunset still retained his regal presence. It seems that the third great ninja war cannot be contained, Lord Third, Kakashi replied solemnly. It was evident to all that the involvement of Kirigakure in the battle was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the direction of their assault would likely mirror that of the other ninja villages, heading straight for Konoha. The disparity between Konoha and the other villages was simply too vast. From the first great ninja war emerged a master of ninjutsu. From the second, the White Fang and the legendary Sannin. Despite remaining in a protracted state of attrition since the first great ninja war, Konoha consistently held its position as the foremost ninja village, a status that could not be tolerated by the nature of humanity. Kirigakure has already launched their attack, Hiruzen said, retrieving another scroll, similarly stained with dried blood, and tossing it to Kakashi. Kakashi caught it with care. It was a final tribute to those heroes who could not even be buried in Konoha. Kirigakure had forged 7 formidable ninja swords, wielded by elite jonin known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, whose strength and ruthlessness had already obliterated a small nation. Now, they were advancing towards Konoha. Hiruzen, having picked up his pipe, inhaled deeply. As Kakashi perused the intelligence on the scroll, Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, filling the room with a haze. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Kakashi pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze, his eyes gleaming with determination. Lord Hokage, I wonder whose blade is sharper, theirs or my White Fang. With a fervor for battle, Kakashi volunteered, yet he remained oblivious to the unusual glint in Hiruzen's eyes. You have a more significant task ahead, Shumo. Hiruzen deftly deflected Kakashi's eagerness. I have entrusted the matter concerning Kirigakure to the Hyuga clan. With a considerable number of Hyuga members, the effectiveness of Kirigakure's missed techniques will be minimized. While not expecting victory, we can at least hold them at bay. As Hiruzen exhaled another puff of smoke, he continued, compared to Kirigakure, the battlefront with Iwagakure and Kumogakure requires your presence far more, Shumo. Kakashi's expression shifted in surprise, and he immediately knelt. Yes, Lord Hokage. As dawn broke, Eishu, having completed his morning routine, made a decision that contravened his family's teachings. He would have instant noodles for breakfast. After satisfying his hunger, he stepped out into the early morning starlight, facing the gentle breeze with resolute steps. Today marked the first day of his journey to strength. Before long, Eishu arrived at training ground number 3. The old man had yet to arrive, but Eishu was not concerned. Finding a suitable spot, he began to channel his chakra, his mind diligently simulating the operational mechanics of a new ninjutsu. Unlike the restless thoughts of the previous night, he now appeared utterly focused. Having lived 2 lives, his worldview had transformed, yet his values remained unchanged. The means of striving had merely shifted from a 996 work schedule to one of combat. Finally, as the moon was whisked away by the clouds, the sun began to rise on the horizon, and the figure of the old man finally emerged. "Ah, you're here early," the old man intended to tease Eishu, but upon seeing the serious expression on his face, he too grew somber. "I am ready. Let us begin." Eishu's enthusiasm caught the old man off guard, yet he sensed this was the true essence of the young boy, reminiscent of the individuals from his own youth. "Strike me." The old man's words were astonishing, yet Eishu stood firm, gazing intently at him, his expression one of confusion. "Just imagine me as the person you dislike the most, and strike swiftly. Do not dawdle," the old man urged impatiently. However, Eishu shook his head, seemingly bound by moral constraints and the seal of conscience. The old man grew increasingly impatient. "What I mean is, there is no need for imagination." Buzzing, Eishu unleashed 2 spiral balls in his left and right hands, charging directly at the old man. In his previous life, Eishu had read countless novels, and he understood the process well. He knew that only by exhausting all his efforts could the old man gain a clearer understanding of him. "HM?" As the old man gazed at the rushing Eishu, he found himself perplexed. There was no need for imagination. "You little rascal, what are you?" "HM?" The old man, who should have entered a furious mode, suddenly paused, a smirk appearing on his lips. "Is this your way of attacking? I truly wonder from whom you inherited such tactics." Murmuring to himself, the old man's eyes sparkled with pride. Yet, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. With his fingers raised, the old man formed a seal, and a tremendous chakra instantly enveloped the land. Although the aura was formidable, the speed was lacking, and the intention too evident. This was not a mere street brawl, young lad. The old man summoned his chakra, intending to bury Eishu beneath the earth and start anew. This would serve as Eishu's first lesson, what it meant to be decapitated in spirit. But at that moment, "Don't think you can trick me with the same trick twice, you old fool." With a thunderous roar, Eishu slammed one hand onto the ground, and the spiraling sphere in his hand erupted with chakra, the overwhelming force creating a crater in the earth, while damaging the turf was secondary. The most crucial aspect was that the old man's buried chakra was now disturbed. Yet, Eishu's assault did not wane, his speed intensified, and the remaining spiraling sphere aimed directly at the old man, while his free hand began to form yet another. During this period, Eishu has indeed recognized a particular issue. In the absence of chakra extraction, Abido can only unleash 3 great fireballs in a day, which appears to be his limit. In contrast, under similar circumstances, he can conjure more than 5 spirals in a single day, excluding his own spirals, which resemble Boruto's miniature versions. Eishu has arrived at a conclusion. His chakra reserves seem to exceed those of an average individual by a considerable margin. Now, confronted by the enigmatic Senju elder, Eishu has begun to entertain a bold hypothesis in his mind. Is it possible that the reason for his lack of a surname is not due to his connection with figures like Orochimaru or Jiraiya? Could it be that he is, in fact, following Tsunade's path? This speculation is audacious, bordering on a dream, yet precisely for this reason, Eishu feels it is not entirely implausible and even harbors a sense of anticipation. After all, even if he is overthinking, there is no loss in doing so, right? Moreover, what if dreams could indeed be realized? Chapter 25. A month later, a month has swiftly elapsed. On this day, Eishu rose early as usual, prepared hot water, attended to his grooming, and then indulged in instant noodles. However, just before stepping out, he noticed a significant date marked on the calendar. Eishu's footsteps momentarily halted, his brows arching in surprise. Has it truly been so long? Today marks the birthday of the original owner of this body, as well as the anniversary of the passing of the owner's parents. Coincidentally, it also signifies the 180th day since his arrival in this new world. Eishu turned his head to gaze at his reflection in the mirror. He remained as handsome as ever, albeit slightly darker and leaner, giving him a more refined appearance. Additionally, a ninja tool pouch was strapped to the outer side of his thigh, enhancing his resemblance to a true ninja. A month's time, neither excessively long nor short, is sufficient for one to shed certain bad habits or cultivate a beneficial routine. For Eishu, who diligently honed his skills, This period had brought about a qualitative leap in his ninja capabilities. Ninja proficiency encompasses not only physical techniques, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, but also a myriad of essential skills. The lessons imparted by that old man seemed devoid of limitations or boundaries. For instance, the concealment of breath and tracks, analysis of the battlefield environment, covert communication, intelligence gathering, and even considerations for assassination tactics. These were all aspects unattainable within the confines of the Ninja Academy, which primarily instilled the will of fire and foundational rules such as the three bands. With Eishu's current strength, even opting for early graduation would likely enable him to surpass Kakashi's record in mere moments. Yet, he refrained from doing so. During this period, Konoha appeared noticeably quieter. While ordinary citizens remained unaffected, the number of ninjas leisurely wandering the streets and alleys had dwindled. The Third Shinobi World War had been ignited, and graduating now meant heading directly to the battlefield. Eishu was unperturbed, yet Obito was not quite ready. Although Obito had mastered the great fire dragon technique bestowed by Orochimaru and wielded two fire jutsu, he still lagged behind in preparation for the true battlefield and the realities of combat. Whoosh! A shuriken shot forth, and Eishu's hands were not idle. He swiftly formed seals, manifesting a water release, water bullets in an instant. The water bullets, though not densely packed, were numerous and streaked forth with remarkable speed. The old man, having narrowly evaded the shuriken, immediately recognized that he had lost all avenues for evasion. Good lad. A flicker of appreciation crossed the old man's eyes as he refrained from forming seals. With a firm stomp, an unadorned earthen wall erupted from the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The water bullets crashed against the earthen wall with great force, yet their lethality was almost non-existent. However, the old man behind the wall showed no hint of underestimating the situation. He began to form seals with both hands. Earth release, earth flow wall, a wall of earth, comparable to the entrance of the Ninja Academy, shot up from the ground. The next moment, boom, an explosive sound reverberated, shaking the entire forest. Early birds, finding insects to eat, remained oblivious to the ensuing blast. Dust and smoke billowed, yet the old man emerged from the opposite direction. Casting a glance at the earth flow wall now marred by a gaping hole, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his face. Come again. Eishu, undeterred by misfortune, immediately formed a complex series of seals, exceeding 20 in total, from the scroll provided by Orochimaru. The only techniques Eishu could currently practice were lightning release, lightning burst, and water release, water bullets. Eishu has yet to reach the threshold of chakra nature transformation. However, this does not hinder his advancement of hydrogen release into the second stage of development. From the moment of imprinting, he directly merges chakra during the formation phase of ninjutsu. This is largely thanks to Orochimaru, whose teachings may appear random and akin to a gift from the heavens. Yet, after practical application, Eishu was taken aback. As a cold sovereign and disciple of a ninjutsu professor and a future great scientist, Orochimaru possesses a unique vision. The lightning release, lightning burst he bestowed upon Eishu is inherently a mid-range technique, utilizing condensed chakra to unleash strikes within a limited area. This synergizes perfectly with water release, water bullets. Moreover, even in the absence of the hydrogen release concept, the ordinary water bullets can be combined with lightning burst, infusing the water projectiles with lightning, thereby doubling their power. However, for Eishu, that power could increase exponentially. One after another, water bullets took shape. But under the enhancement of lightning, they transformed into energy orbs. Eishu retrieved a detonating tag connected to a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, preparing to launch it. Just at that moment, an elderly voice suddenly boomed, perfectly coinciding with the moment Eishu activated the detonating tag with his chakra. Eishu was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, retracting the explosive tag as the hydrogen before him dissipated. You really ought to be more prudent with your expenditures, young man. The cost of a single explosive tag could sustain you on instant noodles for an entire week. It's baffling how little you seem to care. The old man remarked with a hint of irritation. However, Eishu merely smiled faintly. Ever since he had allied himself with Kakashi, the little landlord, he had indeed accumulated a surplus of explosive tags. He and Obito had been fortunate enough to tour Kakashi's vast collection of ninja tools at his home, and the sight was nothing short of astonishing. Various ninja equipment stacked in boxes, a spectacle truly beyond the reach of the impoverished for a lifetime. At that moment, Eishu felt an overwhelming impulse to abscond with the money, hoping to improve his life. Strangely, however, his living expenses this month not only failed to normalize but doubled, reaching a staggering 2,000 taels. This was 4 times the meager 500 taels he had previously endured each month. It was no exaggeration to say that he now dared to purchase the most expensive instant noodles and was bold enough to buy a week's worth of milk and eggs. Yet, despite having achieved such success at a young age, Eishu did not succumb to complacency. Instead, a sense of urgency began to envelop him. It was likely that this unexpected windfall was a favor from Orochimaru. "Very well, your training shall conclude for now. You need not return," the old man suddenly declared, leaving Eishu momentarily stunned. "What? I said you need not return," he reiterated, casting a weary glance at Eishu. "You are young. Missing a few hours of sleep is no issue for you. Look at my age. I've been accompanying you through all this folly. In any case, the special training has ended. When you have mastered the transformation of chakra attributes, you may seek me out again." As the old man spoke, he rubbed his aching back and ambled away from the forest, leaving Eishu with nothing but his retreating figure. How frustrating. I wonder how many days it will take to recover. The old man's grumbling voice lingered in the air, yet Eishu's gaze was filled with increasing respect. He bowed deeply in the direction of the old man's departure. Although he did not know the elder's name, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, dear grandfather." The old man seemed quite sensitive about his identity, and although Eishu had previously attempted to casually inquire, he was met with various vague excuses. However, he had long since ceased to be troubled by this matter. Even if the Senju clan had faded into obscurity, it mattered not. All he could offer was his utmost reverence and gratitude towards the old man. At the same time, Eishu resolved to swiftly master the transformation of chakra attributes. The old man appeared to have no descendants, yet such mastery of earth techniques should not be squandered. Chapter 26. The Late Kakashi, the Impending Storm Fire Release. "Hey, Eishu, you are lacking in martial ethics." As Obito was forming his hand seals, a barrage of water bullets forced him to break his concentration, dodging while lamenting. "I know your hand speed is impressive, but you can't possibly deny me the chance to complete my seals," he complained. "Be gentler, Eishu. The enemy will only be faster than me." Obito. With a series of thuds from punches and kicks, Obito found himself sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. His expression one of utter resentment directed towards Eishu. "You've changed, Eishu. You were once only this ruthless with Kakashi, but now, humph." Obito turned his head away, unwilling to gaze upon that handsome face. Speaking of that face, it reminded him of a painful incident. During a recent training session among the three, he had accidentally injured Eishu's arm with a kunai. Though the wound was not severe, it still required treatment. Their training was intense, especially since they had faced formidable foes like Uchiha Obito, with Obito acutely aware of the necessity to grow stronger. At that time, Eishu's chakra was depleted, rendering him unable to perform sage techniques, forcing Obito and Kakashi to take turns supporting him to the hospital. Then, Obito witnessed a scene that filled him with indignation. Due to the pressing nature of the ongoing battles, Konoha Hospital was operating at full capacity. Many of the nurses had resorted to using shadow clones, leaving even Kume with no time to torment Eishu's little head. Given the minor nature of the injury, the intern nurse, Rin Noera, was assigned to treat Eishu. Their interactions appeared remarkably intimate, suggesting that their relationship had surpassed mere camaraderie, perhaps even into deeper territory. In truth, Eishu's familiarity with Rin stemmed from his consistent training in medical ninjutsu over the past month. This was not only for the sake of mastering yang release but also to facilitate class divisions. With Obito's rapid growth, early graduation was inevitable. And Eishu's actions were also for the benefit of both Obito and Rin. After all, should Madara dare to send him a tailed beast in a few years, he would be desperate to handle it. Rin would be unable to suppress the three-tailed beast, as she was a professional medical ninja, and the specialization did not align. Such a matter would require Eishu's intervention. Hydrogen release, in essence, was a rather complex composite ninjutsu that could be utilized by multiple individuals. But having an additional tailed beast to assist would hardly be a conflict. Yet, that was a discussion for another time. At present, Eishu is not preoccupied with scheming against Bando, but rather with Kakashi. Speaking of which, why hasn't Kakashi arrived today? Surely he hasn't overslept? Seeing that Eishu remained unresponsive for a while, Obito rose from his seat, puzzled. He still relished the feeling of teaming up with Eishu to confront Kakashi. Perhaps they should wait a little longer. Eishu wished to hold on, for the village had yet to be rife with rumors. Perhaps that incident had not yet transpired. After all, to compel a formidable figure like a Hokage to succumb to despair and choose to end their own life requires meticulous preparation. The two continued their training, with Eishu attempting to apply the techniques he had learned from the elder onto Obito. This served a dual purpose, reinforcing his own understanding while also providing Obito with an opportunity to learn. However, Kakashi's continued absence instilled a sense of foreboding in Eishu's heart. Although the trio had only spent a month training together, Kakashi had undeniably become an integral part of their small circle. Upholding the principle of perseverance, Eishu resolved to take action. "Let us go, Obito. We should check on Kakashi. I hope he is not unwell." As they walked through the streets of Konoha at midday, the atmosphere was lively. Although the absence of ninjas clad in green vests was noticeable, it did not detract from the vibrancy of Konoha. Eishu had never set foot on the front lines and thus could not articulate the sentiment that such prosperity was forged from bloodshed. However, a peculiar feeling lingered in his heart. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Obito. If only this fellow could exhibit a modicum of reliability, they would surely be able to venture into battle soon enough. At long last, the allure of the bustling city was left behind. The territory of the Hatake clan was somewhat remote, though not as isolated as that of the Uchiha. It primarily offered tranquility, yet remained relatively close to the heart of Konoha. Obito's frequent tardiness compared to Kakashi was not devoid of reason. The two finally arrived at an imposing mansion nestled within the forest. While it could not be described as antiquated or charming, it was undoubtedly a lavish abode in contrast to Eishu's modest dwelling. Just as Obito was about to ring the doorbell, a few masked figures emerged from Kakashi's yard. Eishu sensed that these individuals were likely members of the Umbu rather than Root. Kakashi stood among them. Such was the situation, and he braced himself mentally for what was to come. In a faint whisper, Eishu overheard several individuals speaking to Kakashi, but unfortunately, his lip-reading skills were not yet proficient. The old man had merely imparted the foundational techniques, and he had yet to master them. Nonetheless, Eishu discerned references to the Hokage and the White Fang, along with an admonition not to leave Konoha. A few Umbu departed from the Hatake residence under Kakashi's farewell, while Obito and Eishu stood silently to the side, only turning their gaze toward Kakashi once the others had left. "What is the situation?" Obito inquired with curiosity, his impressions of the White Fang limited to notions of strength, respect, and being the man closest to the Hokage, essentially, someone formidable. As for the Umbu, that was knowledge introduced in the second semester of the first year at the Ninja Academy. "In nothing," Kakashi replied, his eyes evading direct contact, though they could not conceal the worry and melancholy they harbored. This elicited a frown from Eishu, possessing a godlike perspective. He was aware that the White Fang had abandoned his mission to protect his comrades, only to return to Konoha and face the scorn and accusations of all, ultimately succumbing to the unbearable weight of it all and taking his own life. Yet, he was oblivious to the details of that tragic sequence. However, given Kakashi's demeanor and the timing, it seemed likely that such an event had transpired. Whispers and rumors within the village were on the brink of surfacing, heralding the onset of a maelstrom aimed at the White Fang. Eishu felt a sense of responsibility to intervene. "You don't appear to be all right, Kakashi," Eishu remarked, crossing his arms and regarding Kakashi with a scrutinizing gaze. "Regardless of your thoughts on the matter, Obito and I consider you our comrade. That day, when Obito was nearly beaten to death by Uchiha, you stayed. Now, no matter what has transpired, we will stand behind you." Eishu spoke with utmost seriousness, so much so that even the earth seemed to adopt a solemn demeanor. Kakashi slowly raised his head, his gaze becoming increasingly complex. Even with a mask obscuring his face, Eishu could discern Kakashi's inner turmoil. "You need not bear this burden alone, Kakashi," Eishu continued, "though there may be matters beyond our assistance. Having one more person adds strength. You should understand this principle." "I do not wish to remain silent, Eishu-kun," Kakashi replied, looking skyward, his tone steeped in resignation. "I fear that even with the three of us combined, we may not effect any real change." Chapter 27, A Stark Method of Comfort in Konoha. Within the Hokage building's conference room, the expansive space was occupied by the upper echelons of Konoha, seated at a long table. However, referring to them as high-ranking officials only encompassed 3 members of the Elder Council and the Hokage himself. These individuals dictated Konoha's policies, truly holding the fate of the village in their hands. The gathering of such figures signified that Konoha was on the brink of facing significant challenges requiring resolution. The Shinju Bridge operation had failed, and Iwagakure had tightened its defenses, rendering any future offensive endeavors nearly impossible. Speaking was an elderly woman named Tsunade Kamaru, responsible for Konoha's finances and diplomacy, and a disciple of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Iwagakure demands compensation for the damages inflicted by the White Fang team's actions, monetary reparations totaling tens of millions. If we refuse, they will launch an attack against Konoha. Nonsense. With a resounding bang, an elderly man wearing glasses, also well past 50, slammed his hand on the table, as if they ever intended to refrain from attacking Konoha. Compensation? Bah, that scoundrel Inoki. This man was Mito Gate-in, a disciple of the second Hokage and a longtime comrade of Tobirama Senju, also serving in Konoha's diplomatic and internal affairs. You've known Inoki for long enough. If he had any other demands, that would be unlike him, Tobirama mused. Puffing on his pipe, seemingly composed, yet his furrowed brow betrayed his concern. He had anticipated this turn of events, as all present had endured 2 great ninja wars and would not lose their composure over a mere incident. However, the defeat of the White Fang necessitated the cessation of Konoha's original battle plans. While it was not a complete loss, it certainly did not bode well for the village. This was the very reason they congregated here. Tobirama turned his gaze toward Danzo Shimura. What is your perspective, Danzo? My stance has remained unchanged, Tobirama, Danzo replied, his single eye narrowing, a cold glint of menace evident in his gaze. War will inevitably come. It has always been looming. Even if the White Fang destroyed the Shinju Bridge, Iwagakure's aggression will not cease, nor will the other 3 great shinobi villages. I warned you, Tobirama, Danzo continued, his icy glare fixed on the Hokage. If you had heeded my counsel, the only one in distress now would be Inoki. The Shinju Bridge served as a vital link between the land of fire and the land of earth, connecting Iwagakure and Konoha. In times of peace, it facilitated economic exchanges, its long-standing history providing little necessity for the affluent Konoha, while Iwagakure benefited significantly from this trade. However, during wartime, this bridge would transform into a crucial conduit for the transportation of military supplies and shinobi for Iwagakure. The Shinju Bridge was easily defensible yet challenging to assault. A small contingent could effectively guard it, rendering it a thorn in the side of any hostile forces. Danzo had repeatedly proposed that, even at the risk of diplomatic tensions, Konoha must maintain control over the bridge. This proposal had not met with opposition or approval from the other 2 elders, but had certainly not received the Hokage's endorsement. The village harbors significant doubt regarding your leadership, Tobirama, Danzo continued. The failure of the White Fang's operation stemmed from your orders. After so many years in power, Konoha has faced successive attacks from the entire ninja world. People believe this reflects Konoha's weakness. I have long maintained that an unwavering defense is merely a testament to fragility. Instilling fear in others and being perceived as a fool are 2 entirely different matters, Tobirama. Danzo's words hung heavily in the air, disregarding the darkening expression on Tobirama's face, even as the remaining 2 elders remained silent. As the hawkish representative of Konoha, Danzo wielded considerable influence in times of impending conflict. After all, the representatives of peace had already proven their misjudgments. Danzo, you have spoken your piece. Tsunade Kamura interjected coldly, seemingly attempting to counter Danzo's claims. Though her words lacked bite, Tobirama, on the other hand, waved his hand dismissively. Danzo is correct. Konoha has reached a point where it must demonstrate its strength. If we cannot instill fear within the ninja world, then our mentors and the first Hokage may never find peace in the afterlife. At that moment, the aging lion revealed its formidable presence. The discussion swiftly shifted to Konoha's counteroffensive, the notion of a forefront battle. While defense was typically the optimal strategy, all present understood the underlying urgency. Konoha desperately needed to validate its strength. At last, the meeting concluded. Tsunade Kamaru and Mito Gate-in departed to execute orders and manage affairs. Yet, Tobirama and Danzo remained behind, the atmosphere thick with silence. Tobirama exhaled a plume of smoke while Danzo sat with his eyes narrowed, seemingly in deep thought. Neither appeared inclined to leave. Share your thoughts regarding the Shinju Bridge and the White Fang's defeat. Tobirama finally sighed, breaking the silence. Danzo opened his eyes, not answering directly, but instead retrieving a scroll. This contains all the details of the White Fang's mission, from its commencement to its abandonment. Root was involved throughout the operation, and my reports will be more comprehensive than anything the White Fang could relay upon his return. Tobirama accepted the scroll, his expression shifting dramatically. Not due to Danzo's infiltration of the ANBU or his connection to the White Fang's immediate subordinates, but rather due to the ominous phrase, abandon the mission? So, the White Fang chose to abandon the mission to save his comrades? At the Hitaki estate, in the main hall, Obito asked incredulously. Indeed, Kakashi sighed, his eyes filled with concern. This is what those ANBU operatives informed me. They were once my father's subordinates, and he has yet to return to Konoha. Beside him, Eishu remained silent. The events aligned with his previous knowledge. The White Fang had forsaken his mission to protect his comrades. This decision directly precipitated a series of tragedies. The White Fang's suicide, Kakashi's initial descent into darkness, his arduous return to the light thanks to Obito, only to be plunged back into despair with Obito's death, followed by the loss of Rin and the fourth Hokage couple. A tragic cycle akin to a Matryoshka doll perpetually unfolded within Kakashi's life. I apologize. I should not have burdened you with these tales. Kakashi crouched on the ground, his hands clasped over his head, his body trembling slightly, exuding an aura of profound anguish. At this moment, I found myself utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed. What if my father? The Kakashi of now is far from the formidable figure he would eventually become, one capable of standing toe-to-toe with the likes of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Ultimately, he is merely a 5-year-old child. The sudden failure of his powerful father's mission, with his life now shrouded in uncertainty, clearly indicates he has encountered immense danger. In such circumstances, even an adult would be consumed by worry, and those with a more sensitive disposition might very well find themselves on the brink of emotional collapse. Despite Kakashi's precocious nature, his heart remains fragile. Otherwise, he would not resort to self-imposed isolation time and time again. Obito lingered nearby, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Unsure of how to offer comfort, he instinctively contemplated treating Kakashi to a bowl of ramen with the meager allowance he had just received. Yet, before he could voice his intention, Ino suddenly delivered a swift kick, sending Kakashi sprawling to the ground. Look at you in this pitiful state. Don't even think about whether your father would be disappointed upon his return. I find it hard to acknowledge you as a companion. Eishu charged directly before Kakashi, seizing his collar and shouting loudly. This scene left Obito dumbfounded, while Kakashi appeared utterly bewildered. You must rise to the occasion, Kakashi. Even if Uncle White Fang has truly fallen in battle, it would have been for the glory of Konoha. The only thing you can do now is to train diligently and grow stronger. If Uncle White Fang were alive, you would assist him in completing his unfinished tasks. If he is indeed deceased, then you shall exact vengeance upon a Wagakure for him. Do you understand? Incredible is the manner in which Eishu offers solace. It is undeniably formidable. This marks the first occasion that Obito has discerned such an imposing aspect of Eishu, despite their lengthy acquaintance. Just as Obito contemplated surreptitiously giving Eishu a thumbs up in commendation, he was taken aback as Eishu abruptly turned his head, regarding him with an expression of grave seriousness. This. A wave of inexplicable apprehension washed over Obito. I shall be obedient. I shall cultivate diligently, Eishu. I am resolute in my quest for strength. Obito fervently elaborated, though he himself was perplexed as to the reason for his explanations. Eishu nodded slightly, then turned to Kakashi. In the ensuing week, the three of us shall devote ourselves to relentless training, and subsequently apply for graduation. If Uncle White Fang truly does not return, then we shall storm the Hidden Stone Village. I, along with Obito, will accompany you without hesitation. This is the only course of action available to you now. Do you understand? Chapter 28. The Return of White Fang, the Light and Darkness of the Hokage. Graduating early does not necessarily imply stepping onto the battlefield. Eishu comprehended, deep down, that at this juncture of the war, Konoha had not yet reached a state of utter desperation. Moreover, even during the later stages, when Obito entered the battlefield and was ensnared by Uchiha Madara's machinations, Konoha had largely refrained from deploying their younger ninjas to the front lines, no matter how one articulated it. The essence of the Great Ninja War resided in the distribution of interests, far from a crisis that could threaten the very existence of Konoha. The fact that the 4 great ninja villages dispatched their forces to attack rather than forming a united ninja coalition against Konoha serves as the most compelling evidence. Every faction coveted Konoha, yearning to seize a piece of its bounty, yet none dared to push this foremost ninja village to its limits. Thus, in Eishu's view, the priority was to expedite his graduation from the Ninja Academy, attain his ninja headband, and become a ninja, as the cost-benefit ratio was exceedingly favorable. In times of intense warfare, he often found opportunities for experience and growth that would be unattainable in Konoha. If the old man was willing to teach him, that would be one thing. However, he was still far from mastering chakra nature transformation, and there was no rush. Furthermore, even if the old man were inclined to impart knowledge, the extent of what he could teach was inherently limited. Eishu desired the old man's earth release techniques and the Senju clan's extraordinary long-range abilities, yet it was hardly feasible to drain the old man's lifeblood for such skills. Of course, there remained one paramount consideration. Eishu believed that his mastery of hydrogen ninjutsu had reached the stage of practical application. The realm of the ninja could not be approached with insularity. The essence of truth must be tested through experience. Thus, the trio officially commenced their endeavor to rescue the ninja White Fang, embarking on a plan that encompassed both skiving off classes and rigorous training. However, this time was distinct from their usual escapades. Each individual prepared their own shadow clones, and Obito was no exception. Moreover, the technique employed was not the basic clone technique Eishu had previously utilized, but rather the more robust shadow clone technique. To ensure absolute certainty, Eishu conducted thorough experiments. With over 50% of chakra, the clones could sustain themselves for an entire day, and even with slight wear or a moderately forceful strike, they would endure without dissipating. However, Eishu discovered that among the trio, he was the only one capable of this feat. Kakashi needed to allocate all of his chakra to the shadow clones to achieve a similar duration and effectiveness as Eishu. As for Obito, no matter how he strained, his shadow clones could only last half a day and were exceedingly fragile. Even the slightest contact could shatter them, necessitating great caution. It was evident that Obito's starting point was the lowest. This realization left Eishu somewhat perplexed, pondering whether his chakra was simply abundant or if the shadow clone technique had been enhanced through rigorous training under the Elder's guidance. Consequently, Eishu decided to take on Obito's afternoon shadow clones as well, and thus the three began their unique training regimen, not merely sparring, but focusing on shuriken throwing, ninjutsu application, and, notably, the refinement of hydrogen ninjutsu. Eishu's concept was as follows. He and Kakashi would simultaneously employ water release, water bullets, and lightning release, lightning bomb. Once Kakashi's technique struck his, the control would still remain with him, retaining the ability to launch water bullets. Meanwhile, Obito would utilize Great Fire Dragon to target their adversaries, amplifying its power exponentially with hydrogen release. The Great Fire Dragon, renowned among fire release techniques, is not celebrated for its sheer might, but rather for its potential for development. A skilled practitioner could unleash multiple fire dragons at once. However, Obito was evidently limited by his chakra reserves, forcing him to focus solely on directing the fire dragon's trajectory. According to Eishu's vision, this maneuver could aptly be named Great Fire Dragon, Hydrogen Release Cannon. Once they achieved synergy, the combined chakra of the three would yield unforeseen chemical reactions. As the days passed, the trio engaged in fervent training, each seemingly holding back a surge of energy. Kakashi transformed his worries into motivation. Eishu was eager to grow stronger, and Obito, despite lacking a clear objective, was resolute in not allowing Kakashi to outpace him. On the fourth day of their rigorous practice, an explosive piece of news erupted in Konoha. White Fang had returned. In the corridors of Konoha Hospital, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the leader of the route, Danzo Shimura, hurriedly strode forward. Nurses and shinobi encountered them, offering the utmost respect before silently parting ways. Nurse Nanao quickly reported the situation: 6 stab wounds, a blast injury to the calf from an explosive tag, but none were fatal. However, due to excessive chakra depletion and severe exhaustion, Lord White Fang was currently in a coma but had passed the critical phase. Finally, Hiruzen arrived at the patient's room, where Nanao opened the door for him. Before him lay a robust man, unconscious and clad in a hospital gown, with visible layers of bandages. Remarkably, the specially crafted chakra short blade was still clutched tightly in the man's hand, albeit wrapped in bandages. Lord White Fang's willpower is astonishing. We struggled to pry it from his grasp, even employing techniques to stimulate his nerves, but to no avail. Truly incredible, Nanao remarked in awe. Because he is White Fang, Hiruzen murmured, sighing deeply, his tone laced with complexity as he added, the White Fang of Konoha. Regrettably, this sharp blade has yet to sever the bond with Kamino Bridge, Danzo interjected coldly. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, while Nurse Nanao lowered her head. Now is not the time for such discussions, Danzo, Hiruzen replied icily, casting a sidelong glance at Danzo, shaking his head. Danzo narrowed his eyes in response. Their apparent hostility concealed a deeper relationship known only to the two of them. After confirming White Fang's safety, Hiruzen and Danzo offered their condolences to other patients in Konoha Hospital. It was not until 2 hours later that they returned to the Hokage Tower. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Hiruzen promptly dismissed all his subordinates. The light and dark Hokage exchanged glances across a spacious desk. Have you clarified the situation, Danzo? Hiruzen inquired. The facts are laid bare, Hiruzen. Perhaps you might await White Fang's awakening. That depends on you. The air fell into a heavy silence following these brief exchanges. Hiruzen, distracted, drew on a cigarette, his peripheral vision catching sight of a report on the desk. It originated from the Ninja Academy, and it was not merely one but 3 reports. 3 children had simultaneously applied for early graduation, one of whom was the son of White Fang. Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly complex. After a long pause, he sighed. Let it be as you suggest. Strive to avoid harming the children. You are far too naive. Hiruzen. Even if I. Danzo scoffed, intending to retort, but was met with Hiruzen's icy gaze. In that moment, even the Dark Hokage, Danzo, was taken aback. Rendered momentarily speechless. He snorted softly. Very well. Chapter 29. Graduation Examination Boss. The buns you made today. Taste off. A customer complained, pointing at the bun in his hand on a bright morning at a breakfast shop in Konoha. This. The somewhat distracted owner panicked upon tasting one, his expression turning awkward. I apologize, esteemed customer. They are not fully cooked. Allow me to refund your money and provide you with some properly cooked ones. Please don't be upset. The owner, displaying commendable hospitality, immediately offered compensation. However, the customer waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. This isn't the first day I've eaten here. But boss, you seem a bit unwell today? My troublesome son has gone to the battlefield. That rascal lacks talent, and I can't help but worry. The owner replied while packing freshly steamed buns for the customer. The customer sighed. Indeed, many young shinobi have headed to the battlefield lately. They say a Wagakure is attacking. If only Lord White Fang could blow up Kamino Bridge. Indeed. I heard that Lord White Fang had the chance to complete the mission but inexplicably chose to abandon it. Another customer chimed in. I heard from others that it was to save a comrade. The owner mused, glancing over at a group of boys who had just arrived. Young lad, what would you like? One boy pulled out money but remained silent, his head bowed, an unusual tension in the air. It was his companion who stepped forward. Boss. 6 large hot buns, meat-filled. All right. The owner accepted the payment, swiftly packing the buns for the boy. The 3 youths quickly departed, and the owner watched them leave. Particularly the white-haired boy, who struck him as vaguely familiar. That one. He seems to be Lord White Fang's child, right? Shouldn't he be in school today? Several customers turned to look upon hearing the name White Fang, but the group of boys moved quickly and vanished down the street. Don't overthink it, Kakashi. Eishu encouraged as they walked toward the school. Having finished 2 buns, he noticed Kakashi had yet to take a bite. Hurry up and eat. If you lack energy by the time the exam comes, it would indeed be disastrous. Indeed, it has been 4 days since White Fang returned to Konoha. Their graduation examination has been sanctioned, and today marks the day of the test. As Eishu anticipated, the whispers circulating throughout the village have gradually permeated every corner. The failure to destroy the Kaminari Bridge implies that Konoha must deploy more shinobi to the front lines, which naturally raises concerns among the families of these ninjas. Such worries are only human. Logically, White Fang's mission should have been classified, as the destruction of the Kaminari Bridge ought to have been an S-rank task. Yet, paradoxically, this information has become common knowledge throughout Konoha. Although discontent has not yet reached a boiling point, it is easy to foresee the public sentiment should Konoha's shinobi fall in battle. Kakashi has been somewhat despondent in recent days, and even Eishu's invigorating techniques have shown diminished effects. At last, the trio arrived before the gates of the Ninja Academy. This day is rather special. They have arrived later than usual, and under normal circumstances, they would certainly be late. However, rather than exhibiting any panic about tardiness, the 3 did not even carry their backpacks. Are you prepared, everyone? Eishu was rallying for the final push. Of course. Obito clenched his fists, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor, his expression serious and his gaze resolute. This would be my first step towards becoming Hokage, with unwavering determination. Obito turned to Kakashi and declared, once I become Hokage, if you have yet to surpass Uncle White Fang, do not even think of claiming acquaintance with me. With that, Obito strode confidently into the Ninja Academy, leaving Kakashi with a striking silhouette. Eishu found himself at a loss for words. It seemed Obito's method of offering comfort was rather unconventional. With their respective thoughts, the 3 of them sought out their teacher, Keitai, with whom they had spent half a year. Under his guidance, they entered a relatively spacious room, observing the 3 boys, who were curiously glancing around like inquisitive children. The Nin Keitai cleared his throat. Enough of the wandering gazes, the exam site is not here. Prepare yourselves quickly, and remember not to become overly anxious. As he spoke, Keitai sensed an inexplicable tightness in his throat, not wishing to lose composure before the children. He hastily exited, reminding them, stay safe. Even if you do not pass, there will be opportunities next year. With K-Tai's departure, the atmosphere in the room became significantly more serious. The three youths then realized that the graduation exam not only signified their transition into becoming ninjas but also meant bidding farewell to a teacher they had grown close to over the past 6 months. This feeling, once I become a ninja, I won't have to rise early every day. I can sleep until the sun is high. And I will feast on Ichiraka ramen every day, topped with chashi Naruto rolls. Hey, Eishu, help me figure out where I should wear my ninja headband to stand out. I suggest tattooing it on your face. As they reveled in their excitement, Kakashi felt a shift within himself, his heart lightening. He clenched his fists in silent resolve, thinking, Father, you must pull through. This graduation assessment was a test he could not afford to fail. Outside, not having moved far, K-Tai heard the raucous cheers from within the room, his hands trembling with frustration. Just as he contemplated turning back to impart a final lesson to the three rascals, two masked Umbu appeared. Have they arrived, K-Tai? One inquired. Yes, they are inside, K-Tai replied, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Students in their first year applying for graduation was exceedingly rare, let alone 3 at once. Furthermore, one of them was the son of the illustrious White Fang. This graduation assessment had garnered the attention of the village's higher-ups, with even that esteemed individual intending to observe the proceedings personally. Moreover, the content of the assessment differed significantly from previous years' accelerated graduation evaluations. K-Tai sighed, realizing that all he could do now was silently pray for the trio. At this moment, in the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage donned his traditional hat, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he gazed out over the bustling Hidden Leaf village, his eyes resting on the flourishing ninja academy nearby. That place was the future, the hope of the Hidden Leaf. Are you ready? It may seem a bit premature for you, but for those 3 children, there is no one more suitable than you. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly, his tone filled with kindness and encouragement. Behind him, a serious-looking man with a buzz cut stood still. Yes. Chapter 30. This buzz-cut gentleman seemed oddly familiar. Eishu. I can't shake this ominous feeling, Obito murmured uneasily, trailing behind the 2 Umbu. It's just a graduation assessment. It's not as if we're being tested on theoretical knowledge. What is there to fear? Eishu retorted, somewhat exasperated. In truth, from the perspective of a ninja shaped by intensive training over the past month, he could discern subtle nuances. The 2 Umbu before them were silent, impassive, and wordless. Every movement appeared natural, akin to ordinary individuals, yet they remained perpetually taut. Undoubtedly, should any unexpected situation arise, these 2 Umbu would transform into lethal machines, ready to eliminate any threats. This was precisely why Obito, who had been filled with zeal moments ago, suddenly felt deflated. Ultimately, it stemmed from the fact that Obito had never encountered bloodshed or experienced combat, his instincts resisting the notion. Perhaps he was simply suffering the consequences of ignorance. Although Eishu had never witnessed bloodshed, it seemed that the old man's rigorous training was intended to prepare him for the battlefield. As for Kakashi, it was needless to say. His father served as the captain of the Konoha Umbu, specifically overseeing the covert operations. However, soon Eishu found himself unnerved. From a distance, he discerned a figure. Though he could not name them and had never encountered them before, an instinctive sense of oppression made him instinctively tense. As they advanced closer to the testing grounds, guided by 2 Umbu members, Obito suddenly recognized a silhouette among the crowd, eliciting an exclamation. Wait, is that the clan leader? Obito was astounded. His graduation assessment had somehow attracted the attention of the clan leader. What a predicament for Eishu. Indeed, it was the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan. Panic settled in as Obito pondered whether the leader had come to confront them. He had not crossed paths with Uchiha Kage in many days, and the other Uchiha in the class tended to avoid him, which had felt gratifying at the time, but now he felt a twinge of fear. After all, they had sent Uchiha Kage's cousin to the hospital. Stay calm, Obito. Eishu observed Obito's frantic demeanor, feeling his own irritation dissipate. Could one truly envision such a character as a future harbinger of chaos in the ninja world? If they were intent on causing trouble, they would have done so long ago. Perform well. Perhaps your clan leader will come to appreciate someone like you. And do not forget, you are the most talented of the Uchiha. Eishu hastily consoled, weaving words of reassurance. Uchiha, the foremost genius. At these words, Obito's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. After calming Obito, Eishu turned his gaze towards Kakashi, asking, "Are you ready, Kakashi?" "Yes." Kakashi replied nonchalantly, appearing to have adjusted his state of mind. "Eishu, our graduation assessment has certainly attracted considerable attention, hasn't it? Perhaps many are eager to witness how the son of White Fang performs. Let us not disappoint Uncle White Fang, Kakashi. Do your best." Indeed, the trio promptly made their way to the outdoor training ground, taking their positions. The assessment venue resembled the final stage of the Chunin exams, featuring an open arena surrounded by tiered observation stands. It was merely on a smaller scale. Eishu recalled his previous visit at the start of the school year when Hiruzen Saratobi had addressed the children about the will of fire from below. At this moment, Eishu could feel an array of powerful gazes resting upon him. Had it been in the past, he might have felt a twinge of nervousness. However, times had changed. He felt no discomfort whatsoever, and in fact, found the situation somewhat tedious. He wondered just how much of an impact the old man's special training had truly had on him. TSK, their combined ages might not even reach adulthood. Right? The youth of today, TSK, quite remarkable indeed. In the stands, the esteemed figures of Konoha engaged in casual conversation. Isn't that the truth? Narashikaka mused as he observed the arena. I still have high hopes for the son of White Fang. Akimichi chose to stuff a handful of fries into his mouth, mumbling. The other two children seem rather frail, almost malnourished. Yet the son of White Fang is not exactly hefty either, Choza, Yumeka and Noichi chuckled. Then turned his attention to Shikaku. By the way, Shikaku, what are your thoughts on these children? To be honest, I too find the child in the middle somewhat lacking in robustness, and with one being the son of White Fang and the other an Uchiha. It seems he has already lost before the race has begun, and Noichi remarked, almost reciting Eishu's identification number. This sentiment reflected the views of many. In the comparison between commoner ninjas and those from prestigious clans, the former often found themselves at a disadvantage. This was not mere prejudice, but a reality. Yet Shikaku shook his head, asserting, some things cannot be judged solely by appearances, and Noichi. Suddenly, Shikaku's eyes brightened as he spotted a figure swiftly approaching the center of the arena, with golden hair and a charming smile that radiated warmth. It felt as if spring had arrived. Has Minato also come? At that moment, the three candidates standing in the center of attention experienced a complex swirl of emotions. Kakashi remained oblivious, while Eishu and Obito exchanged peculiar glances. This dapper fellow with the crew cut seems somewhat familiar. Once again, we meet. Everyone. I hadn't anticipated you all would apply for graduation. Time truly flies. Minato greeted them with a smile. Hello, Minato-senpai. Eishu greeted, observing the hairstyle of Shui Min, and felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Has Shui Min truly abandoned that flowing hairstyle? It is evident that Shui Min's hair is quite neat, likely having been trimmed, considering it has been 2 months since that incident. In Eishu's heart, only a singular concern lingered. Would the buzz cut affect his future title of Golden Flash? The thought of being dubbed Buzz Cut Flash was rather embarrassing. In contrast, Obito's worries were comparatively fewer, primarily stemming from a sense of inadequacy. After all, to this day, he had not even mastered the first step of the Rasengan. Yet, as fate would have it, just after Minato finished his greetings, he cheerfully inquired, by the way, how is your Rasengan training progressing? If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my guidance later. Eishu found himself at a loss for words. Was progressing too quickly considered a problem? However, it appeared that Minato would indeed be their guiding ninja, provided they passed the graduation assessment. Eishu cast a discreet glance at Obito, feeling quite assured of his strength. While he was unaware of Obito's childhood in the original world, the present-day Obito had already mastered 2 fire-style jutsu and could engage in fierce exchanges with Kakashi. Although he had yet to emerge victorious, becoming a genin seemed more than sufficient. Eishu's concern did not lie in his own abilities, but rather in the potential scrutiny of the Chunin who would be responsible for the assessment according to the established criteria. What if they harbored peculiar views about the Uchiha clan, or worse yet, were dispatched by Danzo himself? That would spell disaster. However, as Eishu's mind spiraled into such anxious thoughts, he suddenly noticed that Minato before him showed no intention of departing. Observing Minato's radiant smile, Eishu came to a realization and swallowed hard. Minato-senpai? Eishu tentatively inquired, do you have something planned for today? The sudden inquiry from Eishu left Obito somewhat bewildered. However, Kakashi, standing nearby, seemed to have realized something, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. Minato, scratching his head, chuckled heartily, I knew I couldn't hide this from you. As he spoke, the smile on Minato's face remained unchanged, yet he extended a hand. Fingers splayed open. The smile faded into a more earnest demeanor, though still carrying a hint of warmth. 5 minutes. Children, I'm your examiner, Minato Namikaze. You need only endure for 5 minutes in my presence to pass. Now, you still have ample time to prepare, Minato declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, the three youths were taken aback. It wasn't just them. Even the esteemed figures of Konoha observing from the sidelines were equally astonished. Although Minato had yet to attain the legendary status of the Yellow Flash of the ninja world, it was merely a matter of time and fame. His prowess was evident. Having risen to the rank of elite Jonin in Konoha, and mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was a testament to his strength. In truth, Minato was highly regarded and popular among the villagers of Konoha. Setting aside his abilities, his girlfriend was none other than Kushina, the princess of the Uzumaki clan and a direct descendant of the first Hokage's wife, not to mention the host of the Nine Tails. Minato's mentor was the legendary Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, who was also the direct disciple of the third Hokage. This lineage traced back to the second Hokage. To have such a powerful and renowned Jonin serve as the examiner for these 3 youngsters was nothing short of astonishing. It was hard to believe that even seasoned Chunin would struggle to withstand his challenge for 5 minutes. In the spectators' area, Narashikaka stroked his goatee. His interest visibly piqued. It seemed the Hokage had high hopes for these 3 children. A captivating spectacle was surely on the horizon. Chapter 31. The rank of elementary students. The fact that Minato would be the teacher for the graduation assessment caught Eishu completely off guard. Yet, with the situation at hand, he found himself with little time to ponder further. Eishu gestured, and the trio promptly formed a circle, heads bowed, arms draped over one another's shoulders, engaging in a final rallying call before battle. His speed was astonishing, almost devoid of camaraderie, making it evident that we stood no chance in close combat. Eishu's expression grew grave as he spoke. Obito, recalling the unexpected event from that day, nodded with a profound understanding. I fear we may be rendered incapable of using ninjutsu, and that would be disastrous. Ninjutsu requires hand seals and the manipulation of chakra, and on that day, even a mere bottle thrown was enough for Minato to intercept. What shall we do? Kakashi interjected, a look of confusion adorning his face. In truth, Kakashi believed he had a certain familiarity with this buzzcut senior, as his father had often mentioned him. Yet, it appeared that these two were even more acquainted with each other. Moreover, Obito's demeanor clearly indicated some lingering trepidation. So what had these two endured? We are not without hope, my friends, Eishu stated in a solemn tone. In a life and death struggle, I would choose to surrender. There is no shame in losing to Minato, nor disgrace in joining him. However, this is merely an assessment. They do not require a victory. They simply need to endure for 5 minutes. The 3 began to quietly deliberate their battle strategy. Minato, arms crossed and with a constant smile, awaited in silence. The gazes around them swept across the arena, and the discussions from the spectators grew increasingly boisterous. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, an elderly man stood before a crystal ball, watching the live broadcast. This child is quite remarkable, muttered Sarutobi Hiruzen, captivated. While the weak compare, the strong appreciate. Among the 3 candidates, some saw the disparities in lineage and beginnings, while others perceived something beyond that. The son of White Fang, along with the Uchiha child, seemed to gravitate towards the one named Eishu. This piqued Sarutobi's curiosity, as his impression of Eishu had lingered at the stage of a presumed genius. Just then, he noticed the presence of a half-mummified figure beside him. Sarutobi paused. When did you arrive? Shimura Danzo remained silent, his singular eye fixated intently on the crystal ball. Or rather, on a particular figure within it. At that moment, the 3 youths lined up, fully prepared. Teacher Keitai raised his hand high before bringing it down. The assessment begins. Minato maintained his smile, yet his crossed arms naturally fell to his sides. Although unarmed, this gesture signified respect for the examination. Minato was polite, cultured, and graceful. However, the demeanor of the 3 candidates was decidedly different. Let us do this, Eishu bellowed at the top of his lungs, prompting the 3 to charge forward in a straight line. Such enthusiasm. Many spectators on the viewing platform chuckled in response. 3 novice ninjas dared to take the offensive against a seasoned elite Jonin, choosing to engage in close-quarters combat. Whether this was an act of bravery or folly was a matter of perspective. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed throughout the arena. Although it appeared that Minato was holding back, merely engaging in a limited manner, the trio could scarcely approach him, continually being repelled instead. After a flurry of exchanges, the 3 instinctively separated, forming a triangular formation to encircle Minato. The young boys were panting heavily, creating a stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Minato. However, the audience erupted in applause. After all, it was impressive for youths of their age to exchange blows with Minato, even if they were still far from being true ninjas. Most attendees had merely come to enjoy the spectacle. In a quieter corner of the bustling crowd, a couple sat together, the woman in the prime of her beauty. Her smile gentle yet alluring. Her belly was rounded, suggesting she was 6 to 8 months along. They were largely isolated from the rest, as if they were witnessing a different event entirely. Such remarkable children. Our child should be just as exceptional, right, Fugaku? She mused. Of course. He is the son of the Uchiha clan leader, our child, Fugaku replied softly. The Uchiha couple exchanged a knowing smile, their affection evident. Much like the distant estrangement they felt from the Leaf Village. This separation provided them ample space. Fugaku's gaze shifted to the spiky-haired boy in the arena. His eyes reflecting admiration intertwined with a glimmer of something deeper. The Uchiha clan, accustomed to external threats and the marginalization by the Leaf, was experiencing internal discord among its elders that hinted at a potential power struggle. As the clan leader, Fugaku understood that before realizing his greater ambitions, he must facilitate a rebirth for the Uchiha. His thoughts drifted, and his gaze grew more resolute, as if he held immense hopes for Obito. Unfortunately, Obito remained unaware of this, or else he would have been filled with fervor. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Obito needed to remain composed, for he was about to take center stage. The three youths exchanged glances, nodding in tacit agreement, and began to reposition themselves around Minato under the watchful eyes of the audience. Oh, Narashikaku on the viewing platform sensed something. His interest piqued. Were they preparing a strategy? No, it seemed they had just devised one. How intriguing. As the three boys continued their dynamic movement, they each produced smoke bombs from their ninja tool pouches and hurled them to the ground. In no time, Minato found himself enveloped in a swirling haze of smoke, which formed a circle, obscuring his figure and allowing only the silhouettes of the three boys to be seen darting about. The battle had instantly elevated in sophistication. Gasps of astonishment filled the stands as the adults, holding their children, watched with a sense of playful engagement, not expecting the youngsters to possess such skill. However, some were left utterly bewildered, including the trio's teacher, Keitai. Keitai had already been overwhelmed by the boys' prowess during their physical training, even contemplating that if they did not graduate soon, he might find himself out of a job. Now, a single thought consumed his mind. Where had they acquired those smoke bombs? Surely, they hadn't stolen them from the school. While stealing school supplies was not particularly scandalous, Keitai would have been elated if the three were to graduate. However, the emergence of smoke bombs raised unsettling questions regarding explosive tags. Keitai dared not ponder further, feeling increasingly apprehensive about his own future. Whether or not the trio succeeded in their graduation. Of course, Keitai's concerns were likely unfounded. Eishu and his companions did not pilfer during their time at the Ninja Academy. Rather, the tools of their trade, shurikens, smoke bombs, and explosive tags, were procured from Kakashi's abode. Although the examination may impose restrictions on such items, it is always prudent to be prepared. The three youths maneuvered deftly amidst the swirling smoke. Meanwhile, Minato, after a brief pause, commenced forming hand seals. Indeed, he had been waiting. The third Hokage summoned him not merely to serve as an examiner, but to act as a guiding jonin for the trio, allowing him to assess the abilities and compatibility of his students in advance. Challenging three genin to endure 5 minutes against an elite jonin is inherently a flawed proposition. Minato's intention in waiting was to discern the tactical approaches of the trio. Now that he had observed sufficiently, it was time for him to retaliate. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fundamental wind-style jutsu, perfectly suited for dispersing the smoke, was summoned. Minato's hand seals were executed with pristine clarity and remarkable fluidity, captivating to behold. A fierce gale erupted, sweeping away a substantial portion of the smoke enveloping him, yet it failed to unveil the youths. A subtle smirk graced Minato's lips as he pivoted, adopting an offensive stance directed at his rear. In the next instant, astonishment flickered in his azure eyes. "I must get serious now," exclaimed Minato's junior. 3 identical figures surged forth, each manipulating a blue chakra sphere with both hands, arranged in a triangular formation, charging towards Minato. They were all Eishu, each adeptly controlling their respective spheres. Chapter 32, the unveiling. What ensued was Minato's Rasengan. What in the world? On the spectators' platform, Akimichi Choza wore an expression of sheer shock. Minato had not returned to Konoha for 2 months, primarily engaged in frontline operations. During a recent support mission, Akimichi Choza had the fortune to witness Minato's signature technique, an unmarked jutsu. The destructive power paired with the flying thunder god technique was formidable. Yet it was the name of the jutsu that lingered vividly in Choso's memory. However, he never anticipated that this small child would employ it at this moment. And to make matters more astonishing, he executed it with both hands alongside 2 shadow clones. If Choso was taken aback, Minato was even more astonished. You have mastered it to this extent? Minato suddenly found the young lad before him somewhat unfamiliar. How could it have been only a little over 2 months? He had merely provided guidance on the training direction and the foundational principles of the Rasengan, his words totaling no more than 10 sentences. Although he had no intention of being dismissive, he had planned to offer more detailed instruction later. Yet, who could have imagined that the child not only grasped it but did so at an exceptional level? Nevertheless, Minato's fundamental ninja skills remained robust. Shocked as he was, he readied himself for the onslaught of the 3 Eishu. With a swift knee strike, Minato collided with one of the Eishus, who immediately curled into a shrimp-like position, followed by a puff of white smoke. Understanding dawned in Minato's eyes. This was undoubtedly a shadow clone. Based on his impression of the child, the real body would not be so easily located. However, just as Minato prepared to counterattack, a slight furrow formed on his brow. The texture of the clone felt off. Got you. You rascal. In the midst of the smoke, Obito gritted his teeth, fiercely clinging to Minato's figure. That was no mere clone. It was a transformation. Eishu is a fabrication, the spiral sphere is a mere illusion, yet Obito is undeniably real. And the assault is indeed genuine. With all his might, Obito clings desperately to Minato's leg, as if he would utilize even his teeth if necessary. This fierce determination has somewhat affected those present, as they cast peculiar glances at Obito, even Fugaku's eyes reflecting an unusual hue. What a unique Uchiha. However, the onslaught from the 3 youths is far from over. Following Obito, the remaining 2 Eishu charge forward, yet one of them, Kakashi, has chosen to dispel his transformation. At this moment, Kakashi wields a short blade, evidently preparing for close combat, yet upon noticing Obito clinging to Minato, a hint of helplessness flashes in his eyes. Holding him back does not mean clinging to him, you fool. In his resignation, Kakashi resorts to gripping the short blade with his mouth while his hands begin to weave seals. Just as he nears Minato, he suddenly halts, pressing his hands against the ground. Earth-style, yellow spring swamp. This technique, bestowed upon him by Orochimaru, is the culmination of Kakashi's training over the past month. Behind Kakashi, Eishu internally curses. This old trickster, we agreed he would only learn lightning style, yet here he is, mastering earth style as well. Nonetheless, one cannot deny the impeccable timing of Kakashi's chosen technique. The ground beneath Minato has transformed into soft mud, and with Obito acting as a pesky adhesive. While Minato may not be completely immobilized, evading this distance is certainly challenging. Here it comes. Double yellow spiral sphere. 2 spiral spheres strike Minato directly. The spectators remain oblivious to the situation, yet Akimichi Choso wears a bewildered expression. He understands the formidable power of Minato's technique. How could such a blow fail to inflict damage? These young ones are truly terrifying. However, as Minato's form dissipates into a wooden stake amidst white smoke, Choso finally breathes a sigh of relief. Before him stands Minato. Having teleported 20 meters away, his hair no longer obscuring his eyes, which now reveal sheer astonishment. Confirmed, that was indeed the spiral sphere. It was not a mere jutsu disguise. The substitute wooden stake is nearly reduced to splinters, unmistakably indicating the power of the spiral sphere. Are you all right, Obito? Eishu, having missed his strike, immediately turned his gaze towards Obito, uncertain whether he had inadvertently harmed him due to their close proximity. Obito gasped, staggering slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Alarmed, Eishu hurriedly supported Obito, his hands aglow with emerald light. He had activated his healing jutsu. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, rushed over. This scene left the spectators in stunned silence. The audience hushed, partly out of concern and largely due to the remarkable medical ninjutsu displayed by Eishu. Who would have imagined that this graduating team would include a medical ninja? Within the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly pulled out a few strands of his own beard. Fixated on the crystal ball, his expression a mix of panic and astonishment. Beside him, Shimura Danzo appeared contemplative. What are you fools still doing? Hurry and save him. Sarutobi bellowed, aware that few understood the true power of the Rasengan, but he knew that the ninjutsu instructor was certainly among them. Yet, in the image, aside from Minato, no one dared to step forward, perhaps fearing the interruption of the examination or perhaps due to other reasons, such as Obito's Uchiha lineage. Who could say? Meanwhile, Minato was unperturbed by such thoughts and rushed towards the 3 youths. However, As he advanced, his keen instincts alerted him to something amiss with Abito. Lying in Eishu's arms, Abito's hands were uncharacteristically restless, seemingly forming hand seals. What? Minato was momentarily bewildered. At that moment, a voice erupted from beneath him. Doton, Shinzanshu no Jutsu. A small hand grasped Minato's ankle. It was Kakashi. Was it the chakra left behind from the earlier Doton, Yomi Numa? Or was it a shadow clone concealed by a smoke bomb? In that instant, Minato grasped the entire scheme. A man destined to become Hokage could not be so easily deceived, yet he found it perplexing how these little rascals could be so cunning. Suddenly, Abito, who appeared unconscious, executed a swift maneuver, crouching on the ground as his hand seal solidified. Katan, Jikeki no Jutsu. This was not the end. Kakashi's main body had already reached Eishu's side, the two standing like guardians beside Abito. Raiden, Raid, Suion, Suiridan. 3 jutsu were simultaneously formed. However, Abito did not immediately unleash them, and while Kakashi's lightning and Eishu's water techniques had manifested, they remained in place. At that moment, the viewing area was enveloped in profound silence. The situation had flipped dramatically, and some who had initially been distracted now found themselves at a loss for words. Yet Minato, known as the fastest man in Konoha, despite having walked into a trap, quickly gathered his wits. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he dispersed Kakashi's clone and leaped into the air, forming hand seals for his wind release. Great breakthrough. In just 2 months, have you all grown to this extent? As long as I dispersed your fire jutsu, your technique cannot be executed, correct? A smile returned to Minato's face. Let us not forget. Minato understood the principles of hydrogen release. At that moment, the target's trajectory shifted, correcting its path. Adjust upwards by 4, left by 1. Abito, fire. With a wild cry, Abito unleashed his delayed fire jutsu, which erupted from his mouth in the form of a fire dragon, charging towards Minato. Wind release, great breakthrough. The winds howled as Minato's technique was set, its scale and power greater than when he had dispersed the smoke before, though still limited. The fire release, great fire dragon technique was also among Minato's skill set, the first jutsu taught to him by his unreliable mentor. Minato instantly recognized Abito's technique and began calculating the chakra's volume, even considering how to avoid harming the 3 youngsters. However, Minato's good intentions proved unnecessary. Akin to feeding a dog, the fire dragon collided with the whirlwind, not only failing to disperse immediately, but holding its ground for a moment, even igniting sparks in the air. Though minimal, the sparks were sufficient for Eishu, who had been patiently aiming. Hydrogen release, nuclear burst. A barrage of water balls and small balloons created by the lightning release surged through the air, targeting the airborne sparks. In the next moment, a cacophony of explosions resonated throughout the arena, echoing in the hearts of the spectators. Mikoto felt her unborn child react, kicking her in alarm. The crystal ball in the Hokage's office instantly went dark. With a thud, Danzo struck the table, his voice rising with fervor. These children, my roots, must be saved. Chapter 33. Monkey, do not go too far. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the handful of beard hairs that had been pulled out, then at his excited old comrade, his expression gradually morphing into disdain. Do you truly believe this is feasible? He pointed at the crystal ball. I have even selected the J-Nin instructor. And you dare speak to me of this? Upon mentioning the J-Nin instructor, Hiruzen felt fortunate for his foresight. Judging by the potency of the recent jutsu, had a Ch-Nin been sent in their stead, they would likely have met their end. And so what? Danzo exclaimed loudly. You saw their tactics, deception, guile, cunning. They are clearly born spies. Naturally, they embody the essence of my roots. Danzo's excitement was palpable, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Hiruzen frowned, recalling the last time Danzo had been so animated was upon hearing of the 3rd Kazekage's mysterious disappearance. Surely not. Hiruzen expressed his discontent, bristling with indignation. How old are they? Just a bit mischievous. How can that be equated to deceit and cunning? That is called excellence. Isn't it simply excellence? Hiruzen thought the tactics were secondary. As a ninjutsu instructor, he valued the combination jutsu displayed by the 3 children above all, while he was uncertain of their exact power. The imagery relayed from the crystal ball assured him it was significant. How old were these 3? How refined could their chakra control be? How pure could their chakra quality be? How much could their chakra combine? Most crucially, this was not a bloodline limit. Minato had expressed some disappointment over this earlier. The conclusion was clear. The combined jutsu of these 3 children had a low threshold for mastery but immense power. If this could be disseminated among the ninjas of Konoha, it would undoubtedly elevate their combat prowess to new heights. This would be his legacy during his tenure. Sarutobi, you. Shimura Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Judging by the tone and the situation, it appeared that today's affairs would not be easily resolved. However, the word give up had never existed in Danzo's vocabulary. He was even prepared to contest for the position of Hokage. With a steely gaze, he gradually elevated his aura. After the First Shinobi World War, you succeeded as Hokage. And I established Root, which initially comprised only 17 members. By the time of the Second Shinobi World War, Root had expanded to over 500. With nearly 2,000 talents funneled into the Umbu. Yet, after the Second Shinobi World War, only fewer than 200 remained en route. Sarutobi's expression shifted. Was Danzo truly adopting a path of victimhood? This was not characteristic of you, Danzo. They bore no names, no surnames. And even in death could not have tombstones, only codenames. Danzo continued, his voice growing colder and his presence more imposing. At present, I have fewer than 10 jonin left under my command. As Danzo spoke, his tone became increasingly frigid, his aura intensifying. Sarutobi, I ask for little. I do not seek your funds or your authority, only a few young ones whom I can train myself. Is that too much to ask? Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Do you truly wish to sever the bridge and dismantle what I have painstakingly built en route? Sarutobi was startled by the scene he envisioned. It seemed Danzo genuinely held high hopes for these three youngsters. After the Second Shinobi World War, there was no shortage of personnel. Sarutobi rubbed his temples, casually deflecting Danzo's advance. However, given that his old comrade was pulling out all the stops, he felt compelled to respond. Thus, it is evidently impossible to give you all three. Choose one instead. Do not even think about White Fang's son. You know I cannot acquiesce to that. Sarutobi tossed a sweet olive branch while subtly admonishing Danzo regarding the matter of White Fang. Yet, Danzo perhaps misinterpreted the intent, mistaking it for encouragement to expedite the process. With a cold snort, he declared, Then I shall take 2. It cannot be any less. 1. Or else it is off the table. Moreover, you cannot coerce a child. I must be present throughout the recruitment process. Monkey, do not push your limits. Danzo glared fiercely with one eye wide open. I am the third Hokage. This is an order. Sarutobi, unwilling to back down, replied defiantly. You. Danzo's hand trembled with anger. Yet Sarutobi remained unfazed, leisurely drawing on his cigarette, firmly holding his ground. Humph. Eishu and his companions successfully passed the assessment and received their forehead protectors. However, they still need to go to the Hokage building in a couple of days to register as ninjas and obtain their ninja identification cards. Look, Eishu. Should I wear it on my head or around my neck? It's such a difficult choice. This forehead protector is so stylish. What should I do? Obito was brimming with excitement, undeterred by his last place ranking in class. After all, he was still the first to graduate. Henceforth, he would be a ninja, drawing closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. Most importantly, he would soon embark on missions and earn rewards, bringing him one step closer to the freedom of enjoying ramen. I have a little matter to attend to, so I'll take my leave. See you later. Kakashi didn't linger, apologetically offering a quick farewell before swiftly disappearing from sight. This made Eishu raise an eyebrow, hoping Kakashi's early graduation might lead to some enlightenment for White Fang. Congratulations, children, Watergate approached, smiling at the two who had donned their forehead protectors. Hiki. Obito scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Meanwhile, Eishu noticed that while many onlookers had left, a number were still approaching, although he had never met any of them. Their distinctive silhouettes and appearances allowed him to make some educated guesses. For instance, the trio of Inoshikacho were easily recognizable by their hairstyles and builds. There were also a pair of serious-looking twins wearing clogs, who appeared young yet radiated an aura of wisdom beyond their years, undoubtedly the Hyuga brothers. In addition, a couple caught his eye. The woman was notably pregnant, and the man bore the emblem of the Leaf Village as security force on his arm. Obito, your clan leader has arrived. Eishu quickly pointed out Fugaku and Itachi to Obito. The mention of clan leaders seemed to have a magical effect, instantly tempering Obito's exuberance. Eishu observed and sighed inwardly. Obito truly bore no resemblance to a member of the Uchiha clan. The aloof arrogance characteristic of the Uchiha was conspicuously absent in him. In fact, Obito even exhibited a slight apprehension towards members of his own clan, much like the other villagers of Konoha. Yet, it was precisely this quality that had drawn Madara's attention to Obito, wasn't it? With this thought, a smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of Eishu's mouth. Kakashi had graduated significantly earlier than in the original narrative, and Obito had benefited from his fortunate circumstances. The combination technique, hydro release, was evidently effective. After a period of collaboration and further development, their potential appeared boundless. When the three of them eventually stepped onto the battlefield, it would become a formidable challenge for Madara should he attempt to orchestrate a remote ambush. Eishu smiled faintly. It seemed the roles of predator and prey were about to reverse. Chapter 34. My dream is world annihilation. That evening, after enjoying a solitary bowl of Ichiraka ramen, Eishu returned home, took a shower, and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Glancing at the pristine forehead protector by his bedside, he was momentarily seized by the impulse to share his achievements with that eccentric old man. Yet, he quickly quelled this urge. He was not a naive fool like Obito. After all, what was the accomplishment of merely defeating a lowly subordinate? With a raised eyebrow, Eishu mused that rather than flaunting to the old man, it would be far more prudent to focus on mastering the transformation of chakra nature. His mastery of the first stage of hydro release was already quite complete, whether in independent use or in combination with other ninjutsu. What he needed to do now was swiftly resolve the fusion of chakra, essentially researching the so-called hydro release chakra. Of course, as per their agreement, once he had grasped the transformation of chakra nature, he would also inherit the earth release from the old man. The returns on this investment would be nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, he pondered about Kakashi's father. If White Fang could avoid choosing suicide, it would greatly benefit Kakashi and himself. Not to mention, after all their time spent together skipping classes, wouldn't it be easy to cling to such a powerful ally? In the world of Konoha in the shinobi realm, having a formidable figure to rely on could indeed provide a sense of security. For instance, currently on the front lines in Sunagakure, the legendary Sannin were soon to part ways. In their earlier days, before they were acknowledged as the Sannin, they had fought their way to the legendary leader Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain. Despite not being able to defeat him, they had survived and earned the title of Sannin. Why was that? It was simply because they had a formidable Hokage mentor backing them. Although their master would one day become the illustrious Yellow Flash, that was still a future concern, was it not? If White Fang were to survive, Minato would have to acknowledge him as a senior. As Eishu found himself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, his eyelids grew heavier. Just as he was about to engage in an epic battle with Uchiha Madara in his dreams, an urgent knock echoed through the silence, nearly causing him to falter. Damn it! With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang up, thinking that if it were Obito at the door, he would ensure that Obito would become Obito the second tonight. Cursing under his breath, Eishu rushed to the door. However, upon opening it, he was greeted by emptiness, accompanied by a gust of wind. This familiar sensation oddly soothed his agitated heart, and a slight smile crept onto his lips as he turned back to glance inside the room. Indeed, there lay a drunken figure, unmistakably the old man. You've arrived? Humph. Such an ungrateful soul. Not even a word after graduation? Are you secretly hoarding the mission rewards? The old man wasted no time in unleashing his sharp tongue. Eishu, on the other hand, feigned indifference, dismissing it as merely a matter of being a lower-ranked ninja, nothing of great consequence. This remark left the old man momentarily taken aback, but after a prolonged pause, he took another swig of his drink and chuckled softly. TCH. You're young yet so wise. But you're right. Being a lower-ranked ninja is merely being among the most common and trivial in the ninja world. A mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, truly nothing of great significance. The falling of the cherry tree is of little consequence. He has long grown accustomed to the old man's acerbic tone. To speak frankly, he finds joy in the old man's presence. Despite his somewhat irritable temperament, his heavy-handedness, his biting remarks, and his lack of regard for cleanliness, there remains an undeniable warmth in his demeanor. Eishu arrived alone in this foreign realm, and there were few individuals he held in high regard. This eccentric old man was one of them. Behold, take this. Suddenly, the old man rummaged in his bosom and then tossed a tightly wrapped object to Eishu. The moment Eishu grasped it, he sensed a certain weight. It felt as though it should be a weapon, yet it was astonishingly light. Ing immediately recalled the chakra short blade that Kakashi's father carried, rumored to become lighter as the weapon's grade ascends. Eishu could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Look at you, arriving unannounced, and yet bringing no gifts." However, when he unwrapped the package and beheld its contents, his expression morphed into one of perplexity. Instead of a chakra short sword, or even a shuriken, the item bore no relation to weaponry whatsoever. The elderly gentleman had bestowed upon him a scroll, an ancient-looking scroll, its texture reminiscent of a particularly dense wood. Intrigued, Eishu was about to unfurl the scroll when the old man cleared his throat, prompting Eishu to pause and turn his gaze toward him. "Before you open that scroll, I wish to ask you something. Young one, are you truly certain you wish to become a ninja? The old man, shedding his usual persona of a scheming elder, adopted an unexpectedly grave demeanor, which left Eishu feeling somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, without a moment's hesitation, Eishu responded, "Of course. Why do you ask?" The old man's gaze sharpened with scrutiny, suddenly exuding an air of a sage imparting wisdom on the journey of life. Eishu furrowed his brows, pondering, Why do you wish to become a ninja? The old man inquired, his tone laden with emphasis. Or perhaps you have prepared yourself to face everything that may come with embracing the life of a ninja. Death, betrayal, conspiracies? Eishu fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, being a ninja in the shinobi world is a perilous endeavor. Since the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, there have been 3 great ninja wars over the span of more than 40 years, resulting in countless fallen warriors. With his omniscient perspective, he understood all too well how arduous it is to carve out a name for oneself in this realm without any external aid. Rather than confronting these dangers head-on, perhaps a stable existence, patiently waiting for the final outcome, could be a commendable choice. Yet, Eishu's lips curled slightly. To traverse a lifetime, if one were to merely pass through it in a mundane fashion, it would indeed be a tremendous waste. Eishu gazed up at the old man, his eyes shimmering with clarity, imbued with unwavering faith and resolute determination. He spoke, "Though I have not experienced what you describe, I have certainly contemplated it. The path of a ninja is undoubtedly fraught with challenges. Having spent time in the Konoha hospital, I am acutely aware of the dangers that lie ahead. If given the choice, I would prefer to lead an ordinary life, tending to fields each day, or perhaps serving as a forest ranger, playfully teasing unaware children, all while gazing out at the sea, basking in the warmth of spring." The old man furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Then what?" "Because I have a dream, dear grandfather," Eishu replied, a confident smile illuminating his face. This smile seemed to possess an enchanting quality, prompting the old man to ask, "A dream?" "Indeed," Eishu said, casting his gaze towards the heavens at a 45-degree angle. "My dream is to achieve global annihilation." The old man's expression fell silent, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Observing the self-assured Eishu, the old man suddenly felt that his concerns and inquiries were rather superfluous. Seizing the moment while the old man was momentarily lost in thought, Eishu discreetly unfurled a scroll. As he opened it, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck?" Before his eyes fell upon a symbol that was both strange and familiar. It was a symbol he had seen numerous times before, one he could easily replicate even after a decade or more. Yet he was certain that this marked the first time he had encountered it since his arrival in this world. Beneath this emblem lay an inscription in ancient script, the chakra refinement technique of the clan of the forest. Volume 1 End. Chapter 35. I, too, am a mere novice. Today, Obito strode with an air of arrogance. With his distinctive gait, nostrils flared, he proudly displayed his forehead protector to passers-by, reveling in his own flamboyance. And why not? A ninja must exude confidence and charisma. Otherwise, what distinguishes him from those who have languished in their studies for almost a year, yet remain ungraduated? Hey, that fellow looks rather foolish. Doesn't he resemble Obito? On the roadside, a noticeably cheerful Kakashi inquired of Eishu, who stood nearby. At this moment, Eishu seemed somewhat distracted. Yet he followed Kakashi's gaze and raised an eyebrow. It does seem to be him. But Kakashi, how is Uncle White Fang? Has he been discharged? He has indeed been discharged, but he still requires some time to recuperate, Kakashi replied with a smile. Today, his usually listless eyes were curiously narrowed into slits, revealing genuine excitement. My father shared much with me. I realize now that I may have overthought things. Although he defied the rules, he made a decision he would not regret. In any case, thank you, Eishu, Kakashi expressed sincerely. However, Eishu could not share in the joy. A decision without regret. Perhaps it was merely a matter of time. Fighting desperately, even forsaking missions to save a comrade, eventually led one to join the ranks of self-reproach. Such a blow was profoundly significant, for nothing is more effective in annihilating a person than the destruction of their beliefs. That is good, Eishu replied with a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat strained. Kakashi, ever perceptive, noticed Eishu's unease. Is something the matter, Eishu? Eishu paused momentarily, feeling an inexplicable sense of wonder. Just a short while ago, they had been skipping classes, and now they had transformed into ninjas. It was astonishing how swiftly things had changed. Kakashi echoed this sentiment, reflecting on the multitude of events that had transpired during this period. From their clandestine training to applying for graduation on behalf of his father, thoughts he had never dared to entertain before. He was merely 5 years old, having entered school early. And now, astonishingly, he was graduating ahead of schedule. The two youths gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, exhibiting a maturity that belied their age. A stark contrast to the spiky-haired boy approaching at a 75-degree angle. "Oh, aren't those the ninjas Eishu and Kakashi?" shouted Obito, attracting sympathetic glances from those nearby. Kakashi instantly donned a vacant expression, and both he and Eishu shared a tacit agreement to feign ignorance of this individual. Fortunately, at that moment, a handsome young man with a buzz cut appeared above them. It was Minato, as their evaluative ninja and also their guiding Nin. He would be leading the trio to receive their ninja licenses today. "How spirited you all are, shall we set off? The Hokage has likely been waiting for quite some time." Minato's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Obito grinned foolishly, while Kakashi nodded politely. However, Eishu could not muster any joy at the sight of that familiar face. Sighing, he had once believed he could emulate Minato, crafting a tale of a commoner's triumph. Without any external assistance or advantages, solely relying on his courage and intellect, he aspired to realize the ideals of peace within the ninja world. Yet, he had not anticipated his own descent. The memory of that old man's rough treatment the previous night, under the guise of correcting something, left Eishu feeling tainted. 10 minutes later, in the Hokage's office, the three boys received their respective ninja licenses, complete with their photographs and a unique identification number. Kakashi was designated 009720, Obito 009721, and the eldest, Eishu, was assigned 009722. Indeed, Eishu was the oldest in this team, being just over 6 years old, while Obito would not turn 6 for another couple of months, and Kakashi was merely 5.5. Yet, despite their collective youth, once they donned their headbands, they truly resembled ninjas, a spiky-haired simpleton, a white-haired boy with vacant eyes, and a melancholic youth, as though he had lost something profoundly significant. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon these three youngsters with increasing fondness, unable to suppress his smile. "From this day forth, you shall officially become ninjas of Konoha, my young shinobi." Sarutobi's voice rose, yet it remained imbued with warmth. Obito's face flushed with excitement, trembling slightly at the recognition from his idol. What bliss it was! "I hope you will train diligently, uphold the will of fire, adhere to the 3 rules, and become powerful ninjas worthy of respect," Sarutobi continued, rummaging through his drawer to produce several scrolls. These scrolls were exquisitely crafted, contrasting sharply with the other scrolls on the desk, small yet exuding an air of elegance. With keen eyes, Eishu immediately recognized that these were of the same style as the scroll given to him by Orochimaru, albeit lacking the viscous substance. Becoming a ninja also grants the privilege of acquiring jutsu? I had never heard of such a thing before. Eishu felt a sense of puzzlement and curiosity. Yet he harbored no interest in the content of the scroll. He chuckled softly. It was no longer necessary. Ever since he had unsealed the scroll given to him by the old man last night, and subsequently endured a rigorous physical correction from the old man's chakra, he had lost all desire to delve further into its mysteries. Eishu felt a sense of impurity within himself, yet simultaneously, he reaped numerous advantages. For instance, the mastery of various ninjutsu techniques. The accumulated knowledge of the Mori clan over countless years was vast, while the old man forbade him from learning forbidden techniques. He had access to a plethora of foundational ninjutsu. Indeed, the old man was not merely a third-rate training ground supervisor. That fateful encounter and the ensuing confrontation were no mere coincidences, they were meticulously orchestrated. It represented a choice to retreat into seclusion, to merge with a village and a clan that had long vanished, serving as a final safeguard for his kin. Though he often felt that his chakra was insufficient and his innate talent lacking, he consistently managed to achieve remarkable results and attain proficiency through efforts that surpassed those of others multiple times over. This was not solely due to his diligence, nor was it merely because the ninjutsu resonated with him. While those factors played a role, the more significant reason lay in the reality that his chakra reservoir exceeded that of his peers, and his innate gifts were superior to theirs. Eishu only discovered last night that he was not devoid of a surname, but rather that it had been concealed. Much like Tsunade and Shizuru, his name ought to have been Senju Eishu. He is a member of the Senju clan, and indeed, he possesses remarkable talent. Chapter 36. The 7th Squad officially debuts children. This is a meticulously selected ninjutsu that I have prepared for you. a gift to aid your journey towards becoming Jinin. Minato, you must take great care in teaching them, Saratobi Hiruzen said with a smile, pushing the scroll to the front of his desk. Reminiscent of the joy of giving red envelopes during the new year. On behalf of the 3 children of Team 7, I extend my gratitude to Lord Hokage. Minato exclaimed, taken aback, feeling much like a parent witnessing their child receiving a red envelope. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. The 3 youths bowed in unison. Then each received their respective scrolls. Go ahead and open them. Each scroll has been carefully chosen for you. However, the difficulty is not insignificant. You must diligently train. For Grandpa Hokage will conduct surprise inspections, Saratobi Hiruzen said kindly, gazing at the 3 children before him, as if recalling the legendary Sannin of his youth. Indeed. How many years have passed in the blink of an eye? It was unexpected that the most unreliable of them all, Jiraiya, would take on a disciple and cultivate him so well. Naturally, the disciple's disciple must also be exceedingly exceptional. Saratobi Hiruzen smiled, but as he glanced at Eishu, his expression flickered for a moment. What a splendid child, with such high talent. He learned a technique that took Minato 3 years to develop in just 2 months. Moreover, he is capable of collaborating with his comrades to formulate combination jutsu, a spirit of teamwork that Saratobi Hiruzen values above all else. This embodies the very essence of the will of fire. No, he must not allow Danzo to squander such potential. Saratobi Hiruzen recalled their agreement, glanced at the scrolls he had dispatched, and a sly smile crept across his face, filled with confidence. Old friend, I bet you didn't see this coming? I have long since begun my preparations. Not a single one shall you receive. Heh. Eishu unrolled the scroll, only to find it contained the water-based ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet. This technique was familiar to him, not only due to its frequent appearances, but also because he had witnessed it just the previous night, with every detail intact. Eishu suddenly lost all interest. Cursed be it, upon discovering he was a descendant of the Senju clan, he felt as though he had lost an abundance of things all at once. Eishu turned his gaze towards Obito, only to find him gazing back with eager anticipation. He probably cannot read, Eishu realized instantly. He glanced at the scroll and then offered Obito a reassuring look. It was a B-rank fire release technique. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. This technique stands out among the myriad of ninjutsu taught by masters, being notably potent. Jiraiya's fire release, flame bullet, when advanced, transforms into the pseudo-sage art of great fire bullet, which bears a connection to Mayaboka Mountain. Although Saratobi Hiruzen lacked a sage mode, he ingeniously combined the fire dragon bullet with the flame bullet, resulting in the more formidable fire dragon flame bullet. The synthesis of fire dragon bullet and flame bullet renders this technique extraordinarily powerful, akin to his water dragon bullet, both classified as B-rank ninjutsu. While it presents a certain level of challenge, it is not insurmountable. Mastering it would undoubtedly elevate one's control over chakra to a new level. As a token gift, it is undeniably of the highest caliber. Eishu cast another glance at Kakashi, only to discover that Kakashi had already perused the scroll, nodding subtly in approval. It appeared to be a B-rank lightning release technique. Truly, the bond between master and disciple was evident, as they both possessed an astute eye for valuable gifts, which were essential for their elemental mastery. Minato, here are the most recent D-rank missions. I have selected a few suitable ones for your consideration, Saratobi Hiruzen remarked. Producing yet another scroll, this marked the 4th one. Understood. Minato promptly assented, though he secretly pondered whether it was premature to undertake missions right after graduation. Surely, one ought to first acquire a foundation of essential ninja skills. Nevertheless, recalling the battle from 2 days prior, Minato quickly grasped the intent behind the Hokage's arrangements. It seemed that the Hokage harbored significant expectations for the trio. Minato meticulously selected a task involving the repair of trees for an elderly gentleman, with a reward of 6,000 ryo. While this amount was the lowest compensation for a D-rank mission, it still represented a fortune that Eishu and Obito had never encountered in their lives. As ninjas, their labor commanded a higher price than that of ordinary civilians. Minato's choice of this task was driven by the desire to cultivate his skills while fulfilling the mission. Thus, after accepting the task, Team 7 officially set forth on their journey. However, Minato did not hasten to lead them into the mission. Instead, he first sought to gather their shadows. Eishu occupies the center position, flanked on the left by the formidable Be and on the right by the thumbs-up Kakashi. Standing behind the trio is Minato with his crew cut, radiating a bright smile. Eishu strikes a signature pose reminiscent of a legendary warrior from a past life, smiling and extending a hand. May the ninja realm achieve true peace, devoid of war. Having completed the formalities and taken the photographs, Team 7 has officially made their debut. Eishu has fulfilled her aspirations by taking over Lin's position, saving an innocent girl in the process, and simultaneously positioning herself as a candidate for the role of the Three Tails Jinchuriki, thereby advancing the prospect of nuclear peace within the ninja realm. At this moment, it was already noon. Children, shall we convene at Park Number 2 at 2 o'clock this afternoon? For now, let's disperse, Minato announced with a smile before vanishing abruptly. Appearing somewhat hurried, this sudden departure incited a strong dissatisfaction from Obito. Hey, shouldn't we be treated to a meal? I deliberately starved myself this morning, eagerly anticipating this lunch. Perhaps Teacher Minato will host a dinner later. You can endure your hunger until then, Kakashi suggested slyly from the side. Eishu gazed in the direction where Huoying had departed, and he could surmise what was to be done in the afternoon. Although it seemed somewhat unnecessary, he felt that abstaining from it would somehow lack a sense of ritual. The gathering had dispersed. He hurried home to dine. For the afternoon promised to be anything but straightforward. Eishu, with determination, set forth towards home. Dato, wearing a grim expression, let out a sigh, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Upon returning home, Eishu promptly tossed the scroll gifted by Sarutobi Hiruzen onto the bed, then proceeded to boil water in preparation for instant noodles. He had now embraced the life of a ninja and was on the verge of completing his mission soon. Such humble meals would become a thing of the past. However, he couldn't bring himself to waste food. His stockpile still boasted 5 or 6 containers, and discarding them would indeed be a grave misfortune. Eishu is preparing a meal to be consumed entirely. Do not inquire as to why he possesses such a hearty appetite. Some matters are simply beyond expectations. Eishu awaited the boiling of water, lost in contemplation. The events of the previous night had been overwhelming, and he needed to untangle his thoughts. For instance, who besides the old man was aware that he was a descendant of the Thousand Hands clan? Apart from Tsunade and himself, how many others from the clan remained? Who exactly was this old man, and why did he take such a keen interest in him? Could there be other underlying reasons? A multitude of questions plunged Eishu into deep reflection, to the extent that he failed to notice the water nearing evaporation. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks at the door jolted him back to reality. Startled, Eishu rushed to open the door, but not before realizing that the water had boiled dry, prompting him to extinguish the flame. Yet, upon opening the door, he found himself momentarily frozen in place by the appearance of the visitor. However, to be precise, he could not discern the individual S features, as they were concealed by a mask. The aura exuded was menacing and fierce, and the mask's design bore a stark contrast to the artistic styles he had encountered among the Umbu. Eishu, the elder Shimura Danzo has recognized your ninja talents and has granted you special permission to join the route. Prepare yourself and come with me. Chapter 37. The extreme tug-of-war within the Crystal Ball Route and Umbu are two organizations that, while similar, serve distinct purposes. The Umbu stands as the ninja village's first and final line of defense, whereas Route's responsibilities lean more towards internal purging. In Eishu's understanding, this meant targeting one's own comrades, akin to a class monitor. Gazing at the impassive mask of the Route agent and the cold, indifferent eyes behind it, Eishu found himself in a state of introspection. Why has Danzo taken an interest in me? Do I not appear sufficiently innocent? Eishu's heart is burdened with sorrow. Reflecting on Akai, a man who nearly kicked his way to a conclusive ending, desperately pleading with Danzo to join the Route, only to be ruthlessly denied. What had he done to attract Danzo's attention? He is merely 6 years old this year. He is still but a child. In his heart, Eishu harbored unspoken anguish, yet his visage betrayed a naive expression. Regardless of the circumstances, he would never align himself with the Route. The honor of the Senju clan simply would not permit such a descent into depravity. Elder Danzo? The Route? I know nothing of it. A look of suspicion clouded Eishu's features as he inquired, what is it that you all do? In the Hokage's office. What a good child. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, slamming his palm upon the desk with a resounding thud, followed by a long exhale. That detestable Danzo. Is there truly any difference between this and outright abducting children into the Route? Thankfully, the child has remained vigilant. A rhythmic series of knocks echoed, and Shimura Danzo strode into the Hokage's office with purposeful steps. He chanced upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was entranced by his precious crystal ball. A flicker of exasperation flashed in Danzo's solitary eye. One would think he was no longer a child, yet he remains unable to overcome his peeping habits. And to think, In the act of spying, he has utterly forsaken the foundational vigilance expected of a ninja. How can he claim to be Hokage? With a resounding thud, Danzo slammed his cane onto the ground, expressing his displeasure. Hiruzen. Danzo. Come quickly, come quickly. You must see this. Sarutobi gestured eagerly. Danzo's eye glinted with disdain. I have no interest in such trivialities. Huh? Sarutobi paused, about to retort, when suddenly Eishu's voice resonated from the crystal ball. Infiltration? Assassination? Intelligence gathering? Protecting Konoha? Is this not precisely what we learn at the Ninja Academy? I shall not go. I have only just graduated. I am meant to face the battlefield and confront the enemy directly. Moreover, safeguarding Konoha is a duty for every Konoha ninja, is it not? This morning, the Hokage praised my excellence and rewarded me with a B-rank water release technique. I shall not go. A moment of silence enveloped the office. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to indulge in a satisfying puff of smoke, Danzo's furious voice erupted. Monkey, what exactly have you been concealing from me? I have not spoken ill of you, Danzo, Sarutobi replied, exhaling a plume of smoke with composure. What a good child. The Hokage's praise was not in vain. Danzo, trembling with fury, could not conceal his disdain for the old man before him. Yet, at that moment, Eishu's voice resounded once more. The battlefield of the route. More advanced? In what manner is it advanced? Is this for real? I could confront the elite of enemy villages directly? There is even a chance to assassinate their leader. Could I truly do that? The voice of Eishu was tinged with excitement, reminiscent of a primary school student upon hearing the news of their election as a model student. Sarutobi Hiruzen's composed demeanor gradually stiffened. Shimura Danzo's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. Did you ever expect this? I have stood firm in the ninja world for decades, weathering countless storms. How could I be troubled by a mere child? Danzo, you must honestly disclose how many children your foundation has misled. The tension in Hiruzen's hand transformed him into Sarutobi. What a Danzo! With a crooked upper beam, the lower beam is bound to be slanted. Your subordinates are adept at deceiving the little ones. To confront elite shinobi head-on? Even attempting to assassinate the leaders of enemy villages? Such are the nonsensical tales fit only for children. Huh. Shimura Danzo scoffed disdainfully, too lazy even to offer an explanation. So, how are the conditions at your foundation? The voice of Eishu resonated once more. Joining your route can teach me numerous lightning and water ninjutsu? Rewards for defeating enemies? Is that truly the case, Uncle Mask? Can I really? Alas, upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a sudden chill in his heart. The curve at the corner of Shimura Danzo's mouth became increasingly pronounced, his single eye narrowing slightly, a signature expression of confidence in his victory. Strategizing meticulously, he sought to uncover the secrets of his adversaries, thereby gaining control over the situation. He was adept at disrupting enemy formations and defeating them with composure. Danzo had long grown accustomed to the sensation of triumph. Sighing, Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall inform Minato later. However, Danzo, are you certain you wish to bring him to root for training at such a tender age? Although he is graduated, after all. You need not worry about that, Sarutobi, Danzo replied coolly. Training for spies differs from that of ninjas. Severing ties is preferable from a young age. For a scion of a prominent family, joining root at such a young age is simply impossible. What it means to join root is a tacit understanding among the upper echelons of Konoha, severing ties to the past and the future, subsisting on darkness, and moving within the shadows of Konoha. This is root. However, Eishu's profile indicates he is an orphan, which changes the circumstances entirely. In high spirits, Danzo, having already anticipated the outcome, had little desire to linger. He produced a scroll and tossed it to Sarutobi Hizashi. This is a list of suspicious individuals recently infiltrating Konoha. Root needs to monitor the Uchiha, and we lack manpower. Please have someone keep an eye on them. Sarutobi Hizashi received the scroll but did not even bother to open it, waving his hand in frustration as a silent dismissal. He began contemplating how to report to Minato. Although that little fellow appeared to be a mere civilian ninja, his role within Team 7 was significant. It was apparent to any discerning observer that he occupied a pivotal position among the trio. Moreover, being a medical ninja, such a versatile civilian ninja was indeed a pity. At that moment, Uncle Mask, may I make a request? The dialogue within the crystal ball continued. I really want to join root. The benefits are excellent, and I can defeat enemies to serve Konoha. But for such an opportunity, I wish to bring my companions along. One is named Uchiha Obito, a master of fire techniques, and the other is Hatake Kakashi, the son of the White Fang. He was the top student in our class. We three swore to fight on the battlefield together, serve Konoha together, and even marry and have children together in the future. So, thud, thud, rumble, rumble, rumble. Saratobi Izashi's smoke pipe fell to the ground, rolling several times and scattering ash and tobacco everywhere. Yet, he paid it no mind. His expression shifted from disappointment to a dazed state, gradually transforming into uncontainable joy. This is promising. What? They are not within the selection range for root? Surely, this is a jest. Uncle Mask, Obito is the foremost genius of the Uchiha. And Kakashi is the son of the White Fang. I cannot even defeat him. Your root seems rather lackluster, lacking such basic intelligence. Never mind, never mind. I won't go, unless they are included, otherwise, it is non-negotiable. With that, the young boy turned and strode back into the room, slamming the door shut behind him. The sudden change in demeanor left the elite of Root momentarily stunned, lingering at the entrance for quite some time. Saratobi Izashi hastily turned off the crystal ball, facing the office door while his head twisted toward the crystal ball, his expression stiffening as he stifled a laugh. No matter how much Danzo racked his brain, he could not fathom how, just a moment ago, he had been merrily preparing to depart, intending to notify Minato. How could it have shifted so abruptly, to dismay? Rest assured, Danzo, your root is understaffed. I will ensure the Umbu cooperate vigorously. Given our relationship. Hey, Danzo, do not leave just yet. With a resounding slam, Danzo departed. Laughter erupted within the Hokage's office. Danzo, not far from the scene, wore a sullen expression. Coldly eyeing the direction of the Hokage's office, a peculiar light gradually flickered within his single eye. In that case, do not blame me for resorting to measures, Saratobi. Chapter 38, Kushina, I am lying. Upon entering his room, Eishu's expression darkened. He immediately distanced himself from the door, hiding behind it, as if he were the one with something to conceal. Eishu refilled the scorched kettle with cold water and ignited the flame to bring it to a boil. Throughout this interval, he neither heard another knock at the door nor the departing footsteps of the personnel. First it was Orochimaru, and now it's Danzo. The situation is becoming quite grave. Eishu murmured, one need not fear a thief stealing, but rather dread a thief's lingering intentions. Orochimaru may have maintained a semblance of cordiality. Yet Danzo is an entirely different matter. To be candid, Eishu had already steeled himself for resistance. Had that operative from Root attempted anything, he would have certainly made a commotion nearby. In broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of the public, he could scarcely believe that Root would dare to abduct someone. Could they possibly accuse him of being a spy? The water boiled vigorously, yet there remained an unsettling silence outside the door. Eishu remained vigilant, pouring one bucket of instant noodles after another. Yet, despite his efforts, the knocking ceased to resound until he had unknowingly finished all the noodles. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the intruder had departed, a series of faint footsteps suddenly echoed from above the roof. Without uttering a word, Eishu swiftly conjured two spiraling spheres. With his ears perked and head tilted, he realized that the base was not so easily subdued. However, if this base dared to act defiantly today, Senju Eishu, would not hesitate to retaliate. It is noteworthy that Eishu's mastery of the spiraling sphere had significantly improved, particularly after last night. The Senju clan possesses a unique physique and an exceptional method of chakra refinement. Eishu had previously utilized a generic civilian version. According to the Elder's account, the ordinary chakra extraction technique is utterly incapable of fully activating the unique physique of the Senju clan. As the chakra capacity of the Senju clan is an entirely different realm compared to that of ordinary individuals, Tree comprehends the distinction between the sage body and the mortal form. Naruto must still suppress the nine tails, with his chakra exceeding that of adult Kakashi by more than double. Upon gaining the recognition of Kurama, his chakra surpasses Kakashi's by 100-fold. The blue gauge of the sage body is eternally worthy of trust. Furthermore, the sage body of the Senju clan encompasses more than mere quantity. After Eishu began his correction, the manipulation of chakra became significantly swifter than before. Dejuzi clapped his hands, effortlessly summoning any technique he desired, while Feijian raised a finger and entered a mode of instant annihilation, all thanks to this transformation. At this moment, Eishu held two orbs in his hands. His gaze icy and determined, his ears perked up, firmly locking onto the position of the individual on the roof. The sound of footsteps gradually approached the eaves from above, and Eishu's focus narrowed on the window, his knees slightly bent, poised, and ready to spring into action. Eishu is acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although the rank of a lower ninja may not suffice to gauge the entirety of his strength, The disparity becomes evident when compared to the ruthless individuals from the Root organization. His sage body holds no significant advantage in the face of such overwhelming power. Thus, he must take the initiative, create a diversion, and seize the opportunity to escape amidst the ensuing chaos. In his mind, Eishu had already devised an escape route. To reach the nearest outpost of the Leaf security unit from his current position, he merely needed to navigate through 3 intersections and 2 streets. Coupled with the disguise provided by his shadow clones, evading the Root should pose no challenge. However, he needed to create some trouble for them right from the start. Otherwise, no number of clones would suffice to elude capture. Just then, a small foot appeared by the window. Its size was modest, larger than that of a Beto or Kakashi, yet smaller than that of the elder Minato. But Eishu hardly cared about such details. The size of Root's foot was of no consequence to him. Now's the moment. With his nerves taut, Eishu surged forward. Although his Rasengan had yet to reach the power capable of splitting mountains, its potency was certainly not inferior to the model created by the copy ninja. Yet, just as he propelled himself forward, that figure finally landed on the window. Locking eyes with Eishu, Eishu finally discerned the identity of the visitor. It was a woman, with flowing red hair and a captivating visage. Though her expression was somewhat dazed, as she munched on a skewer of meatballs, giving her an air of perplexity. It was not the Root, certainly not the Root. After all, Eishu had shared a bowl of ramen with this woman. Wasn't she the fiery little pepper, Gyo Xinai? Goodness, how could it be Gyo Xinai? This was Eishu's initial reaction, swiftly followed by a realization that he was unable to halt his momentum. Then, bang, 5 minutes later. I apologize. I thought you were taking a nap. I was afraid knocking would disturb you, Gyo Xinai said apologetically, while Eishu sat quietly to the side, gazing at the 2 large holes nearly fused together on the wall, feeling a sense of existential despair. Unable to stop in time, he had to swerve abruptly. The cost being that his cozy little abode now enjoyed enhanced illumination. So, do you have something to discuss, Sister Gyo Xinai? Eishu inquired. Mustering his courage, Gyo Xinai's arrival was not entirely unwelcome. At least it indicated that the Root had not been relentlessly pursuing him. Or perhaps they had been frightened away by her. However, Eishu was also curious as to why Gyo Xinai had come so stealthily. In truth, it was about Minato. Gyo Xinai's gaze flickered as she scratched her head in a rather carefree manner, though she appeared somewhat sheepish. He had an unexpected matter to attend to this afternoon, so your original assessment, well, it has been entrusted to me. Is that true? Eishu replied. Skepticism etched across his face, as Gyo Xinai nearly wore the words, I am lying on her countenance. Trusting her seemed dubious. But then again, how did Gyo Xinai know where he lived? Of course it's true. He begged me for quite a while before I finally agreed. Gyo Xinai, for some reason, suddenly felt emboldened, but soon realized her mistake. With narrowed eyes, she asked, wait. Little Eishu, are you doubting me? Not at all, Eishu shrugged. I am merely curious as to why you didn't wait for us at the designated location. Well, if I had known you all were, she began, but then halted, realizing her slip of the tongue. Gyo Xinai sensed something amiss, and upon looking at Eishu, she was met with his enigmatic smile. For reasons unknown, she found this little rascal quite infuriating. Apologies, Lord Hokage, Gyo Xinai began. In the Hokage's office, Minato wore an expression of regret and guilt. It's no great matter, Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Though you are the guiding jonin of Team 7, there will inevitably be times when you must undertake special missions. Occasionally allowing Gyo Xinai to substitute for you is not a bad thing. Minato silently exhaled, relieved. During the last graduation assessment, he had returned hastily and failed to inform Gyo Xinai. This directly led to her explosive reaction upon hearing the news of Team 7's debut at noon. Why wasn't I invited to such an exciting role as guiding jonin? The image of Gyo Xinai with her hair wildly dancing flashed in Minato's mind, causing him to feel a headache, while simultaneously empathizing with the 3 little ones. Let us hope Gyo Xinai does not cause any trouble. Minato mused, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he whispered to himself. Eishu, is this the reason you sold our home's location to your girlfriend? What a loss. Chapter 39, reflecting on Minato's approach. In the afternoon at Konoha Park No. 2, what is happening? Observing Kushina, who was rummaging through her small bag, seemingly searching for something without any clue, Obito secretly inquired of Eishu. It was said that Minato-sensei had some business. Let it be. Let us just cooperate. After all, she is the teacher's wife. Eishu quietly replied. Stay alert, Kakashi said with utmost seriousness. According to my father, our teacher's wife is quite formidable. She is reputed to be the most fearsome presence in Konoha. When she gets angry, even the Hokage must stay indoors. Eishu nodded in agreement, yet Obito looked perplexed. Is Sister Kushina really that terrifying? I find her quite gentle and generous. Truly, Obito was one to remark that Orochimaru was rather amiable. His impression of Kushina was still anchored in that exquisite supreme Ichiraku ramen meal. Strange. I distinctly remember bringing it. Suddenly, Kushina exclaimed, found it. At that moment, she retrieved a delicate bell from the cacophony of trinkets in her bag. Kushina held the bell aloft, giving it a gentle shake as she squinted and smiled. Children, the assessment is about to commence. No matter the means. As long as you can snatch this bell from my grasp, you shall pass. While speaking, she cast furtive glances at Eishu, seemingly seeking confirmation. Eishu was at a loss for how to respond. I can assist in escorting you to the assembly point. I certainly cannot divulge the nature of the assessment, could I? That would be tantamount to admitting to stealing the questions. Gazing at the solitary bell in Kushina's hand, Eishu was troubled. Logically, there should be two, as the assessment was intended to evaluate the trust and bonds among comrades. However, it was clear that Kushina had not contemplated this. She likely only heard about the bell snatching from Minato. Now then, shall we commence the assessment? Kushina announced in an inquiring tone. The three young lads, including Eishu, were momentarily taken aback, but it was Obito who reacted first. Forgive me, Sister Kushina. Obito charged forward. In the eyes of the Uchiha's foremost prodigy, the essence of life was to perpetually advance. Make sure to address her as teacher's wife. Kushina gently placed her fist atop Obito's head, and then bam. The Uchiha's greatest talent met his end. Kakashi and Eishu exchanged glances, both perceiving a signal to retreat. This assessment felt even more formidable than the graduation exam. Minato was indeed powerful. He would rigorously test the three boys, maintaining a balance of challenge while exerting maximum pressure. Yet, Kushina was different. Observing the swelling bump on Obito's head, which seemed to be emitting wisps of smoke, both boys realized that this assessment would undoubtedly be no simple task. Eishu's mind buzzed with confusion. This was not how one should seize the bell. Given the current atmosphere, it felt as though lives were at stake. What should we do? Kakashi swallowed hard as he posed the question. Perhaps Kakashi himself was unaware that in certain circumstances, particularly in this unique situation, he had developed a reliance on Eishu. A direct confrontation would not suffice. We cannot resort to brute force. Ultimately, the priority must be to rescue Obito. Cover me. Kakashi. Eishu, steeling himself, remarked that while snatching a bell may not warrant an all-out assault, one cannot simply stand by in the face of peril. The two exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in silent agreement, and then dashed towards Kushina, one veering left and the other right. Meanwhile, Kushina, caught in a dilemma over whether her response had been too harsh, raised an elegant brow upon witnessing their approach. The fierce determination of the two little ones echoed a singular thought in her mind. Recall how Minato would handle this. Thus, she resolved to assess them seriously, raising her fists in preparation. In a flash, Kakashi, the swiftest among them, abruptly halted, rummaging through his ninja tool pouch. With a flick of his wrist, he opted to substitute his charge with shurikens. What unfolded next would remain etched in his memory forever. With chakra enveloping her hands, Kushina remained rooted in place, effortlessly intercepting the shurikens with her bare hands. Kakashi unleashed 5 shurikens in total. The fiery little pepper caught 2 in one hand and 3 in the other, pausing momentarily to contemplate her actions before forcefully bringing her hands together. With a resounding crack, the 5 shurikens were reduced to mere scraps of metal scattered across the ground. Kakashi swallowed hard, a wave of dryness washing over him. Had he not managed to halt his advance? At that moment, Eishu had already surged forward. A rush of anxiety gripped Kakashi, but instinctively he felt inclined to give Eishu a thumbs up. Truly, a warrior. As Eishu approached Kushina, it seemed he might soon follow in Obito's footsteps. Good day, teacher. You look exceptionally beautiful today, Eishu exclaimed as he reached Kushina, unleashing an unprecedented desire for survival. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. Kushina's fists transformed into graceful gestures, her smile widening as she prepared to deliver a playful smack to Eishu's head. Such sweet words. Kushina mused, contemplating the complexities of educating children. Yet, Eishu had no intention of clashing with Kushina. He preferred to engage with the roots of their rivalry, embracing a fierce struggle where defeat was not an option, rather than provoke the fiery little pepper. Suddenly, Eishu executed a swift dive, not employing a ground technique, but rather seizing the motionless Obito. Kakashi, smoke bomb. With a resounding roar, Eishu unleashed his voice, and Kakashi was not to be outdone, almost simultaneously with Eishu's call. The smoke bomb was primed and ready. Bang! The smoke erupted instantaneously. In that instant, Eishu intended to seize the opportunity to drag Obito away. However, a small hand on his shoulder, imbued with immense strength, startled him. "You cannot escape, dear Eishu," came Kushina's voice, soft and gentle, yet as soothing as a devil from the depths of hell. At this moment, a phrase suddenly sprang to Eishu's mind. Angels, in order to instill fear in devils, render themselves repugnant. Meanwhile, devils, to ensnare the souls of the living, adopt the most beloved forms of humanity. Now is certainly not the time for pretentious displays of erudition. With a determined resolve, Eishu released his grip on Obito and sent him flying with a powerful kick, simultaneously forming hand seals. Kakashi instinctively caught Obito, yet a chill of despair washed over him. How could they possibly proceed with the exchange of Obito for Eishu? However, Aishu's voice soon echoed beside Kakashi, urging him frantically. "Run, run, run." Having narrowly escaped with the body replacement technique, Eishu implored them to flee. The three boys stumbled away in disarray, faintly hearing a crack behind them. It was evident that the wooden stump, used as a decoy, had met with a grim fate. Kakashi and Eishu were left in a state of despair, lamenting that what began as a mere assessment, a simple game of snatching bells, had escalated into a nightmarish ordeal. "Lord Hokage, I will stop Kushina at once." In the Hokage's office, Minato, witnessing the crystal ball transform into a scene of horror, quickly sought assistance, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly for a moment, glancing between the crystal ball and the hairs on his chin. "It seems my beard has been shedding quite rapidly these past few days." "Well, Minato, Kushina should have things under control. Try not to worry too much." "Excessive pampering can backfire," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked sagaciously, his keen insight tossing the three youths of Team 7 into a veritable frying pan, subjecting them to repeated trials. Minato's mouth fell agape, his astonishment turning into a dazed expression as he witnessed the frantic escape of the three boys in the crystal ball. There was something he wondered whether he should voice or keep to himself. Chapter 40. In the vast expanse of Konoha, there was no refuge for the three. "Wake up, Obito." The vigorous shaking roused Obito, who felt an unbearable pain at the top of his head, as if something heavy had struck him, and his face burned. His gaze fell upon the loathsome white hair before him. Momentarily stunned, Obito swiftly transitioned into a state of irritation. "Damn it! Kakashi, did you slap me?" "I did not." "Quit the banter. I have only 2 shadow clones left, and the teacher's wife is closing in." The voice of Eishu resonated from behind, and Obito turned to see Eishu forming hand seals. The English tree bore the mark of the shadow clone. After 2 wisps of smoke, 2 despondent English trees materialized. "I beseech you, tonight I shall indulge in a greater feast to compensate." Eishu called out to his shadow clones. The 2 clones sighed and each attempted to form a chakra ball, but their chakra was evidently insufficient. With no other option, they reluctantly ventured forth on their brief journey with bare hands. Since they felt no attachment to life, they resolved to face death with courage. After sending off the 2 clones, Eishu gracefully leapt and plucked a branch from a small tree, beginning to draw on the ground. In the southwest corner of Park Number 2, there lies a small river, adjacent to our usual training spot. It is certainly a foe we cannot defeat, and together we would only meet our demise. We must devise a plan to separate and make our way there. Eishu sketched a rough drawing on the ground, pointing to a corner of the map as he spoke. "Are we going to leverage the water's flow to launch a counterattack?" Kakashi inquired with a furrowed brow, then suddenly realized something, his expression turning to one of astonishment. "Eishu, you cannot possibly have mastered what Lord Hokage entrusted to you." "Mastered it? Nonsense. I am merely heading there to make my escape." Eishu was at a loss for words. Kakashi, usually a person of great intellect, has become akin to Obito. Eishu pointed beyond the map and remarked, "The mistress has been rather indiscriminate in her actions. We should abandon any thoughts of seizing the bell. Preserving our lives is of paramount importance. Miss Kumi is not only beautiful but also possesses a kind heart, and I would hate to see her distressed. Furthermore, There is a certain Yano in the Konoha hospital. If he were to be abducted, it would be tantamount to willingly offering ourselves as sacrifices. If we follow this river downstream, we need not travel far to reach the borders of Konoha. Continuing along the boundary for a little while longer will lead us directly to the gates of our beloved village. The plan of Eishu is rather straightforward. Engaging in a fight is undoubtedly futile. It is not a display of fervor, but rather an invitation for trouble. To end up hospitalized over a bell is rather excessive. In truth, according to the actual rules of seizing the bell, their desperate rush to save Obito had already fulfilled the requirements. Of course, considering the efficiency with which his shadow clones vanished, along with the pain feedback he received, it can be concluded that Kushina is likely oblivious to the situation, still clinging to the hope of properly educating them. It is quite peculiar that what the three of them must now focus on is merely how to preserve their lives in such a chaotic world. However, I suspect that the gates of Konoha may not be able to deter their sensei. Moreover, as ninjas, they are forbidden from leaving the village without permission, which may complicate their escape. Kakashi voiced his concerns, yet Eishu shook his head. He could not reveal that he was aware Kushina was the host of the Nine Tails. Given their age, all they needed to do was remove their forehead protectors and disguise themselves as villagers going out for leisure, which should not pose a significant problem. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes brightened, and even Obito reacted positively, giving Eishu a thumbs up, praising him for his ingenuity. Meanwhile, in the crystal ball, Kushina had once again eliminated two of Aishu's counterparts with her remarkable intellect. Hiruzen Sarutobi could not bear to watch, and quickly switched to the scene of the three youths, their desperate sprint evoking a sense of sorrow. It was no wonder that Minato would once again seek to intervene. Minato, you ought to understand that the purpose of this trial is. Hiruzen began to speak, but hesitated. Years of being in a position of authority had conditioned him to want to exert some control. However, upon reflection, the objective of the examination had indeed been fulfilled. Obito's reckless actions had led to his immediate defeat, and the trio's current strategy of continuous flight clearly indicated their abandonment of the task. Yet, before relinquishing their mission, they had not forsaken their comrades, which should merit a perfect score for the trial. Hiruzen secretly lamented that things had gone awry. He cleared his throat and stated, I intended for Kushina to become better acquainted with the children. Since this is the case, you may proceed. Minato, overjoyed, vanished from sight without a word, his speed so remarkable that Hiruzen could scarcely discern his movement. The flying thunder god technique has improved. Observing the faint ripple of spatial chakra left in the air, Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction. With the legendary Sannin preceding him and Minato following, it was evident that these three youngsters were equally exceptional. The future of Konoha, indeed, appears to be secure. Eishu dashed forward, while the three individuals embarked from different positions towards the same destination. Yet he found himself the most unfortunate among them. Little Pepper, with an inexplicable mindset, fixated on him and pursued him relentlessly. Were not the numerous shadow clones sufficient for you to strike? As Eishu sprinted forward, he inwardly cursed. It was indeed true that he had awakened his celestial physique, and his chakra had likely increased 3 to 5 times compared to when he graduated. However, even he could not endure such relentless exertion. Along the way, he had already lost a dozen shadow clones. The critical issue was the insufficient allocation of chakra. Although a single encounter would render them prostrate, they at least needed to buy some time. He had attempted to have his shadow clones attack with the Rasengan, but aside from depleting chakra, it proved utterly futile. He even tried transforming the clones into Minato and Sarutobi, but Kushina quickly discerned the ruse. Fortunately, Eishu was not far from his destination, and Obito and Kakashi, ever the loyal comrades, stood by the riverbank, waving from a distance. They had not retreated in advance, indicating that they had been waiting for quite a while. Eishu cast a glance back at the approaching Kushina, letting out a sigh. It was evident that Kushina had deliberately held back her strength. Otherwise, with her prowess, she could have caught up in mere seconds. However, when it comes to the disparity between a Jonin and a Chunin, leniency is far from adequate. Why can't she take a lesson from Minato? A subtle touch. Just the right amount of pressure. Eishu had indeed contemplated unleashing his hidden potential. Although his chakra consumption was considerable, he could still hold his ground against Kakashi and Obito. Yet, this was not a life-or-death struggle. There was no necessity for it. He consoled himself with the thought that it was merely a way to repay the favor of that bowl of ramen. From a distance, he waved at the two, raising his voice to call out, "Run. They are about to catch up." Life had proven to be remarkably ruthless towards the three youths. They once again embarked on their journey of escape, which was rather amusing, considering that in the vastness of Konoha, there appeared to be no refuge for the three of them, a truly astonishing phenomenon. Meanwhile, Kushina felt she had finally found her rhythm. She was resolute in being strict with her shadow clones, ensuring they understood the ferocity of their adversary, while being gentle with her true self, allowing them to feel the warmth of a mentor's affection. Who would have thought? I seem to possess quite the talent for teaching. Filled with confidence, Kushina had already planned to supervise their D-rank mission the following day. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, Minato, who had arrived swiftly using the Flying Thunder God technique. Though his expression bore a hint of anxiety, he sighed with relief upon noticing there were no students by Kushina's side. He managed a tender, albeit pained, smile and gently inquired, "Kushina, perhaps?" "Eishu, your trick is ineffective," she retorted as the fist loomed closer. "Minato?" "Kushina, oh, little son, you're done for." Chapter 41. They are still just children. The trio of Team 7 ran and ran. Following the small river, they plunged into another grove. And just as they were about to glimpse the main road, the gates of Konoha were not far off. Yet, it seemed that Kushina had not pursued them. "That doesn't make sense," Eishu murmured, a touch of disbelief in his voice. However, his last shadow clone had indeed held out for an impressively long time, already surpassing today's record. "So what now? Do we really have to leave?" Kakashi gazed longingly at the distant gates, though his eyes were filled more with hesitation than hope. After becoming a ninja, leaving the village without reporting could lead to serious consequences, potentially branding one as a rogue ninja. Yet Eishu remained composed. Whether they left the village or not was of little consequence, as long as they avoided a beating. Kushina's strikes were neither light nor gentle. He had no desire to unwittingly offer his head to Danzo. "Let us go? Sensei might be lost. But if she truly wants to find us, it would likely take her but a moment," Eishu declared. This situation pertained to a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, the Kagaya's Eye. It was said that upon closing one's eyes, one could perceive everything within a 10-kilometer radius with perfect clarity. Eishu concluded that Nai was lost. If she truly could not find her way, the three of them would be compelled to activate the Kagura Shinai in haste. This thought elicited a series of reflections from Eishu, who couldn't help but admire Nai for imparting a lesson on the bitterness of vulnerability. It was indeed a disheartening experience. He resolved to double his training upon returning, recognizing that while he could not afford to neglect the development of hydrogen release, he also needed to swiftly master the plethora of ninjutsu at his disposal. Even if the research period for the second phase of hydrogen release might not be brief, he must possess some means of self-defense. Without delay, the trio set off towards the gates of Konoha. Kakashi, though somewhat hesitant, instinctively joined the ranks. In contrast, Obito appeared reluctant to part ways. He wished to keep his forehead protector on even while bathing or sleeping. But today, how infuriating. "When I return, I shall train earnestly. This is the last time. I will never allow anyone to force me to remove my forehead protector again." "Minato, you're awake? How do you feel? Dizzy at all?" Minato opened his eyes to see Nai's concerned expression, which momentarily made him forget his headache. Perhaps this is the power of love, he thought, as he mustered a faint smile. "I'm fine, Nai." Nai sighed in relief, her worried demeanor transforming into mild reproach. "It's your fault for appearing so suddenly. I thought it was little Eishu's shadow clone. It was my mistake for not dodging in time. It had nothing to do with you, Nai." Minato believed wholeheartedly that his girlfriend could never be in the wrong. The fault lay with his own inadequacies. However, Nai reminded him of a pressing concern. His three students seemed to still be on the run. Nai, how long have I been lying here?" Minato inquired. "About half an hour." "A bit quicker than last time," Nai replied, feeling slightly embarrassed as she had not exerted herself much, thinking he was merely a shadow clone. Understanding her fate as the host of the Ninetales, she knew she could not leave the village at will. The pent-up strength within her also explained why her strikes lacked restraint. Naturally, Minato's passive demeanor only served to embolden her. "Half an hour, huh?" Minato rubbed his forehead and gently touched the small bump on his head, feeling a peculiar mix of dizziness and a sharp ache that was oddly refreshing. "They shouldn't have gone too far, Nai. Can you try to sense their location?" At that moment, Minato was solely focused on locating his three students and informing them that Nai was, in fact, a gentle person. It would be troublesome if they were frightened by her. But Huoying shook her head, unable to do so. They've been out of my sensing range for about 10 minutes, she sighed, glancing at the bell in her palm, feeling somewhat disheartened. The children must be terrified of me. Minato wished to reassure her. You're overthinking it. They simply want to survive, nothing more. However, the instinct for self-preservation led him to phrase it differently. You're just being too impatient, Huoying. They are still children, after all, and it's normal for them not to grasp your feelings. With Minato radiating warmth, the cloud of gloom in Huoying's eyes began to dissipate. Now, shall we go find them together? Yes. The journey of Team 7 beyond the gates of Konoha was not without its apprehensions, yet they did not strut boldly either. There were no inquiries or registrations, yet all three were acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes scanning them one after another. Not only were there the Byakugan users, but other sensory-type ninjas as well. The atmosphere outside the Konoha gates was far more tense than it appeared. After they had walked a considerable distance, Eishu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had ventured beyond the gates before, participating in school-organized outings during which he received many heart-shaped sushi packages from female classmates. That experience felt quite ordinary, and he had once thought Konoha's defenses were rather lax. However, with the growth of his abilities, returning to the gates now evoked an uncomfortable sense of exposure. Perhaps starting with the Hyuga clan wouldn't be so bad, Eishu mused internally. Yet that was merely a fleeting thought. In his perspective of the ninja world, Sage Mode held greater value than the Sharingan, which in turn surpassed the Byakugan. So, where are we heading now? Obito suddenly asked after a while. Kakashi turned to Eishu, clearly expecting him to take charge of the decision-making. After a moment of hesitation, Ing proposed, why not head to the place where we had our spring outing? I recall there is a river nearby, where we can catch some fish. I'm absolutely famished. This suggestion was unanimously approved. After being relentlessly pursued by Kushina, their energy had been significantly drained. The trio promptly set their course and soon arrived at their destination. The lush green lawn was refreshing and soft beneath their feet, and a crystal-clear stream flowed not far away. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, lifting the spirits of the three young men considerably. The location of the spring outing was not too far from Konohagakure, allowing for immediate assistance in case of unforeseen circumstances. Nonetheless, it was assuredly beyond the barriers and surveillance. The 7th squad, seeking refuge, planned to replenish their energy and return just before sunset. Straying from the village would surely invite reprimand, but it was preferable to facing punishment. Obito, go gather some branches to start a fire. Kakashi and I will catch some fish. Eishu divided the tasks and swiftly dashed into the nearby forest. Meanwhile, Kakashi engaged in fishing. Although Eishu had been catching fish to eat over the past 6 months, Kakashi was undoubtedly the more skilled angler. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a shuriken, expertly aiming at a plump fish swimming in the crystalline stream, and with a swift motion, he plunged it into the water. There, Kakashi tossed the fish towards Eishu, who enthusiastically approved, as his duty was to handle the fish's entrails. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shuriken sliced through the air with a whoosh, hurtling towards Eishu's throat. Eishu's pupils contracted in alarm, and instinctively, he grasped the fish with both hands, using it to deflect the shuriken. The weapon was razor-sharp, but fortunately, the fish's ample fat provided a sufficient barrier. Eishu wielded extraordinary power, nearly splitting the fatty fish in two, yet the shuriken was also knocked to the ground by Eishu's forceful blow. An enemy assault? Eishu shouted at the top of his lungs, not to alert the already concealed Kakashi, but rather to warn Obito. The trajectory of the shuriken was undoubtedly directed towards Obito. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 more shuriken were launched, all aimed at Eishu, this time with even more cunning angles, yet originating from the same direction. Eishu, wary and cautious, swiftly drew a kunai and struck with a resonant ping, while his mind raced with thoughts. He had underestimated the situation. It seemed our lack of protective gear was the cause. Could it be that we are not facing the enemy ninja from the neighboring village? The adversary lurked in the shadows while we remained exposed, yet this was not Eishu's greatest concern. With Obito having recently dashed away, the danger had escalated. I will maneuver around to provide cover for Eishu. Kakashi, too, was evidently aware of this truth, his voice steady and commanding. Without uttering a word, Eishu swiftly produced a smoke bomb from his pocket and hurled it towards Kakashi's advancing path. Simultaneously, he decisively yanked down his ninja tool pouch, grasping it in one hand while reaching inside with the other to retrieve shuriken, unleashing a barrage of firepower towards the enemy's direction. The shuriken technique of Eishu is indeed remarkable, The old man has imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. Within a distance of 10 meters, he can achieve an astounding accuracy of 99 hits out of 100. However, the current adversary lies over 100 meters away, forcing Eishu to assume the role of Shoyu, desperately seeking a way to find Huoying. How infuriating. Has he misjudged the situation? In the depths of the jungle, a figure cursed under his breath, having underestimated the prowess of these two young ninjas. With a swift motion, a shuriken sliced through the air, and by sheer luck, Eishu's aim struck true, landing directly in front of this individual. Nearly two young ninjas from Konoha, seeking their own demise. The man's eyes narrowed with cold calculation as he drew his blade to deflect the shuriken. Then, crouching low, he moved like the wind, evading the oncoming projectiles while charging towards the direction of the white-haired boy. Eishu and Kakashi swiftly discerned the appearance of their assailant. Although his face was unobscured by a mask, he bore the forehead protector of the hidden cloud, his tall and slender figure moving with remarkable speed. The sharp long blade in his hand gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. He was a ninja of the hidden cloud. Kakashi, steady yourself. Eishu let out a bellow, swiftly rushing to support Kakashi. The fact that this cloud ninja had made it so close to Konoha indicated that he was no ordinary foe. He could very well be a jonin. Just a month prior, Eishu and his companions had faced Uchiha Lai, and they had nearly been annihilated in a single encounter. Uchiha Lai was merely a chunin, and even with ruthless intent, he would not have truly killed them. However, the current circumstances were vastly different. The enemy was not only likely to be a jonin, but he would undoubtedly fight to the death, as the front lines of Konoha were still engaged in battle with the cloud. The situation was dire and immensely perilous. Yet, rather than feeling anxious, Eishu found himself somewhat exhilarated. In the presence of others, he could claim that his relentless training was for the sake of Konoha, to bring glory to the village. When the old man inquired about his motivations for becoming a ninja, he could feign a lofty ideal of achieving peace in the ninja world. But only Eishu himself understood the truth. He had always been a grounded individual, a person of simple nature, one who had transcended trivial pursuits. His dedication to training was not for self-preservation, nor did he harbor any grand aspirations. He merely wished to confront his enemies with strength, compelling them to kneel and submit. In this moment, it was all about battle. Chapter 42. Does he resemble a dog? Bang! Kakashi braced himself against the attack of the Cloud Ninja, only to find that the force was far greater than he had anticipated. Merely parrying the blade had required all of his strength, and he was then brutally kicked in the stomach by the Cloud Ninja, sent flying backward. Eishu arrived just in time to catch Kakashi, and the two staggered back several steps before finally dissipating the force of their impact. What is the situation? Eishu inquired swiftly. The enemy possesses considerable strength and speed, yet their swordsmanship is rather average. It is plausible that their ninjutsu is formidable, but in a direct confrontation, I am at a disadvantage. I must seize the opportunity. Kakashi grimaced, rubbing his abdomen. That last kick had not been gentle on him, and the adversary before him was rather formidable. TCH. The Cloud Ninja spat, visibly irked that his own strike had been thwarted. Without a moment's hesitation, the Cloud Ninja pivoted his wrist and launched another assault. Take a moment, Kakashi. Eishu, with remarkable composure, swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, chakra coalesced into the ninjutsu. Water release. Water bullets. Thud, 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 thud. Currently, Eishu possesses 3 conventional combat ninjutsu techniques: the spiraling sphere, lightning explosive, and water bullets. While the number may seem scant, his proficiency in these techniques is commendable. With remarkable speed, Eishu launches a counterattack, refraining from infusing his techniques with yang release, yet compensating for it with sheer quantity as the water bullets cascade forth like a torrential downpour. Oh! The advancing Cloud Ninja maintains his pace, yet a flicker of surprise dances in his eyes. He initially perceived the two as mere Leaf Village children frolicking outside the village. Yet he is astonished to find that they not only manage to withstand his blade, but are also capable of employing ninjutsu. It appears they are scions of a prominent family. What a fortunate turn of events. A cruel smirk graces the lips of the Cloud Ninja as he presses forward, his speed unwavering, wielding his long blade relentlessly against the onslaught of water bullets. Kakashi immediately assumes a defensive stance, his short blade positioned behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching figure, ever ready to retaliate. Meanwhile, Eishu narrows his eyes, meticulously assessing the strength of his adversary. The Cloud Ninja before him stands approximately 172, 51 centimeters tall, with dark yet healthy skin, likely around the age of 20. Considering the previous 2 waves of carelessly thrown shuriken alongside the current reckless approach, coupled with Eishu's general understanding of the cloud and the ninja world's upper echelon rules, he momentarily sets aside inquiries regarding the cloud ninja's presence in this locale. Eishu speculated that the cloud ninja before them was likely a nin, and he seemed rather anxious, though he might also be a particularly skilled nin. He couldn't be of a higher rank, for if he were, the 2 of them would have no chance at all. Yet even if their opponent was merely a nin, their odds of victory were still slim. As the cloud ninja drew closer, Eishu made a swift decision. Kakashi, use that technique. That technique? Kakashi hesitated, unsure of what was being referred to. Eishu produced the last smoke bomb from his ninja tool pouch, pointed to the ground, and then slammed it down with force. Kakashi instantly comprehended the plan, tossing aside his short blade and swiftly forming hand seals. As the smoke enveloped the figures of the 2 young ninjas, the cloud ninja halted, his gaze dripping with disdain, yet his body remained poised for battle. I am curious to see what tricks you 2 can conjure, the cloud ninja murmured, brimming with confidence. Was it shuriken? Or perhaps a jutsu that required some time to execute? The corner of the cloud ninja's mouth curled into a cold smirk as he drew a few shuriken, aiming them into the smoke. Now's the moment. Sounds emanated from within the smoke, and soon after, 2 figures dashed away from opposite directions, evading the shuriken at lightning speed. TCH. Cunning little brats. The cloud ninja scoffed, unsheathing his sword and pursuing them without hesitation. However, as he took a step, he suddenly stopped. The smoke had thinned somewhat, revealing a short blade that Kakashi had discarded earlier for hand seals. The cloud ninja smiled silently, glancing towards the direction of Konoha, though it appeared calm. Engaging in battle was not a wise choice. You 2 must be considered geniuses in Konoha, huh? What a pity if this were a battlefield. I would delight in playing with you 2 talented brats. He mocked, his tone turning cold and mocking. Come forth. Your shadow clone technique is too crude. Adding a blade to the mix. Do you think I am a fool? No response emerged from the smoke. The cloud ninja's eyes grew impatient. He raised his long sword, his expression icy, and charged directly into the still dispersing smoke. Yet, within the smoke, there were no signs of the 2 young ninjas. The short blade lay on the ground, but the area surrounding it was deserted. TCH. A transformation technique. The cloud ninja's expression shifted as he began to grasp the situation. They had employed a transformation technique, deliberately leaving the discarded blade as bait to draw him in. Those wretched little brats. His voice was tinged with frustration, but suddenly his gaze sharpened, and a smirk emerged as he raised his long blade, aiming it at the empty ground beneath him. Just now. That was precisely what you wanted to hear, right? Too naive, you foul little brats. The sharp blade plunged into the earth. Whether it was the ground's softness or the blade's sharpness, it sank effortlessly, meeting no resistance at all. TCH. The cloud ninja spat in disdain. The sensation of the blade confirmed that he had missed. However, the emptiness beneath indicated that he had indeed guessed correctly. The cloud ninja sighed inwardly for a fleeting moment. He genuinely believed he had been duped. Just then, strange sounds erupted from beneath the ground. The cloud ninja chuckled coldly, raising his sword once more, using it to strike downwards in a piston-like motion. How vulgar, Kakashi remarked from a distance. Doesn't he resemble a dog? Indeed, quite vulgar, Kakashi replied halfway, unwilling to acknowledge the latter part of the statement. At this moment, Eishu and Kakashi, perched on a distant tree, looked on with disdain as they observed the cloud ninja's repetitive actions. Let us end this, Eishu declared as he produced a kunai, attached to an explosive tag. His lips were pale. He had entrusted his shadow clone to execute the hydrogen release without holding back. But with Obito absent, this was the only method available to him. The explosive tag ignited. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the air. The cloud ninja, engrossed in his piston movements, sensed something amiss. Looking up just in time for his pupils to constrict, he abandoned his sword and fled. His reaction was swift, however. It paled in comparison to the meticulous calculations of an experienced shinobi. The explosive tag did not catch up with the cloud ninja. It detonated before it could reach him. Yet before the cloud ninja could breathe a sigh of relief, a searing blaze and a tremendous sound erupted before him, suddenly exploding. Boom! The explosions rang out in rapid succession. The flames from the explosive tag engulfed him instantly. The cloud ninja, caught unaware, never anticipated the magnitude of the explosion until he was hurled through the air, losing consciousness, believing the blast stemmed from a simple explosive tag. Eishu, are you all right? From a distance, Eishu nearly lost his footing, but fortunately, Kakashi steadied him. Eishu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was nothing, merely a bit exhausting. As Eishu spoke halfway, accompanied by Kakashi, his expression suddenly grew peculiar. From a distance, a voice rang out. Eishu. Kakashi. The tone was filled with profound sorrow and hysteria, as if on the brink of collapse. The two quickly lifted their heads, forgetting the past, and there stood Obito, clutching a bundle of small branches. Chapter 43. A work of art. Obito had just returned when he heard an explosion, followed by an unknown ninja being hurled through the air. In an instant, he realized the gravity of the situation. Kakashi and Eishu were facing an adversary, and combat had erupted. The enemy had been vanquished, but what of the two? Don't scare me. Obito's small branches tumbled from his grasp, his voice tinged with tears as he ran frantically towards the epicenter of the explosion. Yet, what awaited him? Apart from the charred lawn, there were only the deep craters left by the Shadow Clone's heart-severing technique, devoid of any presence. The crater had collapsed. Its explosive force was no trifling matter, capable of nearly obliterating an adult. But Obito, undeterred, with a mixture of snot and tears, rushed to the edge of the crater and began to dig with his bare hands. Eishu. Kakashi. Don't scare me. Please respond. From afar, Eishu and Kakashi watched in silence. It was evident that Obito was on the verge of emotional collapse. The explosion had been so violent yet yielded no signs of life, leading him to fear the worst for his friends. Ironically, this very fear rendered them hesitant to reveal themselves. It was not out of some base malevolence, but rather a sincere desire to preserve Obito's dignity, conceded by nature. If he were to discover that this fragile moment was being broadcast live, they dreaded the thought of what he might do. To their surprise, Obito displayed a remarkable depth of emotion. Kakashi reflected for a long while, ultimately concluding with this poignant observation. Inevitably, the enigmatic figure of Madara Uchiha remains unresponsive, leading one to ponder why he chose to align with Obito. Is it not precisely this reasoning? It must be acknowledged that Madara's insight is indeed astute. While the entire world perceived Obito as a mere underachiever, Madara discerned the latent potential within him. The unfolding events have substantiated this realization, the transformation from the dual tomo to the divine prowess, mastering the wood release that accompanies the white zetsu on the very night of awakening, and the unleashing of the singular eyes divine might initiated the fourth great ninja war, unsettling the entire ninja realm. Eishu's expression suddenly shifted. The Sharingan? 5 minutes later, Eishu and Kakashi created a commotion in the forest specifically to distract Obito, who mistakenly believed that other foes were present. Fueled by rage and sorrow, he seized Kakashi's relic and charged forward. However, upon witnessing the sight of Eishu and Kakashi supporting each other, rather than exhibiting the bewilderment they had anticipated, Obito launched an attack instead. Do you think you can trample on anyone? He bellowed, his eyes ablaze with a chilling crimson hue, infused with a frenzied intent to kill, as he swung Kakashi's short blade towards them. Calm down, Obito, Eishu shouted back, dropping any pretense of composure. His voice resonated with vigor. The Sage Mode not only extended his chakra but also bestowed remarkable recuperative abilities. In that brief span, he could regain a significant portion of strength, ensuring his actions remained unimpeded. Yet Kakashi was genuinely at his limit. He lacked the Sage Mode, and as he beheld Obito's blade hurtling towards him, he found himself devoid of the strength to evade. Ultimately, it was Eishu who yanked Kakashi away just in time, the blade nearly severing Kakashi's mask, only managing to shear off a small tuft of his white hair. Calm? To hell with that. I'll kill you. Obito persisted, relentless in his fury. Eishu, though anxious, remained composed as he formed a spiraling sphere, his final chakra. Its potency was modest, and once unleashed, he would be rendered defenseless. Look closely, Obito, it is I. I am your Eishu. This spiraling sphere saved both Eishu and Kakashi from peril. Obito stood frozen in place, his mouth agape and expression vacant, as his eyes gradually turned crimson, and his lips curled in despair once more. Obito. Meanwhile, Kakashi, still shaken, felt a complex array of emotions as he observed Obito's face, which seemed on the brink of tears, filling him with overwhelming guilt. Yet in the next moment, he shouted defiantly, I refuse to believe it, and charged once more towards Kakashi. Eishu wished to intervene, but upon noticing that Obito had discarded his short blade, he realized something and breathed a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the ground, Eishu, save me. Kakashi, pinned beneath Obito, emitted a desperate cry for assistance, but the number he dialed was out of service. Obito unleashed a torrent of blows upon Kakashi, seemingly intent on venting all his pent-up emotions. This ordeal persisted for a full 10 minutes. Only when Obito was utterly exhausted and Kakashi resembled a swollen pig's head did he finally cease. The three youths sprawled on the ground in disarray. It was uncertain who first chuckled, but soon all three erupted into raucous laughter. Kakashi, you pig-headed fool. Ha. You truly did it on purpose. Crybaby. Ugh. Did you all see that? Eishu, Kakashi, don't scare me like that. Ugh. Eishu, you join in too. How infuriating. After nearly half an hour of laughter, they finally returned to the original battlefield. There were no chilling tales of vanished corpses. The Cloud Ninja lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless body. Had it not been for Eishu's experience at the Konoha hospital, he might have mistakenly believed the man had been killed in the explosion upon detecting a faint breath. Yet, even so, the trio remained vigilant. They first stripped the tattered garments from the Cloud Ninja, tearing them into strips with their kunai, and then bound him securely. Eishu was concerned that the cloud-dwelling ninja might awaken during the period of dormancy and unleash a cataclysmic force to break free. To mitigate this, he meticulously dampened strips of cloth, allowing water to permeate the fibers, thus enhancing their resilience. This detail is noteworthy. Do not question why a liberal arts student possesses such knowledge. It is simply a result of the equitable 9-year compulsory education. Yet, Eishu remained uneasy, wishing to bind every joint of the Cloud Ninja, and even placed an explosive tag within the ninja's trousers. Is such severity truly necessary? I can't help but feel he might not awaken at all, Kakashi mused with a puzzled expression. Eishu gazed at the Cloud Ninja, nearly transformed into a work of art by his own hands, and raised an eyebrow. What does it matter? This fellow's life holds little value. Moreover, it seems that the interrogation department merely requires a head to extract information. How astute you are, Eishu. Yet, I believe I overheard my father mention that this is indeed the case. Speaking of which, Obito pondered aloud, is it certain that this fellow's mind hasn't been shattered? It should be, right? The trio caught a few fish by the riverside, making good use of the small branches Obito had collected earlier. After grilling and consuming several fish, they finally set off towards Konoha. As dusk approached, the sun dipped low on the horizon. The three triumphant youths cast elongated shadows. Chapter 44, Worthless. What use are you? What? You found him? And brought back a cloud spy? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been anxiously fretting over the whereabouts of the three children, felt his beard grow a tad thinner. Indeed, Lord Hokage, Minato was both amused and bewildered. Who could have anticipated that the three little rascals would dare to venture beyond Konoha to evade Kushina? Even more absurd was the fact that, while three had left, four had returned. Where are they? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired urgently. Minato recalled the dismal state of the Cloud Ninja they had encountered, as well as the remnants of his once flourishing hair, coupled with the explosive tags in his pants and Jiraiya-sensei's vague hints about certain techniques. Minato pondered momentarily before responding. The three children are unharmed. Root personnel promptly took charge of the Cloud Spy. Based on his injuries, it appears he is still within the grasp of life. This fellow is remarkably swift, always returning just in time for a hot meal. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. But soon his expression turned grave as another thought crossed his mind. Minato, you must keep a close eye on your students during this period, especially while Root investigates the events surrounding this incident. You must be present at all times, understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone shifted to one of stern caution. Minato, though puzzled, nodded affirmatively. Yes, boss, 5 bowls of special ramen, and 1 bowl to be prepared later, please. All right. At Ichiraka ramen, Kushina beamed, while the three youths sat upright. Once Ichirako had served 4 steaming bowls of ramen, Kushina announced the commencement of the meal, and the boys, like puppets, began to wield their chopsticks. Eat quickly. Once you're full, you still need to seize the bell. Even if you've escaped the village, giving up halfway is not an option, you know. Kushina kindly reminded them. The three youths trembled in unison. Today's ramen tastes a bit bitter. Eishu felt a gentle nudge on his left side and, glancing discreetly, discovered Obito and Kakashi gazing intently at him, their eyes ablaze with urgency. It was as if they were silently imploring him. Hurry, find a way. Eishu could not help but chuckle coldly to himself. Did he not see that Minato was too afraid to show his face? Asking him for help? What a farce. However, on another note, having Kushina by his side was not entirely a misfortune. Upon their return to Konoha, they were halted by the guarding ninjas at the entrance. Leaving was easy, but returning proved to be a challenge, especially with a comatose Cloud Ninja in tow. Yet, Eishu could never have anticipated that the first to seek them out would not be Minato or Kushina, but rather a few Root ninjas. although he had yet to discern the distinct artistic styles of the masks worn by the root and umbu. He recognized one of the masks. It belonged to the ninja who had sought him out earlier that very day. Reflecting on the day's events, it had indeed been rich with occurrences: the debut of Team 7, the arrival of root operatives, a chase led by Kushina, and finally, a battle of wits with the Cloud Ninja. As Eishu had suspected, the root ninja, upon receiving the comatose Cloud operative, intended to simultaneously handle his task as well. The demeanor of the root was decidedly inflexible, with a justification that was both lofty and grandiose, claiming it was necessary for the trio to collaborate on an investigation. Eishu naturally refused, citing a household gas issue as an excuse. This was, in fact, a covert signal to take action. Kakashi unsheathed his blade on the spot, while Obito nearly revealed his recently awakened Sharingan. At the tender age of 6, Obito was still too inexperienced, as this incident was merely a lucky twist of fate, akin to a fortuitous mistake. The atmosphere was notably tense, with the three young ones poised to defy the injustices of destiny and fight for their freedom, on the brink of being reprimanded. Fortunately, the Minato couple arrived just in time. Kushina said nothing, merely brandishing her fist, and without uttering a harsh word, decisively retreated. Thus, the anticipated drama of stubborn defiance failed to unfold. Subsequently, Minato went to report, while Kushina led the three to this place. What they ordered appeared to be a bowl of ramen, yet symbolized the culmination of their rebellion, a representation of their liberty. Sitting beside them, Kushina seemed poised to reprimand them, yet she served as a protective talisman, deterring any malevolent intent. Apologies for the delay. At that moment, Minato's cheerful voice rang out, akin to a refreshing breeze or a ray of sunshine, illuminating the hearts of the three youths. Your ramen, esteemed guest. Ichiraka swiftly presented a steaming bowl of ramen. Thus commenced the inaugural meal of Team 7. Minato expressed his gratitude to the owner and was about to dig in when he noticed the eager gazes of his three students, instantly comprehending their unspoken desires. He smiled gently, offering them a look of inclusion. Kushina, you see. Kushina squinted her eyes in a smile, her crimson hair seemingly dancing without a breeze. Haha. Today's ramen smells delightful. The three youths' expressions shifted from hope to blankness, ultimately morphing into disdain. What use are you? Worthless? Thus, time quietly slipped away during the evening filled with flavors of ramen. After finishing their meal, Minato settled the bill, and Kushina suggested a stroll. The three little ones dared not oppose and trailed behind, heads downcast. After walking for a short while, Kushina abruptly turned, her expression grave. From now on, you are not permitted to wander off on your own. Understood? Understood. Understood. The three boys chorused, readily admitting their fault with sincere attitudes. It is perilous outside today. You encountered someone of lesser strength, but what about next time? You cannot rely on luck every time. Do you understand? Understood. Understood, they reiterated, acknowledging their mistake once more. Furthermore, if you plan to sneak out next time, you must inform me. I need to be there with you. I must be by your side. Understood. 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 We shall heed your teachings, they affirmed. As night fell and the Minato couple departed, the three walked along the street, finally exhaling in relief. Life was arduous, often striking unexpectedly, leaving one unprepared. Obito, when do you plan to inform your clan leader about awakening your eyes? Eishu suddenly inquired while strolling. Obito was momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated this matter. Perhaps tomorrow morning? Is there an issue, Eishu? Nothing. Eishu chose to say no more. Obito had merely activated his Sharingan. This might not necessarily be an unequivocal blessing. Everything possesses duality, while this version of Obito had grown stronger. Evolving the Sharingan would not be a simple feat. He could not feign death again. That would require exceptional acting skills, and after this incident, Obito's mental defenses would be even more formidable. Well, for now, there was no need to dwell on such matters. Eishu shook his head, casting aside the myriad of distractions swirling in his mind. What he needed to focus on now was not anything else but to grow stronger and repair the walls. Indeed, the mere thought of the two large holes in his home filled him with a sense of unease. Day by day, what a troublesome affair. Chapter 45, The Blinding White Teeth. In the morning, he savored the steamed buns purchased with his hard-earned money. Eishu arrived at the meeting point early. The time was approximately 6:30, and the assembly hour had yet to arrive, but he wished to practice for a while. The nature transformation and fusion of the second stage of hydrogen release required urgency. Yesterday had been exceptionally perilous, as he had to resort to the transformation technique to escape. Had an experienced ninja been in pursuit, they might have dispatched a shadow clone to chase him. Frankly speaking, even against a mere clone, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. It was a gamble, wagering on the intelligence of the enemy. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. Otherwise, Obito might have been caught in the crossfire of the Sharingan. In truth, had he been able to initiate the second stage of hydrogen release yesterday, with instantaneous reaction and the ability to ignite freely, that Cloud Ninja would never have come close. He would have unleashed a barrage of miniature hydrogen bombs upon his opponent, rendering them powerless to withstand the onslaught. However, mastering the transformation of chakra nature is no simple feat. The old man once remarked that mastering chakra nature transformation is fundamentally a process of refining the quality of chakra. The more ninjutsu one masters, the greater their control over chakra, thus gradually achieving mastery over its elemental transformations. Of course, some individuals may, throughout their entire lives, only manage to grasp 2 or 3 types, yet for someone like Eishu, who possesses a rare dual affinity, his aptitude is already considered exceptional. Eishu finds it quite comprehensible. One may envision chakra as a body of water, where temperature control enables it to transform into ice, boil into vapor, or even become gas. When additional variables are introduced, such as the simultaneous reaction of 2 types of chakra, it could lead to electrolysis producing hydrogen gas, or even metamorphosing into magma for various bloodline limits. This is the underlying principle. However, understanding is one thing, while execution is an entirely different matter. Eishu has now come to realize that his innate talent is undoubtedly remarkable. However, he has not yet succumbed to arrogance, despite having achieved a bloodline limit at the tender age of 6, limited to merely the elements of lightning and water. Adding fire release to this would only dilute his bloodline proficiency. Therefore, he shall commence his training with water release. Taking a deep breath, he recalls the contents of the scroll, channels his chakra, and forms hand seals with both hands. Eishu resolved to accomplish the minor objective of becoming a water-style ninja before he aspired to be a nuclear ambassador. Even if he could not master the art of water release, becoming a river-style ninja would suffice. Water release, water dragon bullet. As the clock approached 8, the sun rose to greet the day. Obito and Minato arrived in succession, while Kakashi nearly arrived late. Immersed in his practice, Eishu was momentarily oblivious to his surroundings. However, upon witnessing Kakashi apologizing to Minato, he was taken aback. While he could comprehend Obito's tardiness, after all, women often influence the speed of rising, Kakashi's near lateness was indeed quite astonishing. Eishu discreetly observed Kakashi and, indeed, something seemed amiss. The vacant gaze had once again found its soul, yet Kakashi appeared to have lost his. It seems that White Fang has once more retreated into solitude. Eishu mused to himself. He had long foreseen this. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The comrade he had fought so hard to rescue not only showed no gratitude, but had instead joined the ranks of the disparaging. Such a blow was quite substantial. However, returning to the matter at hand, the crux of the issue lay with Kakashi. White Fang's vulnerability was not a fragile heart, but rather his overwhelming pride. Kakashi, after today's mission, I intend to visit your home with Obito to settle some matters and, while we're at it, to clear our debts from this past period. Eishu devised an excuse and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Initially, he intended to inquire about White Fang, but considering Minato's presence, he felt it prudent to be mindful of others' feelings. Kakashi, still lost in thought, was momentarily oblivious. Money was of little concern to him, and he would simply take what was offered. The affluent Kakashi was not one to dwell on such matters. Beside them, Obito was rather boastful, declaring, I want to be joining you. The clan leader himself is going to guide my training. As the foremost genius of the Uchiha clan, it is always, hey, wait for me. D-rank missions are often tedious yet straightforward. Assisting an elderly gentleman with tree pruning, Kakashi and Eishu completed the task in merely half a day. Meanwhile, the Uchiha prodigy was still diligently striving to stand parallel to the ground on a tree. Of course, Obito was not without his share of labor, as clearing branches fell within his responsibilities. By 4 in the afternoon, Team 7 finally received their first reward, a bounty of 6,000 ryo, which Minato did not take a single ryo of, leaving each of the 3 with 2,000 ryo. Kakashi expressed satisfaction, while it was a modest sum. It was earned through their own efforts. However, Eishu and Obito could hardly contain their excitement. Eishu, strike me. Am I dreaming? 2,000 ryo for just half a day's work. Heavens! Obito exclaimed, repeatedly counting his money, each time feeling as though he had miscounted, caught in a cycle of disbelief. TCH. Just 2,000 ryo, look at your reaction. Eishu scoffed, dismissing Obito's exuberance. At 4:30, Eishu accompanied Kakashi back home. I'm back. Father, we have guests. Kakashi greeted as if it were the most ordinary of occasions. Coming, came the voice of a middle-aged man from within, differing from Eishu's expectations, robust and hearty. Lacking the gentle warmth of Minato, yet exuding a sense of safety. Then, Eishu's eyes widened in astonishment. A tall, silver-haired man with a ponytail burst forth. Bearing a striking resemblance to Kakashi, approximately 70.08 similar. His face was adorned with a cheerful smile, radiating a neighborly warmth. However, from the neck down, things took an unexpected turn. Clad in an apron, wielding a kitchen knife in one hand and a spatula in the other. The apron featured an amusing design of a Shar-Pei with a pink headband, adorable yet somewhat garish. Fortunately, behind the apron was clothing rather than muscle. Otherwise, Eishu might have been compelled to seek immediate eye relief. I'm Kakashi's teammate, Eishu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Eishu bowed respectfully, allowing his eyes a brief respite. No need for formality, young Eishu. I often hear Kakashi speak of you. You are indeed a reliable companion. White Fang laughed heartily, showing no signs of fragility or despair. Kakashi, please take Eishu inside to rest, wash your hands, and prepare for dinner. Today, Dad has prepared grilled fish for you. White Fang hummed a little tune that Eishu couldn't comprehend as he departed, leaving Kakashi composed and Eishu with a blank expression. Let us go get our ninja tools, Kakashi beckoned. Eishu was utterly perplexed, given White Fang's demeanor. Kakashi seemed untroubled. Surely, nothing troubling had occurred unbeknownst to him? It seemed improbable. Earlier that morning, he had overheard numerous complaints while purchasing buns. Oh well. One step at a time. Eishu suppressed the doubts within his heart and followed Kakashi forward. Chapter 46. I apologize, but I cannot find joy. Eishu's concern for White Fang extends beyond merely assisting Kakashi. There lies a certain degree of personal interest as well. Regarding Root, Eishu understands that Danzo is an individual who will stop at nothing to achieve his objectives. He is undoubtedly resolute in his refusal to succumb to Root. Perhaps an exaggeration. Nonetheless, he is unwilling to bow to malevolent forces unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Eishu is acutely aware that such a strategy is not sustainable. In Danzo's eyes, there exists no unbreakable shell. Kushina and Nagato may provide temporary protection, but there will inevitably come a time when they cannot shield him. When that moment arrives, he risks being confined in Root's dark chamber, subjected to an array of seals and restrictions, followed by relentless psychological manipulation, or even lured by wealth, beauty, or forbidden techniques, coercing him into submission and rendering him incapable of escape. In essence, he finds himself under Root's scrutiny. A predicament he wishes to alter. To resist and reclaim control, he must devise a plan. White Fang, too, is targeted by Root, making him a natural ally and significant asset that Eishu cannot afford to overlook. It would be prudent to employ additional smoke bombs. It seems we are rather fond of such contrivances. At that moment, Kakashi abruptly interjected, interrupting Eishu's contemplation. All right. Eishu promptly began to stow the smoke bombs into his ninja tool pouch, recognizing their value. Meanwhile, he cautiously inquired of Kakashi, has Uncle White Fang always been this? Well, considerate? Kakashi visibly stiffened, as though the smoke bomb in his hand had malfunctioned. My mother passed away early, and given his busy schedule with missions, whenever he is home, he mostly behaves this way. Kakashi turned his face, ostensibly to retrieve a kunai, but Eishu knew without looking that Kakashi's expression was one of profound embarrassment. Well, that's quite admirable. Eishu genuinely wishes to convey to Kakashi the paramount importance of cherishing life. However, he is puzzled by the question, if White Fang is in his natural state, why does Kakashi appear so melancholic? Shouldn't he have grown accustomed to it by now? With this query lingering in his mind, Eishu secured a ninja tool pouch to each leg and made his way to the dining table at the Hitaki residence. Upon removing the glaringly bright apron, White Fang transformed entirely. His robust physique, broad shoulders, wise gaze, and hearty smile were striking. If only he wielded a blade and exuded a hint of menace, the ambience would be even more fitting. Let us eat, little Eishu. Do not be shy. Consider this place your own home. If it were possible, I would even wish for you to move in here. All right, I shall begin. The dinner prepared by White Fang consisted of grilled fish. Although he had not anticipated Eishu's visit, judging by White Fang's demeanor, it seemed he had ample fish set aside for the occasion. Eishu and Kakashi leisurely enjoyed their meal. Baya, however, was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, he continuously stared curiously at Eishu, feeling a bit awkward. Eishu could only bury his head in his food. Yet, when he cast a glance at Kakashi beside him, He was taken aback to find that Kakashi was in a similar state. Eishu seemed to grasp something profound. Is it possible that Kakashi's melancholy is not due to any signs of despondency displayed by his father, White Fang, but rather the result of his own father spending an excessive amount of time at home? Perhaps for a child, witnessing their seemingly omnipotent father reduced to a mere house husband, thus tarnishing the legacy of White Fang, is the most distressing scenario. Little Eishu, at this moment, White Fang spoke. Yes, Uncle White Fang. I heard from Kakashi that you have developed a formidable combination ninjutsu. Yet regrettably, you were unable to attend your graduation ceremony in person. Eishu realized that his moment had arrived. He promptly set down his chopsticks and, with a serious expression, declared, I merely proposed a concept. The activation of ninjutsu relies on our collective effort. Kakashi, seated nearby, lifted his head as Eishu continued his discourse. I am fortunate to have two excellent companions. Kakashi's lightning techniques harmonize perfectly with my water techniques, and Obito, our other teammate, exhibits impeccable timing with his fire techniques. The synergy among us is remarkable. No. You are far too modest, young Eishu, White Fang interjected, waving his hand. Synergy and bonds can be cultivated over time. But the concept you have introduced is not something everyone can conceive. You are a genius, my child. White Fang's words were imbued with sincerity, devoid of any pretense. After all, he was a man whose vision could rival that of Madara. Madara had Obito, while White Fang had Guy, whose efforts nearly culminated in a climactic conclusion, one that was all too evident. Yet, Eishu discerned a deeper implication in those words. Bonds can be nurtured over time. Does this imply that severing them requires but a fleeting moment? Has White Fang already begun to lose faith in Konoha? In Eishu's mind, he increasingly felt that his conjecture was correct, yet this did not hinder the expressions on his face. A pronounced disappointment was etched upon his features as he sighed. Indeed, even Uncle White Fang perceived it this way. Upon uttering these words, coupled with Eishu's melancholic demeanor, he immediately captured the attention of the Hitaki father and son. Uncle White Fang was puzzled. This child seemed to harbor some concerns. Kakashi, too, was somewhat bewildered, thinking, Eishu, you are straying off topic. At that moment, Eishu sighed once more and began to perform. It appeared that everyone believed he had committed some grave misdeed, including Uncle White Fang and Elder Danzo. However, in reality, without Kakashi and Obito, this combination of ninjutsu was unattainable. Alas, Eishu seized the juice from the table and downed it in one go, feeling a surge of unfulfilled ambition and letting out a long sigh as he gazed at the heavens. At this utterance, Kakashi stood frozen, having believed he understood Eishu well, only to witness a side of him today that was unexpectedly theatrical and emotionally charged during this simple fish feast. Meanwhile, Baya's jovial expression, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, gradually turned serious. The two words that Eishu inadvertently articulated, crafted with care, had struck a chord with Baya, causing his gaze to sharpen. Indeed, the efforts of companions should not be overshadowed. You were right, little Eishu. Baya chuckled as he lifted the juice on the table and drank it all. Though it lacked a certain flavor. Seemingly nonchalant, he refilled his glass and remarked, however, you should feel elated about the talent that even the esteemed Danzo has praised. Baya's probing made Eishu feel as though his bait had been firmly taken. It was a significant catch. I'm afraid, Uncle Baya, I cannot find joy in this. Eishu promptly replied, a flush of intoxication blossoming on his face, revealing a hint of agitation. Lord Danzo wishes for me to join the Roots, but the condition is to sever ties with Kakashi and Obito. I cannot do that, nor do I comprehend why Lord Danzo cannot see their efforts. Having reached this point, Eishu hoped Baya understood the gravity of the situation. If you were to perish, Lord Danzo would swiftly deceive your son into joining the Roots. He would even send your son to eliminate the third Hokage. If you wish to protect your son, then cooperate with me sincerely. Do not resort to tricks, for I could easily betray Kakashi to Lord Danzo. Inside Eishu's heart, a tempest of madness roars. Chapter 47, The Roots, Blossoming Again. 8 o'clock in the evening. Despite the earnest pleas of Baya, Eishu resolutely chose to return home for rest. The wall of his abode remained unrepaired, merely patched with tape. Transformed into a makeshift window, a precarious defense against any potential intruder. After traversing a winding mountain path and passing through a park where elderly gentlemen and ladies engaged in their physical exercises, a desire for evening practice stirred within him. Today's exertion was rather moderate, and his mastery of water techniques had seen little improvement. While the initiative to combat the root challenges showed some progress, and Baya's feedback was encouraging, Eishu was acutely aware that personal fortitude was essential for success. At 8:30, he arrived at training ground number 3. Though it was not the closest training facility to his residence, he made his way there, only to find that the old man was absent. Ugly. The techniques of the Eishu are not unfamiliar, as they continue to be printed prolifically with an astonishing number of variations. The elder has bestowed upon him a total of 25 seals, while the techniques of Saratobi's fire comprise several, amounting to 21 seals, which can be considered a refined selection. One would not easily discern the intricacies of the situation without careful observation. It is indeed perplexing why, despite the absence of a decisive action, one would resort to employing a water dragon technique to achieve a total of 44 marks. What is particularly awkward is that the opposing Kakashi seems to have merely replicated the endeavor. Currently, Eishu employs a refined version of the water dragon technique bestowed upon him by Saratobi Hisashi. This technique features 2 activation modes. One involves harnessing the surrounding water currents to coalesce into a water dragon, while the other utilizes his own chakra to expel a water dragon. Eishu undoubtedly holds disdain for relying on the power of water. The Senju clan possesses its own unique honor. He is determined to forge his own path, following the method of chakra manipulation etched in his memory. Eishu steadily formed hand seals, channeling his chakra with smooth precision. A sense of satisfaction washed over him, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Perhaps success was within reach. Water style, water dragon. Wait. Eishu spat out a considerable amount of saliva. Ultimately, the final segment went awry, which directly depleted over 20% of his chakra. Why stay out at night instead of returning home to rest? What on earth is going on? Eishu gazed at the 2 individuals in his line of sight with a sense of displeasure. They were of average height, likely around 11 or 12 years of age. What troubled him most was their sudden appearance, coupled with their unwavering stares that pierced through him like specters, causing a tumult within his mind and evoking the tragic episode of that fateful day. Alas, he nearly succumbed to a similar fate. Here they come again. Though Eishu was displeased, the training ground was a shared space, and he had to continue with a mere twist of his body. However, due to his line of sight, he noticed 2 other children, both of similar age, staring intently at him. Reluctantly, he realized that he could no longer afford to focus on his water escape training. He glanced behind him and to both sides, and indeed, he found himself encircled. There were 8 in total, all around 11 or 12 years old, lacking headbands, but equipped with ninja tool pouches strapped to their legs. Eishu concluded that they must all be ninjas, for the current ninja academy still operates on a 3-year curriculum. As for their lack of forehead protectors, it is evident that their intentions are undoubtedly nefarious. Could these individuals be from the Uchiha clan? A brawl, perhaps? Eishu searched for the figure of Uchiha Baying, his cousin, recalling the harsh words once spoken by Uchiha Lai. This predicament could be traced back to Danzo. The credit for bringing back the Cloud Village ninjas was likely suppressed, and while there might be rewards, few would be privy to the details. Otherwise, the Uchiha would not dare to seek him out for trouble. However, he was soon startled by the sudden appearance of a figure clad in the familiar Root mask, prompting a swift realization. It was Root. Eishu's expression suddenly turned serious. The tenacity of the Roots exceeded his expectations. They had sought him out 3 times in just 2 days. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact: can one take seriously a group of individuals who do not even possess masks? With a slight curl of his lips, Eishu mused that this situation was indeed favorable. Then, under his watchful gaze, the older youths who had encircled him approached, each donning a mask as they walked. Eishu was left speechless. What was this all about? I am beneath you, Eishu. I come on behalf of the Elder Council of Konoha, declared a member of the Root organization, advancing with a tone that remained icy. Yet this time, Eishu discerned a calmness that had eluded him in their previous encounters. The victory was assured, it seemed. Eishu felt a twinge of regret for having restrained himself in front of Hakuba. He ought to have stayed the night at his residence. However, he was not overly concerned about the upcoming visit to Kakashi's home for supplies. In addition to an array of ninja tools, Hakuba had also entrusted Kakashi with a few signal flares to give him before he departed. In Hakuba's words, it is wise to be prepared for any eventuality. When venturing out of the village next time, one must ensure a swift means of communication with the village. At that moment, Hakuba exhibited the composure befitting a captain of the Umbu, while Kakashi's once dull gaze transformed into one sparkling with admiration, revealing his undeniable admiration for his father. As the encirclement around Eishu grew ever tighter, one hand rested upon the ninja tool pouch, and his gaze fixed intently upon the Root ninja. adorned with an innocent smile brimming with excitement and hope. Could it truly be? Had Lord Danzo acquiesced to my request? Would Kakashi and Obito be permitted to join the ranks of Root? The Root ninja, however, remained unfazed, acknowledging the reality. One was the son of Root's most sought-after target, and the other was of the Uchiha clan. Though Elder Danzo might wish otherwise, the path was not so facile. My response remains unchanged from yesterday, Eishu. A mere genin, he replied coolly, his eyes devoid of emotion, even colder than before. Furthermore, there is no need to feign such a demeanor. You were not so composed when the gas was left on at your home yesterday. Eishu shrugged, casting aside any pretense and revealing his cards. My answer remains unchanged. If I am to join Root, Kakashi and the others must agree. There was no need for an urgent response. The Root ninja interrupted Eishu, stating, Elder Danzo has declared that you possess the right to refuse, yet this power can only be exercised post-enrollment, once you have comprehended the true nature of Root. Eishu was momentarily taken aback. Whether this was Danzo's exact phrasing was uncertain, yet the sentiment undeniably mirrored his style. Without understanding Root, one cannot refuse to join. One must first join to grasp its essence before being entitled to decline. The matter seemed settled. Root was a one-way street. Once a member, always a member. Unless Saratobi Hiruzen himself intervened. However, Eishu was not so presumptuous as to believe that the third Hokage would confront Danzo on his behalf, especially in this era when their relationship was amicable. Furthermore, disclosing his identity as a member of the Senju clan would only heighten his peril. Thus, was it possible for him to choose ignorance? Eishu contemplated making one last attempt, his hand already clutching a signal flare. Yet, the Root ninja scoffed coldly and stepped back. And as he moved, 8 seasoned adolescent ninjas from Root simultaneously drew their kunai, exuding an aura of lethal intent. You may select a group of opponents. Only by defeating them will you gain the luxury of choice. This declaration compelled Eishu to relinquish the signal flare. Chapter 48. Daring to display skills before the master? The mighty water dragon bullet. Eishu instinctively chose one group, launching a flurry of shurikens while simultaneously creating distance. Indeed, the Root boys in other directions scattered, but subtly sealed off Eishu's escape route. Eishu indeed wished to flee, but not at this moment. The two youths deftly evaded the shurikens, one charging forward wielding a kunai, while the other remained stationary, forming hand seals. TCH. Eishu spat in disdain. Having always been part of a trio that ganged up on others, little did he expect to face retribution today. Engaging in close combat necessitated vigilance against the ninjutsu from behind, yet a mere retreat would lead to a state of passivity. Eishu made a decisive choice. He must leverage his strengths. Water release, water bullets, pitter-patter. Eishu swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers moving with such speed that it seemed as if they might ignite sparks. The water bullets coalesced almost instantaneously, launching forth with a remarkable frequency and extensive range. With an abundance of chakra at his disposal, Eishu aimed to exploit his strengths while circumventing his weaknesses. Earth release, earth flow wall. However, at that moment, the hand signs of the Root boy in the rear shifted suddenly as he pressed his hands to the ground. Almost simultaneously with Eishu's counterattack, the earth trembled slightly, and a wall of soil erupted. Although it lacked the vitality of a living creature, it effectively intercepted all of Eishu's water bullets. Eishu's expression darkened. He was particularly inclined to inquire whether he could select a different opponent. This was clearly a prepared strategy. With a huff, Eishu completed his ninjutsu and formed seals again, summoning a shadow clone that swiftly generated a Rasengan within half a second, charging towards the earthen barrier. Boom. The wall of soil finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered, yet the shadow clone dissipated in the same instant. Eishu furrowed his brows, bewildered by the feedback from his shadow clone, completely at a loss as to how it had vanished. However, upon observing the retracted earth spikes on the earthen wall, he began to comprehend the situation. Both were earth-style ninjas, employing earth flow wall and earth spike spear, a combination of ninjutsu. This certainly imparted a valuable lesson to Eishu. The art of combined ninjutsu was not solely his domain. Even techniques of the same elemental nature could be merged. For instance, in this instance, the earth flow wall, enhanced with a counterspike, provided both offensive and defensive capabilities. Eishu involuntarily cast his gaze towards the other 3 groups of Root ninjas. Unsurprisingly, they too exhibited a similar level of coordination. He admonished himself not to display such expressions. They were merely apprentice ninjas from the Root, temporarily paired in groups of 2, having barely 2 days to acclimatize to one another. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, that of a Root ninja, who began providing live commentary. As I previously mentioned, the battlefield of the Root is of a higher caliber, Rather than engaging in mere skirmishes, we adeptly exploit every advantageous factor. The habits of the enemy, their weaknesses, even their emotional ties. The route follows an elite path, emphasizing efficiency and synergy. While the level of rapport between your two teammates and yourself may be commendable, from the perspective of the route, dismantling each of you requires but a singular strategy. Just like now. All your ninjutsu has been laid bare from the moment you formed your hand seals. They will swiftly implement countermeasures, exerting pressure and retaliation. This is the essence of the route. It is indeed a display of prowess, unquestionably a display of arrogance. Eishu undoubtedly harbors a sense of indignation. Yet it must be acknowledged that the techniques of the route faction exhibit remarkable efficiency. Indeed, he places his trust in the words of this route ninja. However, this does not signify that he will concede defeat. The route possesses considerable prowess. If my master's wife were present, would you still dare to boast so audaciously? Eishu scoffed derisively, silencing the voices behind him in an instant. However, he was not merely intent on projecting bravado through words. The actions he was about to undertake would be exceedingly brutal, laden with peril. Regardless of the likelihood of success, even if he were to triumph, it would only serve to intensify Anzo's avarice towards him. Eishu began to form hand seals with both hands. Meanwhile, a root ninja behind him suddenly shouted, "Interrupt him." Though somewhat unsportsmanlike, Eishu paid it no heed, realizing that the purpose of this root ninja was to rattle his composure, regardless of whether he could win or not. This very process symbolized his integration into the root. Ultimately, it seemed he would have to employ force against him, as he had already discerned everything. In a swift motion, two young ninjas from the root launched their assault once more, their speed astonishingly quick, one to the left and one to the right. However, both of them simultaneously formed hand seals, and remarkably, their seals were identical. This inevitably raised doubts as to whether they intended to combine their powers for a formidable technique or if one was a feint while the other was the true attack. "Ha!" Eishu scoffed disdainfully. "Such trivial skills dare to flaunt themselves before me. Water release, water dragon bullet." With a thunderous roar, Eishu exuded an overwhelming presence. Coupled with the series of seals he had just executed, the two youthful figures at the roots exchanged a resolute glance and swiftly placed their hands upon the ground. "Earth release, multiple earth flow walls," they proclaimed in unison. The term multiple earth flow walls transcended mere addition. It was not simply 1+1, but rather a cumulative force, equating to 1+1+1+1, culminating in 4 formidable earthen barriers erected before Eishu. Yet, the anticipated torrent of water did not materialize. Eishu's lips curled into a wide grin, revealing a dazzling set of pearly whites. "I apologize, Lord Hokage, for just receiving this technique. I have yet to practice it. However, I am grateful for your trust." The expression of the root ninja instantly turned a ghastly shade of pale, for this was the second time he had been deceived. Accompanied by Eishu's mockery, a series of 3 distinct sounds echoed, pop, 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 as his maneuver commenced. The first 2 sounds were those of shadow clones, each wielding the dual yellow Rasengan, while the final sound was that of a smoke bomb. The advantage of Eishu lies not in the quantity of chakra, nor in the mastery of elemental techniques like hydrogen release or the spiraling sphere, but rather, as always, in his intellect. Konoha's 6th transform. Surround him. The root ninja made a swift decision, inscribing the phrase unrighteous conduct upon his mask, while the remaining 6 young ninjas of the root promptly encircled the shrouded figure in smoke. Yet, they refrained from launching an attack, evidently wary of Eishu's potential escape. The root swiftly took over the cloud ninja, confirming his identity before hastening to the scene for reconnaissance, gaining a certain understanding of Eishu's trio's tactics at that time. At this moment, Eishu stood alone, unable to perform the combined ninjutsu, yet in the eyes of the root ninja, it seemed he was attempting to flee. "I have already stated, until you are defeated, you possess no right to leave," the root ninja scoffed coldly. Meanwhile, the 2 Earth-style youths showcased their training results. Collaborating seamlessly as Eishu's 2 shadow clones swiftly dissipated, they exchanged glances, hesitating not for a moment, and charged directly into the smoke. However, just then, from within the haze, Eishu's voice resonated. "I have also mentioned, do not flaunt your meager skills before the master. Behold my grand water dragon technique." "Ha!" The root ninja sneered, dismissing him as merely a child, always. "Ha!" Suddenly, amidst the smoke, a majestic azure water dragon roared into existence. The water dragon bellowed and rampaged, leaving the 6 surrounding root youths, as well as the 2 who had just rushed in, devoid of any reaction time, as they were swept away in an instant. Yet, this was not the end. The water dragon, after making its rounds, ascended once more, beginning to dissipate in the process, but still charged towards the root ninja. Do you dare to strike at me? Do you comprehend the consequences? The root ninja bellowed. Though his body instinctively formed the signs for the substitution technique, Eishu remained silent, instead quietly producing 2 explosive tags, which he swiftly launched in different directions along with his kunai. You think someone of your caliber could persuade me to join? Perhaps being a leader would be more fitting for you. Pathetic. Eishu, though sharp-tongued, proved more honest in his actions as he uttered harsh words and swiftly made his escape. Meanwhile, in the shadows, an old man, adorned with a shoddy mask bought from a street vendor, silently observed the unfolding scene. Little brat, he chuckled softly, his gaze shifting from the water dragon striking the target dummy to the roots of ninja facing an imminent explosion. He then lifted his eyes towards the luminous moon above. You truly resemble him. Chapter 49. Ultimately, I have become a reflection of Abido. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Eishu found himself wandering the streets, reluctant to return home as the cold wind howled around him. Well, perhaps that was an exaggeration. He wasn't truly destitute on the streets, especially since it was summer. Eishu was primarily driven by hunger. Having expended considerable energy, he had indeed managed to utilize the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Moreover, he was not averse to returning home, while the root organization appeared to operate with reckless abandon. Today's action suggested that capturing him was of greater importance than simply showcasing their prowess. Unlike the Umbu, the root also valued efficiency. Swiftly apprehending him and subsequently demonstrating the strength of their organization would yield far better results. Thus, Eishu concluded that Danzo had taken a keen interest in him, almost salivating over the prospect, yet lacked the audacity to overtly claim him. Of course, had he failed to fight back or successfully escape today, the narrative would have unfolded quite differently. Danzo, the ultimate authority rests with me. At Ichiraka Ramen, Eishu ordered a regular serving, followed by a supreme set meal. Accustomed to frugality, he suddenly recalled the substantial sum of 3,955 ryo in his pocket, prompting him to indulge like Kushina. Had only a few days passed in this month? It seemed his living expenses had a propensity for multiplication. To not splurge a little would be a disservice to himself. All right, please wait a moment, young patron, the enthusiastic Ichiraka staff responded. Speaking of which, Ichiraki was just in his early 20s and ought to be considering marriage. Eishu contemplated whether to give a gift, perhaps securing a lifetime discount voucher for himself. While waiting for his noodles, the ever-diligent Eishu allowed his mind to wander. However, before his meal arrived, 2 new customers entered the establishment. Oh, what would you 2 young patrons like to eat? Ah, Lord Asuma has arrived as well. Please, take a seat. What shall we have, Lord Asuma? 2 bowls of supreme ramen. Ichiraka's warmth intensified, highlighting the disparity in treatment between ordinary patrons and supreme VIPs. One could only speculate whether the youthful Ichiraka had yet to find his footing in life, still somewhat bent beneath its weight. Eishu ceased his reverie and turned his gaze, only to behold a little girl energetically attempting to bounce onto a chair, alongside a spirited young man who had a toothpick delicately held between his lips. A small bowl will suffice, boss. Asma, please, no more of this. I have the means. The girl continued, and please stop following me. If this is seen by Eishu, what brings you here? The girl, none other than the charming Akatsuki, suddenly recognized Eishu and appeared somewhat taken aback. Her bright crimson eyes blinking in surprise, exuding an endearing quality. Hello, Akahong. Eishu was about to extend a polite greeting when she interjected. What on earth are you doing here? Eishu was abruptly interrupted, and the other party appeared rather unfriendly. This left him somewhat bewildered. From his omniscient perspective, it seemed that Asma's pursuit only began in adulthood, albeit with an unfortunate outcome. However, it now appeared that Asma had far-reaching ambitions. Yet, that was of no concern to him, even if he were to learn that the future Red would blossom into a striking beauty. He found himself utterly disinterested in the young girl. This was simply due to a lack of receptiveness. Nonetheless, while he harbored no interest in the young girl, his fascination with Asma, the spirited young man, was quite profound. I have a task today and have just finished. I haven't eaten yet, Eishu replied with a smile. He then feigned a bow, cautioning, watch out, Hong, there's a mosquito. With the pretext of swatting the mosquito, he lowered his head, skillfully utilizing the smooth surface of his headband to refract light and momentarily dazzle Asma's eyes. In the end, Eishu has inevitably taken on the persona of Abido. Asuma exclaimed, what a dazzling brilliance. Hong added, Eishu is so considerate. The little girl with the supreme ramen reassured everyone. There are just enough ingredients for 3 bowls tonight. It would be a pity to waste any. I will only charge for the small bowls. Be careful, it's hot. Please enjoy. Under Eishu's attentive gaze, Ichiraku displayed unparalleled emotional intelligence. First, he considered Asuma's pride by addressing the price, and then, when serving the ramen, he exhibited great finesse. He presented 3 bowls on a single platter, serving the little girl first, followed by Eishu and Asuma, side by side, without any preference. With the perspective of an adult, Eishu secretly gave a thumbs up to Ichiraku, acknowledging his prowess as a member of the Tsutsuki clan. It is often said that one cannot balance a bowl of water evenly, yet Ichiraku managed to effortlessly balance 3 bowls of ramen, showcasing his formidable strength. I began to eat. Eishu resolved to conclude this swiftly and return home for a good night's sleep, deciding not to contend with Asuma this evening. However, the spirited Asuma seemed oblivious to Aishu's intentions. After glancing at Eishu and then at Akane, he exuded the air of Konoha's most prominent second-generation elite. Having just swatted a mosquito without washing his hands, he proceeded to eat. How unhygienic. Akane, you should keep your distance from him. Meanwhile, Eishu, immersed in slurping his noodles, thought, I just unleashed a powerful water dragon technique, effortlessly dominating the scene. Are you certain you wish to provoke me? Do you believe I won't retaliate in kind? Eishu was just about to bow his head once more to swat away the mosquitoes when, at that moment, the little girl expressed her discontent. How can you say that? Eishu is trying to help me chase away the mosquitoes. You are being too unreasonable. Eishu, slurping, today's ramen is truly delightful. Asuma, who was taken aback for quite some time. 3. Eishu continues to joyfully slurp his noodles. Meanwhile, at the base of the roots, in a dimly lit chamber, the flickering candlelight serves as the only source of illumination, casting shadows that dance ominously. Adult. We have failed. The disheveled root ninja kneels on one knee, accompanied by merely 2 youthful companions. The reason behind this predicament is evident. Habitually scrutinizing scrolls in the shadows, Danzo squints his eyes, yet he refrains from casting a direct glance at his subordinates. I mastered the B-rank ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet. It was my oversight. Though much of the process had been truncated, considering the target's age and past, a mere phrase of carelessness could elucidate a great deal. B-rank ninjutsu. How long did it take? Danzo inquires without raising his gaze. 30 hours, yet the actual training time did not exceed 5 hours. The root ninja responds swiftly and accurately, clearly having done his homework. 5 hours? Danzo finally sets aside the scroll, directing his attention toward his subordinate. The evident disarray now fully apparent. It is clear that Danzo is somewhat taken aback. As a disciple of the first Hokage's water ninja, he comprehends the complexity of that technique all too well. Although streamlined to a 4-seal activation under his mentor's tutelage, for most, mastering such intricate seals would require considerable time. However, Danzo does not linger in astonishment for long. The weak are governed by their emotions, while the strong utilize their time to devise strategies. Prepare 3 scrolls of the second Hokage's commonly used water release techniques. Simultaneously, activate the priestess and approach the target. Inform her. As long as she can persuade the target to willingly join the roots, I shall grant her request for seclusion. Chapter 50. Water Release. Spiral Water Sphere. Kakashi is in high spirits today. His father had vanished early in the morning. Yet he left a meal prepared and a small note. Son, I'm off to work. I might be quite busy lately, so please manage your lunch and dinner on your own. His father's concern, though somewhat excessive, genuinely delights Kakashi as he perceives his father finally regaining his vigor. Kakashi is acutely aware that, despite his father's seemingly indifferent demeanor, the failure of the recent mission and the village's negative sentiments towards him continue to weigh heavily on his spirit. White Fang has drawn his blade in quite some time, but now, all is well. His father is revitalized. And Kakashi believes it won't be long before that omnipotent father returns. After finishing breakfast, Kakashi slings on his imitation White Fang and sets out, ready to meet his teacher, Minato, to receive a new mission. Traversing mountain paths, passing through parks, and navigating bustling streets, Kakashi still hears whispers about his father, yet he remains unfazed. It is not a matter of habit but rather indifference. Misunderstandings will eventually resolve, and life must continue. At last, Kakashi arrives at the assembly point, Konoha's #1 park. The largest park in the village, conveniently close to the Hokage Tower and the Ninja Academy. Soon, in a corner of the park, he spots Eishu seated upon a stone. Eishu arrived early as always, a habit of punctuality that even Kakashi could not match. Good morning, Ing. Kakashi's greeting trailed off as he noticed the intense focus on Eishu's face. A bun was clamped between his teeth, grease and saliva dribbling down, oblivious to it all. As he concentrated on a swirling mass of chakra in his hands, Kakashi raised an eyebrow, sensing that it resembled a Rasengan, yet it felt distinctly different. What on earth is he attempting? Kakashi muttered to himself, puzzled by Eishu's seemingly effortless mastery of the Rasengan. At that moment, a gentle and familiar voice graced Kakashi's ears. He is manipulating the transformation of chakra. Specifically, he is attempting to utilize water release in the form of a Rasengan. Kakashi was taken aback and quickly turned around. "Good morning, sensei." Minato signaled for silence, lowering his voice. "Let us not disturb him. Allow him to." "Yo. Good morning, Sensei Minato," exclaimed Obito, his spiky hair bouncing as he waved enthusiastically. "Kakashi? You're quite early today. You actually made it on time, ha ha ha." Kakashi's expression darkened, and Minato's smile froze on his face as he quickly glanced at Eishu, exhaling a sigh of resignation. "It's over." In an instant, the small ball of chakra in Eishu's hand burst apart with a pop. Minato was right. It indeed was a water chakra sphere, splashing water all over Eishu's face, causing him to shudder. Observing this, Minato swiftly teleported to Eishu's side, his speed startling Kakashi. Obito scratched his head, sensing he might have caused a mishap. "What's happening?" Kakashi rolled his eyes. "Nothing much, genius. You're just too talented for your own good." "Huh?" Obito looked at Kakashi with suspicion. "What do you know?" "Of course, I'm referring to the challenge issued by Uchiha Arka." "Wait, you didn't know?" "How would I know about internal Uchiha matters?" TCH. Kakashi and Obito continued their banter. Meanwhile, Minato reached Eishu, quickly assessing if he was hurt. "Are you all right?" "Eishu? I'm fine. Just a pity about my bun, alas." Eishu lamented. "As long as you're okay." Minato sighed in relief, adding, "You have great talent. Mastering the Rasengan in such a short time means you should be able to explore other chakra transformations quickly. Don't be disheartened. I will share my insights on developing the Rasengan with you. However, before that, I have a suggestion." As Minato spoke, he opened his palm, forming a Rasengan instantly. Yet, he failed to notice the flicker in Eishu's eyes. The principle of the Rasengan lies in the manipulation of chakra transformation to create specific flow patterns and compress it, unleashing formidable power. You wish to manifest water release chakra through the Rasengan method. This direction is indeed correct. However, I recommend starting by perfecting your Rasengan, considering. Minato's teaching was abruptly interrupted as Eishu, with his palm open, caused the dissipated water sphere to coalesce once more, swirling rapidly into shape. It was unmistakably a miniature Rasengan. This. Minato could hardly contain his excitement, though still somewhat rough around the edges. There was no doubt that Eishu had succeeded. "Have you found the method?" Minato exclaimed in astonishment. With a raised eyebrow, Eishu released the water orb in his hand, letting out a sigh that betrayed his dissatisfaction. "It's not as you imagine, teacher. I can only integrate with water-type chakra, and the results seem rather mediocre." After unleashing the water release, water dragon bullet last night, Eishu felt as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. This morning, inspiration surged within him, prompting him to experiment with replicating Naruto's wind release, spiraling shuriken using water release techniques. The process unfolded relatively smoothly. Successfully executing the water dragon bullet indicated that his control over water-type chakra was at least satisfactory, or so Eishu believed. However, the outcome was disappointing. Naruto's spiraling sphere, infused with wind-type chakra, had become a forbidden technique, while his own attempt at the spiraling sphere, now merged with water-type chakra, yielded results that were indistinguishable from the spinning water release, small water sphere technique. Eishu endeavored to explore the possibility of directly advancing his hydro escape to the second stage. The versatile water release chakra was manageable, posing no significant challenge, however. The lightning release chakra remained elusive, leaving him in a state of melancholy. After all, he had previously mastered the Rasengan in less than a month and, with fewer than 10 attempts, had successfully executed the water dragon bullet technique. He had believed himself to be a prodigious talent. Yet, reality had imparted a valuable lesson. The success of the water dragon bullet was likely attributable solely to his abundant chakra, which he had relied upon to force the technique into fruition. As for the Rasengan, having been an avid viewer of Naruto Shippuden and Boruto, he was no novice. Indeed, one must remain grounded in their pursuits, Eishu mused. It seems that harboring certain unwholesome thoughts is best avoided. Chapter 51. Teacher, please grant me another chance. Minato, after much contemplation, resolved to proceed with the original plan and guide Team 7 in undertaking their mission. The role of a guiding jonin entails the transmission of the ninja way, the impartation of ninjutsu, and the cultivation of ninja talents. Mastery of the ninja way cannot be rushed. It requires gradual instruction. Team 7 possesses ninjutsu, personally selected by the third Hokage, sufficient for them to digest for some time. Naturally, in Minato's eyes, Eishu was an exception. This morning's display of the water release Rasengan nearly upended Minato's worldview. He could scarcely fathom how this young prodigy had achieved what typically required the prowess of a seasoned chunin or jonin. Minato was eager to enlighten his student, assisting Eishu in refining his theoretical understanding of chakra transformation. However, with 3 members in the team, while Kakashi might grasp the general concept, Obito's comprehension was uncertain. In the Hokage building, on the first floor, the mission hall buzzed with activity. A pensive Minato meticulously selected tasks, while the 3 youths engaged in animated conversation. What did Minato-sensei just say? Why does the atmosphere feel off? Eishu replied ambiguously. He mentioned practicing with me alone. Perhaps my training direction is misguided. Speaking of which, what's your situation? Eishu retorted, has Uchiha Raku troubled you? How dare he? Obito responded with defiance, brimming with pride. I am now a key talent being cultivated by my clan, and the clan leader has high hopes for me. It's enough that I refrain from confronting him. Yet, this brat insists on challenging me to a duel and even issued a formal challenge, such a foolhardy boy. A challenge? Kakashi mused, his expression bemused. Is there anyone from the Uchiha clan more reckless than you? You must give it your all then. We cannot afford to lose face for Team 7. Eishu encouraged. Regarding the Uchiha clan, thus far he harbors only a fondness for Obito, as they share an unbreakable bond. As for Fugaku, he bears no particular animosity. After all, one ought to consider my identity. Obito exuded confidence, a fleeting flash of crimson igniting in his eyes. Although he possesses but a single tomo, the few Uchiha capable of awakening their eyes at such a young age are indeed rare. This is precisely why Fugaku places such significance on him, frequently mentoring him in his training. The Uchiha of this era face severe restrictions, a consequence of the second Hokage's oppressive policies, which Danzo exacerbates. The entire clan teeters on the brink of expulsion from Konohagakure. From Eishu's omniscient perspective, in recent years, only Shursui and Obito emerge as prodigies, both undeniably revolutionary figures. Regrettably, both of these geniuses are traitors. One merely wishes to use ninjutsu to avert war, while the other takes it a step further, leaving nothing in his wake. Eishu could not help but ponder whether, should Obito thrive in good health, he would be able to stand firm against both Shursui and Itachi in the future. Furthermore, was there a possibility that Madara might relinquish his hold on Obito and alter his plans to select a different successor? However, these considerations were mere conjecture for the time being. Such events would not transpire for at least another 5 years. Eishu gently patted Daitu's shoulder and said, whenever the battle commences, I shall join Kakashi in cheering you on. It should be in the next few days. It all depends on what Master Minato arranges for us. If it's anything like last time, we might very well be fighting by tomorrow, Daitu replied. Let us do it, Eishu encouraged. Cheer up, Kakashi reluctantly added. The composed Minato presented Team 7 with their second D-rank mission, guiding a local noble from the land of soup, commencing immediately. The reward was a substantial 35,000 ryo. Quite generous for a D-rank task, albeit with a duration of 7 days. Excellent. Master Minato likely thinks little of this sum. So that leaves us each with 16,660 ryo, just enough to buy a skewer of 3 color dumplings, one for each of us. Eishu, who had once served as the math representative in elementary school, calculated the figures the moment he saw the task order. Curse it. A 7-day task, benefiting that scoundrel. Daitu lamented, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Kakashi merely observed. At just past 10, Team 7 awaited the arrival of their client at the designated location. Initially, all was calm until 2 ANB members suddenly appeared, whispering something to Minato. His expression turned grave. And once the 2 ANB departed, he solemnly informed the trio, I regret to inform you, children, that some unforeseen circumstances have arisen that I must attend to, which may take some time. This mission, unfortunately, cannot continue. Eishu and Obito, I sincerely apologize, children, Minato said with a wry smile today. This is all we can manage. We shall reconvene at our usual spot tomorrow, and I will select more suitable tasks. For now, let us disperse, Minato commanded with resignation. Just in time, Obito, you could apply to challenge today. My father is not home, and I can go and observe, Kakashi said with a hint of mischief. Being a guide is far too troublesome. I would rather tend to the forest. Moreover, the remuneration is quite meager, 16,000 taels. Merely a fraction of what my father earns in a single mission, right? After hearing this, Obito hesitated. Minato chuckled and shook his head, preparing to leave. But at that moment, no. Eishu suddenly shouted. He still wished to negotiate. After all, that was 16,660 taels. He had never spent so much since arriving in this era. What is the matter? Eishu. Minato sensed an ominous premonition. Teacher, perhaps you could allow us to attempt this, just a guiding mission. We can manage it. Eishu's face was filled with avarice, or rather, sincerity. Minato was quite conflicted. But Obito, he has been in danger recently. Eishu abruptly pulled Obito to his side, and the bewildered Obito found his mouth covered by Eishu's hand. Obito had been challenged by a member of the Uchiha clan. The opponent was formidable, and Obito was likely no match. Obito, Eishu continued to narrate. Obito requires ample time for preparation, otherwise, he risks facing dire consequences. Sensei Minato, I implore you, having grown up in Konoha, guiding is a task I can effortlessly manage. Trust me, Sensei Minato. Obito interjected with a frustrated Kakashi remained silent, quietly observing Eishu's performance. Minato wore a look of embarrassment, torn between the desire to decline Eishu's request due to his apprehensions and the sight of Eishu's fervent eagerness for this task, coupled with the memories of his background. After much deliberation, the soft-hearted Minato sighed and conceded, very well, but please prioritize safety, especially regarding etiquette. Do not lead the client astray before noon. I will enlist the assistance of my colleagues in the afternoon. Minato's first instinct was to seek Kushina's help, but his second thought was a resolute absolutely not. Ultimately, he reluctantly entrusted the mission scroll to Eishu and hurriedly departed. You've gone a bit too far, Eishu. Obito lamented, his expression one of discontent. Indeed, Kakashi echoed, feeling the pressure of the situation made it impossible to slack off. Eishu, filled with a sense of urgency, took it upon himself to complete the task independently, exclaiming, Do you not feel an immense sense of accomplishment? As he spoke, he fixed his gaze upon the task scroll. The first sight that met his eyes were two photographs, one of a portly middle-aged man and the other of a girl on the cusp of adolescence. The middle-aged man, bearing an unremarkable appearance, was identified as Rishuei, the financier of this mission. In contrast, the young girl, evidently his daughter, named Rishuei, with her chestnut hair and charming visage, captured Eishu's attention, prompting him to look again. The more he observed, the more familiar she appeared. Chapter 52. As a ninja, I am a professional on the bustling streets of Konoha. The young girl held the hand of an adult, her large, curious eyes blinking adorably. Young lady, from this moment forth, you must refer to me as father. We are to play the role of father and daughter, the affable middle-aged man whispered softly. Their words were barely audible, shielded from the ears of passers-by who strolled by, oblivious to their exchange. Father. The astute Terumi May swiftly adapted to the situation, pointing toward the most prominent building in the distance, her melodic voice inquiring, What is that? It appears quite grand. Her innocent curiosity drew the attention of several onlookers, intrigued by the apparent foreign father-daughter duo. Yet, Terumi Kinjiro, a seasoned spy from the hidden mist, maintained his composure, gently ruffling his daughter's hair and affectionately responding, I am uncertain, my dear, but fret not. We shall soon have a guide who will unveil the answer to you. Really? Where are they? The little girl continued, her innocence shining through in her questions. Ah, it seems they are just ahead, awaiting our arrival. The father and daughter approached the inn where they were to stay, only to find three young ninja standing by in anticipation. Upon their arrival, the eldest among them stepped forward, scrutinizing the pair before consulting the scroll, then retracting it with a slight nod. Good day, Mr. Rishuei. I am Eishu, the Konoha ninja assigned to your commission task. Each of his gestures and words exuded professionalism as he gestured toward his companions. These two are my associates. For the next 7 days, we shall serve as your guides and ensure your safety during your time in Konoha. Greetings, Terumi Kinjiro replied courteously to the young ninja, though a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes as he daringly inquired, Is it merely the three of you? Indeed, Eishu answered swiftly, never once casting a glance at the young girl beside him. I see. Terumi Kinjiro felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him at the response, although his expression conveyed a subtle disappointment. 3 young ninjas, mere genin. For a spy, this was an optimal scenario, yet for a wealthy merchant from a small nation, it was not the most reassuring sight. Rest assured, Mr. Rishuei, Eishu spoke once more, as a Konoha ninja, we are professionals. Having grown up on the streets of Konoha, you can place your trust in us completely. In a pronounced tone, Eishu emphasized the 4 characters of Konoha ninja, his emotionless eyes revealing a sense of professionalism. This, indeed, epitomizes the essence of the medium cup. Well then, I appreciate your efforts. After a moment of hesitation, Terumi Kinjiro ultimately acquiesced. The mindset of a small nation's wealthy merchant, upon arriving in the Grand Ninja Village, was vividly portrayed. With that said, esteemed guests, please follow me. Furthermore, welcome to Konoha. Eishu turned, resembling an emotionless navigation robot. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, he could not resist stealing another glance at the girl with his peripheral vision. Girls undergo transformation as they mature. I hope I am simply overthinking, Eishu murmured to himself. The land of soup is not far from the hidden leaf village, and it is frequented by numerous noble families. However, Eishu has also attended the Ninja Academy, and the nation closest to the land of soup is none other than the land of water. Furthermore, the girl's appearance strikingly resembled his recollections, and her age was entirely consistent. Eishu had reason to suspect that this girl might very well be the future fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. However, he lacked evidence, and his suspicions felt rather illogical. After all, Terumi Mei is a double bloodline ninja who survived the Blood Mist era. Even Obito, whose intellect multiplied thrice after turning to darkness, could not eliminate her. She was even recommended by a host of elder ninjas from the Mist to become the Mizukage. The influence of her family within the Mist must be immense, and her own status cannot be underestimated. Given that we are still in a time of war, it seems rather illogical for her to venture into Konoha. Yet, Eishu was unsure if this was merely a trial from a powerful family. Nevertheless, even if this girl truly was the Terumi Mei in training, he had no intention of meddling. Such interference would only invite trouble. He certainly could not claim to have seen what Terumi Mei would look like 2 decades into the future. He merely wished to earn some money, with no need for unnecessary complications. In the Hokage's office. This is truly astonishing, Hokage-sama. Standing before his desk, Minato gazed at the lengthy scroll in his hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could this possibly be a fabricated memory? The alliance between a Wagakure and Kumogakure seemed far too. I do not dismiss the possibility you mentioned, Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, puffing on his pipe, his gaze contemplative. Memories can indeed be disguised through ninjutsu, and there are more routes to Konoha than just the Kanabi Bridge. However, if this is indeed the case, the ninjas on the front lines could be in grave danger. Engaging on multiple fronts leaves room for vulnerabilities. It is not unheard of for enemy ninjas to inadvertently find their way deep into the land of fire, even locating Konoha itself. The crux of the matter lies in the intelligence extracted from the Kumogakure ninja's mind. Their team had traveled a long way from the land of Earth, intending to bypass the defenses at the heavily guarded Kanabi Bridge to ambush the Konoha forces on the front lines of the Kumogakure battlefield. However, they were ambushed en route, leading to this Kumogakure ninja inadvertently arriving near Konoha. Hokage-sama, please issue orders, Minato implored, retracting the scroll, his astonishment still evident. Yet, as an elite J-nin of Konoha, he remained composed. Do not rush, Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, waving his hand, yet acknowledging that the investigation would fall to Minato. This matter is of great significance, and the process will undoubtedly be perilous, possibly a trap set by the enemy. It affects the frontline situation, where a single thread pulled can unravel the entire tapestry. The elders and I must discuss this further. Do you understand? Minato nodded, understood. May I head to the interrogation department? I wish to gather more information on the Kumogakure ninja brought back by the 3 children. Certainly, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied readily, a hint of relief shining in his serious eyes. In critical moments, it was still his own apprentice who stood out. Speaking of which, it was indeed the 3 children who captured this Kumogakure ninja. Due to confidentiality, they could not publicly commend them, yet the trio had not caused any fuss. Truly a relief. With such diligent apprentices, what more could one desire? By the way, what were those 3 youngsters up to? I recall they just completed a D-rank mission yesterday. Are they resting today? Not quite. Minato hesitated, then chuckled wryly. They are currently undertaking a new mission independently. Chapter 53. The spy's small classroom at noon. Lunchtime arrived. The father and daughter duo suggested indulging in the most quintessential Konoha cuisine. They found themselves in front of a barbecue restaurant, but Eishu, considering his youth, the 3 prohibitions, digestive health, nutritional needs, and fat absorption, deemed such a lavish lifestyle unsuitable. Thus, he proposed they enjoy Ichiraku ramen, affordable, delicious, and distinctive. Observant as ever, Terumi Kinjiro immediately declared, it's my treat. Consequently, Team 7 feasted heartily. After lunch, Team 7 dutifully escorted the father and daughter to their lodging, where they claimed to be weary from their journey and wished to rest in the afternoon before exploring in the evening. Team 7 then patiently waited in the guest area of the inn, displaying their professionalism. After all, they had just spent nearly 10,000 ryo on a barbecue feast. Even Kakashi felt somewhat guilty. Inside the room, Terumi Kinjiro first arranged and inspected the area, with a slight adjustment of the furniture. A zone emerged that was entirely concealed from external view. Only then did Terumi may confidently draw back the curtains, everything appearing perfectly normal. "Father, we are now quite safe. There is no one listening or watching, my lady," Terumi Kinjiro smiled. This smile lacked any pretense, transforming him from a robust middle-aged man into a figure radiating wisdom, leaving Terumi May momentarily awestruck. "You are surprised, my lady," Terumi Kinjiro observed as he sat down, composed. The highest form of disguise for a spy is not merely about sound, posture, or physique. Those can all be achieved with advanced transformation techniques or certain disguise skills. However, detecting flaws is far simpler. No matter how adept the disguise, there is only one opportunity for exposure. The young girl nodded slightly, deep in thought. "Please, have a seat, my lady," Terumi Kinjiro gestured, signaling the start of their lesson. Terumi May obediently sat down. "These skills are not ones you need to master. With your status, many will cater to your needs. Yet, there is one thing you must understand," he continued, pointing to his chest. "You must see through the hearts of others while ensuring that your own remains unseen. As the future head of the Terumi clan, your enemies will only grow closer." At the mention of becoming the clan head, Terumi May's expression grew cold, though she held her tongue, clearly uninterested in such a role. Noticing her reaction, Terumi Kinjiro smiled gently. "Let us not dwell on that today. My lady, after walking around Konoha this morning, did you discover anything?" "Indeed, teacher," Terumi May replied promptly. "Konoha is bustling, but judging by the layout of the streets and the number of pedestrians, I believe the war has significantly affected Konoha." Terumi Kinjiro raised an eyebrow. "How so?" "They even sent 3 younglings to carry out missions." Terumi May pouted. "Isn't that precisely the task you meticulously arranged? To observe the current state of Konoha's ninjas? It now seems the difficulty of rescuing our target may not be as formidable as we initially thought. You have made progress, my lady," Terumi Kinjiro affirmed, pouring a cup of tea for her. As she reached for the cup, he suddenly added, "However, my lady has made a critical error." Caught off guard, Terumi May nearly choked, yet she patiently asked, "Please enlighten me, teacher. You have underestimated the 3 ninjas, as well as Konoha itself." As he spoke, Terumi Kinjiro produced a small notebook from his pocket and opened it, fingers raised in a sign of chakra release. A miraculous scene unfolded as an image materialized on the page. None other than the son of the White Fang, Hatake Kakashi. A typical small team would not have a child with white fangs, my lady. Likewise, 2 ordinary team members would never allow the child of the White Fangs to willingly lag behind. Moreover, have you not noticed, my lady, the minimal age difference among them? Kimi stared at the white-haired figure in her small notebook, her eyes wide with disbelief. She did not recognize the child of the White Fangs, but she was well aware of the White Fang's significance. Their status is akin to that of the head of the Kimi clan in the Hidden Mist. At this moment, Kimi's thoughts drifted not to anyone else, but to the young man who had greeted them initially. Who could possibly inspire the child of the White Fangs to willingly follow behind? The son of the 3rd generation? If a mere team is thus, one can only imagine the situation in Konoha, my lady. Kimi Kinjiro interjected appropriately. "We have ample time, but only one opportunity. In fact, I have already informed our contacts in Konoha, altering the mission's objective from rescue to elimination." Ignoring Kimi's increasingly shocked and puzzled expression, Kinjiro smiled and continued. "The effects of rescue and elimination are quite similar. Either would sufficiently mislead Konoha into making a decisive move. The more forces they deploy to the battlefield between the cloud and rock, the greater our advantage at the front line, making it entirely possible to break through the defenses of the Hyuga clan in one fell swoop. However, that is the task assigned to me by the current Mizukichi. Compared to his ambitions, your growth and safety are of utmost importance, my lady." "Eishu, I desire a chilled fruit juice," said Dato, who had left the inn without money, gazing longingly at Eishu in the lobby on the ground floor. "You look like a chilled fruit juice." Eishu coldly rejected. "For a ninja, the most vital quality is patience. Hold it in." "Huh, Senpai Yano?" Eishu was taken aback as he beheld the woman before him, cheerfully cradling a large bag. Could it be that she was none other than Do's mother? Watching Yano continuously produce cup after cup of chilled fruit juice from the bag, Eishu felt somewhat bewildered. I happened to be off today and passed by this place. From a distance, I thought it looked familiar, and indeed, it is you all, my dear children. You must be on a mission, am I right? Yano remarked, not waiting for the trio to respond, and continued with a smile. You have truly worked hard. Please indulge in some refreshments. It's sweltering in this summer heat. Do take care not to suffer from heat stroke. Eishu gazed longingly at the chilled fruit juice in his hand, harboring suspicions about its potential toxicity. However, beside him, Daitu could no longer contain his impatience. Thank you, Senior. You are truly wonderful. The sound of slurping filled the air. In Chapter 54, titled Actors Ready, Spy Drama, after confirming it was safe, Eishu took a refreshing sip. One must admit, enjoying a chilled watermelon juice on a scorching summer day is quite invigorating. As Eishu murmured softly to himself, he discreetly observed Yinaoyu. There was a gentle aura about him, the kind that could effortlessly manage an orphanage. However, Eishu dared not let his guard down. Should Yinaoyu decide to leave his past behind and establish an orphanage, Eishu would have no qualms about volunteering there. But for now, it was best to refrain from such thoughts. As Eishu sipped the chilled fruit juice offered by Yinaoyu, a sense of vigilance began to stir within him. Presently, Yinaoyu remained a covert operative, and of the highest caliber at that. What schemes could Danzo possibly be concocting now? Eishu's gaze was peculiar. Has Danzo opted for a familial approach? Is he positioning himself as the inaugural candidate for the Nanako orphanage? Wait a moment. Could it be that he is seeking someone of higher authority? For reasons unknown, such a thought abruptly surfaced in Eishu's mind. What if, hypothetically, that young girl is indeed Mei Terumi, coming to Konoha for training? If that were the case, this mission could become quite the spectacle. Eishu found it amusing that Shuei Min casually assigned a task to Class 7, resulting in such an abundance of fish. At that moment, Eishu, the benefactor, arrived. Kakashi, who had been attentively watching the staircase, suddenly spoke up. Eishu was momentarily taken aback. Turning to look, he realized it was indeed the father and daughter duo who had claimed to be tired and in need of a rest that afternoon. His heart began to race. Thumping vigorously, the red team contender, Yanoyu, a top-tier spy from the Roots. The blue team contender, Hinatazawa, a suspected elite covert operative from the Mist, who certainly possessed some noteworthy skills as he was capable of bringing Terumi Mei for training. If his assumptions were correct, a fierce battle of espionage was on the verge of unfolding. Oh dear, you are still here. How delightful. Terumi Kinjiro spotted the trio from afar, yet feigned surprise only as they drew closer. He clutched his abdomen, supported by the young girl, appearing to be in excruciating pain. This is our duty. Mr. Nishimizu, why does your complexion seem rather unwell? Eishu immediately noticed the unusual pallor of Nishimizuzawa and inquired with concern. Setting aside any hypothetical scenarios, he couldn't afford to jeopardize the mission reward in case he was mistaken. It could be a case of food poisoning. I've been experiencing sharp pains since earlier. Terumi Kinjiro grimaced in agony. Eishu, I kindly ask you to escort me to the nearest hospital. To the hospital? As Eishu raised an eyebrow. Uncertainty lingered regarding the identity of the individual before him. Yet, having watched numerous espionage films in his past life, he understood that hospitals were indeed the most conducive environments for chaos. Could this individual truly be a spy? His heart raced anew, though he maintained his composure, saying, Very well, Mr. Nichi, the hospital is not far from here. Please bear with us for a moment. Then I must thank you, young Eishu, replied Terumi Kinjiro, blissfully unaware that the shinobi in front of him was merely a fade. I am truly grateful that you have not departed, otherwise, I would be at a loss for what to do. Indeed, the Konoha Hospital was one of the key locations that Terumi Kinjiro intended to inspect personally. In addition, he had plans for the Ninja Academy, the Security Department, and even the Barrier Division. The three genin before him would serve as his ideal guides, with the hospital being merely the initial destination. However, just as Terumi Kinjiro felt assured of his plans, a gentle, yet somewhat stiff voice interrupted. Allow me to take a look. Turning his head, he beheld a woman adorned with glasses approaching him, her expression one of seriousness and concern. Based on his years of experience, Terumi Kinjiro surmised that this woman was likely a medical ninja. Why? Did that young lad just call her senpai? Could it be that he too is a medical ninja? Has Konoha begun to value medical ninjas so highly that even the child of the White Fang must be under their care? A multitude of questions flashed through Terumi Kinjiro's mind, and he clung to a fleeting hope that perhaps this woman was merely benevolent. However, this illusion was swiftly shattered when Yano produced a stethoscope from her bag. "Sir, please have a seat over here. Rest assured, I'm a medical ninja from Konoha." Yano spoke in a soothing tone. Terumi Kinjiro felt a surge of frustration but quickly recalibrated his demeanor, formulating a response. "I appreciate your assistance. Truly, Konoha is remarkable." In truth, he seized the opportunity to discreetly crush a pill hidden within a specially designed tooth and swallow it. As a spy of exceptional professionalism, he understood the significance of details. Beside him, Terumi May expressed her concern. "Father, are you all right? I told you not to indulge in such greasy food." It must be said that Terumi May possessed an innate talent for espionage. Her blend of genuine concern, gentle reprimand, and innocent charm was sufficient to deceive Eishu and his companions. Yet, one must not forget that the woman standing before them was no ordinary medical ninja. She was the head nurse of Konoha Hospital. Ah, no, that was a miscalculation. She was actually the ace spy of the Root organization, codenamed Walking Priestess, a title bestowed upon only a select few within the Root. Yano not only recognized the flaws in Terumi May's act, which were inconsequential but noteworthy, but she also noted Terumi Kinjiro's peculiar movements around his jaw, a common tactic employed by Root spies. Suspicion arose within Yano, yet she remained composed. Activating her spy mode, the advantage was now hers. "Please lean back a bit and follow my instructions for breathing. Do not be anxious." Yano exhibited the professionalism expected of a medical ninja. As she placed the stethoscope upon his abdomen, she managed to evade the gaze of Terumi Kinjiro, the ace spy of the Mist Terumi clan. Moments later, a grave expression graced Yano's face. "It appears to be food poisoning. However, it has not fully manifested yet. This is merely a warning from the body, and timely treatment is required." Upon hearing this, Terumi Kinjiro felt a flicker of joy within, though his facade remained intact. "Oh, it hurts terribly," he lamented, as Terumi May chimed in with her scripted concern. "Father." Meanwhile, Eishu observed intently, momentarily forgetting his role in assisting. As per the mission's requirements, to carry the man to the hospital. Just then, Yano spoke again, snapping Eishu back to reality while causing Terumi Kinjiro's heart to plummet. "However, with food poisoning, it is unwise to move about. Young Eishu, I must ask you to visit Konoha Hospital and find Nurse Kumi. Request her to bring the necessary antidotes for food poisoning, utilizing treatment plan number 1. I will remain here to attend to this gentleman." Chapter 55. All guesses correct. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures leaped and darted along the path towards Konoha Hospital. At this moment, Eishu's heart was ablaze with excitement. The first plan, which wagered the honor of the Thousand Hand clan, was undoubtedly a secret signal. A signal meant for the Roots. Yet, I can't help but wonder about Jiomei's condition. Alas, Eishu remained perplexed by Yano's insistence that he seek out Kumi. It was conceivable that Kumi was affiliated with the Root, her gentle and alluring demeanor merely a fade. Of course, it was also possible that their familiarity with one another was the reason behind this. Who could tell? Shortly after Eishu departed, Terumi Kinjiro, with the assistance of Yano and the innkeeper, returned to his room. Yano casually scanned the room's layout, already formulating a plan. A brief rest was in order. For Konoha Hospital was not far, and treatment would soon be at hand. How troublesome, he sighed. "Kinjiro, my stomach aches, dear daughter. Please prepare a pot of fine tea for this esteemed doctor," he weakly requested, glancing at Terumi May. Her pupils dilated slightly. "Very well, father." Then, seemingly unguarded, she opened her luggage before Yano and retrieved a jar, cradling it as she approached the tea table. However, Yano immediately sensed something amiss, rising to intercept May. "No. Young lady, I shall not partake of your offerings." No sooner had he spoken than ping. Yano sidestepped, delivering a swift blow that rendered the young girl unconscious. Unbeknownst to him, a shuriken had materialized in his hand, just in time to block another shuriken, as Kinjiro suddenly lunged, launching an unexpected attack. The harmonious patient-doctor relationship shattered in an instant, the 2 spies revealing their true identities. "When did you begin to monitor me?" Kinjiro inquired coldly, his voice laced with suppressed intensity. "We?" Yano chuckled lightly. "It seems fortune has not favored you. You happened upon me at an unfortunate moment." Yano had not anticipated the rapid activation of his identity, a remnant of his former duties surfacing so swiftly. Perhaps this was a mere repayment for the favor Lord Danzo had granted her. "Oh?" Kinjiro's gaze remained icy. And how did you discern the flaw? I believed I had concealed my intentions thoroughly. Does it truly matter? You cannot escape now, Yano replied, uninterested in elucidation. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Water style, water prison technique. Yano's pupils contracted in alarm as he realized his oversight, preparing to evade, but it was already too late. Indeed. It matters, Kinjiro responded, as the transparent prison ensnared Yano, who found himself trapped within. Kinjiro grimaced as he extracted a powder from beneath his fingernail, consuming it, which alleviated some of the agonizing pain in his abdomen. He then performed a series of hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones to take over the water prison technique. From the crevice of his suitcase, he produced several explosive tags, handing them to one of his clones. My lady, I regret to inform you that we have been compromised. My clone can buy us some time. We must flee. With a serious expression, Terumi affirmed, Understood. I shall leave this to you for now. I will go assist Senior Yano, she declared. Go ahead. Remember to bring back some chilled drinks. I'm parched. Love you. To Aishu's astonishment. After he conveyed Yano's instructions to Miss Kumi, she did not dramatically discard her nurse's attire, transforming into a long-legged ninja, her expression teasing as she addressed him, surprised. Little brother? Everything appeared perfectly normal. Miss Kumi had prepared her medical tools and supplies, seemingly ready to administer an injection. Lead the way, my little Eishu, she instructed. Eishu, bewildered, felt his hair stand on end, internally sighing as he turned to guide her. It seems I may have overthought this. 10 minutes later, the 4 arrived at the inn. As Eishu and Miss Kumi prepared to ascend the stairs, he suddenly realized that he was unaware of the location of the benefactor's room. Eishu felt a sudden pang of embarrassment, realizing that he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching professionalism. He quickly approached the manager standing at the front desk and inquired, Excuse me. Could you tell me which room the guest with the stomachache who went upstairs to rest is in? Oh, it's the 3rd room on the left on the 3rd floor. The manager replied swiftly. However, he added almost immediately, but that doctor and the young girl have already left, stating they were going to purchase some medicine. Upon hearing this, Eishu's brows furrowed in sudden concern. Something is amiss. Eishu turned to gaze at Kakashi, only to find that Kakashi's expression was equally grave. Eishu nodded, acknowledging that Kakashi, truly the son of the White Fang, remained remarkably composed before going offline. However, beside him, Obito was also performing normally. Huh? Kakashi, why are you cursing? Damn it. You go with him. Eishu delivered a swift kick to Obito's backside, prompting him to grumble as he exited the group chat. Yet, when Eishu turned around, he discovered that Miss Gyomei had vanished. Eishu glanced at the small medicine box left on the ground and instantly realized his oversight, chiding himself for his carelessness. How could he have failed to notice the transformation of the investigator at the scene? Just as he was about to dash upstairs, a distant scream pierced the air. Kumi. Don't come over. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire hotel violently, with dust cascading from the ceiling. Eishu was taken aback. He had deduced everything correctly, but the prize was merely an online explosion experience card? Boss, open the door and prepare to evacuate the guests. I must ascend to rescue those trapped above. With a thunderous shout, Eishu made to rush upstairs. Yet, before he could reach the 2nd floor, a searing wave of flames suddenly erupted. Eishu immediately recognized that this was not ninjutsu. It was likely the result of a fire somewhere, with a higher probability of being caused by human intervention intended to buy time. In a sudden flash of inspiration, Eishu sprang into action, his hands moving swiftly to form seals. However, these were not the seals for any typical water release technique. While the water gun technique was notably aggressive and capable of extinguishing flames, its force would likely be too much for the hotel to withstand. The water dragon bullet, though a viable option, posed a challenge due to Aishu's lack of proficiency. He could only maintain it for 2 seconds. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of water it produced was just what was needed to quell the fire. Yet, the complexity of the seals made him reconsider. Eishu had a more effective solution in mind. Suddenly, 4 shadow clones materialized, each swiftly gathering chakra with their hands. Employing the water release, spiraling water sphere technique that Eishu had devised that very morning. Although its power was still in development and paled in comparison to the impact of the water gun technique, it excelled in its dispersive qualities. If sufficient chakra was utilized, a single spiraling water sphere could indeed replicate the effect of a bucket of water being tossed. 2 of the shadow clones surged forward toward the staircase, deftly manipulating the spheres in their hands, ready to unleash them upon the flames on the 2nd floor. We've got this covered, they exclaimed as they charged ahead. The shadow clones, along with Eishu, are the ones truly ascending. Chapter 56. You can always trust the shadow clones. At this moment, Eishu was somewhat enraged. The detestable mist-dwelling spy had dared to harm his beloved Miss Kumi. Although it was likely that she had been infiltrated by spies from the Root organization, her beauty, kindness, and fair legs made her worth preserving. If she were unharmed, he would let it slide. Otherwise, he would be compelled to capture the vile Kaguya and sell her to the Root organization. In equal exchange, such a kid should not seek him out in the future, ideally. He would receive a buy-one-get-one-free deal, with Miss Kumi as his prize, with shadow clones inflicting torment from behind and paving the way ahead. Eishu swiftly arrived at the staircase on the 3rd floor. Upon his arrival, he could not suppress an exclamation of dismay. The scene was still one of devastation. Yet more chaotic than the 2nd floor, the explosive talismans had wreaked greater havoc in this confined space. The entire 3rd floor was a mere ruin amidst a sea of flames. Fortunately, this floor was the top level of the inn, and it seemed that the mist-dwelling spy had not deployed many explosive talismans. Otherwise, with a single collapse, Eishu would not need to advance to rescue anyone. He would merely be preparing for a feast. Onward! With a decisive gesture, Eishu summoned 2 shadow clones, each equipped with meticulously prepared spiral water balls, to charge forward. Simultaneously, he formed hand signs once more, conjuring an additional pair of clones. Under such circumstances, it was prudent for the original to refrain from rushing ahead. For the enemy was cunning and ruthless, likely harboring hidden traps. One need not inquire where Eishu acquired such wisdom, for he would surely employ the same strategy if he were in their shoes. Moreover, he possessed the capability to execute it even more proficiently, despite lacking sufficient explosive tags. He could transform his shadow clones into such devices, aiming to obliterate the area entirely. Thus, the quartet of shadow clones advanced in 2 waves, providing mutual cover as they hurled water balls, progressing steadily with the precision of a tactical unit. Their efficiency was remarkable, as flames receded wherever they passed, and the clones even managed to rescue several panicked travelers. Amidst the chaos, Eishu stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of calm yet somewhat cold demeanor, his forehead protector gleaming radiantly. However, despite this composed facade, 2 of his shadow clones fell victim to unexpected fire strikes, dissipating into smoke. Another clone on the 2nd floor was lost as well, its chakra depleted. With few travelers on that level and the current wartime conditions, the proprietor's business was suffering significantly. At last, after overcoming the peril at the cost of 3 shadow clones, the remaining clone reached the innermost corridor of the room where Yunayu and Kumi were expected to be, gesturing invitingly for Eishu to follow. Eishu remains reluctant to go. Firstly, the travelers have all departed, and now he is merely posturing without anyone to witness it. Secondly, it is hardly worth jeopardizing his well-being for the sake of the personnel at the Root. While Miss Jume is indeed admirable, his own health is of great value. Eishu gestured for his shadow clone to assist him, yet the clone merely shrugged, indicating its inability to help. In desperation, Eishu steeled himself and charged forward, simultaneously gritting his teeth and summoning 2 additional shadow clones to bolster his presence and restore his sense of security. At this moment, the corridor was nearly engulfed in a thick haze. Eishu burst into the room where the shadow clone resided, and upon surveying the scene, he immediately comprehended the urgency behind the shadow clone's summons. Yanoyu was grievously injured. Aside from her hairstyle, the extent of her burns exceeded that of the previous encounter with Minato by more than 3-fold. Even so, this was the least severe of her injuries. It appeared she had performed some act of valor at the last moment, as her arms bore the brunt of the damage, with her left arm having been severed, hastily bound by Kumi's clothing and a stick. Her abdomen was likewise wrapped in Kumi's garments, stained with blood, and beside her lay a kunai smeared with crimson, suggesting she had recently sustained a stab wound to her midsection. Eishu cast a glance at the now cool and composed Kumi, who was clad solely in a ninja-specific fishnet top, revealing a bust size that suggested 32C, complemented by a pair of shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs. Yet, he felt a twinge of sympathy as he noticed her injured leg. He observed the shadow clone and silently acknowledged its prowess. Indeed, it was his shadow clone that truly understood him. After diligently honing his shadow techniques for so many days, it was finally put to good use. Allow me to take charge, Sister Kumi. Do not fret. The calamity outside has already been resolved. Kakashi and Abido are in pursuit of the assailants. We are safe now. 3 minutes later, Eishu, accompanied by a legion of shadow clones, carried the severely injured Yanoyu and the Expression Ally Complex Kumi downstairs in pairs, experiencing a double joy. From a distance, He could hear a cacophony of voices, as numerous individuals were lamenting about something. As Eishu cast his gaze, he realized that the Konoha guard had arrived, yet they barred the way out. A member of the Uchiha clan was fervently attempting to explain the situation. Do not act recklessly. There may be spies from enemy villages among you. As outsiders, you will be detained here to undergo an investigation by the Konoha guard until our personnel arrive. The Uchiha's tone was icy, exuding an air of dominance and ruthlessness. Behind him, a throng of local Konoha villagers pointed and whispered, while the startled travelers were relentless in their inquiries. Yet the Uchiha remained unmoved, one hand resting on his ninja tool pouch, and Eishu could almost sense that he was on the verge of activating his Sharingan. In that moment, someone in the crowd finally recognized Eishu. Ah, it's that valiant young ninja. A voice rang out, and in an instant, Eishu became the center of attention. Cradling a beautiful injured woman in his arms, his appearance somewhat disheveled, starkly contrasting with the imposing Uchiha at the entrance. Is the young man uninjured? Truly. He is a ninja of Konoha. The disparity is evident. Thank you, young man. The acknowledgement echoed, revealing the vast differences in treatment even among those who shared the same village of Konoha. Eishu took a step forward from the shadow clone, casting a glance at the Uchiha. A fleeting moment of sympathy washed over him, but he quickly composed himself, clearing his throat before addressing the assembly. Esteemed individuals, the peril has been averted. I urge you to cooperate with the endeavors of our esteemed security department ninja. Rest assured, Konoha shall duly compensate for your losses. Venturing outside at this juncture may lead you to no refuge, and you risk becoming hostages to the spies that may lurk within. Trust in me. The Konoha Security Department shall ensure your safety. Eishu harbored a rather unfavorable impression of the Uchiha clan. Initially, he contemplated taking a jab at them. But after some reflection, he opted for a more strategic approach. In just a couple of days, Obito was set to confront Uchiha Kakashi, and Eishu wished to attend the battle to lend his support. However, he was also apprehensive about the Uchiha, who bore animosity towards them, potentially causing chaos. Therefore, he decided to offer some thoughtful words to alleviate public discontent, treating it as a form of insurance. This would also yield positive effects for Obito's future endeavors within the Uchiha clan. Most importantly, the intensity of the conflict was escalating, and the pressure on Konoha was mounting. The Uchiha clan was destined to find themselves on the battlefield soon. Indeed, Itachi was about to be born, and it wouldn't be long before he made his battlefield debut at the tender age of 4. Eishu is currently preparing for a maneuver, perhaps in hopes of eventually acquiring a legitimate Sharingan. After obtaining the Sharingan, Kakashi transformed into a unit of chakra measurement, yet he is incapable of mastering it. Not only is he unable, but even attempting to emulate someone like Danzo would likely prove futile. Eishu suddenly felt a pang of longing. If only he could obtain a Sharingan through his cunning, the issue of chakra fusion would be effortlessly resolved. How delightful! In Chapter 57, this enchantress proves to be quite extraordinary. The explosion at the end was deafening, and soon, Konoha's armed forces arrived post-haste. To Eishu's astonishment, the first responders were not from the Root or the Umbu, but rather the Uchiha from the Konoha Guard. This was akin to Konoha's conventional forces triumphing over its SWAT team, leaving Eishu in a quandary as to whether to commend the Uchiha or offer them incense. Truly, the Uchiha are the formidable blades of Konoha. In short, the suppression was insufficient. They deserved it. However, it is noteworthy that upon the Umbu's arrival, no disputes arose with the Uchiha. The Uchiha appeared to harbor little animosity towards the Umbu. After transferring responsibilities, they promptly withdrew to focus on evacuating the civilians. Only then did the Umbu take charge of the inn, gradually escorting the guests away. These travelers were outsiders, mere civilians, who dared not breathe in the presence of the masked ninjas from Konoha. The injured Yano Yu was transported to Konoha Hospital, while Kumi chose to remain behind. Momentarily, only Eishu, Kumi, the innkeeper, and 5 or 6 Umbu remained. Please provide us with the guest information, and also try to recall the movements of personnel prior to the explosion. Regarding your losses, rest assured that someone will attend to them. The Umbu's demeanor was considerably more amiable. The innkeeper, who had nearly succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage just moments ago, was revitalized upon hearing that someone would take responsibility for the damages, eagerly cooperating with the investigation, eavesdropping on their conversation. Eishu felt a sense of lament when he heard that the casualty list included 5 individuals. He had a rough idea of the number. After all, he had rescued everyone in the inn. This battle of espionage seemed to favor Kirigakure, though he wondered where Terumi may have disappeared to. This segment was not mentioned in the original narrative, and he pondered whether it might trigger some unforeseen ripple effects. Nevertheless, it hardly mattered. With Obito preparing to expand his ambitions, it was likely that Kirigakure would not witness any more crimson mists. As Eishu raised an eyebrow, he pondered whether this meant that Huoying was indeed profiting immensely. This thought stirred a sense of imbalance within him. He felt compelled to devise a way for Huoying to make amends. After all, it had taken considerable effort to nurture Obito, and the endeavor was no small feat. Little Eishu, are you concerned for your two companions? Just as Eishu was lost in his musings, the voice of Jiomei resonated in the air. As Eishu turned his head to glance, the familiar figure of Jiomei remained unchanged before him, her smile and voice as recognizable as ever, and her manner of addressing him identical to the past. Yet, inexplicably, she now felt foreign. Transitioning from a nurse to a seductive spy, her gaze was alluring. If the former Jiomei had embodied the essence of the friendly neighbor, the current Jiomei resembled the alluring sister perched atop a neighbor's BMW. The level had undeniably risen. Suddenly, the remarkably composed Eishu recalled something. Indeed. Kakashi and Obito had been absent for quite some time. He would have forgotten had Jiomei not mentioned it. With their prolonged absence, could it be? At that moment, a member of the Umbu approached the two, addressing them with a tone that straddled the line between a request and a command. Eishu was about to speak when suddenly, Jiomei rose to her feet. I am a ninja from the root, codenamed Juan, currently on a mission. You may verify my identity with Elder Danzo, but I regret to inform you that I am accountable only to Elder Danzo. Eishu gazed at Jiomei in silence, until she mischievously turned her head and winked at him, prompting him to feign surprise. Very well, but until your associates from the root arrive, please refrain from wandering about. Surprisingly, this Umbu member appeared quite amiable. It was uncertain whether he had recently been selected from the root and was still unfamiliar with his duties, or if he harbored lingering sentiments for his former employer. Perhaps it was due to Jiomei's striking beauty, or possibly he was even acquainted with her. In any case, he did not press Jiomei further. Once Jiomei had clarified her identity, the Umbu member turned his gaze back to Eishu, saying nothing, yet somehow conveying an unspoken message. May I delay my departure for a moment? Eishu raised his hand and inquired, I wish to wait for my teammates to return. They have gone in pursuit of a spy. No, came the curt reply. Even when they return, you will need to visit the Umbu. You may wait over there. Indeed. The Umbu's tone had grown somewhat frigid. This differential treatment left Eishu feeling disgruntled, his youthful face darkening with displeasure. After all, he had just heroically rescued numerous individuals, earning accolades from many villagers. Is this how you treat a hero? Unexpectedly, Jiomei interjected at that moment. She bent slightly, resting her weight upon Eishu's head, allowing him to bear it entirely. Are you sure? His teammate is none other than the son of Lord White Fang. Eishu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He had not anticipated the immense prowess of Jiomei, which was quite inconspicuous. Furthermore, he was taken aback by Jiomei's willingness to speak on his behalf after revealing her roots. This prompted Eishu to ponder over Jiomei's motives. On the surface, her voluntary exposure seemed to serve as a safeguard for Yi Naoyu. However, her subsequent advocacy for him was far more complex than it appeared. If this individual from the Umbu does not equate to the roots, then anyone subjected to pressure from their superior would naturally harbor discontent. While Eishu remained uncertain whether this Umbu member felt displeased, he was certain that the charming young man would evoke some degree of annoyance, possibly leading to some rather unwise decisions. Eishu gradually came to an understanding. What a bewitching enchantress! All things considered, she was cunningly trying to drive him to the very depths. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait in the shadows, dear Minner. Eishu met every challenge with resolve, tears welling as he locked away the memories of his former beloved sister. Kakashi harbored a deep aversion to the troublesome White Fang. Mentor, I shall accompany you. Eishu resolutely broke free from Jiomei's oppressive grasp and strode toward the door with a sense of righteousness and integrity. His actions left the Umbu member and Jiomei in a state of astonishment. The female spy smirked, her gaze filled with intrigue, as if she had spotted her prey. However, at that moment, two figures suddenly rushed back. Breathless, it was Kakashi, returning from a fruitless pursuit. Upon assessing the situation, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly transitioned to the matter at hand. Eishu, those people are not simple. There must be accomplices. Kakashi exclaimed, panting yet undeterred by the exertion of his chase. Take your time. No need to rush. Eishu gestured for Kakashi to proceed at his own pace. Just as Obito arrived back on the scene. Damn it, Kakashi, you heartless fiend. Obito exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the threshold beneath him. In a comical mishap, he tripped and fell, landing in a most undignified manner, inadvertently shattering a vase at the entrance. The owner, witnessing the calamity, cried out in despair. That vase cost me 3,000 taels. In that moment, as Eishu was about to assist Abito, a peculiar expression crossed his face. The lamentation of the owner felt oddly familiar. Chapter 58. A decision to relocate with questions lingering in his mind, Eishu and his companions followed an Umbu member away. Along the way, Kakashi and Abito engaged in their usual banter. Do you know what this is? Abito exclaimed. The Sharingan. The Sharingan, my brother. You wouldn't believe what I saw. What on earth do you think happened? Kakashi retorted. Then why didn't you catch them? Huh, as if you caught them. Abito shot back. I didn't, but if I had the Sharingan, I would have. Kakashi replied. English. Cease your antics. Daitu, damn it. Come on, hand over your eyes, go fetch that person back for me. Hurry. Kaka, it's too late. The VE vanished without a trace. Besides, your eyes are as good as blind, not even fit for a dog. Daitu, with a single hook, damn it. You scoundrel Kakashi, draw your sword. At once. Right now. Kaka, drawing his sword, are you afraid of me? The loser crawls home, unable to endure any longer. The two resorts to his ultimate move. The mistress is coming. Vitu and Kakashi instantly, Konoha has a little spicy pepper, capable of soothing a child's night cries. Eishu had a rough understanding of the circumstances surrounding Kakashi and Abito. Following the proprietor's guidance, the two pursued their quarry, leveraging their familiarity with Konoha, and indeed, they caught up. However, complications soon arose. Abito spotted a father and daughter to the east, while Kakashi perceived the same figures directly ahead, both only glimpsed silhouettes. Engulfed in the vast sea of humanity, Abito trusted his instincts, and Kakashi did likewise. Consequently, they parted ways, but the outcome was inevitable. They were swiftly outpaced. With Abito nearly caught off guard by a thrown shuriken, Kakashi surmised that their adversaries must have accomplices, making their inability to catch up understandable. Yet Abito remained obstinate. Convinced he was pursuing the right target, insisting that if Kakashi had kept pace, they would have succeeded effortlessly. This was the root of their petty quarrel. With Eishu's sudden admonition, both fell silent, continuing forward without acknowledging one another. The Umbu remained composed, silent as if wearing earplugs. Upon understanding the situation of the two, Eishu grew increasingly uneasy, particularly at the proprietor's pained groan that stirred a sense of unease within him. Have you made any discoveries, Eishu? Kakashi was the first to notice Eishu's disquiet and inquired. Nothing, Eishu replied, gesturing subtly towards the Umbu. And Kakashi instantly comprehended. The situation is as follows, Hokage-sama, Uncle White Fang. The trio did not find themselves confined to a small interrogation room as Eishu had anticipated. Instead, they were escorted directly to the Hokage's office. What particularly caught Eishu's attention and stirred Kakashi's excitement was the presence of White Fang. You have done remarkably well. Young Eishu, on behalf of those you rescued, I extend my gratitude, Saratobi Hiruzen remarked. And to you, Kakashi and Abito, that you did not apprehend the individuals. You have narrowed the search area, so do not reproach yourselves. You have performed admirably. Once I conclude this matter, rewards will be bestowed upon you. In conjunction with the previous Cloud Ninja incident, this is our duty, echoed Team 7 in unison. White Fang nodded approvingly. Now, let the adults handle this. Children, you have worked hard. Go home and rest. Only then did Team 7 take their leave. However, no sooner had they departed than the expressions of Saratobi Hiruzen and White Fang darkened. Can we ascertain their motives? Saratobi Hiruzen inquired in a grave tone. White Fang shook his head, uncertain, yet he suspected that their opponent's rank within the mist was not low. Several conspicuous mist operatives had mobilized, alongside elusive figures previously undetectable. It appeared they were indeed dealing with a formidable foe. White Fang's gaze sharpened, despite Eishu's light-hearted demeanor regarding the water release and shadow clone techniques. And saving people while extinguishing fires, the inherent dangers, the relentless havoc wrought by mist spies on Konoha, and the alarming casualty figures weighed heavily upon him. Merely listening to the report made him anxious for the trio's safety. Should anything happen to those three young ones, White Fang dared not contemplate the consequences. His current objective was to root out the threat completely. A big fish. Saratobi Hiruzen mused for a moment, his presence intensifying. The higher the rank, the greater the potential destruction to Konoha. White Fang, I grant you half a day's time. Mobilize the Umbu as you see fit, including my personal guards. It is imperative that we ascertain their motives and eliminate them. I would rather forego the intelligence within their minds than witness our children in peril. With the situation at hand growing dire, and the fronts against Iwagakure and Kumogakure shrouded in uncertainty, Minato and the elite were poised to depart, making it a critical moment. At this juncture, anyone daring to disrupt Konoha would find themselves facing certain death. It seems we shall not be enjoying Uncle White Fong's grilled fish tonight. The 35,000 Rio bounty slipped away, and Team 7 dispersed aimlessly through the streets. Eishu has momentarily cast aside the myriad distractions within his heart. The unexpected turn of events orchestrated by Huoying is, in fact, fortuitous news for Baiya. Undoubtedly, the focal point of public attention has shifted. Eishu was initially preoccupied with devising a way to save Baiya, but now it seems that concern is no longer necessary. If Baiya could be resolved flawlessly, perhaps his popularity would rejuvenate, allowing him to compete for the title of Hokage amidst the marginal rivalry. Though that may be unlikely, it is certainly preferable to being treated like a common outcast. If you desire grilled fish, I can certainly prepare it. Kakashi appeared to be in good spirits. Yet his curiosity was more pronounced. By the way, Eishu, did you not make a discovery? What exactly did you uncover? Well, Eishu had not intended to involve himself, as it was not his affair. Capturing a spy would hardly earn him a penny. Yet it seems that it might indeed yield some reward. Eishu paused momentarily, although he could not be entirely certain that it was indeed Terumi Mei. The two had undeniably engaged in actions that allowed the entirety of Konoha to momentarily forget their disdain for the White Fang. If he could capture her, Eishu's expectations were modest. Merely a B-rank mission reward would suffice, wouldn't it? He had long desired to change residences. Why on earth must he carry all his possessions with him at all times? Was it not due to the two considerable holes in his room that could not be sealed? They were rather symmetrical, and aside from the drafts that invaded his sleep, Eishu always felt a sense of insecurity. If Danzo truly wished to confront him, he would not even need to knock on the door. Upon awakening, he might find himself in dire straits. My discovery is thus, Eishu stated decisively, his expression grave. He resolved that losing 35,000 Rio was not a significant loss. He might as well take a leap and switch residences entirely. Have you all noticed something? Chapter 59, in broad daylight. Under the vast sky you have done exceptionally well, 1. At the root base, one had already changed into Root's attire and gear. Her alluring figure concealed somewhat, yet still undeniably captivating. A scroll was swiftly tossed before Kyum, accompanied by Danzo's voice. The Miko is severely injured and temporarily unable to participate in any operations. Even upon recovery, she will revert to a state of silence. This is the mission she could not complete, and now it falls to you to take her place. Kyum unrolled the scroll, her striking eyes widening in astonishment. The Miko had always been Kyum's idol. She was the ace spy of Root, having completed countless missions, excelling in disguise, despite knowing her true identity. Kyum often felt an illusion. Ultimately, which one was the true Miko? Such an individual would presumably not be entrusted with simple tasks. Yet, gazing at the solitary mission within the scroll, alongside the familiar name, the well-known photograph, and the exceedingly high evaluation, Kyum was taken aback. By any means necessary. Ensure he willingly joins Root. Are you serious? A mere child? By any means necessary. What does that entail? Upon completing this mission, you may proceed to the sand-hidden front lines to avenge your parents. Danzo's voice floated lightly through the air. Kyum was momentarily stunned. But soon her beautiful eyes were filled with a fierce hatred. Yes. Eishu, will we be discovered? I have a bad feeling about this. Fool. If you don't know, refrain from speaking recklessly. Kakashi, do you dare to repeat that? Enough quarreling. If he were an ordinary person, he would not be able to discover us. Conversely, we would not remain undetected. Do you understand? Eishu patiently elucidated, lest the two should once again find themselves in a quarrel. Indeed. The trio was trailing and surveilling none other than the innkeeper whom Eishu suspected to be a spy from the Mist Village. Their groans bore an uncanny resemblance, and their physiques were strikingly similar. Both were short, portly, middle-aged men with a greasy demeanor. It may sound far-fetched, yet with Minato's prolonged absence, they dared not seek Kushina for training. Since they had time to spare, they might as well give it a try. With good fortune, they could strike it rich. With bad luck, they would merely consider it a form of exercise. Thus, the three continued their pursuit. The innkeeper, blissfully ignorant, maintained a steady pace, offering no sense of urgency to their endeavor. However, the more relaxed he appeared, the more the trio's confidence waned, particularly Eishu. Previously, he had exhibited extraordinary prowess, almost as if he possessed a divine insight, but that was because he indeed had such insight. Infiltrating Konoha rendered transformation jutsu ineffective, and regardless of how adept the disguise, evading the Byakugan's scrutiny was exceedingly challenging. Moreover, given that Mei Terumi was still youthful, her heavy makeup only amplified her flaws. Thus, when she presented herself barefaced before Eishu. He nearly recognized her immediately. Yet, the situation had changed. His divine insight was now depleted, and he could rely only on himself. Observing the innkeeper behaving as if nothing were amiss, Eishu mused that a draft in the summer room might not be so unpleasant after all. At that moment, however, the trio noticed the innkeeper glancing furtively around, prompting them to hastily avert their gaze to the sky. When they turned back, the innkeeper had already quickened his pace. His legs seemingly propelled by miniature engines, his excess flesh jiggling as he hastened forward. Could it be that Eishu's suspicions were indeed correct? Incredible, Eishu! Obito exclaimed. Even he could discern that the innkeeper was clearly up to no good. It was premature to draw conclusions, so they hastened to keep up. Eishu maintained a semblance of composure. What if the proprietor merely sought to relive the sensation of first love? The innkeeper walked steadily, with the 7th squad trailing closely behind. It was not until the innkeeper reached a district of song and dance that a look of yearning illuminated his face. He rubbed his hands together and then plunged headlong into the establishment. This. Eishu loathed his own ill-timed remarks. Observing the entrance of a tavern marked with a sign prohibiting entry to minors, 3 youths, who barely reached the threshold of adulthood collectively, found themselves in a quandary. What to do? Kakashi and Obito simultaneously turned their gaze towards Eishu. Eishu also furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to disguise himself as a member of the Watergate to infiltrate. Just as he hesitated, a hurried figure flashed past the corner of his eye. Though of modest height, the individual moved with remarkable speed, crucially shrouded in a hood and wrapped tightly, exuding an air of mystery. Eishu swiftly turned his head, unable to discern the person's face, yet he caught a glimpse of a strand of chestnut hair. Pursue. Eishu hesitated for less than 2 seconds before arriving at a decision. This fleeting moment was a testament to the basic acumen of a seasoned strategist, as well as a reflection of his concern regarding the enemy's potential ruse. However, upon recalling that he had several signal flares tucked away in his pocket, his composure swiftly returned. After all, they were in Konoha, beneath the broad daylight. How could one fear an ambush in such clear visibility? The trio darted ahead with remarkable speed. The shadowy figure behind them quickly sensed the pursuers and quickened its pace. It was the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly. The streets of the residential area were relatively sparse, prompting both parties to confront each other directly. The chase transformed from stealthy following into an outright pursuit. As they raced forward, a park bathed in sunlight soon came into view. Under the blazing sun, the expansive park appeared almost deserted. Yet, this park was adjacent to a dense thicket. The shadowy figure did not pause. It plunged headlong into the woods. Eishu, however, raised an eyebrow. At this juncture, even a fool could discern that the enemy was luring him into the forest, where surely an ambush awaited. They would pursue until this point, beyond these woods. The enemy would find no escape. As Eishu abruptly applied the brakes, Kakashi and Obito also came to a halt. The 3 exchanged glances. Kakashi shrugged and remarked, "Indeed. This forest is vast, and the deeper one ventures, the more perilous it becomes. Even if we were to miraculously pass through, encountering a barrier would reveal our presence immediately. Very well, let's proceed with caution." Eishu rummaged through his ninjutsu pouch and tossed 2 signal flares to Obito. "What for?" Obito inquired, perplexed. "I'm instructing you to call for reinforcements and encircle this area," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. "With your intellect, I truly wonder how you manage with your clan. Watch out," Kakashi exclaimed, narrowing his eyes as he forcefully pushed Obito aside, drawing his short blade to deflect a shuriken aimed at Eishu. The metallic clash resonated sharply, followed by a series of loud claps. Emerging from the depths of the forest was a rotund figure, the very innkeeper who was supposed to be in the entertainment district. Beside the innkeeper stood a little girl with brown hair, unmistakably the suspected Maitarumi's daughter, Mizushiro Yu. "Impressive reflexes, no wonder you are the son of White Fang." The innkeeper chuckled. "With you as hostages, Konoha will undoubtedly tread carefully. Wouldn't you agree, our little hero Eishu? 3 against 2. I'm curious where you find your courage. Let us not forget, this is Konoha." Obito, who had not been mentioned, let out a cold laugh, crushing the 2 signal flares in his hands, releasing a plume of red smoke that shot skyward. In that moment, he felt like the center of attention. "Surrender. We at Konoha treat prisoners well, especially young girls. Of course, should you wish to resist, you are welcome to try. Just watch me, Uchiha." "Hey, Kakashi. Why are you pulling me?" Obito despised being interrupted, particularly by Kakashi. Just as he turned to voice his grievances, his vision caught sight of figures rapidly approaching. Reinforcements arriving so swiftly? Initially incredulous, Obito's disbelief turned to alarm as he recognized the fierce expressions of the approaching individuals, none of whom bore the Konoha headband. Wait, what? Chapter 60. Must we seek refuge in the mist-hidden village? Obito's signal flares had summoned a throng of approximately 20 ninjas, all belonging to factions outside of Konoha, encircling the trio from all directions. The computer of Eishu, the sixth of his kind, whirred incessantly, executing calculations with fervor. Yet the outcome was singular. Danger, danger, danger. The adversaries before him were not merely ninjas, but spies, masters of mental manipulation. His array of cunning tactics seemed utterly futile against them, and there was a palpable risk of incurring their wrath. The sheer number of spies lurking within Konoha was nothing short of absurd. Confronting these three minors was akin to wielding a dragon-slaying sword against mere chicks, leaving no room for mercy. It appears I am ill-suited for the life of a spy. Perhaps I should focus on the earnest study of ninjutsu. Eishu sighed inwardly. This moment felt akin to having one's vision clouded by pig fat, having ventured too far astray. The summer breeze should have been more refreshing. Eishu raised his hands, a look of despair on his face. You are formidable. I surrender. Please do not kill me. Thank you. Beside him, Kakashi, upon witnessing Eishu's declaration, raised an eyebrow and tossed his knife to the ground, lifting his hands as well. And my father is White Fang. The entire Umbu is under his command. So please do not kill me either. Thank you. For a swordsman, such an act is profoundly humiliating. Yet, as his father had said, if relinquishing one's weapon is for the sake of protecting comrades, it is a different matter entirely. Kakashi understood well that while the enemy appeared to hold the upper hand, reinforcements from Konoha would soon arrive. The most pressing concern lay with the individuals before him. In this situation, the wisest course of action was to stabilize the enemy without provoking them, waiting for them to reveal their vulnerabilities. As for the knife he had discarded, it was inconsequential. Acquiring a new one would suffice. Obito found himself in a predicament. For the esteemed Uchiha prodigy to raise his hand and surrender was indeed a challenge. However, it was merely a gesture of respect towards Eishu and Kakashi. There was no need for further elaboration. Do you recognize this? Uchiha, the strongest clan of Konoha. Just ensure you do not take my life, lest you understand the consequences. Humph. Obito boldly raised a white flag, only to be promptly kicked to the ground. Ouch. The camaraderie of Team 7 was not solely evident in battle. Their ability to surrender was equally remarkable. Thus, Team 7 officially surrendered as a unit. I was not mistaken about you, young ninjas of Konoha. I had anticipated you might attempt to outsmart the situation and buy time. Splendid. Engaging with intelligent individuals is always a delightful experience. The innkeeper spoke. Yet his voice transformed, taking on the tone of Eishu's former benefactor, Rimazawa. This revelation was within Eishu's expectations, evoking little surprise. After all, in his mind, both individuals had already been labeled as spies from the mist. However, upon further contemplation, never mind, it was best not to dwell on it. Eishu shook his head, expressing his lack of understanding regarding espionage. As a member of the Senju clan, he resolved to pursue a path of resistance instead, prioritizing his survival above all else. At that moment, a diminutive and slender ninja spy approached, with a pointed face that exuded a rather unsavory aura. Yet, Eishu found him oddly familiar. Could it be that one of the travelers he had rescued today bore such a resemblance? Remarkable. The spy produced a length of rope and proceeded to bind the hands of the three individuals with the standard technique used by ninjas, effectively preventing them from forming any hand seals. Could you be a bit gentler, sir? I assure you, I will not resist. Eishu grimaced in pain, if necessary. I could even forget your face. Enough with the chatter, retorted the sharp-featured ninja spy impatiently, his voice as piercing as his appearance. Once the trio was securely bound, another individual stepped forward, ready to blindfold them with a dark cloth. Eishu furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon returned to his usual demeanor. Just before the last glimmer of light faded, he beheld the innkeeper's expression, a peculiar blend of amusement and mockery. This left Eishu perplexed. Could it be that the innkeeper they had been following was nothing more than an impostor? Yet, the shimmering waters of the Sun River lay right before his eyes. However, before he could delve further into his thoughts, a knife was suddenly pressed against the nape of his neck, chilling him to the bone. Little ghost, my blade is quite sharp. If you encounter any difficulties along the way, it would be prudent to inform me first. Otherwise, your head may very well be lost. Of course, whether I heed your words is an entirely different matter. Ha ha ha. A seemingly deranged spy laughed boisterously, while the other spies around him joined in silent mirth. Very well, Eishu responded with unwavering resolution. displaying an unexpected compliance. This nonchalant attitude abruptly silenced the laughter surrounding him. Blindfolded, Eishu could not see, yet he sensed the multitude of gazes upon him. I have stated before. This is no ordinary specter. Your intimidation tactics are futile against him, Eagle Ghost. At this moment, he is likely calculating how to cooperate with the Leaf Village ninjas to annihilate us all. The voice of Rishuize paused momentarily, then grew more solemn. Esteemed colleagues, the truly perilous battle has only just commenced. Our ability to accomplish the mission hinges on what follows. Indeed, the laughter of spies is silent. Save for this peculiar individual behind Eishu. The responses of the spies were profoundly resonant. Eishu could discern each voice. Yet they seemed to merge into a singular entity. In that instant, a whirlwind of emotion surged within Eishu. Since his arrival in this era, he had endured countless skirmishes, no fewer than 100. Discounting the duels with the Uchiha clan, the physical education classes at the Ninja Academy, and the sparring sessions with Kakashi and Obito, only 4 encounters remained. The first was with Minato, the outcome inconsequential. The second involved Little Chili, where he narrowly escaped death. The only noteworthy achievements were against that Cloud Village ninja and the events of that fateful night with the Root's 9 kills. He emerged victorious, triumphing through intellect, the mastery of hydration release, and the miraculous might of the great water dragon technique. Yet, in the presence of these spies, such accomplishments seem utterly trivial. To infiltrate the Leaf Village and successfully ambush them right beneath their very noses requires an exceptionally high level of professionalism. Eishu has yet to ascertain the true identity of the Watery Marsh, let alone engage in a battle of wits and courage with these cunning individuals who thrive on deception. Am I truly destined to surrender? In his heart, Eishu murmured. He could already vaguely surmise the outcome that lay ahead. Kakashi would undoubtedly be unharmed, despite the audacity of the Mist. They would still harbor reservations about attacking the White Fang. It was entirely possible that Kakashi might not even be extracted from the Leaf Village. As for Obito, he too would likely be safe. A 6-year-old prodigy awakening his eyes, the Uchiha clan would not allow the Mist to seize him. The Mist wouldn't even dare to pluck Obito's eyes out. In some respects, the Uchiha's fearsome reputation surpassed that of the White Fang. They were not the cowardly sort to merely draw symbols on their foreheads out of fear of their kin's eyes being taken. And he, endowed with the Senju bloodline, was supposed to possess boundless potential and a brilliant future. Yet, the crux of the matter was that, apart from the old man, no one else was aware of this. The Mist's objective was to withdraw, and they would certainly need some leverage. Predictably, that leverage would be none other than him. Senju Eishu. It was only he, a member of the Senju clan residing in a rented room, who even hesitated to repair the walls. I just wonder if my treatment will improve once I reach the Mist. The housing prices there. Obito would probably be very heartbroken, wouldn't he? Sigh. Eishu felt a pang of discomfort, contemplating how the Traversers had fallen to such disgrace. Just then, as he walked in the darkness, guided by the blade pressed against the back of his neck, his foot suddenly struck something. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Eishu instinctively gasped and shouted, "Be careful, brother." In Eishu's heart, a surge of frustration arose, yet he had not yet reached the fog concealment. "Steady your hands." However, in the next moment, observing your meager accomplishments, "Brace yourself." A familiar voice, aged yet robust, inherently sharp-tongued, but unable to conceal the underlying affection. Eishu was taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with ecstasy. Surrender? Just because of your misty concealment? How absurd. As if anyone is without support. I, for one, would rather die than yield. Chapter 61. You, old man. Eishu has always been a person of remarkable steadiness. Although the recent wave of recklessness nearly led to his being sold into slavery, he still considers himself to be quite prudent. If he had truly lost all restraint, he would not have been able to escape this predicament, would he? Thus, one might say that everything is ultimately for the best. Surrender and capitulation are mere illusions. Mere tactics, Earth style, Earth Dragon technique. The old man intoned in his archaic manner, and as Eishu lay upon the ground, he felt the earth tremble beneath him, as if something immense was emerging from the soil. The sound of its movement resonated like the march of 1,000 troops. Eishu soon heard piercing screams that tore at the heart, interspersed with the dull thuds of impact and the ominous cracking of bones. The situation was unclear. Eishu was uncertain of the old man's true prowess, yet it seemed formidable. However, the spies displayed remarkable tenacity, resolutely refusing to plead for mercy. Eishu could not suppress his curiosity. He was on the verge of unleashing his chakra to free his hands and thoroughly witness the old man's explosive display. However, At that moment, he sensed someone approaching him, causing the chakra he had just summoned to retreat once more. He chose to remain observant, poised for action. Suddenly, he was yanked upward, feeling a chilling sensation against his neck, which, judging by its texture, was undoubtedly a kunai, sharp and menacing. Ah! It seemed he could afford to wait a little longer. Eishu stood still, yet his demeanor belied a restless spirit. He feigned fear, arching his body backward in a futile attempt to ascertain the stance of his captor. My dear brother, do refrain from trembling. I surrendered at dawn. That old man. I have never encountered him before. The plan of Eishu was successful, yet he felt a peculiar sensation within. The person who had taken him hostage was likely not very tall, as his neck had collided with their head. Please, do not move recklessly. A clear and slightly anxious voice of a young girl echoed. Eishu's eyebrows raised in surprise. Oh, it turns out it is a fully paid new house. What a pleasant encounter. At that moment, it seemed that the old man had also concluded his affairs. The sounds of commotion had ceased, and the cries of despair had vanished. The only sounds Eishu could perceive were the rapid heartbeat of the young girl behind him and the old man's heavy breathing. Is this a figment of my imagination? Eishu Dun felt an ominous premonition. He was acutely aware of the old man's formidable prowess, having never witnessed him unleash his full potential. While these fog-dwelling spies might not pose a challenge, the old man's greatest adversary was himself, his advancing age. Time is a relentless butcher's knife. Who can retain their youthful locks indefinitely? Eishu sighed inwardly. Now, leave the rest to me. Only one remains, the enigmatic Mei Ming. The dual blood-stained water shadow belongs to him, Senju, at this very moment. In that moment, Eishu's hands became restless. Although he could not form seals due to the disruption of his chakra, he was no mere imposter ninja. After all, what genuine individual resorts to such techniques? Just then, a voice echoed, Your Excellency, belonging to Rishueze. The tone, though tinged with trepidation, sent a jolt through Eishu's frame. How could this fellow still be here? Eishu possesses an unwavering confidence in his auditory abilities. To put it succinctly, since the 3rd grade of elementary school, he has seldom faltered in English listening comprehension. Particularly, when deprived of both sight and sound, his auditory perception has become even more acute. He can almost discern the fluctuations in Mei Ming's heart rate, yet he remains utterly oblivious to the presence of the formidable Rishueze standing behind him. Your mastery of earth manipulation is indeed astonishing, but I wonder, are your chakra reserves not running low? The old man offered no reply, yet his labored breathing remained intense. Eishu sensed a slight movement from the young girl beside him, and then the voice of Rishueze echoed before him. Throughout this process, Eishu remained utterly oblivious. Our desires are quite simple. We merely wish to depart from Konoha. However, if you insist on keeping us here, then I shall have no choice but to take this little imp with us to our demise. My lord, I wish to propose a transaction with you. If I can ensure, begone, take this little imp away, and do not let me lay eyes upon you again. The old man's voice resonated, devoid of any emotion. Eishu was so engrossed in listening that he initially failed to react. Could it be that the old man is toying with me? Eishu was taken aback. Simultaneously, he sensed that the heart rate of the young girl behind him had suddenly decreased, not only hers, but the imposing figure of Rishueze in front of him also seemed to shudder. Clearly, they were both significantly shaken by the startling pronouncement of the elderly man. This was the first time Eishu had noticed Rishueze's movements, and the level of espionage acumen displayed was indeed terrifying. Could it be that you wish to challenge me, old man? Come forth, I shall grant you the use of both hands. Eishu was at a loss for words. What on earth was this cantankerous old man plotting? He could hardly believe that the old fellow truly intended to disregard him. Was it genuinely due to health reasons? You go first, came the unequivocal command from Rishueze. Behind him, the girl, Kameme, said nothing. But after a brief pause of 2 seconds, she lowered the kunai that had been poised against Eishu's neck to her waist. Let us move, no tricks. At that moment, Eishu's mind raced frantically. He could conjure up 2 projectiles within a second, one for each of the individuals before and behind him. Just enough to suffice. The sole dilemma was that he was unaware of Rishueze's precise location. After that brief tremor, Rishueze had once again slipped into a ghostly mode, leaving Eishu with no choice but to gamble. But Eishu swiftly conceived a more reliable approach. With an impressive backflip, he landed gracefully behind Zhao Mei Ming, skillfully seizing her kunai in the process. The roles of hunter and prey were effortlessly exchanged, a splendid counterattack indeed. Without hesitation, Eishu summoned his chakra, preparing to showcase his prowess. However, a warning echoed. Little girl, Be cautious of that fellow's hands. He possesses the art of silent ninjutsu. It would be wise to affix an explosive tag. The girl, momentarily taken aback, complied without question. Just as Eishu was about to execute his plan, he felt something affixed to his back. Upon encountering the situation, Eishu instinctively thought of propagating the essence of our national culture. However, the old man seemed to have anticipated Eishu's actions well in advance, offering yet another series of warnings. Additionally, one must be cautious of his words. He conceals a blade within his mouth, and it would be prudent to seal it swiftly. Aha! He truly spares no opportunity. Oh, you audacious old man. Wait, I have nothing in my mouth. He slanders me. Chapter 62. Dear Eishu, let us strike a bargain. Eishu commenced his odyssey as a hostage once more. However, unlike 10 minutes prior, he now bore a cloth, presumably a handkerchief, in his mouth, while several explosive tags were affixed to his back. The old man had arrived, yet it felt as though he had not truly come at all. Eishu was utterly perplexed by the old man's intentions, yet one thing was certain. He had to rely solely on himself now. Kakashi and Obito are nowhere to be found. I didn't catch sight of either during the recent skirmish, and their whereabouts remain a mystery. The immediate priority is to devise a means of escape. Eishu was contemplating, growing increasingly infuriated. Had it not been for the old man's reckless actions, he would have effortlessly executed a stunning counterattack just moments ago. I truly did not anticipate that you would be the most concealed among the three. Under the guidance of Ming, Eishu walked forward with his eyes closed, the voice of Rishueze resonating once more. Eishu chose to ignore it. Too apathetic even to respond with a grunt. Hidden the deepest? It is not mere boasting. If I were to reveal it, I would surely frighten you to death in an instant. Alas, it is regrettable. Your secret, I fear I cannot seek it out personally. Rishueze sighed. Eishu sensed a tremor from beside him, where the enigmatic Terumi Mei stood. Regrettably, his hands were bound by explosive talismans. Otherwise, in this fleeting moment, he could have turned the tables. In the next instant, light surged back into existence as the black cloth bag over Eishu's head was abruptly yanked away. The blinding sunlight compelled him to squint instinctively. Once his vision adjusted, he beheld a familiar face, the original benefactor, Nichizawa. Nichizawa, or rather Terumi Kenjiro, gazed at Eishu with evident intrigue. Their eyes met, and Terumi Kenjiro nodded approvingly, his gaze suggesting that Eishu possessed the makings of an excellent spy. Eishu blinked, appearing utterly innocent. A spy? Apologies, but perhaps you should erase me from your records. I am unworthy. In the future, I shall endeavor to keep my distance from you. And should the need arise, I will retaliate directly. You must have many questions, I presume? Forgive me, I almost overlooked that senior's mischievous prank. Terumi Kenjiro chuckled softly. Then, amid the bewildered expressions of Eishu and Terumi Mei, he removed the handkerchief that had been stuffed into Eishu's mouth. As Eishu's brow gradually furrowed, he found himself perplexed by Rishueze's antics. Tentatively, he ventured, well, perhaps you could also free my hands? It's a bit uncomfortable. A chuckle escaped Terumi Kenjiro, who shook his head. That is not entirely out of the question, but not at this moment. Let us converse as we walk, shall we? Once his vision was restored, Eishu no longer required guidance. Terumi Mei stood behind him, and the trio continued onward. The surrounding trees were dense, and due to having been blindfolded earlier, Eishu's sense of direction was obscured. He could only estimate, based on their departure time and speed, that they were likely near the borders of Konoha, having already exited the village's protective barrier. Allow me to introduce myself. My true name is Kenjiro, though I cannot disclose my surname. Such is the custom of our profession. I am Eishu, and I possess no surname. Eishu once again embarked on a self-introduction, seemingly resigned, yet in truth, he was meticulously calculating their current location. Exiting the confines of the Konoha barrier certainly allowed the Konoha reconnaissance team to swiftly ascertain their position and the direction of their departure. However, this fellow named Kenjiro was rather cunning. Kakashi and Obito were not on the same path as them, and Eishu surmised that this individual had likely orchestrated more than one group to confound the reconnaissance team. Otherwise, support from Konoha would have arrived long ago, and he wouldn't have to endure the old man's. Ugh, just thinking about it provoked his irritation. In his heart, Eishu cursed under his breath, only to suddenly realize that the surrounding silence was unsettling. He turned to glance at Kenjiro, noticing an unusual expression on his face, as if he had just discovered that he had been betrayed, with the betrayer standing directly across from him. Yes, that was the feeling. Well, Takemi Kenjiro murmured, followed by a soft chuckle as he shook his head. Eishu-kun, Wish to propose a transaction. A transaction? Eishu's expression reflected his confusion, his mind equally puzzled. What trickery was he planning now? Indeed, a transaction, one of mutual benefit. Takemi Kinjiro paused, the gentle sunlight filtering through the dense trees illuminating him. I will reveal all the truths to you, including the reasons for my arrival in Konoha and why I fled in haste. In return, you must grant me a single request. Trust me, this deal will be advantageous for you. Lord Hokage, we have received news from the barrier unit. Lord Whitefang has caught up with one of the enemy squads, and Uchiha Obito has been rescued. The remaining 4 enemy squads under surveillance are expected to be completely eliminated before nightfall, reported an Anbu operative. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at the slanting sun sinking towards the horizon. The earlier anxiety and fury had vanished, leaving only a sense of calm. What of Minato? It has been quite some time since he set out. Has there been no word? The enemy squad Minato-sensei is responsible for lies beyond our surveillance, Lord Hokage. The barrier unit cannot synchronize with the battle situation, the Anbu swiftly replied. Then we shall dispatch another team, mobilize all the mist spies hidden within Konoha. We cannot afford to be stingy, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated composedly. Before night falls, I want to see those 3 children. Yes, the Anbu acknowledged before taking his leave. Yet, at that moment, another Anbu entered the room. Lord Hokage, we have received an S-rank letter from Elder Danzo of the Root. S-rank? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze momentarily faltered. Bring it to me at once. A minute later, bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly tore the letter into shreds, his eyes blazing with fury. That scoundrel! That scoundrel! The nearby Anbu lowered their heads in silence, none daring to disturb the current Hokage's wrath. The once mighty line may be aging, yet his authority remained intact. However, the anger dissipated swiftly, rage is transient. The die was cast, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could only sigh in resignation. Very well. At the root base. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Regardless of success or failure, you are destined for a grim fate. Yanoyu. Danzo, lurking in the shadows, fixed his gaze upon the blazing sun, his voice imbued with a certain warmth. Behind him knelt Yanoyu, who had claimed to be gravely injured. I implore you, my lord, to honor your promise. After the mission concludes, never again shall I be summoned by my identity. The latter part of her statement remained unspoken. Yet her resolve was unmistakable. For a root ninja, there exists no task that can be deemed complete. The only circumstance that allows for a transfer of responsibility is the death of the executor or the initiation of another mission, one that is almost assuredly fatal. Yanoyu chose the latter, a choice scarcely distinguishable from death. Chapter 63. Speed is of the essence, believe it or not. The explosive tags were not placed by us. The dying sun cast a blood-red hue as it descended. The forest gradually succumbed to darkness, awakening the nocturnal creatures, a wild cat perched upon a tree. Observing the 3 individuals about to step into the abyss, I merely ensnared her using the water prison technique, and then activated the highest level emergency protocol, ensuring the child's safe evacuation. I remained at the inn, coordinating the efforts with the innkeeper you encountered before your departure. That was always me. Reflecting upon it, we may have been targeted even before entering Konoha. There is someone who has been manipulating me from the very beginning. Takemi Kinjiro spoke with a tone that blended truth and deception. Eishu, lost in thought, glanced at Terumi beside him. Previously, he had only speculated. But now he was certain that she was indeed the future wielder of the dual ninjutsu, Water Shadow. But what about the other one? The one from that place forbidden to minors? Is that also you? Eishu inquired, displaying a hint of curiosity akin to the polite engagement one might have while conversing with an elderly lady. That is my person, responsible for guiding you here. The reason I had you trail for such an extended period was to ensure all the fog-hidden spies were adequately prepared for their retreat. Nishueze promptly replied, his facial expression and gaze meticulously controlled. In any case, Eishu, a micro-expression analyst graduated from a prestigious institution, could discern nothing. Yet, this did not impede him from remaining utterly skeptical. All the fog-hidden spies retreating? How could that be? Not to mention, the true innkeeper was likely unable to keep pace. Eishu had already devised a plan, should he return to Konoha. His immediate action would be to report that walking sum of 500,000. Oh. Eishu adeptly maintained an appearance of deep contemplation. However, in reality, he was compressing his chakra. Behind him lay an explosive tag, highly likely in a semi-activated state, while the Rasengan could sever the rope in an instant. It was probable that the explosive tag would also be triggered simultaneously. Eishu also devised a method to swiftly shed his bindings, akin to the golden cicada casting off its shell. However, This process required both caution and speed. He allotted himself a prudent time frame of 5 seconds. The detonation of the explosive talisman would not take nearly as long, for this duration was solely reserved for his own transformation. Eishu had already devised a plan. Wielding a small water sphere in his left hand and a spiral pill in his right, hoping that fortune might favor him in extinguishing the explosive talisman. The crux of the matter lay in diverting the attention of these two individuals. While the true extent of Kinjiro's prowess remained uncertain, it was undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, Kirame had been standing silently behind him, rarely uttering a word. The lament of youth squandered on trivial pursuits and the ensuing sorrow of unfulfilled matrimonial aspirations was a fate she had brought upon herself. Why not come and provoke me? Then, At that moment, Kinjiro's soft chuckle caused Eishu to feel a flicker of unease. Yet, Kinjiro remained silent, engrossed in his own exposition of the truth. To you, my words may seem fabricated. Naturally, I do not expect you to believe me. You and I are cut from the same cloth, perpetually skeptical, a born spy. Eishu, I feel somewhat offended. Meanwhile, a sharp voice echoed from the horizon. Eishu raised an eyebrow. Was that not the sound of a soaring monkey? Yet, Kinjiro halted his steps, straining to discern the direction. 3 seconds later, his expression became notably intricate. Indeed, Kinjiro murmured. Eishu discerned a gravity in the atmosphere, a tension, and even a sense of relief, as if he had anticipated it all along. Naturally, he opted for a defensive mindset, choosing not to ponder or speculate, thereby shielding himself from deception. Kinjiro did not advance further. He first cast a glance at Mei, a smile gracing his face that Eishu could not comprehend. I apologize. My lady, it is time to bid farewell. As Eishu raised an eyebrow, in the next moment, a sharp cry of stop echoed from Jamaimang. Yet, Kinjiro simultaneously formed a hand seal. Whoosh. Eishu merely sensed a gust of wind passing by, and to his astonishment, Kinjiro had suddenly darted from in front of him to behind. A splendid opportunity. Eishu, unfazed by the multitude of concerns, wielded a small water ball in his left hand and a spiral sphere in his right, while simultaneously envisioning a spacious 3-bedroom apartment and an abundance of cash. Figures such as Jumei, Shiri, Hong Gangsho, Sammy, Pei-tu, Xiaonan, and even Kagaya danced in his imagination, all pristine and awaiting his arrival. What he sought was merely a buff that would expedite the removal of his outer garment. In the blink of an eye, the spiral sphere swiftly shredded the ropes binding him, as Eishu controlled the ball with the back of his hand. Concurrently, a small water ball erupted, sending a sharp pain through his back. Its power seemed to have intensified. This was certainly something to investigate further upon his return. But for now, he needed to hastily shed his coat. With a deft maneuver akin to a cicada shedding its shell, Eishu flung his coat behind him while simultaneously forming hand seals, executing a substitution technique that placed him beside a nearby tree. The spectacle did not end there. From beneath his arms, he produced 2 smoke bombs, each exuding a distinct aroma. Prepared for any eventuality, despite having emptied his ninja tool pouch, his hidden reserve remained intact. Mr. Kinjiro, he declared, you stand accused of vandalism, instigating acts of terror, trafficking in children, and malicious injury. In summary, I, as a lower ninja of Konoha, hereby inform you. You are under arrest, Mr. Kinjiro. Eishu has endured throughout this journey, yearning for this very moment. At this instant, Kinjiro, cradling the bewildered Terumi Mei, wears an expression of astonishment, as if beholding a prodigy, particularly as he gazes upon the 2 smoke bombs in Eishu's grasp. My dear child, do you perceive that contraption as a detonating talisman? What Kinjiro Terumi remains oblivious to is that, in the hands of the 6th, a single smoke bomb is worth more than 10 detonating talismans unless liquidated. Yet, what Eishu fails to recognize is that the Kinjiro Terumi before him, beyond being a high-ranking spy of the mist, is also an exceptionally skilled jonin. It seems you have no intention of engaging in a proper conversation. How fortuitous. Kinjiro Terumi forms a hand seal with a single hand. In an instant, Eishu swiftly maneuvered his fingers, forming hand seals that summoned 2 shadow clones. However, Kinjiro Terumi also employed the technique of shadow clones. Just as Eishu believed he had encountered a kindred spirit, the real Kinjiro charged forward. Let's engage in a battle. It will allow me to showcase my prowess. Kinjiro began to speak, but his voice suddenly fell silent. Aishu's gaze sharpened. At this distance, even without sound, he could deduce Kinjiro's intentions from his lip movements. Simultaneously, a long-forgotten warning echoed in his ears, that of the old man. Do not reveal your identity. It is not in your favor. especially against the ninjas from other villages. If they discover someone knows, you must eliminate him at all costs. He must not see the light of day again. Chapter 64, Strike with Fury. Version 2.0. Concerning the Senju clan, this battle was inevitable. Eishu understood this, and so did his shadow clones. They promptly prepared to confront Kenjiro, while Eishu began forming seals for the technique of water bullet. In truth, he was reluctant to employ water techniques in front of a mist ninja. Nevertheless, he required a powerful offensive, should he allow the opponent to initiate their assault. He might not withstand the onslaught. He reminisced about Kakashi's Earth-style wall. Water release. Water bullets. The water bullets surged violently towards Kenjiro Terumi. But that was not the end. Unbeknownst to him, a smoke bomb detonated beneath his feet. As the water bullets commenced their assault, Eishu vanished within the shroud of smoke. Eishu has once again entered the 6th mode. However, this time he did not hold back for long. The water bullets temporarily suppressed Terahiko Kenjiro, but his true target was that doppelganger. If I am not mistaken, the lady you speak of must possess a rather distinguished identity, correct? Eishu has commenced a verbal onslaught, compelling the entire fog-hidden spies, who have been concealed within Konoha, to retreat. Such a grand maneuver. But does this not essentially reveal your true identities to me? As Eishu spoke, the second wave of assault was already prepared. Am I correct, Kojimatsu? Eishu did not explicitly mention the name of Zhao Mei Ming, which can be regarded as a reciprocal gesture of courtesy towards Jianjiro's automatic silence. However, the effect is tantamount to directly naming her. The smoke bomb released by Eishu appeared to obscure the direction of his assault. Yet Terumi Kenjiro had already discerned the situation and was poised to return to aid his shadow clones. However, upon hearing Aishu's shout, Terumi Kenjiro was momentarily stunned, pondering how this young man had made such an astute observation. Was it merely the utterance of young lady? After all, this marked the first time the clan leader's daughter had ventured beyond the village for training. Could it be that the espionage front within Kirigakure was already riddled with vulnerabilities? Much like Eishu had been startled by Terumi Kenjiro's sudden silence, a flurry of thoughts invaded the latter's mind. The distinction lay in the fact that Eishu instinctively recalled the elder's words, enabling him to swiftly transition into a combat mode. Conversely, Terumi Kenjiro was burdened by an overabundance of thoughts, and even amidst battle, he found it impossible to cease his contemplations. In that fleeting moment, his state resembled that of being ensnared in an illusion. Though it lasted but a second, it was ample time for Eishu. A man must act swiftly. Lightning release. Thunder explosion. The lightning flickered within the smoke, yet it did not convey an imminent attack. Terumi Kenjiro finally regained his composure, internally acknowledging the peril. Realizing the cunning of his opponent, he hastened his pace toward Terumi. However, just as he set forth, the smoke began to dissipate. The only drawback of old 6 smoke bombs was that when trapped for too long with perspiration, their quality diminished. Gradually, figures emerged from the haze, revealing one after another of Eishu's clones, fully prepared for action. Terumi Kenjiro's pupils constricted in surprise and intrigue. The clones were arranged in 3 rows, neatly aligned and staggered, totaling 11 in number. The first row knelt, hands raised high, with lightning pulsating in their grasp. This was the lightning release squad. The second row stood behind them, each holding small spiraling water orbs. The final row was in the midst of forming hand seals. Whether they were the real body or not remained uncertain. Who could fathom the intricacies of old 6 formation? At last, as Terumi Kenjiro reached Terumi Mei's side, noticing his shadow clones beginning to form seals in preparation for defense, a voice rang out, "Crush these bastards." It was unclear which Eishu had shouted this. Without reservation, the second row launched their small water orbs toward the target. Meanwhile, the first row's lightning release squad was not idle. They unleashed their lightning, precisely targeting the trajectory of the water orbs. Rather than disrupting the path, the lightning augmented their momentum. The lightning release adhered to the water release, yet this time, no electrolysis occurred. With 10 shadow clones and 15 techniques at play, adding solar release would surely drain Eishu of his energy. Time was of the essence. Move now. Terumi Kenjiro bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals, water release, water barrier. From the seemingly uncomplicated seals, it was evident that this was not a high-level water release jutsu. Beneath the refuse bin adjacent to the toilet in the residence of the Eishu family lies a concealed scroll, which contains a B-grade ninjutsu known as water release, water barrier, presumably far superior to the water wall technique. A flicker of disdain passed through Aishu's eyes. Did you not wish to witness it? Then behold, the water wall indeed rose promptly, and it was substantial enough to seemingly provide complete coverage. However, the moment the lightning release's small water sphere made contact with the curtain of water, with a cacophony of splashes and crackles, each small water sphere detonated, transforming into planar vortices, the lightning coursing through them, shattering the water wall into fragments at first glance. Yet, that was not the end. There were still 3 or 4 small water spheres that had not yet participated in the assault, only to arrive when the wall had already vanished. One such sphere struck directly at Kohei Kinjiro, the powerful current rendering him utterly limp, a sensation of delightful bliss enveloping him. Consequently, the city gates swung wide open. The splashes of water mingled with the immense electrical surge, causing Kohei Kinjiro to collapse to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The remaining spheres did not go to waste either, crashing down to the earth and affecting Kohei Kinjiro's shadow clone, which dissipated into white smoke, while Kohei Mei also fell to the ground. One by one, the Eishus of the 6th Brigade began to dissipate, with the original being the last to remain, leaving one to wonder if anyone had anticipated this outcome. Ironically, Eishu had initially prepared to unleash another barrage, yet was hindered by a fear of insufficient firepower, as 10 shadow clones simultaneously faded away. Eishu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, though his chakra replenished slightly. He gazed at the fallen Kohei Kinjiro and Kohei Mei, their bodies still twitching intermittently. Eishu instinctively touched his thigh, finding it devoid of any equipment, which reminded him that his ninja tool pouch had been removed. This predicament left him in a quandary. To refrain from delivering a finishing blow might jeopardize the opportunity for victory. Should his opponent regain their composure, his dwindling chakra reserves would spell disaster. However, if his adversary was merely feigning weakness, waiting for him to approach only to launch a counterattack would be utterly humiliating. Having skillfully navigated through the challenges thus far, he could not afford to falter at this critical juncture. In an instant, Eishu began to scan his surroundings, his brows arching with curiosity. He then broke into a light run, collecting a considerable number of small stones in his arms as he traversed back and forth. "Mr. Kinjiro?" Eishu called out tentatively before hurling a small stone aimed directly at the man's groin. Eishu exerted considerable effort, determined to ensure that if the person were to awaken in pain, they would not resist in the slightest. However, Jianjiaro remained unresponsive, leaving one to wonder whether his remarkable endurance was at play or if he had truly been rendered numb by the electric shock. As Eishu walked while discarding, he swiftly arrived beside Terumi Mei. He showed no mercy, placing his foot directly upon her, suppressing any possibility of her resistance. It was not until he had subdued Terumi Mei that Terumi Kinjiro made any move. At that moment, Eishu raised his eyebrows. It appeared that he had emerged victorious. However, just then, a sudden whoosh followed by a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from the horizon. Eishu looked up in the direction of the noise and indeed spotted a few faint fireworks. Simultaneously, his ears perked up as he discerned the unmistakable sounds of hurried footsteps nearby, a rustling commotion that suggested there were quite a number of people. Eishu let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 65. The enemy of my enemy is still an enemy. There are individuals ahead. This is the Lord and that esteemed individual. Damn it, how could they be here? Shouldn't they have retreated by now? Remain vigilant. The lackeys of Konoha should not be far off. We cannot proceed recklessly any longer. Curse it. Those rascals have caught up. Kenji, your chakra is still abundant. Take the Lord to safety first and inform Haruko that I once loved her. If we are to leave, we must do so together. Those words you must convey to Haruko yourself. Then let us confront the rabble of Konoha. It would be remarkable for the son of White Fang to accompany us to our demise. Let us fight. It is over. Hanging like a branch above a throng of mist ninjas, Eishu dared not breathe a word. In this moment, he was immensely grateful that his instincts had once again rescued him. Had he delayed his transformation even for a second, his fate would have been sealed. Yet, the situation was scarcely any better. He was suspended from a branch, having merely intended to observe from a distance, but the circumstances had unfolded too swiftly. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to the transformation technique, one he was more familiar with than even the water clone technique. However, after recently engaging in battle, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. The tension among the group had, fortunately, prevented them from noticing him. Yet, if he lingered for 10 or 20 minutes, he surmised his time would be up. Breathing quietly, Eishu endeavored to maintain his balance while extending his neck to gaze below. He beheld a lifeless figure sprawled on the ground, The height and build aligned perfectly, and coupled with the chatter of these mist ninjas, if he guessed correctly. That must be Kakashi. Fortuitously, he was directly beneath Eishu. Should he falter now, at least there would be a cushion for his fall. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted. Whiz, crackle whiz. The rabble of Konoha remains. Are we the only ones left? How infuriating. Is the Lord still unconscious? With 2 consecutive bursts of signal flares, Eishu initially presumed this to be a signal from the Umbu, yet it seemed to be more complicated than that. So, are these the only enemies left? Perhaps Obito has been rescued. With a raised eyebrow, Eishu realized that this was perhaps the only piece of good news he had encountered today. Reflecting on the day's events, it had indeed been quite exhilarating. What he initially thought would be a thrilling espionage drama turned out to be a rather awkward situation, as he found himself entangled in the very plot he had anticipated. How embarrassing. Eishu cast a glance at the lifeless body of Kinjiro, or rather, the sculpted figure of Kinbijo. Suddenly, he recalled the words this fellow had uttered earlier. From the moment we entered Konoha, we had been under scrutiny. There exists an individual who has been manipulating me all along. In principle, Eishu had never given credence to such statements. Yet, at this very moment, an unsettling feeling pervaded his thoughts. Was it mere coincidence? Eishu instinctively posed the question to himself, recalling how such scenarios unfolded in television dramas. However, throughout the entirety of the day, he had encountered nothing resembling coincidence. The innkeeper's exclamation had confirmed that Kinjiro had orchestrated this trap. It is often said that the profession of a ninja is akin to that of a close combat mage. Yet Eishu felt that these spies truly epitomized what it meant to be a ninja, employing psychological manipulation as well. How insidious. As he inhaled deeply, Eishu's breath grew increasingly labored. Even though his chakra could sustain him, his calves were nearing their limits. Fortunately, at that moment, reinforcements arrived. A mist ninja, with a grave demeanor, shouted a warning, causing everyone to brace themselves for an impending threat. Eishu felt a surge of joy. Surely, an enemy who instills fear cannot remain an enemy forever? Moreover, it had just been stated that they were from Konoha. It would be inconceivable for treachery to ensue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows emerged in succession, their faces devoid of expression, concealed by masks. The Umbu, hanging from the tree, Eishu was elated, feeling as though the fatigue in his calves had dissipated, and his chakra had replenished considerably. Yet, in the next moment, the order was given, leave behind the son of White Fang, and proceed. True to their reputation, the Umbu acted with swiftness and decisiveness, exhibiting no hesitation or compassion. However, a perplexing thought gnawed at Eishu, even causing him a twinge of anxiety. The leader of the Umbu, her voice and hairstyle. Why do they bear a resemblance to Yanoyu? Shouldn't she be in the hospital? Eishu was acutely aware of the severity of Yinao's injuries. One arm was fractured, and there were stab wounds to the abdomen. The resilience of a ninja's physique is considerable, yet even with the existence of medical ninjutsu, a minimum recovery period of 2 weeks is necessary. If one were to rise so swiftly, for some reason, Eishu was reminded of Terumi Kinjiro's words. From the moment I entered Konoha, I was merely a pawn. A pawn. Yinao, Danzo, Kakashi. Good grief. In Eishu's heart, an ominous thought took root. Could this be aimed at Baya? The cacophony of battle resounded below. A fierce clash that showcased the formidable might of the mist concealment spies, who held their ground for a full 2 minutes. Yet, the disparity between the ninjas and the melee mage assassins was evident. In an instant, the root took command of the battlefield, leaving no one standing upon the ground. Ironically, those who had previously succumbed, like Kawaii Kinjiro and Kawaii Mei, narrowly escaped calamity. One of the mist spies, in their final moments, lunged at Kawaii Mei, shielding her from a fiery jutsu. Kakashi showed no signs of struggle, likely rendered unconscious by the onslaught. For the moment, the retrieval of the fallen was postponed. The plan was to commence, but alas, he had already arrived. Yanoyu was preparing to initiate something, even as a root member was poised to release a signal flare. Yet, with the declaration of his arrival, all members of the root swiftly transitioned into a state of readiness, bracing for the impending confrontation. In the same location, 2 groups mirrored each other's movements. Indeed, it is a case of black consuming black. Eishu hung from the tree, grappling with his physiological challenges, as he surveyed everything around him, swallowing hard with great difficulty. At that moment, the enemy of the enemy approached, swift as the wind. From a distance, Eishu could not discern the figure, yet it felt as if a sharp, long blade was piercing towards him, exerting immense pressure even before its arrival. All routes were prepared, standing ready in anticipation. Meanwhile, Yi Naoyu had reached Kakashi's side, first removing his headband and then his mask. Confirming the situation, he pressed a kunai against Kakashi's neck. At last, the figure arrived. Though masked, the mask seemed merely ornamental. The long blade rested in its sheath upon his shoulder, yet his white hair, robust stature, and formidable aura unmistakably revealed his identity. The captain of Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. In Chapter 66, Roots, White Fang, and Yi Naoyu. The moment White Fang saw the kunai poised against his son's neck, everything became clear to him. He removed his mask and tossed it aside, spreading his hands as if to demonstrate his lack of threat. Yet the pressure emanating from him was palpable, chilling even the onlooker. Eishu, what do you intend to do? White Fang inquired, calm and composed, his gaze piercing, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, showcasing his strength. This is your son, Lord White Fang, Yi Naoyu replied in a low voice. Up in the tree, Eishu, who was ready to take flight like a crow, felt his heart race. At this point, he finally grasped the situation. Connecting the dots, he realized that Kojima Kinjiro's words held weight. From the moment Team 7 took on their mission, to Yi Naoyu's sudden appearance, the explosion at the inn, the intervention of the Umbu, and the current predicament they faced. The role of the Mist Village in this espionage war, or perhaps its sole purpose, was to seize Kakashi and use him as a bargaining chip, ultimately turning the blade back towards White Fang. This revelation left Eishu incredulous. He suddenly felt naive, or perhaps had underestimated the complexities at play. In the original narrative, White Fang's demise was depicted in a cursory manner, devoid of detail. Only the fallen figure and a bloody blade remained, leaving Kakashi struck by despair, as life was reduced to shades of black and white. Yet the intricacies of the unfolding events, the tumultuous undercurrents behind the scenes, could not possibly be so straightforward. Eishu initially believed that Baishan had regained his composure, yet he overlooked the cause of his despondency. Now, the answer has emerged. Despite his human intervention, Baishan's spirit remains ensnared by malevolent forces. A blade has been drawn, poised against Baishan's throat. But what is your intention? Baishan's voice bore no trace of joy or sorrow, his gaze gradually turning frigid, and his aura surged once more, resembling a blade hanging perilously over one's head. As a formidable warrior, he could maintain absolute rationality. However, as a father, when his son's life is threatened, any action he takes is entirely justifiable. In this moment, the white fangs of Konoha could scarcely contain his murderous intent. Yet, this was futile for the root. Inhuman training could even allow one to disregard physiological instincts. To the root, death could easily be deemed an acceptable cost for the completion of a mission. You have jeopardized the stability of Konoha, Lord Baishan. The kunai in Yano's hand drew ever closer to Kakashi. Yet even so, she felt no semblance of safety. Nevertheless, she had to press on. Elder Danzo was willing to grant you a dignified conclusion as recompense for your years of service to Konoha. Huh? Baishan's eyes glinted with disdain, clearly dismissing the words as mere drivel. Yet Eishu, suspended in the tree, gradually wore an expression that shifted from tension to something peculiar. He recognized Yano. Although not intimately acquainted, having traversed this journey with Kira Kinjiro today, he had gained new insights into the profession of espionage. Language is an art form. Even he, a seasoned trickster, could be swayed by a mere utterance. It is evident how intricately this profession manipulates the human psyche. Yet the current Yano, Eishu harbored no doubts regarding the words spoken by Yi Naoyu, recognizing them as indicative of Danzo's characteristic style. However, as a spy, if the objective was to fulfill a mission, such utterances were rather inappropriate. Threatening White Fang was one matter, yet provoking him was an entirely different affair. At the very least, a conversation about Kakashi should have been entertained, instead of mere threats. Engaging in a more positive dialogue would have been prudent, perhaps discussing the provision of a pension for Kakashi following White Fang's demise, or the exemption of taxes for a 3-bedroom apartment, complimentary parking spaces, and the provision of a dowry from the Leaf Village, along with tuition fees covered by the same. Yi Naoyu, however, refrained from even a single mention of Kakashi, leaving even the novice spy, Eishu, unable to bear it. Nevertheless, a sudden thought blossomed in Eishu's mind. Could it be possible that Yanoyu is merely trying to provoke Baya? Eishu raised an eyebrow. How could Yano, a future director of an orphanage, possibly target Kakashi, who is just over 5 years old? Yet, she seems so determined to provoke White Fang. Is she truly seeking her own demise? Goodness, it appears so. Eishu was profoundly astonished by the conclusion he had drawn. Yet, just as his mind raced, the calm yet furious nerves of Baya finally propelled him away from his previous stance. The white fangs had been unsheathed. Swish! Eishu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first encounter witnessing Baya's prowess in action. There was no process, no preceding cries of anguish. He was utterly oblivious to when Baya made his move. By the time Eishu processed the scene, he saw that the root, clutching its neck, lay limp on the ground, convulsing, seemingly on the brink of death. But then, one muffled groan after another echoed, as one by one, the roots collapsed to the earth. In mere moments, only a solitary root remained standing before Yinayu. So what are you hesitating for? Baya's voice resonated like a malevolent specter returned from the depths of hell, cold, frenzied, laced with mockery and disdain. The kunai was but a finger's breadth from Kakashi's neck. Yet in Baya's eyes, his distance from Yinayu was less than a mere fingertip. Act swiftly. The remaining root bellowed, and in an instant, a flash of white light darted across his neck, blood gushing forth as his head was severed from his body. Yinayu beheld a formidable figure suddenly materialize before her. Her vantage point obscured the man's face, revealing only the short blade from which crimson flowed incessantly. Impressive. Baya's display was somewhat gruesome, yet it ignited a fervor within Eishu. Drawing the sword to save his child was far preferable to the self-inflicted demise he had witnessed in the original tale. The Baya of now was no longer the man mockingly dubbed as having a fragile heart. He had learned to resist, to direct his blade towards those who truly deserved it. The root resistance plan of Eishu has now received a significant boost, thanks to the presence of a fully leveled champion vehicle. However, in a moment of distraction, he found himself hanging from the tree by a small hook, which suddenly lost its grip. He fell. Caution. The descent was fleeting. Eishu's mind went blank. Yet, when he regained his senses, he realized that his feet were still half a distance from the ground. He was caught by Baya. Eishu also discovered that Yinayu instinctively extended her hands to receive him, while a short knife with a white blade rested upon her neck. Leave Konoha. You are already dead. Baya sheathed his knife, effortlessly lifting Eishu with one hand and Kakashi with the other as he departed with grace. In place, Yinayu gazed at the kunai, which had inexplicably split in two, lingering in a state of disbelief. Chapter 67. Baya, it is time to rise. On Hokage Rock, Eishu gazed at the brightly illuminated village, with the steady presence of Kakashi beside him and the stalwart figure of White Fang standing against the wind. It has indeed been an unforgettable day, hasn't it? White Fang remarked, his tone surprisingly light. Indeed, it has been quite exhilarating. Perhaps it was the fatigue setting in or the waning rush of hormones and adrenaline, but at that moment, Eishu's response felt somewhat numb. His fervor had receded. Experiencing a bit more is ultimately beneficial. White Fang spoke softly. You must have seen quite a lot, haven't you? The shift in White Fang's words caught Eishu off guard. He turned to find White Fang's gaze fixed on the distant Hokage building. It too was aglow with lights, and one could faintly discern an elderly figure laboring diligently. You likely have a multitude of questions swirling in your mind, yet are unsure of how to articulate them. White Fang continued. That seems about right. Eishu yearned to express that he was indeed privy to everything, yet he refrained from doing so due to his modest disposition. However, upon further reflection, one must ponder whether he, endowed with a divine perspective, truly comprehends all. Perhaps not. What he perceives are merely the outcomes. Yet the intricate dynamics and entanglements between individuals cannot be encapsulated within the confines of over 700 episodes. Perhaps this is the allure of this world. At that moment, Hakuba turned his gaze towards Eishu, and when Eishu looked back at him, Hakuba redirected his attention to the slumbering Kakashi on the ground. Kakashi was enjoying a deep slumber, a consequence of medication and illusion, harmless to both body and spirit, allowing him to dream sweetly through the night. The companionship of friends such as you is a treasure for Kakashi. Hakuba smiled, his tone imbued with sincerity. This unexpected compliment elicited a raised eyebrow from Eishu. Who could deny it? In life, one ought to revel in their own brilliance. Eishu considers his 9 years of compulsory education to have been relatively complete. However, the virtue of humility must be applied judiciously. In this moment, Should he choose to continue feigning superiority, it would be nothing short of hypocrisy. Huh. Baya chuckled lightly. I thought. Never mind, little Eishu. You are an astute individual. There are certain matters I must discuss with you. You may attempt to comprehend them, but above all, do not. I can pretend to have seen nothing. Tomorrow, upon rising, it will be a new day, Eishu interjected, decisively responding. If Uncle Baya requires it. I can also substantiate that Yena, the root ninja, along with others from the root, were all eliminated by the scoundrels of Kirigakure. As for her words, Eishu spread his hands. They are merely fabrications. I can simply forget them. Baya's expression gradually transformed into one of astonishment. He believed he had a favorable view of this young lad, yet it appeared he had underestimated the boy's intellect. Observing Baya's prolonged silence, Eishu casually reclined on the ground, propping his head with his hands and gazing toward the heavens. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and rest. Good night, uncle. Baya opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Eishu turned over, and his breath quickly became rhythmic, just as Baya began to doubt whether Eishu had truly fallen asleep in an instant. A thought struck him. Had the uncle ever considered what might have transpired had he not encountered Yanoyu today? Baya furrowed his brow. This was a piercing question. Although the outcome for now appeared favorable, Eishu needed a safeguard. Little Eishu, what do you wish to convey? I wish to express that you nearly brought us to our demise, dear uncle. Eishu turned over once more, reclining gracefully on her side, propping her head with one hand, yet her gaze was earnest. So earnest, in fact, that it roused Baya's utmost attention. Baya had an inkling that the fate awaiting him and Kakashi would be pivotal. The words of the youth would prove significant. He needed to take heed. What do you mean? Baya inquired. They are indeed heading our way, uncle, Eishu replied. Today it is the Mist Village. But tomorrow it could very well be the Sand, Cloud, or Stone Villages. Should someone decide to confront us, it is not beyond possibility that we might take matters into our own hands. Unless. Eishu paused momentarily. In the recesses of White Fang's mind, he had already discerned the answer to the conditional statement. It merely entailed acquiescing to the whims of those individuals. A bitter laughter echoed within him. Consider the years he had devoted to honing his skills with a blade since the tender age of 3, and the battles he had bravely faced by the age of 9. The moniker of White Fang had reverberated throughout the ninja world. Yet, in the end, he found himself reduced to a stumbling block. As the morally conscious Kunoichi had articulated, he had become a factor undermining the stability of Konoha. How profoundly ironic. Unless what? White Fang inquired, even though he already harbored an answer deep within. Unless you strike first, dear Uncle White Fang, Eishu replied, propping his head with one hand and raising his arm nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. White Fang was momentarily taken aback by his words. Before he had met Kakashi, he and Obito had found themselves embroiled in conflicts with the Uchiha clan almost daily. Even now, Obito was preparing for a duel in a couple of days. Back then, the Uchiha had perceived them as easy targets, incessantly seeking to provoke them. Their approach had been to endure the blows and retaliate. But what of the present? White Fang couldn't help but ponder. The tales of Eishu and Obito have reached his ears long ago. He vividly recalls the most intense confrontation between the two, during which Orochimaru happened to be present. Fully aware of the unfolding events, I shall refrain from further commentary. Even now, those Uchiha are lacking in many respects, yet their desire for conflict remains unquenched. However, they no longer dare to act recklessly, for an encounter between Obito and myself nearly resulted in catastrophic consequences. Thus, if they wish to confront us, they can only do so under the protection of their elders, using dual declarations as a fade. I believe you are in a similar predicament, dear uncle. Their apprehension towards you is not rooted in fear, but rather in the realization that their fear is insufficient. After Eishu finished speaking, he swiftly turned over, bringing the conversation to a close. He had said enough. Baya was just that kind of person, decisive on the battlefield, yet meek at home. Why do you not dare to stand tall? It is hoped that after tonight, Baya may undergo a transformation, to not bow for mere grain, nor to resort to self-destruction out of concern for his beloved son. May the world know peace, free from war and betrayal. As he observed Eishu, who seemed to have slipped back into a state resembling sleep, Baya fell into a prolonged silence. It is still insufficient, he murmured softly. He raised his gaze to the sky, where the moon shone dimly amidst sparse stars, tranquil yet solitary. His gaze then shifted to the Hokage building, ablaze with light. where beneath that illumination, the elder appeared to be watching him as well. But he no longer averted his eyes. His gaze sharpened gradually. Indeed, the white fangs that deter enemies should hold value even among kin. This is illogical. This is unjust. Baya's figure vanished from sight. Opting not to report the battle's outcome at the Hokage building, but instead, he led the two youths directly home. Report? You must know better than I. Perhaps even Eishu himself did not foresee it. A father willing to choose self-termination for the sake of his son, his descent into darkness seemingly holds little significance. His words not only altered by Ya's fate, but also transformed by Ya's essence. Chapter 68. This outcome may not be so bad. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. 5 days later, at noon, at the Uchiha Training Ground No. 1, two youths clashed with fervor, with the Great Fire Dragon gaining the upper hand. The surrounding Uchiha members exhibited a spectrum of expressions, surprise, indifference, and everything in between. As the taller youth began to exhaust his chakra, Obito grew increasingly emboldened, as if the Great Fire Dragon had come to life, surging forward and dissipating the Great Fireball. Thus, while the outcome remained undetermined, the victor was evident. TSK. Eishu, did you see those individuals? They left before the match concluded. Seemingly in a hurry to return home, Kakashi, who had not seen his father for 5 consecutive days, remarked. Eishu let out a light laugh, remarking that such individuals are unlikely to achieve great deeds. They would not congratulate the victor after the contest. But it was certain that Uchiha Obito would return home to face a scolding. TSK, one must admit that Obito has made significant progress. The two spoke in a tone neither too loud nor too soft. Nearby, several Uchiha exhibited strange expressions, and many attempted, before departing, to glare menacingly at the duo. Yet they met the gazes with unwavering defiance. Team 7, having faced life-and-death situations thrice, is indeed a squad that dances on the edge of a blade. The recent assault from the Mist Village, the previous encounter with the Cloud Shinobi, and the earlier pursuit by the fiery Little Pepper. With such experiences and trials, Team 7 has grown exceptionally strong. Do you think this is the extent of my abilities? At that moment, with an overwhelming advantage, Obito suddenly roared. The remaining Uchiha present regarded him with admiration, seemingly approving of his audacious temperament. The Uchiha clan, after all, must embody such spirit. Your ninjutsu remains at a mere surface level. A single great fireball has drained all your prowess. And I, with swift hand seals. Obito's crimson eyes finally blossomed forth in that instant. Eishu and Kakashi maintained an air of composure. What a pompous display of mediocrity. In the next moment, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Obito triumphed, showcasing his prowess in an ostentatious manner, utterly overwhelming Uchiha Raho with sheer superiority. 2 months prior, he had been left battered and bruised, drawing pity from Miss Kumi, who scolded him for his misfortune. Now, 2 months later, while Kumi had transformed into a formidable figure, Obito had reduced his opponent to a state resembling that of a beaten pig. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Uchiha Jonin, Uchiha Raho would have been unceremoniously turned into a charred delicacy. In the final moments, the activation of the Sharingan elevated his control over chakra significantly. While onlookers might perceive Obito as a perfectionist, incapable of satisfaction from a simple victory, Eishu understood that his motives were rooted in a desire to impress, coupled with the intention of conserving chakra for more formidable techniques. The combination of Sharingan and Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was not without considerable cost. Although Obito appeared to have won effortlessly, his strategy was commendable. After the contest concluded, Obito received accolades from the current head of the Uchiha clan and several elders. Meanwhile, Eishu and Kakashi quietly departed from the Uchiha territory. Their earlier bravado during the match had been rather audacious, while they felt no fear during the day. The night held uncertainties. They hastily concluded their act, for such arrogance was not only embarrassing but infuriating. I shall return to my training. My father will be back tomorrow to assess my swordsmanship, Kakashi announced as he took his leave. Watergate has been quite occupied lately. But the training of Team 7 has not faltered. Indeed, do not forget about lightning release. Merely inheriting sword techniques will not suffice to surpass your father. Eishu reminded him. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively without looking back. I know. Oh, valiant Eishu. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Eishu was rendered speechless for a long while. The events of that day lingered vividly in his mind, though several days had passed. It felt as though only a fleeting moment had elapsed. However, it was evident that both Kakashi and Obito had significantly strengthened. Obito, having avenged himself against his previous tormentors, had obliterated all remnants of shame, returning it tenfold. Kakashi, too, had discovered his own path and training. White Fang had resolved to impart all his sword techniques to Kakashi, who in turn began to experiment with the fusion of lightning release and the Konoha swordsmanship. Eishu is uncertain whether the Thousand Birds lightning cutter will be birthed prematurely as a result. However, he is well aware that White Fang has undoubtedly risen to prominence. The recent reverence and accolades afforded to White Fang by the Hidden Leaf Village serve as the most compelling testament to this transformation. In the past, White Fang was met with scorn for any mission failure. Now, he is celebrated as the valiant protector of the village, cleaving through the mist with unwavering strength. Eishu remained uncertain about the specific events that transpired over the past 5 days. However, it was evident that White Fang had undergone significant changes, and quite substantial ones at that. I must also intensify my efforts, Eishu murmured to himself. Since receiving the 2.0 version from me that fateful day, he felt as though he had finally discovered his path. The rapid integration of chakra in the second phase of hydrogen escape was likely to yield results soon. If all went as anticipated, it would be within these few days. Eishu walked towards home, heading to the secluded yet tranquil rental apartment. Having endured so much, avarice and tumult, beautiful aspirations and near calamities, he has come to terms with life. Though this room may be humble, it is my virtue that makes it fragrant. The light and ventilation are splendid, and notably, the sharpness of his white teeth, coupled with Yanao's famed demise, has rendered the roots too timid to seek him out now. Perhaps, this outcome is not so bad after all. Eishu returned to his doorstep. But just as he was about to open the door and enter, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Oh, looking quite spirited, are we? Your mind isn't damaged, is it? Ah ha ha ha. This voice was brash, filled with malicious glee, and utterly disrespectful. Eishu's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he strode into the house, muttering to himself about that insufferable old man. How dare he provoke my ire? However, the old man remained as persistent as ever. At the very moment Eishu slammed the door in frustration, the elder had already slipped into Eishu's home, not through the door, but rather through one of the 2 large windows. What do you want? Eishu demanded, his face set in a scowl. You are not welcome here. Leave. Oh, come now, the old man retorted, seemingly unfazed by the hostility. What a tempestuous spirit you possess. Have I wounded your pride? Were you not once so bold? Get out. Eishu issued an emotional eviction notice. The old man's penchant for mischief was truly exasperating, though Eishu later reflected that the likelihood of calamity occurring that day was slim. For the old man was likely lurking nearby, his anger only intensified. Was he being treated like a mere jester? If only you had a granddaughter or something. I'd make sure to torment her until you were old and gray. At that moment, the elder's demeanor shifted dramatically. Listen, young man, you have committed a grave error. Since someone has unearthed your true identity, I have previously advised you on how to proceed. Who informed them? Eishu turned, ready to confront, but was taken aback to find the room devoid of the old man's presence. Eishu's expression suddenly became peculiar. Was he truly just going to fire a shot and leave? This did not align with the old man's character. However, at that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Eishu-kun, are you home? A sweet voice rang out, causing Eishu's eyebrows to rise immediately. This voice was familiar to him, reminiscent of either a theme song or an educational film. Yet, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. The reason was simple. He was well acquainted with the voice's owner, who had been waiting at his home 3 times a day for 5 consecutive days, always punctual. It was none other than the enchanting spirit from the root, Kumi. Chapter 69. Please do not overthink. Eishu remains oblivious to the events of that fateful day. The old man wreaked havoc, and subsequently, Terahisa Kinjiro discerned his true identity. The bloodline limit of the Senju clan lacks distinctive characteristics. One must observe incessantly until realizing the remarkable endurance of these individuals, leading to a sudden epiphany. He is a Senju. Could this old man be doing it on purpose? Training? Eishu displayed an odd expression before opening the door. What met his gaze was a pair of snow-white legs. It was Jumi, who had come bearing 2 lunch bags. Although Jumi's true identity had indeed been revealed, she appeared to be in a rather unique situation. Instead of donning the cold, emotionless mask to carry out her tasks, she wore a headband and had changed into short sleeves and shorts, her hair cascading in large waves, making her seem more vivacious than before. The transformation from nurse to spy evoked an impression akin to that of a flight attendant. Naturally, Eishu harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards this elder sister, who was a full decade his senior. With his youth still developing, he had no intentions of straying from the path of propriety. He understood the value of patience. Oh dear, It's as hot as ever today. But look, sister has brought you something delightful. Jumi exclaimed, retrieving a long, slender item from the lunch bag, causing Ingshu's pupils to constrict. You intend to use this to test the cadre. Drumroll, please. It's an ice pop, but you must first finish your lunch, otherwise. It's not good for your stomach. Here, your ramen. No, it's your. Thank you, Sister Jumi. Inshu chose not to resist. Submitting to circumstances. He had already instructed Kakashi and Obito, if one day you were to vanish, they must seek out Little Chili and White Fang to dismantle the roots. I set my thoughts in motion. Ingshu wielded his chopsticks, and regardless of the circumstances, it would be foolish to refuse a free meal. The slurping sounds echoed, accompanied by the rhythmic thud of his actions. At that moment, a heavy knock resounded at the door. Ingshu endured, for the Hokage had issued a command. The knocks were forceful, yet not to the extent of threatening to break the door down, and the voice of the visitor was chillingly aloof. Ingshu had barely taken a few bites when he glanced at Gyomei, who was engrossed in her ice cream, and then looked down at the bowl of ramen. There was no other option left. Ingshu picked up the bowl and walked to the door, for he could never allow food to go to waste. Oh, greetings to the esteemed senior of the Umbu, Ingshu politely acknowledged, then slurped a mouthful of noodles. Do hurry and finish your meal. Once you've done so, please accompany me. While Ingshu was engrossed in slurping his noodles and did not catch every word, he grasped the essence of the message. Understood, senior. I'll be there shortly. To his surprise, the Umbu displayed a certain warmth. Could it be that Hakuba had begun to adopt an authoritative demeanor? How delightful. Ingshu was lost in thought while swiftly devouring his ramen. However, behind him, Gyomei's expression grew grave as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon the dark-clad figure. Or perhaps, one could say, she glared. To everyone's astonishment, the figure averted its eyes, unwilling to meet Gyomei's fierce stare. Of course, the oblivious Ingshu, engrossed in his meal, remained unaware. He was nearly finished, with only the last spoonful of broth left. Yet, in a sudden motion, Gyomei dashed over, obstructing Ingshu's path, and promptly snatched away his bowl of soup, even inserting 2 popsicles down the back of his neck. Oh, the exhilaration. Ingshu hurriedly retrieved the popsicles, only to be met with the concerned expression of Gyomei. One for the journey, and one for later, you understand? Despite his confusion, Ingshu nodded in agreement. The dark figure let out a dismissive huff, signaling it was time to depart. The duo set off immediately, and along the way, Ingshu intended to share the popsicles, fearing that consuming 2 might upset his stomach. However, the shadowy figure declined his offer, stating, you should keep them. They may prove useful later. At this, Ingshu was left utterly bewildered. He inspected the popsicles, finding nothing amiss. Is it me who is abnormal, or is it you? With this question lingering in his mind, Ingshu followed the dark figure to a grand edifice. The building was situated not far from the Konoha Hospital. Just 3 intersections away, nestled within a forest park that claimed a third of the park's expanse. Ingshu and the member of the Umbu entered through the back door. Prepare yourself mentally. If you find it unbearable, simply hold the popsicle in your mouth to calm down. The Umbu member leading the way suddenly remarked. Ingshu nodded, as he began to grasp the implications of the situation. The 2 of them meandered through a labyrinth of obstacles, traversing countless iron gates. It is worth mentioning that the interior was quite well decorated and appeared to be relatively new, as if it had only recently been constructed. At last, the shadowy figure from the dark division halted in a room, casting a glance at Ingshu, who was savoring an ice pop, and gestured toward the interior. Please, enter. Very well. As the door swung open, before stepping inside, Ingshu was immediately struck by an acrid odor. The scent was complex, with the most prominent note being that of blood, mingled with the stench of excrement. Ingshu pinched his nose in response, taking a bite of the ice pop he held, but ultimately decided to discard the rest, for the air in this place was utterly foul. Ingshu stepped inside. The lighting was dim, imbued with a dark crimson hue. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the walls appeared to be soaked in a deep red, reminiscent of blood. Suspended from the ceiling was a figure, hair disheveled and body grotesquely marred, drenched in gore. Suddenly, a phrase flashed through Ingshu's mind. Do you believe I could skin you alive, you wretch? The thought of being flayed seemed almost preferable to the sight before him. Just then, a familiar sound echoed from the corner, the slurping of noodles. This nearly shattered Ingshu's composure. He whipped around to find a burly bald man, fervently slurping up ramen. The taste of that ramen was strikingly similar to what Gyomei had once offered him. This was quite an easy mental leap, indeed. So, what was I doing here? Ingshu inquired with a pronounced nasal tone. He specifically summoned you, and the Hokage has granted approval. The burly bald man slurped his noodles and urged, "Hurry up. You have 3 minutes before I finish." Hmm? As Eishu and the burly man locked eyes, they both felt a sense of familiarity. That warm-hearted uncle. You are the brave youth who acted heroically? This muscular figure was none other than the man who had accompanied him and Obito to the hospital after the explosion at the Watergate. They had encountered this uncle on their journey. On that day, he and Obito. Watergate interrupted, "Let us not dwell on the past. It's surprising to see you again, young man. I never imagined. Goodness, is it truly you he referred to?" The bald man, astonished, exclaimed, "What have you done, brave youth?" He was involved in the kidnapping of a child. How perilous. As he spoke, the burly man suddenly seemed to recall something. Slapping his forehead in shock and pointing at Eishu. "No way. Yes, I suppose." Although unaware of what the burly man had remembered. Eishu nodded in acknowledgement. There was no denying it. His excellence was undeniable. Then, Eishu cast a complex gaze towards the disheveled individual. At that moment, he recognized who this person was. Chapter 70. My rules are my rules, Mr. Kinjiro. You have lost weight. Eishu sighed. As they were acquaintances. The bald uncle had departed, leaving the space for the two of them. Gazing at the bloodied and battered Kinjiro before him, Eishu felt a whirlwind of emotions. You have come, Eishu-kun." Kinjiro's voice was intermittent and frail, yet he managed to convey his thoughts clearly. Eishu remained silent, contemplating whether to inquire why he had been summoned, yet he ultimately chose to withhold his words. "Do you still remember our agreement?" "Indeed. But it seems neither of us can fulfill it now. The mere fact that I am here to visit you is already a considerable concession." In a swift response, Eishu expressed uncertainty, perhaps due to a desire to spare Kinjiro from further suffering. The outcome had been determined. Despite differing stances, there remained a respect for one another. Terumi Kinjiro let out a light chuckle, exuding an air of grace. Yet, the price of such composure was a spasm in his lungs. Terumi Kinjiro coughed for an extended period, the remnants of blood at the corner of his mouth now tainted with another layer of crimson froth. Eishu waited patiently. Now, he finally understood why the old man sought him out today. However, you already know the truth, do you not? Terumi Kinjiro seemed to have regained some strength. Yet, in Eishu's perception, he detected a hint of pleading in the man's tone. Eishu understood. For it was a matter concerning Kagayame. "Do you believe I can truly comprehend?" Eishu sighed and spoke. He indeed knew everything. The root had employed the technique of misconcealment to abduct Kakashi, coercing White Fang into self-destruction. Had the root been more ruthless, perhaps they would have succeeded. In such a scenario, Eishu felt he possessed a myriad of methods to compel White Fang to submit. The tiger bench, chili water, or detonating Tag's cough. Everything was orchestrated by the root and under Danzo's meticulous control. Yet the crux of the matter was even if he knew, what difference would it make? He still had to feign ignorance before Gyome, as if he were under constant scrutiny, teetering on the edge of exposure. As for the so-called transaction, rest assured, I merely wish to confirm whether you still remember, that is all. Kajinjiro appeared to have regained considerable composure. Eishu felt that this might be a fleeting moment of brilliance. This fellow is on the brink of death. Indeed, Terumi Kinjiro slightly lifted his head. By no more than a centimeter, yet this consumed all his remaining strength. Eishu finally realized that he had but one eye left, yet it remained remarkably bright. Do not reveal such an expression, dear Eishu. On this day, I had already come to terms with it. Koji Kinjiro's tone was remarkably casual, which seemed rather peculiar given his current condition. They attempted to employ secret arts to extract something from my mind, yet they failed, and this is the price I have paid in our new accord. Eishu furrowed his brow. He comprehended the implications of the other party's words, which were merely a reference to his identity as a member of the Senju clan. This carried a slight undertone of threat. In truth, should these conversations be overheard by the wrong ears, it would suffice for them to drag him into a dark room for interrogation. Yet, Eishu remained unfazed, for he had allies backing him. However, if the transaction were to persist, the situation could become precarious. How can you be certain that this price is not one you must inevitably bear, Mr. Kinjiro Koji? Eishu spread his hands. Yet his right hand was formed into a blade-like gesture with 4 fingers together, signifying his readiness to take your life in an instant. However, Kinjiro remained unresponsive. Fixated on Eishu with a haunting expression on his face, his lips curled in a semblance of a smile, exuding an unsettling aura. Eishu had also watched horror films. She silently recited Bakamaka and resolutely glared back. A transaction? Unthinkable. What? You've already made the payment? Apologies, I have received it. But my rules are absolute. In that case, Farewell, Mr. Kenjiro. I wish you a swift liberation. Eishu no longer lingered, turning to depart. However, Miao Jin Jilong did not impede his exit. As the door swung open, the air, though not particularly fresh, invigorated Eishu, prompting him to inhale deeply a couple of times. The bald uncle was absent. What awaited him was the initial shadowy realm. May I leave now, senior? Eishu inquired. Certainly, replied the figure from the shadows with a shrug. Through the mask, Eishu sensed a semblance of a smile from the individual. Madman, Eishu inwardly cursed, realizing only in hindsight the scene that had transpired before his departure. Eishu immediately set out, his path still vividly etched in his mind. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the voice of the Umbu echoed once more. But for now, you cannot return home, Eishu. The Hokage is awaiting your presence. You have a new mission to undertake. Eishu. Hokage-sama, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Eishu still needs to train. Watergate gazed at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a troubled expression, while the latter calmly puffed on his cigarette. It is unavoidable, Watergate. However, it won't be for long. Merely half a year away from the village should not cause significant issues. Sarutobi's tone bore a hint of resignation, as if the command were not his own. Half a year. Watergate's face darkened. Being away from the village is not the concern I worry about. Knock, knock, knock. Hokage grandfather, I'm here. A pure and polite voice resonated from outside. Sarutobi's face instantly brightened, blooming like a chrysanthemum. Little Eishu, come in. All right. Eishu entered and immediately noticed Watergate's melancholic expression. Hello, teacher, he greeted. It has been quite a while, Eishu-kun, Watergate replied, forcing a smile. Indeed. Since their last mission, Team 7 had not gathered for some time, given the complexity of that particular task. Little Eishu, I'm here, Eishu responded. But as he looked at Sarutobi's kind smile, he sensed something was amiss. You have truly worked hard lately. I, your grandfather, promised to reward you. And now is the time for me to fulfill that promise. Speak up. What is it that you desire? Ninjutsu, or perhaps living expenses, anything you wish. Eishu's smile gradually blossomed, yet within her heart, a wave of exasperation surged. Is this a ploy to deceive Little Red Riding Hood into opening the door? Even the big bad wolf is more adept at this. Is it true? The Hokage, grandfather? You are not jesting with me, are you? Eishu inquired, her expression earnest. Of course not, my dear. I am indeed the Hokage. When have I ever misled anyone? Sarutobi Hiruzen assured her, thumping his chest in confidence. Eishu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, yet his mind was immersed in contemplation. As for ninjutsu, he decided to refrain from using it for the time being. The pile of scrolls bestowed upon him by the old man remained concealed beneath the refuse bin in his home-s restroom. Forbidden techniques were also beyond his reach. Not only did he lack the courage to learn them, but he also doubted whether he would even be granted the opportunity to do so. Eishu discreetly observed the expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, attempting to discern the depth behind that benevolent smile. Then, I wish to exchange for a larger house. Is that permissible, Hokage-sama? Chapter 71. She is the legitimate daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water. How infuriating. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face momentarily faltered, and even the expression of Minato beside him became oddly peculiar. Eishu felt a chill run down his spine. Had he perhaps overstepped? Yet, he truly yearned to vacate that place. It was summer now, and he could still console himself with the notion of good ventilation and ample light. But what would he do when winter arrived? Would he really have to spend money on repairs? That seemed a fate worse than death. Moreover, the house had 2 large gaping holes, rendering it quite unsafe. Despite the fact that Gyome had knocked before entering today, bringing along food and drink, he distinctly remembered waking up to find that enchanting woman lying there. Eishu is a man, embodying the essence of masculinity, yet there are certain aspects he is uncertain he can maintain for long. Nevertheless, his body remains that of a boy. Thus, for the sake of his future happiness and the healthy growth of young Eishu, he must persevere. Eishu believed that, given the glimmer of hope, it was imperative for him to expedite his relocation plans. This endeavor held greater significance than even the research on hydrogen evasion. It pertained to the future happiness of his wife, or perhaps wives. Moreover, Eishu contemplated the possibility of negotiating further if a larger house proved unattainable. A smaller one would suffice. Primarily, the walls of his current home were in disrepair. If all else failed, perhaps Hokage Grandpa would lend him some funds for necessary repairs, which could also be a viable solution. Eishu's voice grew increasingly faint as he endeavored to adopt a path of sorrow. A tale, reminiscent of the little match girl, rapidly took shape in his mind. In summer, he observed other children relishing ice pops beneath complete walls. In winter, he watched them standing under those same walls. And he, alas, could only strike matches. I can do it too, he thought. Yet, unexpectedly, a series of knocks echoed once more. Saratobi Sasuke gestured for entry, and Eishu did not turn to look, still believing it to be a report from the Umbu. However, Saratobi Sasuke's expression grew more solemn as he glanced back at him. Little Eishu, your grandfather keeps his promises. If you desire a grand house, it is not impossible. A spark of hope ignited in Eishu's eyes. This time it was genuine illumination. However, as fate would have it, an unforeseen twist emerged. Saratobi Sasuke drew out his words, and Eishu sensed a figure approaching his side. The figure was somewhat diminutive. Had the Umbu begun recruiting children? Eishu cast a glance and then, oh my. Eishu was taken aback. This was his new residence. Wait a moment. In a swift motion, Eishu turned her gaze towards Mizumon, only to discover that he had covered his face. Overwhelmed by the helplessness of a teacher forced to witness his student leap into the abyss, he felt utterly ashamed to face anyone. Meanwhile, Saratobi Hizashi continued, finally revealing further details. Allow me to introduce you to the noble lady from the land of water, the adopted daughter of the daimyo of that realm. Due to the current extraordinary circumstances, she is unable to return to her homeland. Thus, the responsibility of this task has fallen upon you for the time being. The advance payment for your undertaking is the grand abode you desire, along with a sufficient monthly allowance for your living expenses. As Saratobi Hizashi spoke, he gestured towards the entrance, inviting, come in, Juan. Eishu was utterly bewildered. Knowing she was the eldest daughter of the Uchiha clan, what was there to hesitate about? It was time to exchange for resources. Wait a moment, the adopted daughter of the daimyo of the land of water? What on earth? Hold on. Responsible? The information conveyed by Saratobi Hizashi was overwhelming, leaving Eishu's head spinning. Simultaneously, a profound sense of foreboding surged within him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Kumi, dressed in a short-sleeved top and shorts, made her entrance. Lord Hokage, she greeted respectfully, then seamlessly positioned herself beside Eishu, fortuitously placing herself between him and Uchiha Mei. This is the ninja I have transferred from the roots to take care of your daily needs. You two should be quite familiar with each other. Regarding the relationship between our two nations, little Eishu, do not let your grandfather down. At that moment, the light in Eishu's eyes has vanished. Master, the target has been located. She is currently in the land of fire. Should we proceed with elimination? The root base maintained a watchful surveillance. If she truly wishes to depart, you will not locate her so swiftly. Shimura Danzo's voice bore no trace of joy or sorrow. At that moment, another operative from Root arrived. Master Danzo, identity has been verified. She hails from the Kagaya clan of the Hidden Mist, code name. She is the commander of the infiltration plan into Konoha, the Kagaya clan. Shimura Danzo pondered for a moment, questioning whether the information in his mind had been extracted. Still making efforts, that individual possesses too many mental barriers, exhausting the spirit, and requires more time. After delivering the report, the operative from Root vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, another operative arrived. 3 operatives, each responsible for different matters, remained unrelated, all accountable solely to Shimura Danzo. Such is the nature of the Root organization. Typically, each member fulfills their designated role, yet often, even a minor personnel shift can stir tumultuous waves. Master, one has successfully infiltrated the target. There are 6 members involved. Should we replace them? Not for now. Understood. As this operative prepared to take their leave, Shimura Danzo tossed forth a scroll. Effective immediately, Root shall enter a semi-silent mode, suspending all internal investigations and endeavoring to avoid the influence of the Umbu until Shikamaru Nara departs from Konoha. Understood. What an enormous house. The expressionless Eishu gazed upon the opulent mansion, marveling. This so-called mansion resembled a 2-story bungalow, estimated to span around 200 square meters, with a considerable courtyard in front, approximately 50 square meters in size. If it were a day ago, no, merely an hour ago, if Eishu were to discover that this house would soon belong to him, he might feel as though he had reached the pinnacle of success. At merely 6 years of age, with nearly 4,000 taels of wealth in his pocket, residing in such a grand abode, what a notion it would be to consider himself a ninja. Yet now, please, go ahead and choose your preferred room. I must return home to gather my belongings. Eishu cast a glance at the Lady Daimyo of the Water Nation beside him and remarked, truly impressive. Eishu has come to the realization of how limited his perspective truly is. Kanahagakure must undoubtedly be aware of Terumi Mei's true identity, indeed. It was they who provided the intelligence. Yet now, Terumi May not only remains unscathed, but has even transformed into the adopted daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water. How astonishing! One cannot help but wonder whether Kanehagakure is genuinely unconcerned about this trivial sum of money, or if there exists some ulterior motive. So, is this the rationale behind these scoundrels exploiting me? These beasts? As Eishu walks home to gather his belongings, he is overwhelmed with negativity. Initially, things were manageable. In the rented room, there was only Kumi, who visited 3 times a day, but only 3 times. Now, however, 1 room, 3 inhabitants, with 2 enchanting women vying for Eishu's attention. This is quite daunting. Chapter 72. Eishu's blissful life before the sun dipped below the horizon. Eishu had already packed his belongings. A woven bag contained a quilt and bedding, along with a pillow fashioned from an adult's coat. 2 scrolls. A lightning release technique called Little Bulb, and a water release technique known as Little Water Sphere. 3 bowls, for plates, 5 pairs of chopsticks, and 6. In total, he possessed less than 10 items. Even a vagabond seemed to fare better than him. However, Eishu was not particularly concerned with material comforts. That was until he beheld Terumi May directing a multitude of people as they busily furnished the room with beds, dressing tables, and an assortment of new clothing. It was as if she truly regarded this place as her own home. Eishu muttered a curse under his breath and returned to his desolate room. Upon entering, his spirits instantly lifted. Though devoid of possessions, the space felt remarkably expansive, larger than all the rooms he had occupied combined. To put it another way, the 2 holes on the other side functioned as grand windows, whereas here, they merely served as ventilation openings. Eishu completed the moving process in merely 2 minutes. It was, in fact, less about relocating and more about simply arranging the bed and casually placing pots, dishes, and other utensils. Eishu and Zhao Meiming reside on the 2nd floor, positioned at the farthest ends of the corridor, with a room separating them. Upon Eishu's arrival, he discovered that the room had already been prepared. Well, it's certainly better than sleeping in my own room. Eishu consoled himself as he descended the stairs, clutching the scroll gifted by the old man along with all his money. These were the most precious possessions he owned. Previously, he could conceal them in the restroom. But now, he dared not. The 1st floor was quite spacious, encompassing the living room, kitchen, and dining area, yet it lacked furnishings. Eishu had no intention of purchasing any. Nor could he afford to. If possible, he would prefer to clear the space for his daily practice. However, considering that there were 2 individuals upstairs, Eishu decided it would be better to practice outdoors, even if it meant going to Kakashi's house. As Eishu was about to step outside, he found himself momentarily halted by a fragrant breeze that swept in. Little Eishu, are you planning to go out? Kumi's hands were always so restless. Eishu remained expressionless, feeling hunger pangs. I knew you wouldn't go out. Your sister is here to feed you. Eishu was about to politely decline, citing Baiya's invitation to dine at the Chimu household, convinced that Ju-mei would not dare to impede him. However, at that moment, Terumi May also descended the stairs, completely disregarding Ju-mei, and approached Eishu directly. Take me to buy some daily necessities, she requested, her voice tinged with a certain chill. This reminded Eishu of his classmate, Yuzuki Yuka, a cool and composed kendo practitioner. If one had not read the original work, Eishu felt that Terumi May would likely grow up to embody a similar demeanor. It is said that a girl undergoes significant transformation by the age of 18. Yet it is also claimed that one's inherent nature is difficult to change. Thus, the question arises, which version of Terumi May is the true one? Nevertheless, Eishu could empathize with Terumi May's current disposition, being a guest in a foreign land, who could truly find joy in such circumstances. Eishu began to decline once more, citing Baiya's intention to teach him swordsmanship and subsequently invite him to dinner. He found himself unable to resist these 2 enchanting girls, but surely Baiya would be able to manage them. Then let us go together, little sister. It just so happens that I have run out of supplies as well. Eishu, are you 2 referring to the same thing? Zhao Meiming is merely 6 years old. That age is insufficient, indeed. In Eishu's heart, a wager was made. He was certain that Meiming would not pay any attention to Ju-mei, especially since Ju-mei was publicly declared as a member of the Umbu by Saratobi Hizen. Thus, was he to face a choice on his very first day in his new home? Should he accompany the aloof Meiming to purchase daily necessities? Or join the vivacious Ju-mei in her endeavors? Or perhaps indulge in culinary delights? However, it seemed that disappointment awaited Eishu. Suddenly, the young girl broke into a gentle smile and took Ju-mei's hand, exclaiming, "All right then, Ju-mei's sister." Eishu was instantly petrified. Thus began the days that were difficult for him to articulate. Initially, he found himself struggling to adapt. In the vastness of the house, where darkness prevailed, he yearned a signal for help from Obito and Kakashi, yet both turned him down. Kakashi, to his credit, provided a somewhat plausible excuse. His father often returned home late at night, compelling him to stay vigilant. However, he did extend an invitation for Eishu to stay at his residence, albeit in a gentle refusal. Obito's reasoning was far more outrageous. Upon hearing of Eishu's predicament, he erupted into laughter. He boldly proclaimed that Eishu was now distracted by feminine allure, while he himself was making rapid strides under the guidance of the clan leader. It wouldn't be long before he transformed into the mightiest man of Team 7. Eishu responded with a spiral pill. However, after spending some time there, he discovered that adapting was not as challenging as he had initially perceived. Every day, Mei-in immersed herself in books, occasionally practicing in the courtyard and sometimes engaging in sparring sessions with Gyomei. Their relationship flourished beyond Eishu's expectations, so much so that they frequented the bathhouse together. Although they extended invitations to Eishu, he consistently declined, citing his preference for cold water. The two had unwittingly become akin to sisters. Yet, Eishu observed this camaraderie with a smirk, knowing full well that if they were truly sisters, it would be a mere fade. One was a spy, and the other, a female operative. Let the masks fall away. I, for one, shall not be at their service and will quietly hone my formidable techniques. Given that Eishu's companionship with Mei-in was essentially a long-term mission, the 7th Squad was not supposed to accept any additional tasks. Yet, Sarutobi Hizen made an exception, allowing them to undertake the most basic D-rank missions, which were simple and devoid of pressure, with rewards sufficient for their needs. Initially, Minato was quite concerned, fearing it might hinder the growth and training of the 7th Squad. However, his worries proved unfounded. White Fang personally instructed Kakashi, and Fugaka took it upon himself to teach Obito. As for Eishu, Minato was indeed a commendable teacher, despite his busy schedule filled with missions. Having left the 7th Squad, he remained a prominent elite jonin of Konoha, and during these wartime days, he occasionally executed A-rank and even S-rank high-risk missions. To compensate for Eishu, the only member of the squad from a civilian background, Minato was undeniably attentive and devoted. He assisted Eishu in researching the transformations of water-based chakra and even, when occasionally away, entrusted Kushina with the task. The responses from the 7th Squad were remarkably unanimous. Kakashi remarked, "Well, my dad is going to teach me swordsmanship." While Obito chimed in, "Well, the clan leader is going to teach me the Uchiha's secret techniques." Eishu, I'm Eishu. Thus, in Kushina's little classroom, Eishu often stands as the sole pupil. Initially, Eishu was resistant. "Teacher, please be gentle. I am merely 6 years old. I am still a child." However, as time passed, Eishu gradually realized that despite emerging from each encounter battered and bruised, the results of his training appeared to be quite beneficial. After all, when facing Kushina, he could unleash his utmost strength, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. It was, of course, exceedingly difficult for him to inflict any harm on Kushina. Eishu surmised that even his hydrogen release would be futile, for Kushina was simply too formidable, rendering his only advantage, chakra, insignificant in her presence. In the face of such formidable opponents, it is indeed a challenge for Eishu to make significant progress. And so it is. Amidst the relentless competition within Team 7, time ticks away, inexorably slipping by. Chapter 73. 411 days later, 1 year and a month and a half later, on June 4th, at 10 o'clock in the evening. On the streets of Konoha, Team 7 had just concluded a D-rank mission, assisting a noblewoman in locating her missing pet, including their meal. The task consumed a total of 12 hours, with a reward of 10,000 ryo per person. Speaking of Eishu, the Chunin exams are just around the corner. "Are you prepared?" Obito inquired with a hint of disdain. "How would I know? It seems rather uncertain," Eishu replied with resignation. When they referred to whether she was prepared, it was not about a man's capability, but rather about a woman's, specifically, a girl's readiness. The timeline for Terumi Mei's return to the Land of Water has been postponed once again. Although the reason provided by Sarutobi Hizashi remains somewhat inconvenient, it cannot be deemed a falsehood. Recently, Eishu has come across some unsettling news. The eldest son of the Hyuga clan, named Hyuga Aoi, aged 16, has lost an eye on the battlefield. Of course, even without this incident, Terumi Mei would likely face difficulties. Sarutobi Hiruzen has consented, and Shimura Danzo remains a formidable presence. It appears that Shimura Danzo, under some misguided influence, has agreed, which has not pleased the Hyuga clan, especially since the front lines are still embroiled in conflict. with the primary adversary being the mist forces. However, the reasons behind the loss of Huoying remain obscure, particularly since there are individuals outside the main family who have not undergone the cage bird seal. This matter is beyond Eishu's comprehension. Alas, if matters become dire, perhaps we should take a different approach. Eishu, although we are brothers, there are limits. Just as Abito was about to jest, he suddenly noticed a stream of water hurtling towards him, thick and long. Is this for real? Abito cursed inwardly, yet his body reacted instinctively, bending backward to narrowly evade the attack. He glanced at the innocent tree behind him, now marred by a gaping hole the size of a bowl, and swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Kakashi blinked, feigning ignorance, though anxiety coursed through him. Eishu, how have you grown stronger once again? What do you wish to convey, Tizzy? Eishu casually blew on his fingers. No. What I mean is, we are brothers. We must pass the Chunin exam together. It is imperative. Dato, filled with trepidation, wore an expression of obsequiousness. Eishu has once again grown stronger. The three of them returned to their respective homes, each seeking their own paths. Although the three of them together could hardly amount to a mother, Eishu's household, however, boasted 2 enchanting sea maidens. As soon as he stepped inside, the tantalizing aroma of food filled the air, and the 2 sea maidens exclaimed in unison, "You're back." Indeed. Eishu rushed to the dining table, where a sumptuous feast of 5 dishes and a soup awaited. Nothing brings greater joy than returning home after a weary day to find the warmth of a loving family and a meal, accompanied by steaming water, ready to welcome him. Eishu acknowledged that he had adapted to this way of life. He was advised to consume more soup to promote his growth. Jiomei, ever enthusiastic, served him a bowl of soup. Thank you, Eishu said quietly as he took a sip, glancing at the diminutive Mei Ming beside him, who stood a head and a half shorter. It's quite delicious. You should have some as well. He himself found it hard to believe that after his 7th birthday, he measured a height of 144 centimeters. This figure, if shared, might lead others to mistakenly assume he was merely 10 years old. Kakashi and Abito were relatively tall, currently measuring 120 centimeters and 121 centimeters respectively. As adults, they would reach heights of approximately 181 centimeters and 182 centimeters. Eishu estimated not only that he would surpass the height of the 2 individuals, but perhaps also break the height record set by the legendary Jiraiya of Konoha, standing at 191.2 centimeters. With a smile, Terumi Mei filled a bowl for herself and promptly praised Jumi for its delightful taste. Jumi simply smiled in response. The dining table exuded warmth, and as they stepped outside, onlookers remarked that this trio of siblings deserved a discount even for a meal. After finishing their dinner and taking a shower, Eishu donned the cartoon pajamas that Jumi had gifted him, preparing to conclude this relatively fulfilling day. Simultaneously, he pondered how to approach Minato and Kakashi to request some time off, hoping to at least pass the Chunin exams. If all else failed, he resolved to seek out Sunura. He had already formulated his reasoning. After all, I am but a product of your teachings. Stepping out as a mere genin would be a disgrace, would it not? That reflects upon you as well, dear sensei. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Eishu was just about to retire for the night when suddenly, the bell at the door chimed. Instantly alert, Eishu, who had barely closed his eyes, sprang into a state of vigilance. After adjusting his attire, he sat upright with poise and greeted in a deep baritone, "Good evening, Sister Kumi." Eishu has indeed adapted to a household with 2 conch maidens. However, this does not diminish his resolve. Eishu regards this as a form of cultivation, a mental exercise, a tempering of will, and a training of composure. Furthermore, it can enhance the secretion of testosterone, an essential for men, resulting in superior fitness outcomes post-cultivation. And it may also promote development in that particular aspect. In the previous encounter at the bathhouse, the 7th class's competition yielded an unexpected result for Eishu. Kakashi, who effortlessly outperformed Acorn, turned out to be the youngest in the 7th class. At that moment, the 2nd-ranked Abito offered words of solace, saying, "You are still young and have room for growth." Eishu nearly burst into laughter. At the same time, he silently felt a pang of sorrow for Abito in the original timeline. "Oh dear. Every time I enter your room, you seem so tense." Jumi teased with a smile, asking, "To be honest, are you hiding something from me?" Eishu felt somewhat at a loss. He couldn't help but connect the dots. Terumi Mei mingling with Jumi, could it be? Never mind, never mind. Matters between women are beyond his comprehension. "Is there something you need, Sister Jumi?" Eishu inquired politely. "You heartless person, do I not have the right to visit you when there's nothing else to do?" Jumi replied, already sitting cross-legged beside Eishu, having just bathed and smelling delightful, one hand propped between her thigh and chin, Eishu instinctively glanced at the ceiling, though his peripheral vision caught a glimpse. 36C. An increase of 2 sizes. Despite Jumi's high prowess and flirtatious nature, she was only 17, the prime of her youth. Yet, individuals from the shinobi world often exuded maturity. Ino, at 15 or 16, seemed even more adept at flirting than Jumi. I simply overindulged and wished to retire early. Perhaps I can savor the experience in my dreams. Eishu replied calmly. This elicited a cascade of melodious laughter from Jumi, prompting Eishu to steal a glance, inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness. She's quite lively without any clothing." Now, let's discuss serious matters. Jumi finally returned to her normal demeanor, her expression becoming more serious, yet still adorned with a teasing smile. Have you not noticed that Mei-chan has been acting strangely lately? She might not return for a while. Upon hearing this, Eishu raised an eyebrow, swiftly analyzing the intent behind Ju Mei's words. In truth, it was Ju Mei who inadvertently informed him about the loss of the Hyuga clan's eyes. I am powerless as well. Eishu quickly composed his response and stated solemnly, I am a ninja. If the war does not cease, I shall inevitably find myself on the battlefield. Her staying here, for both her and me, may not be such a bad thing after all. This response, with its righteous perspective, greatly satisfied Eishu. However, Ju Mei's countenance hardened. You fool, huh? Eishu was perplexed. His reply was flawless. What I mean is, you should go comfort Mei-chan. Not do you understand? Ju Mei fervently ruffled Eishu's hair, transforming his silky black locks, more delicate than those of the Hyuga clan, into a disheveled mess. Under the weight of Ju Mei's admonitions, Eishu reluctantly complied and approached the door of Terumi Mei's room. The last time he had come here, it was to catch a mouse, although he had failed to find one after an extensive search. Knock, knock, knock. Eishu knocked on the door. Are you asleep? Ming? Ah. A strange sound echoed from within the room. Eishu furrowed his brows, almost rushing through the door. However, upon reflecting that the door would ultimately belong to him after the departure of Kume Ming, he realized he would have to bear the cost of its repair. Eishu hesitated. However, 3 minutes later, the door creaked open slightly. Entering his view was the small, flushed face of Mei-in, who stood resolutely in the doorway, causing Eishu's brow to furrow even more. Are you feeling unwell? He inquired with concern. Simultaneously, due to her petite stature. Although Mei-in obstructed much of the view, Eishu still managed to glean a general sense of the room's condition. There was no one else present. The theme was a girlish pink, but what was the matter with all those crumpled pieces of paper? How peculiar. Chapter 74. A Crow's Mouth. Does thinking bring forth reality? The following day, Eishu rose earlier than usual, skillfully evading the morning greeting from Terumi. The primary reason for his early awakening was a concern that Terumi's cold might infect him, albeit the likelihood was minimal. The young girl was burdened with worries. It was only natural for her to catch a slight cold and experience a runny nose, wasn't it? However, Aishu's early rise had other motivations as well. Mizumoto had mentioned that he would announce some news today, purportedly a surprise for the three of them. Consequently, the gathering time was shifted from 8 o'clock to 7:30. Eishu began his endeavors early, arriving even before breakfast at 6 o'clock. Thus, he commenced the art of crafting small dumplings. Indeed, he was genuinely shaping dumplings. With one hand, he concentrated to form a small orb of water, while his other hand sparkled with lightning. The two hands moved in a rhythmic motion, causing the bubbles within the small water sphere to rise and pop with delightful enthusiasm. This intricate process persisted for a full 3 minutes. The small water orb had expanded into a sizable balloon, noticeably larger than before. Indeed, his chakra compression had become increasingly adept. With a graceful raise of his eyebrows, Eishu made the large balloon vanish with a resounding pop. Do not underestimate this balloon. Although it appears much like the one from a year prior, in reality, it is indeed quite similar. However, one must not forget that Eishu did not perform any hand seals throughout the entire process. This technique is known as the spiral hydrogen balloon, and the greatest challenge lies not in its execution but in the compression and transformation of chakra. Merely discovering the method took Eishu a substantial 6 months. Eishu began to form hand seals with both hands. Wind release, wind chaos technique. This unpretentious wind-based ninjutsu dispersed the hazardous gases lingering in the air, simultaneously serving as a testament to a year of arduous training. Following the spiral hydrogen balloon, he had mastered the transformation of chakra properties. In truth, it was not a remarkable feat. Eishu's chakra affinity with the water element was so pronounced that it overshadowed his sensitivity to other elements. During the chakra transformation lessons taught by Minato to the trio, Eishu discovered that his affinity for lightning chakra was nearly on par with Kakashi's. This revelation sparked a bold idea within him. Perhaps it was not Kakashi who had pioneered the Chidori, but rather himself, who had glimpsed the future through Naruto's legacy. Nevertheless, this notion was intriguing. And he indeed developed the morphological changes of lightning chakra, heralding the second phase of hydrogen release in conjunction with the spiral sphere. He even uncovered the final piece of the puzzle while transitioning chakra between the lightning and water elements, leading him to discover methods for altering other chakra properties. Indeed, he had already achieved the capability to utilize fire release. The freedom to ignite was now within his grasp. Applause. However, he was still somewhat unpracticed. And aside from lightning and water releases, the consumption of chakra for other techniques was quite substantial, particularly for earth release. This was also the reason why Eishu had yet to report to that cantankerous old man. The wind release persisted for a brief moment. Eishu waited for a brief moment longer. Over the course of a year, his progress had transcended mere expectations. The art of water release formed the cornerstone of all his advancements, the transformation of chakra properties, the metamorphosis of forms. And the second stage of hydrogen release were all inextricably linked to the application of water release. In the midst of his relentless experiments and explorations, Eishu inadvertently stumbled upon a new frontier. He assessed that the surrounding hydrogen had likely dispersed sufficiently. This marks the beginning of Eishu's training in the art of water escape in the New World. With his fingers elegantly poised, he aimed at a distant grand tree, which had already endured countless wounds and scars. Today, Eishu intended to grant it a swift release, a farewell of sorts. At his fingertips, a miniature sphere of water whirled with fervor. Over the past year, Eishu's most significant progress lay in his mastery of chakra manipulation and the enhancement of his blue energy levels. Even the old man was taken aback. During their last encounter, when he had deceived Eishu, he sincerely apologized and revealed the truth. Even during the illustrious era of the Senju clan, the talent of Inishin was remarkably exceptional. At that time, Eishu paid little heed to these matters. The old man's foul temper was such that an apology from him conjured many unpleasant thoughts. However, when Eishu realized that the savings he had accumulated over the past 6 months for his future spouse had vanished, destruction was imminent. Woe unto me. Eishu's gaze was intense and his expression formidable. As Kushina would say, a ninja's combat relies heavily on the aura they exude. While this may be ineffective for other ninjas, it holds true for them, the descendants of sages. Water release, spiraling water blade. A sphere of water transformed into a continuously swirling stream, shooting forth with precision and striking the heart of the great tree. Boom. The tree, unable to bear the burden, collapsed in response. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Eishu departed with grace. The water release, spiraling water blade is a novel weapon of Eishu's design. Incorporating the principles of chakra transformation and the mechanics of both the spiraling sphere and the water release, hard vortex water blade. The hard vortex water blade, as utilized by Tobirama, shares a fundamental similarity with the spiraling sphere, both employing rotation to enhance kinetic energy. While the spiraling sphere excels in destruction, the hard vortex water blade is distinguished by its penetrating ability. The union of the two gives rise to the spiraling water blade, essentially a piercing projectile within the realm of water release. It bears resemblance to the second Hokage's secret technique, the water iron cannon. Yet Eishu's intention was to develop it as the prototype ninjutsu for the second phase of hydrogen release, the final step of fusion, launch, and ignition. Eishu, you have accomplished it. At 7:05, Kakashi arrived early, bringing steam buns for Eishu. By 7:10, Obito joined them. The 7th squad was officially assembled. Yet their teacher, Minato, had yet to make an appearance. The trio waited for 5 minutes. At 7:15, they concluded that their teacher was unlikely to show up. Kakashi, well acquainted with Minato, shrugged his shoulders. Typically, Minato would arrive 15 minutes early, without fail. Even in the event of an absence, he would notify them in advance. However, today perhaps it was related to the surprise he had mentioned, Eishu speculated. Although today was meant for gathering, it likely wasn't for a mission, given that they had just completed one yesterday. Sarutobi Hiruzen had authorized the 7th squad for mission assignments, but stipulated that they couldn't be consecutive. Their primary task remained with Koharu. Obito gasped, a hint of unease crossing his face. This surprise couldn't possibly be. Don't you dare jinx it. Eishu interjected hastily. Training under that deity for a year had indeed improved him, but it had also cast shadows, especially after he had demonstrated his recovery abilities. Kushina's punches had become significantly more formidable. Obito fell silent, his expression one of dread. Yet, it was too late. In the distance, a striking figure with flowing red hair approached gracefully. She donned the Leaf Village headband, and rather than her usual long skirt, she sported a rare green vest from the village, enhancing her commanding presence. The sight of her red hair billowing in the wind was nothing short of magnificent. The trio's hearts plummeted. Surely, with the vest and headband, she wouldn't go easy on them. In the Hokage's office, they arrived. "Minato, come quickly," Hiruzen exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement, his demeanor less than serious. Meanwhile, Minato felt a twinge of anxiety. This battle would determine whether the three youngsters qualified for the Chunin exams. Naturally, he was on edge. Chapter 75, The Little Pepper of the Second War, Part 1. Although the little pepper wore a smile, with each step she took toward the seventh squad, they retreated in trepidation. It felt akin to a student who, having pilfered money from home to purchase explosive tags, contemplated blowing up the school, only to be caught red-handed. Kushina's fists were both painful and solid. A blow from her could indeed be fatal. Eishu, what should we do?" Obito stammered. "You haven't done anything lately to provoke her, have you?" "Impossible," Eishu protested. "I've been working extremely hard, behaving exceptionally well. However," he quickly turned the blame onto the other two, "you both always make excuses to skip when she substitutes. That's quite disrespectful." The blame landed squarely on Kakashi and Obito's heads. Meanwhile, the little pepper drew ever closer. "Should we apologize now? Is it too late?" Obito attempted to negotiate. "Too late," Kakashi replied in despair. The trio glanced back. They had reached the wall of the training ground. They were cornered. "What are you three doing? Is it too hot?" Kushina approached, her expression displeased as she regarded the three boys huddled in the shadows, wagging her finger. A ninja's most vital trait is patience. Especially during training, do you understand? Huffed. Hiruzen, watching through the crystal ball, erupted in laughter, spilling his tea. "Minato, can you believe Kushina?" "Ha." Minato could only grimly assist in tidying up the table. Kushina indeed cared deeply for the children, as the third Hokage noted, his words tinged with a hint of defensiveness. If only the seventh squad seemed less jittery, Minato might have been bolder. Hiruzen, do you truly think they can withstand 10 minutes under Kushina's tutelage?" Hiruzen, still chuckling, quickly shifted the topic. Minato's expression became peculiar as he pondered the question. To endure 10 minutes with Kushina was no simple task, far more challenging than the 5 minutes he had imposed during their graduation evaluation. Yet, there was no choice. They were too young. So young that no one felt comfortable allowing them to become Chunin, nor did anyone wish for them to undertake tasks with the associated dangers. Perhaps this was why the third Hokage had consistently refrained from permitting them to engage in missions above C rank. However, in response to the question, Minato ultimately nodded. "I believe in them, Lord Third. Though they are young, their determination to grow stronger is not bound by age. They will strive." A confident, radiant smile adorned Minato's face. Hiruzen fell silent, observing the trio in the crystal ball, taking a puff from his pipe. "All right, don't be nervous. Just endure for 10 minutes. Kushina smiled. In her mind, she thought, to inspire the children's potential, I even donned this rather unflattering vest. I truly am a good teacher. Yet, in the eyes of the seventh squad, Kushina was perceived as heartless, cold, and unreasonable. "Please, don't come any closer. Can we not endure? I feel unwell, my stomach hurts." Obito weakly raised his hand. Eishu and Kakashi exchanged a piercing glare at Obito, cautioning him not to exhaust his excuses. Kushina furrowed her brow, and a chill ran through the hearts of the three. So, Obito did not wish to participate in the Chunin exams. After all, he only needed to endure for 10 more minutes to register. "Are you certain?" This revelation was astonishing. The trio, including Eishu, was rendered speechless for a full 3 seconds before processing the information. Their delight was palpable. So this was the surprise that Minato had alluded to. In that case, there were no issues. How absurd. In the heart of Eishu, a torrent of curses surged forth. The Chunin exams, and yet they had registered? Who decreed that participation in the Chunin exams necessitated a 10-minute battle against the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Was this still considered Chunin? Not even 30 or 300 Chunin could withstand the wrath of a fiery little pepper. You all better prepare yourselves. Rest assured, I shall show mercy. Provided, of course, that you do not attempt to flee. Kushina winked slyly, discreetly gesturing skyward, before turning away with a cheerful hum, skipping along merrily. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, casting a glance at the awkwardly flustered Minato. I did not see that. What should we do? Should we take the plunge? The 7th Squad's pre-battle meeting commenced, Eishu brimming with eagerness. The lessons learned over the past year had granted him a modicum of resilience. How should we engage? Kakashi retorted, equally eager to brave the challenge. After all, they were facing Chunin. Of course we shall do it, Obito exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yet he soon turned to glance at Kushina, lowering his voice. Taking a beating in exchange for a Chunin rank means a significant salary increase, my friends. Then let's do it, Eishu declared emphatically, his eyes gleaming with determination. To be candid, despite enduring a fair share of beatings recently, I have devised numerous strategies. Specifically targeting our dear teacher. I have dubbed this tactic a multi-layered integrated assault from land, sea, and air, requiring your cooperation. 10 minutes later, the 7th Squad emerged from the shadows into the embrace of sunlight. Whether it was the warmth of the sun invigorating them or the confidence derived from their strategy, the trio, albeit still tense, no longer quaked in fear. Now that's more like it. If you're ready, let us begin. Kushina seemed invigorated, her fingers cracking rhythmically. This nearly shattered the faint courage they had mustered, yet fortunately, they persevered. Especially Obito, who, as the focal point of their plan, boldly took the first step. I'm fearless, I'm fearless, I'm a genius. Obito muttered fervently, layering himself with psychological affirmations. Smack. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his prized possession, bewildered. Had it malfunctioned from disuse? A restart of the crystal ball was in order, and when the image reappeared, Obito was already charging forth. Prepare to perish. Chapter 76, The Second Battle of the Fiery Pepper, Part 2. Everything felt hauntingly familiar. Obito led the charge, resolute and unwavering. The tragedy of a year prior seemed poised to repeat itself. Yet, time had passed, and people could change and improve. Over the past year, under the personal guidance of the Uchiha clan leader, Obito's strength had surged remarkably. He was indeed gifted, with his dark transformation tripling his power. Yet if the base was inadequate, no amount of transformation would suffice. However, it was just Obito who had progressed. Kushina had also made significant strides. Her bedside now held a tome on becoming a competent teacher, which she studied diligently, her experience burgeoning. Moreover, today, she had come with the intent to ease the burden. She would be overjoyed to see the 7th Squad attain Chunin status. Thus, bang. Ouch. Obito fell, rendered motionless. Kushina stared in bewilderment. She had clearly reined in her strength. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. Not just Kushina, but the two observers in front of the crystal ball were equally perplexed. Was this a replay? Obito. Their anguished cries echoed from the crystal ball. Kakashi and Eishu surged forth simultaneously, just as they had a year ago. Kakashi was a fraction faster, yet unlike a year prior, he no longer wielded a short blade. Instead, he leapt forward, hurling a flurry of shurikens. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens sliced through the air. Kushina found this scene eerily reminiscent. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she instinctively stepped back to make room for Eishu, who rushed to save Obito. As a teacher, Kushina's concern was palpable. Yet at that moment, the unexpected occurred. Suddenly, Obito, who had been lying still, opened his eyes wide, filled with determination. He unleashed a barrage of smoke bombs, followed by a series of hand seals. Summoning shadow clones. Now's the time. Charge. Eishu roared as he accelerated, his speed intensifying. Ping, 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 ping. The sound of metal clashing resonated amidst the smoke. With Kushina's prowess, she could easily handle these kunai, even with her eyes closed. Obito's resurrection had made Kushina alert. The notion of easing off had completely vanished. She detested deceit, and Obito's actions had hurt her deeply. Children, I will ensure you endure for a full 10 minutes. Not a second less. At that moment, the blood-red pepper was about to unleash her fury. The footsteps grew louder, and Kushina furrowed her brow. Are they here? Kushina stowed her kunai, revealing her iron fists. Had it been before, the 7th Squad might have already fled 2 kilometers by now. But this time, Earth-style, 4 pillars of earth wall. With a calm voice, the ground trembled slightly as 4 neatly arranged earthen walls rose around Kushina. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped, startled, and turned sharply to Minato. When did this child? About a month ago, though I can't recall the exact time. Minato scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. This was no false modesty. He spoke the truth. That little one's talents often left him, the teacher, at a loss. Indeed, While the jutsu appeared intricate, boasting a 5-word name, it was merely 4 earthen walls encircling one another, achievable with a bit of chakra expenditure. There was no technical complexity. If Kakashi had utilized it, he would have merely received a small nod of approval, not an explosive reaction. Yet the crux of the matter was that this jutsu stemmed from Eishu. Those earthen walls were devoid of a dog's head, not even 8 years old, and he had already grasped chakra nature transformation? Sarutobi Hiruzen was astounded, muttering to himself. At that moment, he recalled another of his disciples, Orochimaru. Equally exceptional, yet their personalities were starkly different. Setting aside talent, the unconventional thought process bore a resemblance to Jiraiya's style. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Combining the strengths of both while discarding their flaws, this child possesses something remarkable. The scene within the crystal ball continued to unfold. The 7th Squad's strategy was still in motion. As Kakashi and Inuki ran, they momentarily switched places. Earth style, Yellow Spring Marsh. Kakashi shouted, leaping high into the air, charging directly into the fog. Meanwhile, Inuki pressed both hands firmly against the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath the mist became exceedingly soft, akin to a swamp, flowing like mud. Yet this earth-style technique still originated from Inuki. Little Inuki, are you prepared? This time, the sugar-coated shell 1T work on me. Kushina was indeed deceived. Although their momentary switch had little overall effect on Kushina, there was still a noticeable difference. In this version, Kakashi's father was alive, and there were subtle signs of dark tendencies. His parenting had shifted from a laissez-faire approach to a more guided, half-day instruction method. Just as Kakashi was about to burst through the fog, his short blade finally unsheathed. Though it was a replica, it bore a faint resemblance to the legendary White Fang. A bewildered voice emerged from the mist. If I had known, I would have used kunai, even with chakra infused into her hands. They could not compete as effective weapons. Yet, that wasn't the worst part. The ground was filthy and soft, and remaining stationary would soon lead to constraints. Kakashi's attack came from above, surrounded by Inuki's earthen walls. This truly was a minor issue. Kushina smirked, her small fists brimming with precise chakra. With a swift turn and a powerful punch, she executed a body flicker technique. Boom! Kushina violently shattered the wall, evading the attack seamlessly. Whoosh! The strike missed. Yet Kakashi was filled with exhilaration. She dodged. She dodged. My blade was evaded by the teacher. But let us not fault Kakashi for his excitement. One must not forget the earlier scene where the little spicy pepper crushed shuriken with her bare hands. More importantly, this was part of their strategy. Everyone seems lively. So I can rest easy, Kushina smiled, though her crimson hair began to billow. First, she was saddened for a moment, and now her shoes were dirty. Heh, you two have grown quite skilled during your absence from class, haven't you? Little Inuki is still polite. Before the crystal ball, Minato swallowed hard, feeling a bit anxious. He stole a glance at the 3rd Hokage, only to find him equally unsettled. Indeed, Kushina in her blood-red pepper mode was truly terrifying. Minato glanced at the clock on the wall. 8 more minutes, just hold on. Survive, my children. Taking a deep breath, he activated his chakra. Though he might be out for a day, this was the only thing he could do for his children. No one dared to provoke and enrage Kushina, not even the Hokage. Minato was preparing to selflessly assist, fulfilling his responsibilities as a teacher. Yet at that moment, in the crystal ball, Obito declared, now is the time. Chapter 77, The Second War of the Spicy Pepper, Part 2. The resounding roar of Eishu echoed with confidence and vitality. Most crucially, this voice emanated from all directions. As no fewer than 8 Eishus emerged from the periphery, all of them formed hand seals, their brows furrowed and expressions grave, reminiscent of the tense atmosphere before a climactic battle or the discomfort of constipation. Then, after a morning of inactivity following his resurrection, Obito finally made his move. A small hand emerged from the ground beneath Kushina's feet, grasping her ankle with surprising tenacity. Doton, heart decapitation. Obito's voice carried a hint of awkwardness, for he found himself unable to pull her in. This technique was intended for Kakashi, and he never anticipated failing on its inaugural use. However, just as everyone, including the esteemed figures before the screen, expected Obito to falter yet again, his small hand suddenly transformed into a plume of white smoke. Instantly, a figure burst forth from the earth 5 meters behind Kushina, leaping into the air with crimson eyes gleaming fiercely. Simultaneously, the myriad Eishus completed their ninjutsu preparations, and Kakashi, having missed his earlier strike, formed hand seals with renewed determination, radiating with lightning energy. This was neither Raikiri nor Chidori. It was simply a straightforward B-rank lightning technique, designed to synergize with the water techniques originating from the surrounding Eishus. Water release. Water surge wave. 8. The 8 Eishus collectively unleashed a powerful shout, their bodies swirling with cascading torrents of water that interconnected to form a colossal water sphere enveloping Kushina. Soon, streams of water ascended from this sphere, propelled towards Kushina under the augmentation of Kakashi's lightning release. But the assault did not end there. Obito, positioned at the center, soared into the air, executing the hand seals for the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, a technique he had mastered a year prior under the tutelage of a ninjutsu instructor. Despite his Sharingan appearing to remain at the single Tomo stage, Obito's manipulation of chakra and proficiency in ninjutsu had undergone significant refinement over the year. Lightning release, lightning burst, fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The three ninjutsu, harmoniously intertwined, unleashed a relentless barrage from all angles, air, land, and sea, against Kushina, leaving no room for escape. The gaze of Eishu was one of exhilaration. This was his strategy. Moreover, it was the neutered version of the second phase of the hydrogen escape technique, now taking its final step, fundamentally a combination of ninjutsu. Even without a response, its power was astonishing. Oh no! Before the crystal ball, Minato's expression changed, and he began to form seals, initiating the localization of coordinates. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked him, saying, "Minato, do not worry too much. That is Kushina. At this level, she can handle it with ease. Do not forget, the time she took to become an elite ninja was even shorter than yours." Sarutobi appeared calm and unruffled, but the slight tremor in his hand holding the pipe revealed the tempest within his heart. What a flawless collaboration! What remarkable talent! What exquisite combination! If only I could offer a little guidance. Sarutobi's heart swelled with joy, thankful that he had not agreed to Danzo back then. Yet, despite his thoughts racing, Sarutobi failed to notice the severity of Minato's expression. Minato's seals showed no signs of ceasing. "I apologize, Third Hokage. My concern is not for Kushina," he stated. "Have you forgotten why the Konoha interrogation department was refurbished?" Minato's smile was tinged with bitterness. Sarutobi's expression gradually became vacant as unwelcome memories resurfaced. 3 years ago, a descendant from the land of whirlpools arrived at Konoha, only to be labeled as a spy from an enemy village and confined within the interrogation department. Little Pepper had received news through the machinations of enemy spies and sought them out directly. Naturally, the Umbu would not allow her to act recklessly, and thus a conflict quickly erupted. Initially, the Umbu gained the upper hand, suppressing Kushina. Thus, when Eishu sought out Terumi Kenjiro, he sensed a freshness within. The renovations were indeed commendable. "Hurry, Watergate, quickly," Sarutobi Izashi urged fervently. Yet Watergate, with a bitter smile and a hint of trepidation, laid his hands down. "It's too late, Third Hokage." Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback, quickly glancing at the crystal ball, only to find it shrouded in chaos. This scenario felt familiar. The crystal ball was not malfunctioning, but rather overwhelmed by a surge of chakra interference, resulting in a loss of signal. "This is bad." Sarutobi Hizashi finally voiced Watergate's initial concern, hastily rebooting the crystal ball, which soon restored its imagery. However, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the ninjutsu instructor found a sense of calmness enveloping him. "Forget it. Let's wait until her anger subsides. Watergate, safety is paramount. Once the 3 little ones recover, we shall allow them to partake in the examination. No need for registration forms, just convey my words." Sarutobi Hizashi sighed. The children had it tough as well. At this moment, 3-leaf village Chinin, bound together by floating chains, were engaged in profound self-reflection. "Master, it wasn't my idea. It was Kakashi. He forced me to do this. I'm innocent." Obito, indeed a worthy brother recognized by Eishu upon his arrival, would never betray in a moment of self-preservation. "What the heck? Obito, you've gone too far. I have no grievances with you. Master. Please let me explain. Hear me out." Bang. Kakashi lowered his proud head, perhaps burdened by the weight of the large bump on it. "Sigh. Master, please don't be angry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so eager to prove my progress over the past year. But after all, it was you who taught me. I merely..." Sigh. Eishu sighed repeatedly, his heart heavy with sorrow, while Daitu's expression gradually shifted to one of admiration. "Truly, it is you, Eishu. Only you can comprehend the temperament of our instructor so adeptly. Of course, my faults are not limited to this. When Kakashi and Daitu were devising their strategy, I should have intervened. Yet alas, my mistakes. Daitu's expression became increasingly rigid. He even disregarded the piercing gaze that held a destructive force akin to Amaterasu, forgetting entirely how to defend himself. Oh, tears. Bang. Daitu fell once more. Eishu sighed once more, pondering. Without even unlocking the dual Sharingan, have I truly stifled the potential of Obito's innate abilities? In his heart, Eishu mused. However, to put it differently, they ought to have passed this assessment. The passage of time had become inconsequential. Should they perform to such an extent and still not succeed? Eishu would begin to doubt if the third Hokage had been possessed by those formidable figures in the comment section. Nin, Battlefield, Uchiha Madara. It seemed they were drawing ever closer. Chapter 78. Innocent Words at 2:30 in the afternoon. Two versions of Eishu strolled along the streets of the Uchiha clan, one of them carrying Obito on his back. Kakashi had already been dispatched home by another shadow clone, but Eishu felt uneasy about sending Obito home via clone. In truth, things had improved considerably. When Obito had first awakened his eyes, they had faced considerable scrutiny, especially since they had inadvertently sent the elder's grandson to the hospital. Over the course of a year, Obito had diligently honed his abilities, and while he touted himself as the Uchiha's foremost prodigy, the embellishments were gradually diminishing. Of course, this progress was also thanks to the efforts of the newly minted father, Fugaku. Based on Obito's incomplete analysis combined with Eishu's insights, the current Uchiha clan could be broadly categorized into two factions. One faction, led by Fugaku, the patriarch, held a position of certain advantage, valuing the name Uchiha above lineage. The other faction, spearheaded by the clan's elder, adhered to traditional views, believing that status within the Uchiha clan bore significance, echoing the sentiments seen within the Hyuga clan. Eishu privately and publicly supported Fugaku, and he dared to predict, soon, the conservative faction of the Uchiha would be rendered obsolete. For the Uchiha were on the brink of entering the battlefield. Following his recollections, Eishu arrived at Obito's doorstep, only to discover a young boy standing before the entrance. "Who are you?" Eishu inquired, gazing curiously at the boy with naturally curly hair. Then glancing at the house behind him. This was indeed Obito's residence, was it not? Had he perhaps moved? Eishu appeared utterly bewildered. Due to his lethargy, he seldom ventured to the residence of Obito, located in the outskirts of Konoha. "I am Shursui, Uchiha Shursui. This certainly is the abode of my elder brother, Obito." The young boy wiped his nose and then pointed at the figure of Obito, who was being carried by Eishu's shadow clone, exclaiming that Obito had promised to teach him the great fireball technique today. Eishu what? Stagnant water? Seeking to learn the great fireball from Obito. The moment he realized, Eishu burst into laughter. He still cannot forget the scene of Obito's first failed attempt at the great fireball, where he ended up being pummeled into a state resembling that of a pig's head. And yet, he dares to teach others. Truly absurd. Eishu possesses justifiable doubts regarding the intentions of Obito, suspecting that he aims to lead Shursui astray to solidify his own position as the foremost genius of the Uchiha clan. "Big brother, you are the comrade that Obito often speaks of, are you not, Maruko?" Little Shursui inquired, once more gesturing towards Obito. "What has Obito done now? Has he been injured again while protecting you?" Eishu. Combat alert, combat alert. Maru brother? Are you still protecting me?" Eishu appeared utterly perplexed, while the shadow clones behind him were on the verge of losing their composure, wishing fervently to hurl Obito to the ground and deliver a thorough kick afterward. The innocence of childhood knows no bounds. Taking a deep breath, Eishu endeavored to adjust his mindset, half squatting before little Shursui. "Little Shursui, how old are you this year?" "I am 4 years old, and I will start school next year." "Is it true that you will be attending school?" "That's wonderful. Are you quite familiar with your older brother Obito?" "Indeed. Brother Obito takes great care of me. Whenever he sees those who bully me, he always helps me teach them a lesson." Eishu remained silent for a moment. In truth, Obito and Shursui hailed from similar backgrounds. However, the Obito of the original timeline seemed to be of the type solely focused on self-preservation, preoccupied with thoughts of courting girls. In contrast, the Obito of this timeline had adopted a more positive mindset, and his upbringing was undoubtedly healthier by several magnitudes. Quite remarkable indeed. "Little Shursui, could you enlighten me? Has your older brother Obito ever mentioned anyone else? Perhaps a certain white-haired individual?" "Lord Hokage, The list of candidates from each village has been finalized and will arrive at Konoha within 3 days. Very well, you may leave. Yes, in the Hokage's office. After a morning of live broadcasts, Sarutobi Hiruzen's good spirits persisted. Seizing the moment, he decided to tackle the most challenging matters at hand. Sunagakure, Yakura. Oh, the bloodstained ninja? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Given the ongoing war, hosting a grand Nin exam seemed rather impractical. Yet, it coincided with a unique juncture in the conflict. The battlefronts had nearly entered a ceasefire within the span of a month. Orochimaru had repeatedly repelled Sunagakure's invasions, garnering significant military achievements, clearly aiming to bolster his candidacy for Hokage. Sunagakure had been in a state of truce for over half a month. The Umbu had discovered that Sunagakure had made several overtures for peace, all intercepted by Orochimaru, likely seeking to accumulate more accolades. However, the casualties were evidently a concern overlooked by Orochimaru. Hiruzen refrained from addressing this, hoping his disciple would arrive at the realization independently. Kimogakure. What? The youngest is already 14? Hiruzen chuckled, exuding composure. The Wagakure. Haha, you clever Inoki. Why haven't you dispatched your elite shinobi? The battlegrounds of Wagakure and Kimogakure were in a peculiar stalemate. Instead of allying, they nearly clashed. The cause was Kimogakure's attempt to navigate the waterways, circumventing Wagakure to engage Sunagakure. If successful, Kimogakure would flank Wagakure, a scenario Inoki would never allow. This situation provided Konoha an opportunity to stabilize its front lines. Typically, such large-scale Nin exams served as a platform for villages to showcase their younger generation, particularly for the host, Konoha. However, during wartime, the exam took on the characteristics of conflict. Deceit is part of war. In essence, this Nin exam mirrored the broader ninja world war. Sunagakure sought peace, thus dispatching their precious bloodstained ninja as a gesture of goodwill. The Wagakure and Kimogakure still yearned for battle, sending a motley crew of individuals irrelevant to the Nin exam, effectively acting in bad faith. As for Kirigakure, Hiruzen's gaze lingered on a name on the list, his brow furrowing. They have included Terumi Mei in the Nin exam roster? Kirigakure's demand was an exchange, the swapping of hostages, including, but not limited to, prisoners of war. Hiruzen understood Kirigakure's intent, to barter the Byakugan for Terumi Mei. This posed a dilemma. The Byakugan was crucial to the Hyuga clan, valuable enough to destroy but not to be disseminated. Yet, Terumi Mei was evidently worth more than that. However, should he refuse, the Hyuga clan at the front lines of Kirigakure would undoubtedly feel disheartened. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Hiruzen hesitated, a knock interrupted his thoughts. Instinctively, he assumed it was his old comrade Danzo, for given Danzo's nature, he would likely have devised a plethora of unexpected plans by now. Yet, in less than a second, Hiruzen dismissed that notion. Danzo never knocked. Moreover, Root had been unusually silent in the past year. He wondered what grand scheme was brewing. Come in. Third Hokage. Entering was a robust man, exuding a commanding presence. Every gesture and gaze radiated authority, embodying the essence of a formidable warrior. He stepped into the Hokage's office, not benefiting from terrain or allies, yet his aura subtly rivaled that of the lion. Only Danzo could achieve such a feat, however. The visitor was not Danzo. It was Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, Konoha's White Fang. This is the list for the upcoming Nin exam, Tsukumo. It is of utmost importance, and after much deliberation, I believe you should oversee it. Hiruzen pushed the documents toward him, but Tsukumo did not hasten to accept them. I have heard that Team 7 is participating in this Nin exam. What arrangements do you have for them, Lord Third? Tsukumo's voice was calm and steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. Hiruzen paused momentarily, rolling the tobacco leaves in his hands, then ignited it and took a puff. It seems Kakashi has already informed you. Indeed, this was also Minato's request. I had originally planned for them to enroll next year. Tsukumo, you are Kakashi's father. I leave this decision to you. I can still notify Minato in time. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment. Hiruzen, the lion of his twilight years, commanded respect with a touch of benevolence, yet still emanating authority. Tsukumo's eyes, sharp as a blade, remained tranquil, showing neither sorrow nor joy, as if he had transcended all worldly concerns. Once, they may have held respect and admiration, but now, it is time they witnessed the brutality of this world. Lord Third, Tsukumo spoke slowly. As a father, though concerned, he understood that children must grow, and one cannot control them for a lifetime. A faint smile graced Tsukumo's lips. I trust in your arrangements, Lord Third. Very well, Hiruzen acquiesced. The three youngsters are quite diligent. I will ensure they are monitored. After all, they are the children of Konoha, the future of Konoha. I shall convey my gratitude to you, Lord Third, on behalf of Kakashi. I will begin making the necessary arrangements. With that, Tsukumo took his leave. Hiruzen gazed at the untouched stack of documents on his desk, lost in thought for a considerable time. Not wanting to be controlled, are you? Yet. In truth, you two have grown under my watchful eye. June 5th, early morning, at 6:15 a.m. The Ing family of three gathered around the dining table. Enjoying a meal of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, millet porridge, and poached eggs, a delightful balance of nutrition. Please eat more, Jumi urged, adding an egg to Ying's plate, and then seemingly casually inquired, do you have any tasks today? In that fleeting moment, Ying's mind entered a state of heightened alertness. What was her intent? What did she truly wish to know? For the time being, Ying opted for a cautious response. Do not be mistaken. Ying had not spent the past year merely turning a blind eye. As a ninja, one must remain ever vigilant. Well, if there are no tasks, then return early, Jumi said with a gentle smile, causing Ying's defenses to plummet. All right, Jumi elder sister. At 6:30 in the morning, Ying set off. Her destination, the third training ground. After employing 2 Earth-style ninjutsu the previous day, she felt quite accomplished and intended to seek out the old man to see if she could achieve further breakthroughs before the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, after Ying's departure, Jumi remarked, you should tell him. Mimi, if you don't tell him, how will he know? Jumi sighed. Mimi remained composed, perhaps due to her early maturity. He will find out sooner or later, one teehee. Besides, I'm not entirely certain if this is truly the case. Mimi cast her gaze downwards, contemplating that it might be wiser to err on the side of caution. Oh, you. Jumi affectionately ruffled Mimi's hair. The two shared a bond akin to that of sisters. As for Ying, after a swift journey, she arrived at her destination. The old man should still be asleep. Eishu, noticing the absence of others around, began to practice diligently. His morning training today focused on illusion techniques. In the present day, the 7th squad has developed a more refined combat mode. Kakashi specializes in close combat, being the son of the legendary White Fang, who almost dared to challenge the Hokage. He does not engage in illusion techniques. Obito is responsible for mid to close-range combat, due to his Sharingan. His dynamic vision and precise chakra manipulation ensure that he is anything but ordinary. Occasionally, Obito employs illusion techniques. Eishu has repeatedly reminded Obito that Jinjutsu is a remarkable skill. Indeed, Obito possesses considerable talent in illusions. However, Obito stubbornly perceives it as a tedious trick reserved for the weak. He yearns for fire style. He desires to ignite. Furthermore, it is chilling for Eishu to realize that Fugaku never truly instructed him in this art. Thus, the entire facade of Jinjutsu for Team 7 cannot rely on Obito. Eishu's initial aspiration to learn illusionary art stems from his desire to enhance his shadow manipulation attributes. In doing so, he would possess a complete mastery over the elements of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, and the dualities of yin and yang. Who would not wish to embody perfection? Furthermore, as a transmigrator, he inherently possesses advantages, including a formidable soul power or spiritual strength. Eishu speculated that if he were to awaken the Sharingan at the outset, it is quite possible that he would manifest at least 2 tomo. Additionally, the study of Jinjutsu would offer various advantages. For instance, it could help mitigate his shortcomings in close-quarters combat. Admittedly, he felt somewhat embarrassed to admit that, in the absence of ninjutsu, he could barely hold his own against Kumi. Kumi, along with Terumi Mei, often wished to go shopping on weekends and would sometimes invite Eishu along, to which he would naturally decline under the pretext of training. In response, Kumi would employ her exceptional taijutsu, immobilizing him with her grappling techniques until he yielded completely. However, the moment he utilized chakra, even if it were merely the Rasengan, Eishu could swiftly turn the tables, seizing absolute control. Yet, he recognized that this was not a sustainable strategy. If he could master Jinjutsu, it would be advantageous not only to incapacitate opponents with a mere glare, but also to create opportunities during direct confrontations. Much like Kinjiro Terumi's previous endeavor, although it was a physical illusion, the outcome was undeniably favorable. What Eishu desires is precisely that effect. Unfortunately, Shi Rihong has yet to graduate. Otherwise, one could have attempted to take a shortcut. Eishu muttered softly, and then began to form hand seals. 8 seals. A fundamental C-class illusion. the technique of the fox in the heart. It could cause individuals to wander aimlessly in place, only to vanish. This technique, deemed superfluous by the strong and arduous for the weak to master, boasts the sole advantage of being applicable to multiple targets. While it may serve to intimidate the common folk, it would be effortlessly dispelled by any ninja with even a modicum of knowledge regarding illusion-breaking techniques. With a sigh, the sealing and activation process concluded swiftly. Lacking any point of reference, Eishu was uncertain of the outcome, yet he felt quite pleased with himself. However, before he could indulge in self-satisfaction, bang! A fist, as large as a sandbag, came crashing down upon Eishu's forehead, causing him acute pain and nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Yet his body instinctively sprang into action. Do not misunderstand. It was not a counterattack utilizing exquisite taijutsu. Instead, whoosh, a smoke bomb was deployed, coupled with a substitution technique, and Eishu reappeared 8 meters away. He swiftly formed hand seals again, preparing to retaliate with his most proficient ninjutsu. Water release, hard vortex water blade. The spear-like stream of water took shape in an instant. But at that very moment, he also discerned the identity of his assailant. Disheveled, unkempt, head held high while sipping on a small drink. Wasn't that the old man? Eishu let out a sigh of relief. If it were Kushina, he would undoubtedly face a beating. However, if it were the old man, then it would be of no concern. Eishu simply did not cease the transmission of chakra, patiently awaiting the old man's demonstration of earth manipulation. However, the old man's reaction was slightly delayed. The figure of the Eishu releasing ninjutsu seems to evoke some long-buried memories. Second brother? Chapter 80, The Art of Earth, The Power of 1,000 Hands. One could see the old man stomp his foot upon the ground, unleashing a torrent of magnificent chakra. Eishu remained perplexed by the underlying principles at play. Was it a foot seal or something akin to the instantaneous kill technique employed by Tobarama? In the next moment, the earth trembled as an earthen construct rose from the ground, its shape peculiar and reminiscent of a middle finger. Even the hard, swirling water blade collided with it, failing to penetrate it in the slightest. It was akin to a child's urination. Eishu's expression darkened. This technique, he absolutely had to master. What are you doing? The old man, still struggling to adjust his mindset, found his mouth moving before his thoughts could catch up, and the familiar tone returned. Do you think you've become formidable? Lacking progress in other areas, you've resorted to studying illusions? What purpose does that serve? I ask you. Come on. Unleash your full potential, deceive me, daze me, let us see it. Pathetic. Before you have grasped what you ought to master. Do not dare to meddle with the trifles meant for the inept. Should I catch you indulging in that again, I'll turn you into a tree in an instant. The last time the old man had lost his temper like this was during a previous incident. Eishu had little to express. The art of illusion is indeed profoundly enigmatic. The pinnacle is the otherworldly deity, whose potential remains dormant. Without the Sharingan or the unique bloodline limit akin to the Anma clan, his capabilities are likely confined to the likes of the crimson of the setting sun. Truly, there is little need for arduous training. At this moment, the elder appeared to have calmed down considerably. Has he mastered the transformation of chakra attributes? Eishu grunted. How many have you grasped? Let me tell you, aspiring to learn the grand earth techniques of this old man is not so simple. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Eishu had long been prepared. He pressed his hands against the ground, and instantly, the earth beneath the old man transformed into a quagmire. Oh, the old man's eyebrows arched slightly, and despite his feet being sullied by the muck, a glimmer of interest sparkled in his eyes. So he has indeed mastered it? However, this level. With a peculiar chuckle, the old man planted his feet firmly once more, and in the next moment, the very soil beneath him seemed to come alive, surging forth towards Eishu. What the hell? Eishu's eyes widened in astonishment as a phrase surged through his mind. Earth escape. Grand water show. The spectacle before him seemed to transform the old man's earth manipulation into a display of water. However, this revelation was but a fleeting moment. Everything around him reverted to its original state. The old man remained just an old man. And the ground continued to be the ground, so normal that Eishu questioned whether he had fallen victim to an illusion. Illusions are mere fabrications. Yet this old man's mastery of the earth technique is undeniably real. So, do you wish to learn? If you desire to learn, then, wish. When Eishu concluded his training and returned home, the sky had already darkened. Eishu's stomach growled with hunger. Yet today he had indeed made significant gains. The old man had not imparted the technique of earth concealment to him. According to the old man's words, Ninjutsu comes with scrolls, and even a dog on a leash could master it. What he yearned to learn was how to embody a member of the Senju clan. The old man taught him the formidable fundamentals that are renowned among the Senju, which serve as the foundation for all physical techniques of the clan and represent an advanced version of chakra refinement. Its formal designation is the Senju-style chakra manipulation technique, also known as the power of the Senju. Eishu prefers to be addressed by another name he is familiar with, great strength. The extraordinarily long blue threads of the Senju clan stem from their formidable physique. After all, chakra is a byproduct of cellular energy release, akin yet distinct from mitochondria. However, the operation of such a vast quantity of chakra and the manifestation of its utmost power is a profound mystery. The Senju of the forest once basked in unparalleled glory, preserving a comprehensive system to this day. For instance, the Senju-style chakra refinement technique, or the chakra manipulation technique that Eishu is currently studying, known as the power of the Senju. In this moment, while Eishu's body is weary, his eyes are alight with fervor. He muses that this must be the essence of becoming stronger. According to the old man's words, those with greater talent can unleash the power of the Senju more effectively. And Eishu is acutely aware of his own prodigious gift. It won't be long now, especially for that enchanting woman. Heh. Eishu, filled with excitement, sensed that the time to take charge was drawing near. Upon reaching the doorstep, he beheld two women engaged in a vigorous practice in the courtyard. Mei Ming was panting heavily, while Jiu Mei was drenched in sweat. Such a scene was indeed a rarity, and Eishu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for arriving late. Nevertheless, he courteously greeted them. "Good evening. Is there still dinner? We've saved some for you." "Just heat it up yourself," Jiu Mei replied unusually in a normal tone. Eishu raised his brows and dashed inside, truly famished. As he just crossed the threshold of his home, the voices of two individuals echoed behind him. "Are you all right, Ming-chan?" "I'm fine, Sister Kumi. Please continue." Eishu felt a twinge of curiosity, yet did not dwell on it. After reheating his meal, he devoured it ravenously. Following this, he ascended to the upper floor to indulge in a warm shower, and eventually returned to his room to resume his practice. According to the old man's words, only when his mastery of the thousand hands technique reached a certain standard would he be deemed worthy to learn the earth-based arts. The earth-based arts. Such grand aspirations. Eishu muttered to himself. Yet he understood that the old man might have exaggerated somewhat, but he was certainly not bragging. When it came to the strongest user of water release, the first figure that came to his mind was not a former Mizukage from the Hidden Mist, but rather the ninja known as Senju Tobarama. And when Tobarama was mentioned, he immediately thought not of the Flying Thunder God technique, but of his brother Hashirama, along with the monumental 998 Buddha statues. To put it plainly, the unique bloodline limit of the Senju clan, which fundamentally enhanced their formidable physique, destined them to stand out distinctly. Even during the era when Madara faced off against the two reincarnated sons of Sage, Tobarama was still able to subdue Kanna. The old man, having survived from that age, claimed his earth release was akin to the art of the earth itself, and it seemed quite reasonable. However, this was not the reason for Eishu's excitement. The Senju style of chakra manipulation felt no less impressive than the enhancements provided by the Sharingan. Did it? Eishu has finally expressed his innermost thoughts. While the techniques of Haidun and Dadi possess an alluring charm, he never entertained the notion that their amalgamation could lead to the wood release and ultimately bring peace to the world. That is a malevolent ambition. His abilities have yet to reach the exalted level of the Sage of Six Paths. He is already quite content to possess the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan. What Eishu desires is his self-created ninjutsu technique, the hydrogen release. The amalgamation of hydrogen and oxygen through alternating current will ultimately lead to a nuclear equilibrium in the ninja realm. This is his ultimate ambition. His extraordinary abilities stem from the 9 years of compulsory education, particularly the Mediterranean knowledge imparted by his third-year chemistry teacher. Eishu harbored a premonition. Once he comprehended the principles of his extraordinary strength, the ignition of the second phase of hydrogen escape, liberation, and rapid response would render any technical bottlenecks non-existent. Chapter 81. Is this really a CHNIN exam candidate? 3 days later, at 6:30 in the morning, Eishu donned his shoes, and Jumi handed him a bento box. "Do your best, future Chunin Lord Eishu," she encouraged. "All right, Jumi-ne." Eishu gazed at the large bento box, feeling it was somewhat unnecessary. After all, wasn't the Chunin exam merely a formality? The written test should only take an hour, followed by a stroll through the forest of death that morning. Snatching a scroll and completing the course, game over. Then, there would be the 1v1v1v1. N. V1, where V equals N1 a month later. It wasn't that Eishu was overly confident or arrogant. He simply felt that the Chunin vest of Team 7 was already destined for him. As the saying goes, otherwise. Kushina would be quite embarrassed. I'm off. Eishu bid farewell and set out. After his departure, the seemingly indifferent Terumi Mei quickly ascended the stairs, changed her attire, and descended once more. She wore a white half-coat, shorts similar to Jumi's, and a summer fishnet top, completing the look with a long-neglected ninja tool pouch strapped to her thigh. This is for you, Mei-chan, Jumi said, producing a pink bento box, scarcely smaller than Eishu's. Well then, I'm off, sister. Terumi Mei winked and made a heart gesture, cheerfully preparing to put on her shoes. However, Jumi's voice took on a wistful tone. It's truly hard to part, Mei-chan. Terumi Mei hesitated. I'm setting off now, Jumi-ne. She grabbed the bento, turned back with a broad smile, and the two sisters finally said their goodbyes. At the moment Terumi Mei turned away, Jumi's expression and gaze turned cold. Notify Lord Danzo. The target has departed, and Kiri seems prepared for extraction. With a swoosh, a figure appeared, clad in a blue-patterned hunting dog mask, half kneeling at the entrance. Is there a mark? Here, Jumi tossed a small vial containing an unknown powder. Follow the scent, but be cautious not to alert the prey, she instructed. Understood. At 7:20, Team 7 gathered at the first examination site for the Chunin assessment. Minato distributed application forms to the trio, notably stamped with the Hokage's seal. In the name of the Hokage, enter the Chunin examination arena. The preparations were complete. Go ahead, children, and good luck. Minato raised his thumb, his warm smile reminiscent of the first rays of morning sunlight. Rest assured, Sensei, Eishu replied with confidence. Beside him, Obito brimming with self-assurance declared, Sensei, don't stray too far, we'll be out soon. Always the show-off, Obito. Minato chuckled in farewell, I'll await your good news. Thus, Team 7 stepped into the examination hall. Upon entry, they immediately noticed several unfriendly gazes directed at them from a distance, looking down upon them from an elevated position. Clad in the garb of Kyumogakure, headbands, matching vests, long pants, and extended blades, these individuals boasted solid physiques and an average height of 173 centimeters. What the heck? Are these guys Chunin exam participants? Obito scowled. Kakashi shook his head and nodded towards another direction. There's an even larger one over there. As Eishu and Obito gazed ahead, they beheld a young man of approximately 5 feet 5 inches in height, clad conservatively and possessing a rather simple appearance and ninja. TSK. Has he no regard for his dignity? Eishu remarked incisively. He seldom ventured beyond the confines of Konoha, wholly engrossed in his own pursuits, oblivious to the tumultuous state of the ninja world. Yet, he possessed a clear understanding of the essence of this joint Nin examination. Each village aimed to showcase their prowess, flaunting their youthful talents to instill awe in their rivals. It is therefore no surprise that the qualification for their Nin examination necessitated enduring 10 minutes under the formidable hand of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Eishu cast a glance around at the surrounding Konoha candidates. They appeared to be of considerable age, undoubtedly older than the three of them. Yet he discerned that these Konoha candidates were generally over the age of 15. In his original timeline, Obito had faced a more typical Chunin examination, albeit at the tender age of 12, with other candidates around the same age. This is rather intense, Eishu muttered to himself. Fortunately, he had refrained from boasting to Jumei before departing, and thankfully, she had prepared ample provisions. Over the past few days, he had been shuttling between home and the training grounds, returning late, and had failed to notice the influx of so many candidates from other villages in Konoha. Yet, this turned out to be fortuitous. By sheer happenstance, he had learned considerable strength from the old man, and the results were promising. It was the perfect opportunity to put it into practice. When it came to ninjutsu, he had long since mastered the techniques of the Senju clan. Hey, what are those little brats from Konoha staring at? Just as Eishu reveled in his own thoughts, a coarse voice erupted, tinged with hostility. The tone suggested a confrontation, easily mistaken for that of a burly adult seeking trouble. However, as Team 7 turned towards the source of the voice, they recognized the three candidates from the hidden cloud they had noticed earlier. How could Konoha allow such small fry to participate in the Chunin exams? Is there no one else available? Come here. Let me see if you've all grown some hair. One of the cloud candidates beckoned with a finger, pointing to the ground. His gaze dripping with disdain and his actions provocatively audacious. His voice rang loud, attracting the attention of nearly all nearby candidates. Yet, conspicuously absent were any of Konoha's examiners. Eishu noticed that there had originally been a figure clad in a green vest from the hidden leaf to their 3 o'clock, but upon hearing a sound, it vanished instantly. It remained unclear whether they had departed to seek someone or if it was a deliberate act. In exasperation, he thought, how could Abido, the very spirit of Team 7, remain passive? He approached the 3 from the hidden cloud, drawing the attention of surrounding candidates. Kakashi and Eishu exchanged glances. Eishu shrugged, indicating that it was not a significant concern. A small stature yet a fierce temper, clearly in need of correction, he mused. The candidates from the hidden cloud advanced towards Obito, but just as they were within a meter of each other, Obito made the first move. The crimson light in his eyes flickered, and the hidden cloud ninja was suddenly paralyzed, clearly ensnared in a ninjutsu. Eishu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the competition over the past 3 days had not solely been his burden. In the next moment, with a resounding slap, Obito delivered a sharp blow, silencing the crowd of candidates around them. The hidden cloud candidate, caught in the ninjutsu, felt the sting of the slap, his face flushed with rage. Yet before his fury could fully manifest, Obito unleashed another ninjutsu with his Sharingan. With another leap, Obito struck again, executing a 2-hit combo. The 2 companions of the entrapped ninja quickly recognized the situation and drew their blades, ready to retaliate. You little brat, don't you dare move. The first voice belonged to Kakashi, whose imitation of White Fang's blade was pressed against one of the hidden cloud's throats, just the right height given his shorter stature. The second came from Eishu, whose height was sufficient, but he had no blade, yet the expression of the hidden cloud ninja before him was one of sheer terror. His hand to draw the sword forcefully restrained. A tremendous force gripped the wrist of the hidden cloud candidate, as if it could shatter his bones. Chapter 82. An unusual Chunin written exam with an impressive display of bravado. Obito had made quite an impression. However, jumping to strike was hardly a prudent tactic. So after a few swift slaps, he leaped and kicked the hidden cloud ninja away with great force. Kakashi and Eishu then returned to his side, standing like twin sentinels. This display was quintessentially Obito. Whether enduring blows or showcasing bravado, he led the charge. How was that? Satisfying? Eishu inquired quietly. Not bad. Obito replied unfazed. If this is the caliber of opponents we face, I anticipate no significant challenges. They probably believe I am a ninjutsu specialist. Kakashi interjected. It would be wise not to underestimate them. I sense that the large figure from the hidden stone poses the greatest threat. Should anyone assume that Obito's bravado was mere posturing, they would be gravely mistaken. Mastering the art of bravado is no simple feat. It involves not only projecting confidence but also discerning the enemy's capabilities while creating a layer of confusion, an intricate task indeed. The hidden cloud candidate, having regained his composure after enduring multiple slaps, finally unleashed his pin-up rage. Yet, the renewed crimson glow in Obito's eyes instinctively made him retreat, revealing his trepidation. Surrounding them erupted with laughter, for even the smallest of gestures could wield such considerable impact. At that moment, the previously absent examiners from the hidden leaf finally arrived. What are you doing? Are you here to take the exam or cause trouble? Get inside immediately, or you will be disqualified for tardiness. A few figures in green vests appeared, fortuitously separating Team 7 from the hidden cloud squad. With a raised eyebrow, Eishu led Class 7 into the examination hall, exuding the aura of victors. As they passed by 3 candidates from Huoying, they defiantly raised their middle fingers in unison. Do not let us encounter you in the forthcoming assessments, or we shall turn you into mere trees in no time. Obito's menacing words carried a hint of villainy. Eishu's name rang a bell, leaving Kakashi somewhat bewildered. What tree? Eishu. The expressions of the few candidates from the hidden cloud turned ashen. While the Konoha examiners feigned ignorance, after all, they were compatriots. At 9:30 in the morning, the candidates took their seats, and the examination was about to commence. By a twist of fate, Team 7 found themselves in the same examination hall as the 3 from the hidden cloud. Even more coincidentally, their chief examiner was a familiar face to Eishu, a burly man with a bald head and a penchant for ramen. Though the nature of his relationship with their classmate Sanai Ibiki remained a mystery, the examination duration was set for 1 hour. The bald man grinned widely, revealing a smile that could frighten small children. Candidates were prohibited from leaving their seats during the examination, even if an explosive tag detonated right before them. They were to remain seated. Any movement would result in immediate disqualification. Each candidate was allowed only one chance to submit their papers, and any act of cheating would lead to instant disqualification. Once the rules were stated, examination papers were distributed to the candidates. The regulations bore a striking resemblance to those from the Chunin exams that Naruto had experienced, albeit sounding more stringent. However, the content of the papers differed significantly. There were no insurmountable questions, only fundamental theoretical knowledge. Was the emphasis of the examination placed elsewhere? Eishu pondered, yet he began to write fervently. Despite having attended only half a semester of classes, his reputation as a top student was no trivial matter. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even Kakashi, the valedictorian, could not match his steadiness and theoretical knowledge. Passing these questions was certainly within reach. In accordance with their agreement, Eishu refrained from inscribing his name on the paper and instead wrote diligently. His intention was to submit the paper to Obito and then compose another for himself. After all, it was a collective responsibility to support those who required guidance. Yet, not even 10 minutes had passed since the examination commenced. Eishu probably comprehended the essence of this trial. "Be cautious," the burly bald man suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, a shuriken embedded with an explosive tag plummeted onto the desk of a Konoha candidate. The explosive tag crackled ominously, on the verge of detonation. The Konoha candidate, in a state of sheer panic, remained remarkably composed. As the fuse burned perilously close to ignition, he swiftly seized the shuriken and prepared to hurl it away. At that moment, the bald man had already opened the door for him, gesturing outward as if to say, "After you." With little hesitation, the candidate complied, flinging the shuriken in a seamless motion that lasted less than 2 seconds, demonstrating the prowess of a Konoha elite. In the next heartbeat, boom, the explosion resonated, not deafening, but enough to send hearts racing. A nearby Sunigakure candidate was incensed, having traveled a great distance for this examination. He was nearly caught in the blast of an explosive tag. "You, who told you to speak?" the Sunigakure candidate protested. Instantly, the bald man turned a fearsome glare upon him, exuding an aura that was utterly overwhelming for the young challenger. "I suspect you attempted to convey answers to your comrades through covert signals. Consequently, your entire team is disqualified from the examination. Get out immediately." As his words echoed, several Konoha ninjas clad in green vests appeared, their expressions devoid of emotion as they escorted the 3 candidates away. The onlookers in the examination hall were left in a state of bewilderment. Yet, the bald man was not finished. He pointed toward the previously mentioned Konoha ninja. "You have succeeded. You may submit your paper early and exit." The Konoha candidate, still processing the situation, realized that the exam paper had burned, consumed, or whatever it may be, and was directed to report to the next examination venue. The bald man returned a surprisingly gentle smile, softening the scar that marred his face. Eishu suddenly realized, so this is what it truly is.